Chapter 901, They Finally Know. Drunken Ether. Part 8, Melona didn't expect him to actually come for her at all. The man standing before her now felt nothing like the gentle, careful Ether she once knew. No, this man was entirely different, wild, reckless, his eyes dark with an intensity she'd never seen before. He resembled a predator, hungry and merciless, waiting patiently to devour whatever crossed his path without a single thought about hesitation or consequence, as if those things no longer even mattered to him. This definitely wasn't the man she remembered. Ether had always been careful, cautious in every move he made, thinking twice about each action. But right now, it was as if he'd thrown all sense of reason aside, driven purely by primal instincts. He had completely gone rogue. Step, each slow, deliberate step Ether took towards her seemed heavy, charged with intent. They echoed like thunder in Melona's ears, each one matching the rapid beating of her own heart, sending chills down her spine. Melona trembled involuntarily, her body frozen in a mix of fear and anticipation as she stumbled backward, desperate to maintain distance. Her eyes darted urgently towards Arya, silently begging for rescue, but Arya was already long gone, sprawled unconscious from their drunken kissing game earlier, completely oblivious, frantically. Melona looked toward Leora for any sort of intervention, hoping she might offer a hand. Leora chuckled softly, clearly entertained by this unfolding drama, her lips curled into an amused smirk, thoroughly enjoying Melona's predicament. Melona's lips twitched in frustration, internally cursing, this bitch. She was just about to call Talia for help when Melona flinched sharply, heart skipping as she realized Ether had suddenly appeared directly in front of her, eyes gleaming mischievously. She hadn't even seen him move. In shock, she stumbled backward, colliding loudly into the table behind her, dishes rattling from the sudden impact. Ether, you need to calm down now. Melona whispered nervously, her voice trembling, cheeks burning crimson as he slowly leaned closer. She felt his warmth radiating dangerously close, and she could barely breathe under his intense gaze, sharp, intoxicating, penetrating her very soul. Ether chuckled deeply, drunkenly amused at her obvious panic, his lips curled upward lazily as he studied her flushed face, leaning in to murmur teasingly, "You're shaking, Melona, it's adorable, really." "Scared, but excited too, I can feel your heart racing." He leaned even closer, breath tickling her ear, voice lowering seductively, "How very cute." Melona's face turned beet red as she scrambled in panic, her hands flailing to find anything, between them. She saw his lips inching dangerously closer to her cheek, and in a last-ditch effort, she shoved something from the table in front of him, her eyes squeezed shut in terror, bracing herself for what she thought was coming. Melona flinched, then slowly opened one eye, only to find she had shoved a massive piece of roasted meat into his face, an entire bird, in fact. Her face turned pale with dread. I didn't mean to," she whispered, about to yank it away when, bite, Ether sank his teeth into the meat, his lips parting as he took a large, deliberate bite. Tasty," he mumbled, his eyes half-lidded with satisfaction. He chewed slowly, savoring the flavor. "Hot, spicy, God, that's good." He slurred slightly, clearly affected by the alcohol coursing through his system, his words thick and drunk with both wine and desire. Even before Melona could sigh in relief, "Especially when you feed me, dear," Ether purred, voice silky and deep, eyes twinkling with playful menace. A sly smirk stretched across his face as he stared at her like she was the one dish he actually wanted to eat. Melona's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, her brain stuttering in disbelief. She couldn't believe he just said that, out loud, and with that tone. Breathless, she watched as he eagerly devoured the rest, eyes locked intensely onto hers, deliberately savoring each bite. As if she herself was the meal, her hands shook as she watched helplessly, unable to tear her gaze away from his sensual, predatory stare. Her body shivered. It didn't feel like he was eating meat anymore. No, the way he looked at her, it was like he was imagining devouring her, and within seconds, only a single full bone of the bird was left in her hand. Ether licked his lips and slurped the last bite before grinning slyly. It's really tasty," he said in a low tone, eyes lingering on her face for a few heated seconds before finally turning away. Melona's heart thudded painfully. She could barely breathe. Her son-in-law, this drunken, teasing, predatory man, had almost made her pass out from the sheer tension. "He's talking about the food, right?" she whispered to herself, trying to believe it. Ether, still very much in a drunken state, looked around with a hazy expression. His eyes were half-lidded, and his posture swayed slightly. Arya was out cold, Melona looked shell-shocked, Talia was frozen in disbelief, and even Raven looked dazed with a soft blush, her cheeks slightly pink from the alcohol. "You seriously call this a party?" he asked with an openly annoyed expression, glancing around the quiet room with disbelief. There was absolutely nothing here, no vibrant music, no joyful sounds of people laughing or dancing, just plain, boring food. Ether sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead as the alcohol began to cloud his judgment. Purple flames gently flared around him. Then, with a slurred chuckle and an amused glint in his half-lidded eyes, he said, "The party's just getting started. Heh, you guys are just too slow." Yet, ironically, the only person genuinely enjoying the so-called party was Ether himself. Fueled by alcohol, laughter, and his own whimsical imagination, he began singing a ridiculous song that nobody else recognized. Dancing around clumsily, he spanked Talia's ass, grinning childishly as he performed silly, slightly clumsy magic tricks he'd learned. He laughed loudly, spanked Talia's ass again, and continued pouring drinks recklessly for Raven, coaxing her teasingly, "Come on, Raven. Just one more sip, feed me with those lovely lips." He spanked Talia again. Next, Ether challenged Leora to an arm wrestling contest. "Loser sucks the winner's crotch," he slurred suggestively. Though Leora was strong, she willingly lost, again and again, enjoying her punishment perhaps even more than he did. Of course, Ether relished each victory, proudly stating, "No one beats me tonight." He boldly poured alcohol on his erect cock, instructing Leora teasingly, "Drink up, sweetheart," and watched with delight as she obeyed eagerly, savoring every drop. Once again, Talia's lovely ass received a slap. He then teased Melona, gently and playfully, tossing her around like a child before spanking Talia again. Poor girl. The party continued, fueled by alcohol and Ether's endless energy, stretching deep into the night. After what seemed like an eternity of debauchery. Is that it? Did I break you all already?" Ether mumbled, his voice thick with liquor and disappointment. His hazy gaze swept across the room. Every single one of them had surrendered, entirely spent and knocked out by pleasure and intoxication, and, no more. Melona weakly groaned in a drowsy tone, her voice full of exhaustion, body flinching slightly as if she were still being tossed about playfully. Arya, she had long since passed out peacefully. Raven was softly humming incoherent words, half asleep on the ground. Her upper garments thoroughly torn apart, exposing beautifully stained bra, NNFF. Leora was sleeping deeply on the chair, lips glossily coated with unmistakable evidence of her enthusiastic efforts. Clearly, she'd taken far more than enough, and Talia, poor Talia, ah. Talia whimpered, her perfectly shaped ass still elevated high in the air, trembling slightly from the delightful soreness of relentless spanking. Her soft groans indicated she'd finally reached her limit. 2 round, ripe peaches glowing brightly from his punishment. Ether sighed melodramatically, disappointed, mumbling with a playful pout, "Ah, come on, beauties. I'm just warming up here." Despite his bravado, the alcohol was beginning to catch up to him. Realizing they'd truly reached their limits, he murmured softly, "Fine, fine, rest it is," before carefully gathering each of them, gently carrying them to their rooms. With Melona's and Arya's rooms damaged from previous antics, he decided to put them all safely in his own spacious bed, which coincidentally happened to be perfectly sized for such entertaining purposes. Purely coincidental, naturally, absolutely no hidden intentions at all. After laying them down, he carefully changed their attire into comfortable nightgowns, stubbornly resisting the temptation to remove their inner clothing. He insisted firmly to himself that he wasn't that kind of pervert. Not tonight at least. Standing before the bed, he admired the sight of 5 ethereal beauties, gracefully sprawled across the sheets, except Talia, whose delectable, red ass was still perched upwards invitingly. Ether couldn't help but smile warmly, thinking fondly, "Damn, I'm really the luckiest bastard alive, aren't I?" With drunken affection, he leaned down, softly kissing Arya's forehead. Her sleepy murmurs melted his heart. Mom loves Eth. Her brow furrowed softly, clearly trapped in some dreamy confusion or nightmare. Chuckling tenderly, he moved to Leora, pressing his lips against her forehead. She responded sweetly in sleep, mumbling softly, "Want more, husband." Her honesty amused and touched him deeply. "Always so needy, my dear Leora," he teased gently, pinching her nose affectionately. Next was Raven. Ether kissed her softly, lingering slightly longer, savoring the moment. She mumbled possessively, voice faint yet sincere, "Mine, Huss, mine alone." Her gentle jealousy brought an affectionate grin to his drunken face. He shook his head, turning to Talia's raised ass. He grinned mischievously, softly caressing the burning red flesh before murmuring, "Well, perhaps I went slightly overboard, my dear Talia. But you deserved every last spanking, peeper, ver. Talia muttered faintly, her voice tinged with pain. Ether softened immediately, gently leaning down to lovingly kiss and softly lick her reddened flesh, soothing the skin. Talia trembled and sighed softly. Finally, he reached Melona. Brushing hair from her flushed cheeks, he stared lovingly at her sleeping beauty. He whispered tenderly, his voice gentle yet sincere, "You know, if you just openly say what you truly desire, my sweet Melona, the ache you feel would vanish forever." He lovingly kissed her forehead once more, leaving behind warmth and reassurance. Taking one last drunken, fond look at the peacefully sleeping beauties, Ether smiled contentedly and turned quietly, leaving them to rest after an unforgettable evening of wild pleasure and playful torment. Chapter 902, Don't Play with Fox. There was one person who had been noticeably absent from the group. That one person who conveniently vanished as soon as she sensed that shit was about to hit the fan. She had disappeared right when the chaos began, and only after everything finally settled down, did she decide to make her grand reappearance. Gulp, gulp, on the balcony, beneath a velvet blanket dotted with millions of glittering stars, stood Ether, clutching a nearly full bottle of alcohol. His eyes, glazed with intoxication, stared vacantly into the infinite darkness above. He drank the potent liquor as though it were water essential to a tree's survival. "Slow down." A sudden seductive voice broke through the silence, softly whispering from behind him. Ether didn't even flinch. His mind was too clouded, his heart too heavy. He simply lowered the bottle from his mouth. Without bothering to turn back, he muttered sarcastically, "Well, hick. Look who finally decided to join us. Seems someone's aware of all the chaos they conveniently missed." Dora folded her arms gracefully as she slowly materialized behind him, her silhouette becoming clearer beneath the moonless night's gentle illumination. She nodded slowly, lips curving slightly upward. Not exactly. More like a vague hint I got from Sandra," Dora admitted softly, her voice laced with partial surprise. Sandra had warned her a long time ago not to let Ether drink heavily, yet she'd never truly understood the depth of his intoxicated chaos, until now. Seeing him in such a state was unexpectedly unsettling. Dora chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "What's so damn funny?" Ether asked in a hazy, slurred voice as he tilted the bottle again, downing another large gulp. Dora shrugged, offering a small, sympathetic smile. "Nothing, really. It's just, honestly, I never imagined you had such incredibly low tolerance for alcohol. I'm genuinely surprised to see it firsthand." Ether paused briefly, gripping the bottle tighter. He remained silent, letting her words settle into the foggy depths of his mind. Dora gazed carefully at Ether's tense back, her brow knitting gently in concern. He seemed strangely withdrawn, unnaturally quiet tonight, after all the chaos he caused. "Is it Sandra?" she asked softly, stepping a little closer, her tone cautiously inquisitive. "Are you worried about her?" Ether's grip on the bottle tightened even more. He hesitated, his arm freezing in mid-air for a fraction of a second before he brought it up and gulped down yet another heavy swig, as though hoping the alcohol could drown the emotions surging within. Dora sighed softly, her voice gentle and comforting. "Come on, Ether. You really need to let yourself breathe sometimes. Thinking and worrying constantly about everything is just going to break you down." Piece by piece, every single day, but again, silence was Ether's only response. His gaze remained stubbornly fixed upon the distant, twinkling stars, lost in their unreachable glow. Slowly, Dora stepped closer, carefully choosing her words. Look. Even after my academy was completely destroyed, I knew I couldn't spend every waking moment obsessing over what I'd lost. Sure, it's natural to think about it, to feel hurt. But if you drown yourself in thoughts of it constantly, you'll never escape from the pain, she murmured gently, her voice soothing and full of quiet understanding. Standing beside him now, she followed his blank gaze up into the starlit sky. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The heavy silence was almost tangible until finally, Ether broke it with a slurred whisper, thick with raw emotion and alcohol-fueled bitterness. You know. He muttered slowly, raising the bottle to his lips one last time, draining the final drop. He swayed slightly on his feet, gripping the railing for support, looking at the dark void sky as he went on. My entire existence, it's nothing more than a cruel game to people. If they feel like playing, they toy around with me. And the moment they're bored or have gotten what they want, they discard me without a second thought. They never cared if their games hurt someone, whether their pawn actually had feelings. All they ever worried about was themselves and their family. I was nothing. I was nobody. Even when I had something in my hands, it still felt empty, meaningless. He muttered as he stared at the dark sky before looking at the bright stars. But then those precious people came into my life. They knew how worthless I felt, how empty I was, yet they showered me with affection no one else ever gave me, even if it was little at the beginning. They made me realize who I truly was. Showed me I was worth loving, worth holding on to. They'd never treat me like those others, they'd never abandon me, they'd always stand by my side. They loved me. He said, his voice trailing off softly, his gaze turned to Dora, who stared back, captivated by his rare, genuine vulnerability. That's why, when I realized those stars might fade away, that they'd leave me alone again, swallowed by darkness. I couldn't handle it. I lost control. Call me pathetic, call me a leech, a fool, a playboy, womanizer, whatever damn label fits. I honestly don't give a fuck anymore. Because the truth is, losing them terrifies me. I'm not worried, I'm fucking sick. Sick with dread, knowing I'm utterly powerless to change anything, he hissed bitterly, suddenly crushing the empty bottle tightly in his fist, shattering it into countless tiny pieces. Glass scattering to the floor, Dora stared blankly at him, speechless. Even amidst his drunken, chaotic despair, she saw clearly through his intoxication. Ether was still himself beneath all the changes, the same wounded, broken man desperately searching for love and elusive happiness. She stared at him for almost a minute. 8000 AP, finally regaining herself, Dora hummed softly and nodded. Fine. Do whatever you feel you need to. I'll go for now. And don't worry, I'll look for other ways to figure things out, she assured quietly. Ether stared at Dora hazily for a lingering moment, a smile tugging at his lips. Unable to suppress his blunt honesty, he murmured. You know, despite your strength, sometimes you're just useless. Completely and utterly useless, he admitted drunkenly, letting his true thoughts tumble out unfiltered. After all, Dora really did feel useless sometimes. Dora's lips pressed together tightly. As much as those words stung her pride, she couldn't argue. Deep down, she too felt painfully inadequate, especially concerning the mysterious ebon stone. She didn't have a single damn clue about it, and that fact alone made her feel utterly helpless. Dora snorted, whatever. She turned to leave when, Ether suddenly grabbed Dora's wrist. Dora halted in her tracks, her head snapping back as her brows furrowed. What? She asked sharply, her tone suspicious. She half expected him to try and pull one of those drunken games, like others had before. She knew the pattern all too well: get close, pretend to care, and then manipulate. But, next time, don't mess with other people's emotions, Ether said in a deadly serious tone, his voice lower, tighter, no slur now, just raw intensity. His eyes, even clouded with alcohol, burned with slight anger. He was talking about Melona, about the way Dora had played her like a pawn. Sure, He'd done things like that too, maybe even worse, but seeing someone else do it, even someone he cared about, rubbed him the wrong way. It stirred something ugly inside him. A hypocrite? Yeah, maybe, but Ether didn't give a damn what label anyone slapped on him. This was his world, his jungle, his rules. Dora stared at his face for a long moment. He wasn't joking. That seriousness, that fire in his eyes, it made her lips curve into a smirk. 8,000 AP, oh. Don't mess with emotions, she echoed, voice dripping with mockery. Look who's talking. She took a few slow steps toward him, her eyes gleaming. You really think you can hide it, huh? I'm not trying to hide, Ether started, but she cut him off. Taking your sweet time to tell the truth is the same as hiding it, Ether. Don't mess with words, she said firmly. You know it. No. We know it. Ether locked eyes with her, and for a moment, the haze in his expression faltered. He sighed, soft, quiet, but filled with weight. Dora's grin widened. She stepped even closer, so close their lips were mere inches apart, her breath teasing his skin. Ether. Don't forget who I am. I'm Fox Kin, remember? Her voice lowered, silky and dangerous. I know how women think. And how men react. I'm not a succubus, I'm something worse. I'm perfect. I can toy with anyone without even lifting a finger. As she spoke, her eyes flickered with a vivid pink hue, a sensual shimmer passing through them. A soft, hypnotic pink mist escaped her lips, wrapping around Ether like a spell. His body reacted instantly. Ether's cock throbbed hard, bulging visibly against the fabric of his pants. His eyes widened slightly in surprise, his muscles tensing. He was just about to push her away when, "Don't move," she ordered. "Huh, losers have to do what the winners say," she whispered with a sly smirk, glancing up at him from the corner of her eye. Ether's lips twitched. That game's already over. Nope. I haven't given you any order yet, have I? She replied, her voice playful but commanding. So technically. I still have my say. She leaned in closer, her warm breath brushing against his skin as she softly purred. Don't move. Ether clenched his fists at his sides. His face flushed red-hot, and his legs trembled slightly. But he didn't move. Dora's smile turned devilish. She loved that reaction. Next time, don't make a woman wait. You never know what she's thinking, she whispered, her voice like silk wrapping around his neck. And you might just lose her forever. Her hand slid down, rubbing softly against the throbbing bulge in his pants. Ether's body shuddered violently. His knees nearly buckled, and then, he came, just like that, no warning, no control. His pants darkened with the wet stain of release. Pathetic, his eyes flew open in pure disbelief. Wah, Dora giggled. You're way too easy, she teased, flashing a seductive grin. She leaned in, lips brushing close to his ear, and added, next time, don't you dare kiss me unless you're ready to lose something. You know what I mean. She gave his bulge one more light touch. He flinched. Another warm wave stained his pants like a leaking faucet. Dora beamed. Bye-bye, she sang, giving him a cheeky wave before vanishing like a phantom. That sly fox grin, the last thing he saw. As soon as she left, Ether gasped, finally realizing he'd been holding his breath. His shoulders slumped, and the tension in his body slowly began to fade. He looked down at himself, at the wet, sticky mess soaking through his pants, and let out a laugh, part annoyed, part impressed. Damn that fox. I'm gonna teach her a lesson one day, he muttered with a crooked smile, eyes gleaming with mischief and desire. He turned back toward the stars, letting the silence of the night wash over him. The world around him was quiet, everyone else was asleep, peaceful, safe. His beloveds were resting beautifully. He took one final breath and whispered to the stars, "It's time I met someone." His voice was weak, not from the alcohol anymore, but from knowing what kind of headache was about to find him. And with that, Ether teleported toward the Naiade Empire. Chapter 903, Treating the Drunken Man. Part 1, Aquarius Naiade Empire. In the Grand Palace of Aquarius Naiade, there was this lonely, purple-haired woman staring at the vast night sky with an unreadable, distant expression. She could neither sleep nor enjoy the peaceful night view, just lost in the whirlwind of her thoughts. her deep purple eyes stared into the sky, unmoving, yet something far more intense stirred beneath the surface of her mind, as if she were fighting to grasp something intangible, something frustratingly out of reach. Suddenly, she clenched her fist tightly, her face twisting into a furious expression, but then, she sighed, exhaling sharply, and loosened her grip with a look of quiet defeat. Then again, her hand curled back into a fist, her knuckles whitening as she gritted her teeth in frustration. But then, she sighed again and blushed. Just what's going on in her mind. Victor is Ether. Ether is Victor. I cannot believe it was that jerk all this time. Fucker. Is he mocking me behind my back all this time? That jerk. Just then, what are you thinking about so deeply at night? A soft, almost musical voice, slightly slurry and drowsy, echoed behind her. Aquilina immediately flinched, whipping her head around with an alert, battle-ready expression, her hands instinctively tensed, already prepared to summon her weapons, as she spotted the shadowy outline of someone emerging inside the room. Her hands all ready to summon her weapons as she saw the shadow of someone in the room appeared. Who or why? Before she could even finish her words, the shadow stepped forward, and a stream of moonless light fell across the figure, revealing Ether. Aquilina blinked rapidly, clearly surprised, her guarded expression softened in an instant, replaced by a mix of shock and excitement. Without thinking, she launched herself toward him, embracing him tightly. I missed you, but then, wait, I should be angry at him, she realized abruptly. She immediately tried to halt herself mid-motion, but the sudden stop threw her off balance, and for a second, she nearly stumbled. Easy there, Ether murmured with a soft chuckle, catching her just in time. He smiled warmly, his arms wrapping around her gently as he steadied her. His expression was soft, tender even, his ice-blue eyes hazy and slightly unfocused. Aquilina froze with a blank, unreadable face, but inwardly, damn, he's so cool. She couldn't help but think, even as she maintained her neutral front, but almost immediately, she shoved him back slightly and frowned. Why are you here? She asked coldly, folding her arms tightly across her chest and huffing in annoyance. Ether's face contorted with exaggerated hurt. Why am I here? You asked it, and my dear, he said, blinking as if betrayed, his words slightly slurred, the scent of alcohol slowly permutated, his glossy eyes tried to focus on her, but wavered. Aquilina flinched slightly. Maybe I overreacted, she thought for a moment, biting her lip, but no, it's common sense to be angry. She wasn't wrong, it was him who messed up, not her. Ether's steps wobbled a little as he moved closer to her, arms out as if begging for understanding. And here I was, I thought my beloved Aqua would be happy to see me, he said, his voice dropping into a pouty, overly dramatic tone. Aquilina let out a long, tired sigh at the sight of his hurt puppy dog expression. I'm sorry, she muttered reluctantly, scratching her head. But the moment she saw a sly grin slowly spreading across his lips, her expression turned sharp again. She clenched her fist, her eyes flashing. Fucker, she suddenly shouted, realizing she was being played. Yeah, go on, manipulate me again, make me a fool and enjoy it, she shouted, her voice cracking with frustration. The words tumbled out like a dam breaking, things she'd been holding in, festering inside her chest for far too long. Ether's pout deepened comically. It was such a bizarre sight, his well-built, muscular frame standing there, arms hanging loosely, and his face scrunched up like a child denied candy. Aquilina almost twitched. This fucking disaster of a man was trying to look cute, and yet, she didn't soften, not even a little. Truth be told, she was this close to beating the crap out of him, but she held back. Only because, well, he was her beloved, that was the only reason she didn't explode further. That's fucking disgusting, she said flatly, her tone cold and direct, no room for sugarcoating. But then, her nose twitched. Her senses sharpened as something in the air shifted. A smell, one that permeated the room. It was thick, murky, and mixed with sweat and perfume, chaotic and messy. Her brows furrowed as she leaned closer to Ether. Love you too, Ether slurred affectionately, his arms spreading out again, mistaking her leaning in as an embrace. Thwack, Aquilina swatted his hands away with a disgusted look. "Don't touch me," she growled, her voice icy as her eyes zeroed in on his face. She noticed his reddened, unfocused eyes, the lazy grin, the flushed cheeks. "Wait, are you drunk?" she asked, stepping back slightly, her voice rising in disbelief. Ether giggled, a legit giggle, and then attempted to give her cheek a pinch. "O' course not. Heh. I mean, a lil, but nothin' serious." His words were heavy, his lips slow to form the syllables. Aquilina's hand flew up again, slapping his hand away. "That's what a drunk man always says," she muttered through gritted teeth, glaring at him. "I can't believe you're actually drunk right now." Her expression twisted into one of deep annoyance as she pressed her fingers to the bridge of her nose, but then something else caught her attention, another smell, a floral scent, soft, sweet, feminine. Her eyes narrowed. "Woman." Aquilina muttered, her tone suddenly sharper, her expression turning dark as her nose twitched again. She leaned in slightly, sniffing like a suspicious cat. Sniff. Sniff. "I smell 2 more. No." Her eyes narrowed further, her expression calculating. Then she stepped forward, grabbed Ether by the collar, and pulled him close. "4 women," she said in a flat, chilling tone. "I smell 4 women. Wait, maybe 5. But I'm sure of 4. Ether blinked slowly, his pupils not quite focused, before giving her a goofy smile. How cute," he slurred. Reaching out to hug her again, his arms wobbling slightly, but Aquilina's nose wrinkled again. There was another scent, a murky, sticky scent she knew all too well. Her expression shifted, her eyes slowly trailing downward, following the source of that disturbing familiarity, and then, her gaze landed on his crotch. His pants were deeply stained. Aquilina's face tilted down slightly as she blinked in confusion, her lips parting just a little. Then she looked up at Ether, a slight pink hue coloring her cheeks. Did you do it in your pants?" she asked hesitantly, her voice softer than before, almost uncertain, as if unsure she wanted to know the answer. She couldn't even phrase it more directly, it was too much. There was silence for a beat. Ether looked genuinely offended. Ether felt offended. Of course not." Ether barked back, his voice overly loud and shaky, trying to sound confident, but his body betrayed him with a little stumble forward. "I didn't do it, it's them. They played with me, toyed with me." His words slurred and dragged. He felt ashamed. Dora had made him come in his pants just by touching him, just a touch. He felt utterly defeated, like a warrior stripped of his sword in front of his enemies. "I will have my revenge, Dora." Ether screamed inwardly, though his outward appearance looked far from threatening. But then, toyed? A blank tone echoed in the air. Ether blinked slowly, like a man being pulled from a dream, before snapping out of his thoughts. He looked at Aquilina, her expression completely unreadable, her eyes empty, almost like she had emotionally shut down. "Aqua," he tried to speak, reaching out, but, "Hey, tell me." She interrupted, her voice low, steady, as if she were trying to stay calm. "Was it them? Did they make you drunk?" she asked, her gaze sharpening slightly, as if she was connecting pieces in her mind, because she knew her Ether was not a drinker. Ether nodded a bit too eagerly, slurring as he spoke. "Why yeah. It's that damn Phoenix, she made me drunk. I said no, but she tricked me." He whined, clenching his fists in a helpless gesture, like a child who was dragged into a world far too complicated, far too adult. Hearing that, all Aquilina did was nod. Just a slow, blank nod. "I see," she muttered under her breath. Then she let go of Ether's collar, her hands folding tightly across her chest as she nodded a few more times, eyes still locked on him. "All right. Tell me, who are they?" Ether's drunken brain whirled as he tried to think. His brows furrowed in concentration as he raised a hand and began counting on his fingers like a child learning numbers. "Talia," he said, raising one finger. Aquilina nodded with a forced calmness and thought inwardly. "That brainless bird, I see, then. Raven, he continued, raising a second finger, Aquilina nodded again, though her inner voice clicked with annoyance. TSK, that silent woman, always creeping around, Leora, Ether added, raising a third, She nodded slowly, and her mind flashed, isn't that Kalen's mother? What was she doing with Ether, Ariya? He said, drawing out her name as if tasting the syllables, now raising the fourth finger, Aquilina nodded automatically, but a sudden jolt hit her. Her thoughts screamed, she didn't stop them. She let him get drunk. Her heart twisted in confusion, she knew how much Arya treasured Ether. Why would she allow this? That's it. Ether mumbled, proudly holding up his hand with all 6 fingers extended. Aquilina blinked, her lips twitching slightly. She smiled, though there was no humor in it, just disbelief, as she noticed the 6 fingers. So, 6 women. Ah, she thought, realizing she had underestimated the number, and asked with a calm, dangerously sweet voice, but you only said 4 names, what about the other 2? Ether blinked again, squinting at his own hand as if he couldn't trust his own fingers. He counted them slowly, dragging the process, and nodded like a drunken fool. Oh, yeah, 6, right, how'd you find out? He slurred, smiling innocently. As if she'd just solved some incredible mystery, Aquilina's lips twitched once more, her hands still folded. She took a deep breath to contain the rising storm in her chest. I am very good, very, very good, she said in an oddly calm voice. So now, my beloved darling, tell me the names of those other 2 women. Her tone was sweet, but everything about it screamed anything but calm. If Ether had been sober, he would have noticed the edge in her voice. He would have felt the pressure in the air and chosen his words wisely. But now he was too far gone. His mind was a mess, and his judgment was a distant memory. Tomorrow, he might cry for what he's doing now. 2, yeah, that's mother-in-law, and Dora, yeah. Dora, Ether mumbled with a loose smile, swaying slightly, his eyes unfocused as he stared at his 6 fingers, trying to remember if he had gotten the number right. Aquilina's mind went completely blank. Mother-in-law, he means Arya's mother. Well, I suppose she's off the hook, since she's Arya's mother, but Dora, the principal, she was part of this too. Her thoughts spiraled as her eyes widened in utter shock. The more she heard names, the more she felt her stomach twist. She shook her head slowly, trying to clear it. Then her eyes moved back to Ether, his stained clothes, the scent of alcohol. The sticky evidence of his climax still on him, his messy hair, stained pants. He looked utterly disgusting, far from the man she adored. Remove your clothes, she ordered, her voice firm, sharp, and absolute. Chapter 904, Treating the Drunken Man, Part 2. Remove your clothes. Ether blinked, caught completely off guard when he heard those words. His eyes widened, and then, almost shyly, he raised his hand to his body and asked with a hesitant, slurred stutter, and now? Why you mean, right now? Aquilina frowned deeply, her face quickly flushing into a bright, fiery red. Why you? She snapped, clenching her fist as her whole expression twisted in frustration. She knew exactly what he was thinking, and it infuriated her. Gritting her teeth, she snapped louder, bastard. I meant go and take a bath. Because you smell disgusting. Her voice rose sharply as she waved a hand in front of her nose, frowning with an exaggerated look of annoyance. Ether's shoulders slumped and his expression turned hurt, almost like a puppy being scolded. Smell, disgusting, he echoed, sniffing his body clumsily, swaying a little on his feet. He honestly didn't notice anything off, but, still. He knew who Aquilina was. My Aqua, she always likes to be, hygienic. He mumbled, his words slurring as he muttered softly, almost to himself, remembering how meticulous she was about cleanliness, even just for a kiss. Yeah. Aquilina nodded with proud confidence, placing her hands on her hips like a general declaring victory. Hygiene was always the top priority. Even though you suck my dirty cock, Ether muttered suddenly, almost absent-mindedly, his tone flat, voice a little slurry but without a shred of hesitation. Aquilina's entire face turned crimson in an instant. Her jaw dropped, eyes widened, and for a second she looked as if she might actually explode. "You," she shrieked in disbelief, clenching her fists again so tightly her knuckles went white. She almost, punched his drunken, clueless face right there. But no. She was a lady. A calm, composed woman. She took a deep breath, buried her fury just beneath the surface, and said in a cold, blunt tone, "Remove your clothes. And take a damn bath." Ether started with a dopey grin, wobbling slightly on his feet. "Do it. Now." Aquilina barked so sharply that Ether flinched. He didn't have many choices at that point. With a pout forming on his lips, he started removing his clothes while slowly turning his gaze to her. He looked so offended and betrayed, like she'd just broken his heart by not joining him. Aquilina, of course, didn't return the look. She kept her gaze fixed on the wall, arms crossed, silently waiting for him to finish. Ether sulked, cheeks puffed out slightly. He was just about to tug down his underwear when... "No need," Aquilina said quickly, stepping in and snatching the rest of his clothes from his hands. "You can take that off in the bathtub," she added in a tone that didn't allow argument. Before Ether could say a word, or wobble further, she pushed him into the bathroom with surprising strength. "Take a long, nice bath. Use warm water if you want," she added from behind, sounding more tired than annoyed now. She held his filthy clothes at arm's length, as if they were some kind of cursed artifact, before stepping into the hallway and calling for the maid stationed outside. "Clean this mess up," she instructed the maid with a sigh, "and brew some herbal tea while you're at it. Something strong." She pressed her fingers against her forehead, feeling a dull throb of exhaustion coming on. This wasn't how she imagined the night going. She couldn't believe Ether had gotten this drunk and was now just stumbling around, half naked, and acting like a mischievous fool. As she turned her head toward the bathroom, she heard it. "La la la." His voice, carefree and off-key, echoed from behind the door, full of childish glee. Aquilina's lips twitched. Was he singing happily while she suffered out here? He was supposed to apologize, hold her, kiss her, calm her down. Instead, he was soaking in her tub and acting like he didn't have a care in the world. "Forget it," she muttered under her breath with an annoyed tone. Once he sobered up, she would have words with him. Just then. La la. The song stopped. Aquilina paused, brows furrowing slightly. That was sudden. Maybe he just stopped singing. She frowned slightly, waiting for the next ridiculous verse. But nothing came. No sound. But then something itched at her gut. Something didn't feel right. Her frown deepened. She took a step closer to the bathroom. "Ether," she called, a slight edge in her voice. No answer. "Ether. Are you all right?" she asked again, her voice suddenly thinner. Her heart picked up pace. Her face paled slightly. Still nothing. No splash. No hum. No drunken muttering. Her heart skipped a beat as she reached for the door, flung it open without another thought, and... "Oh my God," she screamed, her voice filled with pure panic. Ether was sinking, half submerged in the bathtub, his body limp, bubbles rising slowly from his mouth. He looked completely unconscious, like he was drifting deeper under the water with every second. Without thinking, Aquilina rushed forward, adrenaline surging through her. She grabbed him by the arms and pulled his heavy, soaked body out of the water with all the strength she could muster. Slap! Water splashed everywhere as she pulled him free, soaking herself in the process. She turned him slightly, supporting his chest, and smacked his back, her voice panicked. "Ether! Wake up! Breathe!" She hit him again, harder, almost crying now. Cough! Cough! Finally, Ether coughed, choking out water as his body jerked and twitched in her arms. Aquilina exhaled deeply, her chest heaving. Relief washed over her like a wave. Her heart was still racing as she held him, trying to keep him upright. Ether slowly opened his eyes, his expression hazy and unfocused, completely drunk and dazed. He blinked at her, confused, his vision blurry as he tried to understand what was happening. "Oh. Aqua. When did you come?" he asked, slurring the words with a dazed smile, as if he was seeing her for the very first time. Aquilina's lips twitched even more violently. "Those bitches!" she hissed through clenched teeth. She couldn't believe what those women had done. Whatever they gave him, it was strong enough to make him forget his surroundings, lose his senses like this. Heck, he was still wearing his underwear while bathing. Seeing him like this, not acting like himself, not even remotely close, it was clear it wasn't safe to leave him alone right now. So, with a sigh and a click of her tongue, "Tisk, just sit down. I'll take care of it," Aquilina muttered with a slightly annoyed tone. She pushed him gently onto the small bath chair, then folded her loose hair back. Picking up a sponge, she poured soap over it and began scrubbing. Ouch! Ether winced, flinching the moment she touched him. Her hands weren't gentle at all, she was scrubbing him like she was trying to remove grease from a pan. "What? Painful?" "Hold it in," she said, completely devoid of sympathy. Her tone was sharp, her strokes filled with irritation, not love. If it wasn't for Ether's strong skin, his entire body might have been peeled raw by now. That was how much force she was using, scrubbing every inch of him like she was trying to erase the memory of someone else's touch. Bubbless Ether suddenly muttered with a dopey smile, staring in awe at the soap bubbles forming all over his body. Aquilina's eyes softened just slightly, her fury flickering for a moment as she saw him acting like a big, helpless child. Her scrubbing slowed a bit as she moved over his back. She murmured quietly, almost to herself, "I can't believe those bitches got you drunk like this." She pressed the sponge down, working it harder into his skin. She couldn't understand how it had all happened. And worse. "Toyed with you," she growled under her breath, those words still stinging in her mind, "fucking bitches. Toyed with my husband, fuckers, jerks." Ouch, ouch. Ether winced again, but he didn't complain. He actually seemed to enjoy it more than it hurt, leaning slightly into her rough care like it was soothing in its own way. Aquilina finally turned to his face and stared at his expression. It was drunk, distant. His eyes were unfocused, cloudy with alcohol and something else. He looked lost, like he wasn't even thinking clearly. Her heart clenched at the sight. This wasn't him. Not the man she knew. She looked down at the ring on his finger and narrowed her eyes. "This is... I fucking... How come I didn't notice this earlier?" she muttered bitterly. She reached out and pulled the ring. Ether's hand twitched, slightly resisting. "Ether," she said firmly. And just like that, he relaxed. The ring slid off, revealing his original hair color. She gritted her teeth. Just seeing it frustrated her even more, knowing he was Victor, knowing he'd been hiding the truth from her all this time. She snorted and resumed scrubbing his chest and arms, muttering all the while, "Those bitches, those fucking bitches." Her cheeks burned slightly as her hand reached lower to his stomach. But instead of scrubbing the area she glanced at, something important, she quickly moved to his legs, trying to keep her emotions contained. "If they toyed with you, you should have taught those bitches a damn lesson," she growled. The word "toyed" echoed inside her head like a taunt. How can my man be toyed with by others? Huh? She asked no one, her voice rising like that of a frustrated wife trying to lecture her idiot, drunken darling. She wasn't expecting an answer, she was just ranting now. As she washed his feet, she finally moved up to his head and started working the shampoo into his hair, lathering aggressively. Of course, her complaints didn't stop. "You're a man. Why the hell did you let those bitches toy with you, huh? You should have toyed with their pussy asses instead. Made them beg. Made them bow to you. How the fuck did you let it happen, you dumb fucker? My man, toyed by some sluts," she snapped, her lips trembling with pent-up rage as her hands furiously scrubbed his hair. "Those bitches. Those fucking bitches." Finally, she poured a bucket of warm water over his head, rinsing him from top to bottom. Soap and bubbles slid off his clean body. Aquilina took a step back and nodded, feeling a small sense of satisfaction. "Good," she muttered, scanning his thoroughly scrubbed figure. But then, her eyes paused. Her face turned red in an instant. Anyway. Why you need to take care of that?" she stammered, averting her gaze as she pointed toward the massive bulge straining against his soaked underwear. Ether tilted his head slowly, eyes half-lidded in his drunken daze. He smirked lazily and slurred softly, "See, can't my darling, take care of it?" Hick. "Nope." Aquilina instantly rejected, her tone sharp and panicked. There was no way she was going to play with that fire, not now. Besides, he was the one who was supposed to take care of her, not the other way around. However, "It's so painful," he whimpered, his lips pulling into a pout as he nudged his underwear, groaning at the uncomfortable strain. Aquilina's lips twitched violently, her face completely flushed. "Why you? Still. Pretty please." Hick. "It's itchy down there." He mumbled with pleading eyes, the kind of expression that could melt stone. And Aquilina, she was no stone. She was Ether's wife. Even if no marriage, she believed it to her heart. And she was already melting. Chapter 905, Treating the Drunken Man, Part 3. Aquilina kneeled before Ether, who was sitting unsteadily on the small bath table, legs spread wide, revealing a big, throbbing bulge pressing tightly against his underwear. The fabric strained as if it could barely contain him. Aquilina gritted her teeth in frustration. This exact situation, was why she had tried to avoid getting involved tonight. And yet, here she was, again being dragged into this ridiculous mess. Her eyes flickered to Ether, who had a pained, drunk expression etched on his flushed face. It's pining me, Aqua." He slurred with a pitiful groan, his head tilting slightly as if even holding it up was a chore. His voice was hoarse, needy, and heavy with intoxication. The way he winced made her hesitate. Was it hurting more than she'd assumed? Those damn bitches must have done something to him, she thought angrily, a furious expression crossing her face. Just what had they fed her, Ether? What the hell did they give him? She clenched her jaw, biting back 1,000 curses. "Make sure, do not touch me," she warned sharply, her voice low and strict, glaring at him. Her whole body screamed resistance. She didn't want him to touch her, not like this. Who knew what might happen if he did? Taking in a deep, bracing breath, Aquilina reached forward, her fingers trembling slightly as she pulled down his pants and underwear in one smooth motion. Ugh, gods! She muttered, wrinkling her nose in disgust the moment the murky, almost fermented scent hit her. There was a heavy trace of alcohol mixed into it, bitter and thick, like he'd been soaked in booze for days. It was such a weird, unholy combination, and yet, his thick, veiny cock stood upright, proud and defiant as if it had finally broken free from some tight, torturous cage. Aquilina swallowed hard, her throat tightening as heat coiled low in her belly. No, stop it, she tried to reason with herself, but the way his swollen length throbbed in front of her, made it harder to ignore. With a frustrated sigh, she tied her hair into a tight bun, grabbing a nearby scrub and preparing herself to clean him. But the moment the coarse texture touched his shaft. Ow, ngh. Ether flinched violently, his body jerking. Aquilina blinked and pulled back, her heart racing. This place was too sensitive. She bit her lip, uncertain for a moment, then muttered under her breath, "I'll have to use my hands." Rubbing them with the slippery soap, she coated her palms and carefully reached forward, wrapping both hands around his cock. It was hot, so hot, and already twitching under her fingers. Highs. Aqua, oh yeah. Ether let out a strange, half moan, half hiss, his voice dragging with drunken bliss. See, come on, don't make it weird. Aquilina snapped softly, cheeks already burning red. She had done worse things before, but this felt entirely different. She was just washing him, right? Or was she actually helping him? Or maybe, both. She didn't know anymore. Her hands moved slowly, gently, then a bit faster, the soapy solution making the motion even slicker, even messier. It sloshed between her fingers as she stroked, glancing up to see Ether's face, his lips parted, his head tilted back, eyes barely open, pleasure painted all over him. Aqua, Aqua, sweet sweet darlin', your hands, fuck. He slurred with a shameless moan, drool glistening at the edge of his lips. So good, keep going, faster, don't stop, yeah. Aquilina's heart raced as she watched him come undone under her touch. Her hands moved faster, stroking his thick shaft with slippery swirls. His groans, raw, drunk, and lewd, only added to the heat curling deep in her core. Then, suddenly, why is it growing bigger again? She whispered in shock as she felt his girth pulse and swell further in her hands, veins thickening, cock twitching violently with each stroke. Ether was long lost to the pleasure. Aqua, yeah, don't stop, it's so warm, so hot, your hands are magic. Ether, shut up, she hissed, cheeks burning as her hands automatically picked up speed. She couldn't stop, his moans, his heat, his stiff pulsing length, it was too much, too intoxicating. Then. Fuck. Ether groaned loud and raw, hips jerking forward. Shit. Aquilina gasped as thick, hot streams of cum erupted, spraying onto her face, cheeks, and even dripping down her neck. She froze, shocked and dripping with his release, staring at him with wide eyes. Her expression twisted into disgust. Why the hell did you do that? She growled, wiping her face with her trembling hand. But when she looked at Ether's smug, pleasure-drunk face, not even a hint of guilt present. Forget it, she snapped inwardly and turned toward the sink, desperate to wash her face and get the sticky mess off. Behind her, Ether slumped back, still panting, an intoxicated grin stretched across his lips. He blinked slowly, then his bleary eyes caught sight of Aquilina's ass as she bent forward over the basin, scrubbing her face. Ether stared at the ass. His cock twitched again, refusing to settle down. Mine. He slurred, his drunken arousal surging again as he ogled the way her hips swayed. Unaware of the dragon's heated gaze behind her, Aquilina leaned over the sink, still furiously washing her face. Her wet nightgown clung tightly to her glistening skin, leaving nothing to the imagination. With every movement of her arms, her hips gently swayed side to side, sensual, unintentional, and hypnotic. The thin fabric rode up just slightly with each motion, clinging tighter to her curves. The outline of her plump ass, round and perfect, pressed against the soaked material. Her panties, deep purple and barely covering her, had also turned sheer, revealing the faintest hint of her delicate asshole and the glistening lips of her pussy underneath. Ether, still drunk and pulsing with lingering heat, stared like a beast entranced. His cock twitched again, his breath heavy. It was as if her body was singing a siren song, and he, like a snake, was drawn helplessly forward, his mind fogged with raw hunger. Yuck, it's even stickier than before, she muttered, groaning in annoyance. Her tone was sharp, her fingers scrubbing harder. You're going to pay for tea. And then. Aquilina gasped and moaned sharply when something warm and wet suddenly pressed hard against her ass. Her eyes flew wide, her hands gripped the edges of the sink basin, her breath catching. What the? Ether, she stammered, trying to turn, but. Shoo, mmgh, fucking sweet. Ether had already buried his face into her ass, gripping her thighs with both hands and spreading her cheeks apart through the fabric. His breath was hot, desperate. He shoved his nose between her cheeks and inhaled deeply, moaning like an animal starved for her scent. And no. Wait, that's, ah. Her knees buckled slightly as he lifted her damp nightgown up and over her hips, revealing the full curve of her glistening backside. Her soaked panties clung to every dip and swell, leaving nothing to the imagination. Aqua. He slurred thickly, voice husky and drunk with lust. Your ass, you're fucking perfect, so warm, so sweet. She gripped the edge of the basin, knuckles turning white as she gasped when he dragged his tongue slowly over her clothed slit, trailing up between her cheeks and sucking right over her covered hole. Don't do that, you're drunk, this is, she moaned helplessly, biting her lip as his tongue traced circles on her entrance through the wet fabric, switching between her ass and the soaked line of her pussy. The panties did little to stop him, if anything, the wet cloth only added to the teasing, turning every lick into a slippery, electrifying stroke. Then, with a growl, he hooked his fingers under her waistband and pulled the panties down, letting them fall to her knees. Aquilina let out a broken gasp as the cool air kissed her now exposed ass and pussy, her slick folds already glistening from her earlier arousal. Looks like someone enjoyed before, Ether said with a wicked tone, seeing those dripping lips. Aquilina's face turned beet red. Ah. His tongue instantly plunged between the two soft mounds, licking and tasting like a starving man devouring a feast. No. Don't, Aquilina's voice cracked as her entire body trembled, her legs going weak. His tongue was dragging up her crack, hot and messy, flicking over her puckered little hole and then lower, teasing her slippery, throbbing pussy lips with lazy, wet strokes. On fuck. She was moaning now, hips rolling back toward his mouth on instinct. Aquilina clutched the basin tighter, her knuckles turning white. Her knees nearly buckled as she felt his tongue circle her tight bud, then plunge deeper, then lower, his lips sucking gently on her folds, teasing her swollen clit, then returning again to her ass. Why you're licking, both? Ngh, and not there, am dirt Don't, she moaned, her voice betraying the way her body melted from the relentless pleasure. Her face was red, her breath shallow, and her thighs trembled with every obscene lick he gave her. Dirty, Ngh, sweet lil ass, fuck, taste like heaven. Ether mumbled drunkenly, his face completely buried, licking and slurping shamelessly as he switched between her asshole and her pussy, worshipping both with his mouth. She already knew. Ether liked her asshole, when he teased her when they were together, so, of course she prepared her ass just in case. But it was way too soon. MMFF Ether growled into her ass, spreading her cheeks wider with his thumbs, tongue darting between her two holes, suckling her clit, swirling over her entrance, then plunging his tongue back to tease her tight rear again. His saliva mixed with her slickness, wet and hot and messy. His tongue traced every inch of her, his hands gripping her hips firmly as he ground his face deeper into her soft, wet curves. The way he moaned against her, the sound of wet, messy slurping, the way her own body quivered uncontrollably under his tongue. It was too much. Fucking delicious. He groaned. Can't get enough of your sweet holes. Aqua, you're driving me crazy. Her thighs trembled, body twitching with every flick of his tongue. Her hips started to grind slowly back against his face, her ass pushing toward him, desperate, even as her mouth trembled, whispering broken protests mixed with lust-filled gasps. Ether, stop, so nasty, so wrong, but, it feels, Ngh. The more he devoured her, the more her moans deepened, soft and broken, filled with disbelief and reluctant desire. She was panting now, face flushed, her hips grinding against his mouth despite her words. She gripped the sink harder, arms trembling, her back arching instinctively as her body gave in. Her legs parted just a bit more, hips tilted back, inviting, offering, despite the war raging in her head. Don't, stop. I am gonna, Ngh. Ether didn't stop. His tongue pressed firmly against her butt, swirling in tight, wet circles before gliding down to lap hungrily at her folds. Then again, back up, even deeper this time, groaning into her as if addicted to her taste. His breath was hot against her soaked skin, drunk and horny and desperate. Fuck, no. Not like, ahin. Her thighs quivered violently, her moans turning broken and high as her climax tore through her like a wave crashing onto the shore. Her body shuddered uncontrollably, her knees nearly giving out as her juices spilled freely, coating his mouth and chin. Splash. Splash. Water from the basin spilled over as her hands trembled, still clinging to the edge. While nectar from her little sister flowed over Ether, both are at the same time. She was in a daze, floating, overwhelmed, mind hazy and drowned in heat. This was the very reason she tried so hard to avoid him when he was like this. She was supposed to be angry. She was supposed to stay in control. Yet. Her breath hitched, sharp and sudden, when she felt something thick and hot press against her slick entrance. She gasped and whipped her head around, only to see Ether. No, his cock was fully twitched hard, flushed dark red at the tip, glistening with pre-cum, throbbing as it slid slowly against her soaked pussy lips. Her arousal coated him, making every teasing grind hotter, wetter, more unbearable. His smirk was lazy and drunk, crooked on his flushed face. He swayed slightly, body buzzing from both alcohol and desire. I still haven't, clam, he muttered, voice thick with lust. Chapter 906, Treating the Drunken Man, Part 4. Hasp. Aquilina's breath caught in her throat as Ether's cock continued to rub through her dripping folds, the thick head teasing her slick entrance again and again, never quite pushing in, just gliding over, slick and hot and maddening. Her body trembled with every grind, her hips twitching involuntarily. She was soaked. Too wet. Too ready. Ether, stop, NGH. I'm still, she tried to say something, anything, but her voice dissolved into a broken whimper as his cock rocked forward again, nudging harder, spreading her lips with dangerous patience. Aqua, he slurred behind her, his breath warm against her lower back, his voice thick and drunk and dripping with lust, you are so, fucking wet. Her eyes fluttered, and her thighs pressed inward instinctively, but it was too late. With one slow, groaning push, Ether sank himself inside her, his thick, leaking cock plunging deep into her soaked pussy. Then deeper. And deeper. With a wet, shuddering groan, Ether pushed all the way inside her. Fuck. She gasped, her back arching as his thick length stretched her open. The sensation ripped through her, so full, so sudden, her inner walls clenching greedily around him, fluttering and trembling with each inch he buried inside. Argh. Ether groaned deeply, voice hoarse and drunk with lust. He slammed into her with a powerful, greedy thrust, sinking all the way in until his hips met her ass with a wet, obscene squelch. Her small juices gushed out, coating his cock, slicking his thighs as he bottomed out with a growl like a beast unleashed. Fuckin'. NGH, so fucking tight, he slurred against her back, breath hot and heavy. His hips rolled back, then crashed forward again with a loud, wet slap that made her cry out. His movements were wild, drunk, and primal, like he needed to be inside her more than he needed to breathe. On. And not as so deep, she whimpered, but her voice melted into breathless gasps and wanton moans as he began to thrust harder, faster, building a ruthless rhythm that left her body shuddering beneath him. The sound of wet flesh slapping echoed in the bath chamber, mixing with her breathless moans and the slap 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 of his hips hitting her ass. Ether, stop, she gasped, her voice pitched high as her knuckles turned white from how tightly she clutched the basin for support. But she didn't stop him. She couldn't. Her legs shook violently, her breasts bouncing with each punishing thrust beneath her clinging, soaked nightgown, nipples clearly outlined through the wet fabric. No fuck et their Each brutal stroke spread her folds wide, her slickness gushing down her thighs as her body responded helplessly, each thrust making her walls flutter around him. She was dripping, leaking, losing herself in the heat of it. Ether's grip tightened possessively on her hips, his thumbs digging into her soft skin as he rammed into her, rough and unrelenting. His cock struck her deepest spot again and again, her body trembling, convulsing, helpless. Each thrust hitting her sweet spot and making her legs shake. Her forehead rested against the cool wall above the basin, lips parted as she panted, her cheeks flushed, her skin slick with sweat. His pounding drove her body forward with every thrust, her ass rippling under the impact, her soaked nightgown doing nothing to hide how hard her nipples had become. She couldn't think. Couldn't breathe. Only feel. Pleasure, hot, wild, pulsing through her core like a wildfire, eating her alive. Ether, He leaned forward, breath reeking of wine, his lips hot and heavy as he kissed up her spine. Aqua, he whispered, his voice thick with desire and drunken obsession. Aquilina moaned helplessly, her resolve long gone, her body grinding back into his every thrust, matching his hunger with her own. The pressure in her belly coiled tight again, unbearable, her climax building fast, too fast. I am gonna, kiss me, she cried out, her voice needy and trembling as she tilted her head back, eyes glassy. Arr. Ether groaned and leaned down, capturing her lips in a messy, passionate kiss, drunken, sloppy, but full of heat. His tongue shoved into her mouth, licking and tasting her as his hips never stopped moving, his cock ravaging her soaked pussy. As he fucked her soaked flower, his cock coated in her slick nectar, her walls seized him like a vice, and she shattered with a scream, her second climax exploding through her. She screamed into his kiss as her body convulsed violently. Her pussy clenched and sprayed, nectar dripping down her thighs, splashing the ground beneath. Ether groaned, his cock scraping through her orgasm, fucking through her clenching spasms with slow, teasing thrusts. Her pussy convulsed again and again, gushing, dripping, splashing, while his cock moved inside her like it was scraping her very soul. But Ether didn't stop. He kept kissing her, licking the edge of her jaw, her cheek, her neck. His hips moved slower now, deeper, drawing out every last wave of her orgasm as more slickness poured from her overstimulated pussy. After what felt like eternity, Aquilina finally parted her lips and panted, ha ha, eyes glassy, breath broken. She looked at him through the haze, smiling weakly. Monster. She whispered with a mix of love and teasing lust, untying her bun with a shake of her head. Her hair tumbled down her back like silk. Seeing her like that, smiling, undone, glowing with climax, Ether's cock twitched violently inside her. She clenched around him, her body pulling him in deeper with a needy moan. You little tease. He murmured, nearly breathless, before slowly pulling out. Her pussy leaked thick trails of nectar, and his cock glistened with her cum. Turning her gently to face him, his eyes darkened as he saw her hardened nipples pressing against her wet nightgown. Without a word, he leaned in and bit them softly again. Ah, gentle, she moaned again, her voice melting into a soft whimper as he leaned in, capturing her lips in a kiss, slow, sensual, and drunk with love, tasting of wine, heat, and pure lust. Ether's hands slid down to her ass, grabbing her plump cheeks with hungry fingers, fondling her as he kissed her deeper, rougher, with their tongues tangling wetly. His cock stood firm and throbbing, like a towering pillar, rubbing against her slick, needy slits, teasing her entrance with every pulse. Aquilina parted from the kiss, panting slightly, her eyes burning with leftover annoyance and raw heat. You should have fucked those bitches like this, and toyed with their filthy pussies, she hissed in a low, lusty tone, still annoyed, still possessive, but dripping with arousal. She was still annoyed, you know. Ether chuckled, his cock twitching hard at her words, my lovely Aqua, he slurred in a husky, drunk whisper, grinning lazily with desire gleaming in his eyes. Without warning, he grabbed her ass tighter, lifting her with ease. Amaha. He held her entirely in his arms, cradling her flushed, trembling body like she was his most precious possession. His strong hand squeezed her soft ass firmly, fingers digging in possessively as he carried her effortlessly, her legs locked around his waist, her arms clinging to his shoulders. His cock throbbed against her wet folds, dripping with both their fluids, twitching with anticipation. Aquilina whimpered as she felt the thick tip kiss her entrance again, her folds already swollen and soaked, quivering from the last orgasm. Fuck, you're leaking so much, Aqua. Ether slurred breathlessly, drunk and feverish, his lips brushing over her ear. Your pussy, wants me again, huh? Without waiting for a reply, he adjusted her in his arms and thrust his cock deep inside her pussy in one powerful, wet stroke. Ether, she cried out, her voice shaking as her body was filled again, stretched deliciously by his thick length. Her pussy gushed around him instantly, hot nectar dripping down his cock and thighs as he started pounding her, slow at first, but each thrust deeper, firmer, wetter. He held her tightly, lifting and lowering her body along his cock, his mouth never leaving hers. Their lips crashed together with messy passion, tongues dancing, moaning into each other's mouths between gasps and desperate grunts. His cock dragged along her walls, stroking that sweet spot over and over, making her twitch violently in his arms. Aquilina clung to him, crying out into the kiss as her body was rocked with every thrust, her pussy making wet, obscene noises that only grew louder the deeper he went. Drip. Her juices sprayed out in sudden spurts each time he bottomed out, dripping to the floor in lewd trails. "Why you, monster, faster mmfff," she moaned between kisses, her voice high and shaking, overwhelmed by the way he held her so easily and pounded her so mercilessly at the same time. Each thrust became harder, more erratic, as his orgasm started to build. He slammed into her over and over while holding her firmly in midair, her entire body bouncing in his arms as her breasts jiggled under the soaked nightgown, nipples poking through with aching need. MMFFF. Her pussy clenched him tighter, spraying more slick nectar around his cock as the pressure inside her spiraled out of control again. Her moans grew louder, more breathless, her nails raking across his back. Ether. I am coming again. Come for me, fuck, come on my cock, Aqua, fuck, he growled. His thrusts became rough and deep, each one burying himself to the hilt as her pussy exploded around him, gushing a warm spray of juices that splashed down his cock and thighs. Her legs convulsed around his waist, back arching in the air as she screamed out her orgasm. RRH. Ether threw his head back with a loud moan, hips jerking as his cock twitched violently inside her, thick and pulsing. And then, with a deep groan muffled against her lips, he came hard. Hot, thick ropes of cum spilled inside her, flooding her pussy in wave after wave as he kept thrusting slowly, grinding his cock deep to push it all in. He held her close, panting into her mouth as their mixed fluids dripped down between them, soaking his cock and thighs, and pooling onto the floor below. Drip. He kissed her again, sloppy, desperate, warm, his tongue playing with hers as they both shook from the lingering aftershocks. Still, mad at me, he whispered into her mouth with a drunk, teasing grin. Aquilina weakly chuckled, still trembling from her climax. Maybe a little, she murmured, her voice laced with bliss and mischief, eyes half-lidded. He kissed her again, slower this time, guess I'll just have to fuck that anger out of you, all night, lawn. Suddenly, like a power-cut robot. His mind went blank and thud. He fell down motionlessly. Aquilina blinked before horrified, ether. Meanwhile. Ding. Warning alert, soul resonance detected from iteration number 25. Then, log muttered as if it knew something. Sigh. He should have kept it limit. Chapter 907, Clerk Ether. An old man dressed in noble white garments stood beside the bed, inspecting the motionless Ether, who lay there without so much as a twitch. The old man's hands glowed with a soft, calming white light as he moved them slowly over Ether's body, scanning him carefully. He hummed again, the sound low and thoughtful. Behind him stood Aquilina, Sandra, and Celestia, silently watching with anxious and curious expressions etched across their faces. Each of them held their breath, waiting for the old man to say something meaningful. He was the royal healer, essentially the family doctor for the entire noble lineage. Sandra's brows furrowed with unease as she asked, "Is it something serious?" Her voice trembled with a faint edge of fear. HM. The old man responded with a few more hums, still observing Ether's calm but unnaturally pale face. It was as though something vital had been drained from him, too much. After a few slow nods to himself, the healer finally spoke. "There's no need to panic, Your Majesty." He turned to face Sandra with a gentle yet firm tone. "The young man is simply, thoroughly drained, physically, and even spiritually." Sandra's eyes widened slightly. "What do you mean by that? Drained physically and spiritually?" The old man nodded slowly. "Physically, yes. His body appears to have expended an extreme amount of energy in a very short span of time. Far beyond what a human could endure. Most people would have collapsed long before reaching that point, but he seems to have kept pushing himself, to the edge. I can't help but wonder what made him go that far," he said, his expression shifting into curiosity, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. Aquilina's cheeks flushed a shade deeper. She knew exactly why. After all, his release wasn't just physical, it carried actual energy. And there was no way she could say that out loud. The old man continued, "As for the spiritual side, it's a bit more complicated. His soul, well, it appears to be affected. And I must confess, I'm no expert when it comes to matters of the soul." He gave a small, awkward chuckle and scratched his head. "I'm trained to deal with physical ailments, not unseen spiritual disturbances. That's something not many have encountered, certainly not I." Upon hearing this, Sandra's expression turned grim. Her voice dropped in pitch, filled with dread. "His soul is affected? How is that even possible?" The old man shook his head slowly. "I don't know exactly how it happened," he admitted. "But if I had to guess, I'd say he might have come into contact with some kind of spiritual monsters or something powerful enough affect his soul." He looked directly at them. "Has he had any strange encounters lately? Anything unnatural?" They each shook their heads silently. The old man's face creased in a slight frown. Is that a serious problem?" Aquilina asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Her hands clutched her sleeves tightly. The old man softened, offering a small, reassuring smile. "There's no need to panic. He's breathing normally. His vitals are stable, and there's no sign of deeper harm. From what I can tell, he just needs rest. A lot of it." The three women exhaled all at once, as if realizing only now that they'd been holding their breath the entire time. Sandra gave a small nod, "Thank you." The old man's brows lifted, mildly surprised. It wasn't often that royalty, especially Sandra, expressed gratitude so openly. His eyes flickered toward Ether once more, observing the peaceful stillness on his face, before nodding back. "I see," he thought quietly. He stood upright and bowed his head gently. "It is always my honor to serve, Your Majesty." Sandra gave another small nod and then added, "And about what you saw here?" "Not a single word will leave my lips," the old man said firmly, his tone low and solemn. Sandra nodded again, satisfied, and watched as he quietly made his way out of the room. As soon as the door closed behind him, Sandra turned to Ether without delay. Her fingers reached out, brushing gently across his cheek. Her voice was soft in her mind, "You reckless idiot, what did you do this time?" Her expression was mixed with concern and subtle frustration. Aquilina stood close beside her, her gaze fixed on Ether's unmoving figure. Her heart ached with worry. The moment he had collapsed into sleep, she had panicked and called her mother, who in turn had summoned the royal healer. She hadn't even been able to understand what was happening to him, and that terrified her more than anything. Sandra rubbed her forehead with a tired sigh before turning toward Aquilina, her tone serious. "Tell me exactly what happened." Aquilina hesitated for a moment, her eyes wavering, then sighed and spoke quickly, as if trying to get it over with. He suddenly appeared in my room. He looked drunk and completely out of it. I didn't know what to do, so I thought maybe a warm bath would help, but then, he kind of collapsed right there. Her gaze dropped as she slightly turned away, clearly avoiding eye contact. Sandra frowned, her brows pulling together. Drunk? That's strange. I'm fairly certain he doesn't even like drinking, she said as she glanced at Celestia, who nodded silently in agreement. Aquilina's lips twitched nervously. I don't know, he just said something about a bird tricking him into drinking, and then he just lost control. She trailed off, clearly reluctant to go into too much detail, especially considering what had really happened. Sandra's eyes narrowed as a thought immediately clicked in her mind. That damn bird. Talia again, huh? It didn't even surprise her anymore, she was a little too familiar with Talia's antics. But even then, something still felt off. Her eyes scanned her daughter more carefully now. Aquilina's hair was still damp, her clothes were freshly changed, and her face had a stubborn red flush across it, as if she'd just finished some sort of intense workout. Sandra sighed deeply and rubbed her forehead again. You do realize this is serious, right? Just tell me what happened. Aquilina bit her lip and shifted on her feet before stammering, You had sex with him, didn't you? Sandra asked bluntly, her voice low but direct. Aquilina visibly flinched, her entire face going red as her shoulders hunched. She didn't speak, but her silence was all Sandra needed to confirm it. Sandra exhaled heavily through her nose. She didn't even wait for a verbal answer as she leaned down and gave Ether's cheek a firm, almost scolding pinch. Then she muttered, so he lost consciousness while you two were doing it? Aquilina gave a stiff, embarrassed nod, her hands fidgeting at her sides, still blushing furiously. But even as they spoke, something felt off between them, not the fact of sex, no. It was something deeper. The way they avoided each other's eyes. The awkward silences. The unspoken distance. There was no spark, no emotional connection in their tone. Ever since that serious conversation back in the Pyra Empire, something between them had quietly fractured, and now it lingered in the air like a fog they didn't know how to clear. And Celestia, she could sense it all too clearly. She quietly sighed to herself, watching the subtle cracks between mother and daughter grow deeper, not out of malice or resentment, but out of hesitation. Out of their inability to express what really needed to be said. While the women stayed close, worried and silently circling the unconscious Ether, meanwhile, the vision, your POV, began to shift, focusing on Ether's peaceful, unmoving face. Slowly, the perspective zoomed in, closer and closer, until it seemed to enter through his closed eyes. Darkness enveloped everything. The world turned completely black, but the vision kept moving, as though drifting through empty space. There were no sounds, no light, until, far in the distance, a soft, white glow appeared. The glow grew larger, gradually brightening as the vision moved toward it. Slowly, the dim light spread and thick white clouds began to roll into view, surrounding everything. Then, just as the light seemed to overwhelm the darkness, the clouds gently parted, revealing a grassy field bathed in soft daylight. The air was calm and clear, felt like sleepy, good weather. But then, NNNNNNNFFFFDDOM, a young child's excited voice echoed out. My car broke. Another child mumbled in a defeated tone. Ha! That's what you get for going up against mine. My, ball, mine, RR, the child suddenly paused, squinting and furrowing his face in concentration, struggling to remember the word. He turned toward the vision, your POV, and asked. Big brother, what's this called again? He asked while holding up a yellow-colored toy with eager eyes. That's called a bulldozer, a soft, calm voice answered from the vision. The child's eyes lit up, and he grinned proudly, That's what you get for messing with my bulldozer. No. I want a bulldozer too. I want one. I want a bull thing too. The children all started whining and crying in unison. But then, a gentle laugh broke through. Don't worry. Everyone will get one, the same soft voice from earlier said, warmly. Yay! Me too, right? I get mine. We'll defeat him next time. The children's happy voices echoed through the field, filled with innocent joy. Just then, another voice entered, more mature and slightly annoyed. You're playing with kids again, came a pouty, irritated voice. The vision turned, revealing a golden-haired girl with golden eyes, an adorable pout and a slight scowl on her face. Well, it's not like I'm busy saving the world like the Saintess, am I? The voice replied teasingly. The girl's pout deepened before she huffed and crossed her arms. Her eyes locked on the speaker, a boy with white hair and icy blue eyes. Her voice became more serious, though still laced with playful exasperation. Anyway. Clerk Ether. The Archpriestess is here, and she is calling for you. Immediately. Chapter 908, Priest Ether. As soon as the Saintess uttered those words, Clerk Ether immediately moved without the slightest hesitation, as if making the Archpriestess wait even for a moment was not only disrespectful, but a grave sin in itself, an act bordering on blasphemy in his eyes. He entered the orphanage, a white stone building that stood out in its radiance. The walls were immaculately polished, the surface gleaming under the sunlight, reflecting its pristine maintenance and noble intent. Everything was of high quality, from the structure to the smallest furnishings, and it was evident that every corner of the place was cared for with devotion. It was unlike any other orphanage he had ever seen, let alone worked in. Most were dull, deteriorating, forgotten by society. But this place? It felt holy. As he stepped back into the guest room, his gaze locked onto an elegant figure seated by the table. A woman with flowing gray hair and matching gray eyes that shimmered with wisdom and calm. She looked incredibly young, perhaps in her mid-20s or even younger, but there was an ancient stillness about her, the weight of years hidden behind her gentle expression. She sat with perfect posture, exuding divine authority with subtle grace. Beside her stood a golden-haired boy, the apostle, radiating quiet strength and protective instinct. He stood close to her, as if ready to strike down anything that dared threaten her peace. Archpriestess, Clerk Ether said reverently, bowing his head low, his voice laced with respect and awe. The Archpriestess slowly turned her face to the boy beside her and smiled, her voice soft yet vibrant with warmth. You're doing far better now than you did when we first met, she remarked, giving him a graceful nod. Clerk Ether offered a shy, humbled smile. It's all because of your grace, Archpriestess. Without your guidance, your kindness, I wouldn't be who I am today. I owe you more than I can ever express. Her eyes sparkled with gentle fondness. You give me too much credit. I didn't do anything. It was the Holy Mother who opened her arms for you, not me, she said with a soft sigh, her tone full of faith. In her heart, she could still recall the day they had met. He had been hollow, like a shattered shell of a boy. Lost. Afraid. Broken. But now he stood tall. Anyway. She breathed out, brushing aside sentiment as she returned to the matter at hand. I came here for an important reason. I bring good news, you've been promoted. Promoted? Clerk Ether blinked, momentarily stunned by her words. He hadn't expected that. His expression, however, quickly shifted, not to joy, but something more somber. That's a strange reaction. Are you not pleased? The archpriestess asked, tilting her head slightly. Clerk Ether quickly straightened up. No, of course I'm happy. Truly, archpriestess, I am, it's just. He hesitated, his voice faltering. She narrowed her eyes. Strange. You say you're happy, but your face speaks a very different language, she remarked with a small frown as she leaned forward slightly. Speak honestly, Ether. What's weighing on your mind? There was a long, tense pause. His fingers tightened slightly. I just. He began, then stopped again. You are wasting our archpriestess's precious time, Clerk Ether, the apostle snapped coldly. Clerk Ether flinched at the tone, then rushed to speak. I've just grown attached to the children here, deeply. I don't know how to just leave them behind so suddenly, he admitted, his voice trembling with sincerity. Then, nervously, he asked, is it possible? I mean, can I refuse the promotion? You dare go against the archpriestesses, the apostle growled, ready to explode with fury, but before he could speak further, the archpriestess simply raised her hand, calm and commanding. The room instantly fell silent as she fixed her gaze on Clerk Ether. She stared at him for almost a minute, no words, just silent scrutiny. Then she exhaled with a weary smile. If other clerks heard this, they'd claw each other to death just to steal your opportunity, she said with a soft, amused scoff. You have no idea how rare it is to rise in the hierarchy. Most clerks never get the chance, no matter how hard they work or pray. And here you are, turning it down. Even in a sacred space like this, the hierarchy was everything. The higher you climbed, the more influence you held, and with that came responsibilities, and privileges. Promotion wasn't just a title. It was power, and with power came change. She leaned back in her seat, her voice gentler now. Let me tell you what this promotion means. You'll be placed under the care of a priest who oversees a larger region, a region filled with children and other people. Dozens, hundreds of them. With the proper resources and guidance, you could help far more than just these few here. And if that priest sees your worth, your heart, there's a strong chance you'll rise again. It's rare, yes, but not impossible. Once you become a priest yourself, you'll be granted a piece of land, permanent settlement, and a lifetime of food and protection. Is that really something you're ready to throw away? She leaned in once more. Will you cling to the comfort of what's familiar, or embrace the chance to become something more? To help more lives than you could imagine? Without hesitation, Clerk Ether gave his answer, quiet but firm, I humbly decline. The apostle's jaw clenched. Veins rose visibly on his forehead. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. This boy, this mere clerk, was refusing the archpriestess herself. She had graced him with a personal visit. She could have sent a scroll, a decree, and that would have been enough. She didn't owe him this. And still, he had the nerve to say no. How dare, he began, but again, the archpriestess raised her hand, silencing him with a look. Is it because you love them? She asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Clerk Ether took a breath, shaking his head slowly. I don't know if what I feel is love. It's something else. When I'm with them, I feel free. I feel whole. I feel joy, peace, no weight pressing down on me. No guilt. No judgment. Just me. Being with them makes me feel like I'm truly alive. And that feeling, it's not something I want to give up. As he spoke, the archpriestess saw something shift in his eyes, something fragile, like the remnants of past wounds stirring just beneath the surface. He looked like he was moments away from breaking again. Recognizing it, she softened, letting go of the tension in the room. I see. She murmured, then changed the subject with care. I heard you've been making some rather strange toys. Clerk Ether blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift, and let out a nervous chuckle. Ah, that. I just cobbled together a few things to help the kids pass the time. It's nothing special, really. The archpriestess smiled gently, glancing around the room. Is that so? I must say, they look quite impressive. Her eyes drifted to a small collection of colorful objects scattered nearby, things the children had left behind. Some resembled tiny people, others looked like carriages, animals, or strange little machines with wheels. She'd never seen anything like them here. Not in any of the places she visited. The apostle behind her narrowed his eyes, clearly unsettled by her shift in tone. Her softness was unfamiliar. And his scowl deepened as his eyes locked onto Clerk Ether once more. Anyway. I will be leaving now, the archpriestess said with a soft nod, rising from her seat. Her robes shifted gracefully as she turned and began walking toward the door. But just as she reached the door, she came to a sudden halt. Without turning around, she spoke again, her tone almost playful. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention one last thing. She said, pausing for dramatic effect. You've been given a double promotion. Clerk Ether's eyes widened. With a small, knowing smirk, she turned her head slightly and added. You are now officially the priest of this local body. As she opened the door. Ouch! A pile of children tumbled in, crashing onto the floor with surprised squeals. They had clearly been eavesdropping just outside the room. Even the saintess was there, standing among them, looking slightly embarrassed as if caught red-handed in a prank. Don't worry, the archpriestess said with a gentle smile, her voice filled with warmth, your big brother isn't going anywhere. Then her eyes narrowed just a bit as she turned her gaze toward the saintess, giving her a pointed glare. The saintess awkwardly looked away, clearing her throat and pretending to examine the ceiling, trying to hide her sheepish guilt. Hearing the archpriestess's words, the children lit up with joy, erupting into excited cheers. Big brother is staying. Yay! He's our priest now. Their shouts echoed through the hallways like festival bells. Meanwhile, outside the orphanage, the archpriestess walked quietly under the open sky. The wind gently played with her long gray hair as her steps slowed slightly. Was the double promotion really necessary? The apostle asked, walking beside her with a frown tugging at his lips. He's only been working as a clerk for a few months. It feels undeserved. His voice was calm, but a hint of disapproval lingered beneath it. The saintess nodded as she followed behind. For others, it took over a decade to even get a single promotion, let alone a double one, she said matter-of-factly. There was no bitterness in her tone, just the cold truth. But the archpriestess didn't respond to either of them. Her expression remained serene as she gazed forward. Because in her heart, she already knew the answer. That's what Mother wanted. Her will, her decision, not mine. And in the end, the will of the mother was absolute. Chapter 909, High Priest Ether. Hey, have you heard about the new priest in town? Oh, of course we know. Everyone does by now. After all, he's the first person in our generation, besides the saintess and the apostle, to ever reach the rank of priest at such a young age. Indeed. I was honestly stunned when the great archpriestess herself personally stepped in and promoted him. That never happens. He must be incredibly lucky, or maybe there's more to him than we know. You might be right. Priest Ether quickly became the center of every conversation in the local body. People talked about him not because he performed miracles or defeated demons, but simply because someone as grand as the archpriestess had chosen to promote him personally. That alone sparked curiosity, envy, and admiration in equal measure. And it didn't stop there. His name began to travel beyond just the local body. Other towns, neighboring regions, and distant parishes started whispering about the young priest who rose so quickly, catching the attention of the highest seat. Receiving a double promotion so early in his life had turned his world upside down. Priest Ether suddenly found himself drowning in responsibilities. Yet, unlike others who might falter under pressure, he handled everything with quiet determination. Gradually, people stopped talking about the archpriestess's favor. They began to speak about his actions, his dedication, his tireless work. He took care of everything. Every single person in his community, no matter their background or status, felt seen by him. Without even a trace of frustration or weariness, he greeted them all with the same calm and warm smile. He became someone people could rely on without hesitation. He cooked new meals for the community, introduced efficient systems to connect different groups, repaired old streets, managed drainage problems, and took over tasks that normally required several layers of bureaucratic approval. But he didn't wait for permission. He simply did what needed to be done. He never once complained when his robes got soiled or when his hands turned calloused and sore. He worked from dawn to dusk, not for recognition, but for the people. And when he saw the children laughing freely, or when he noticed genuine joy glowing on the villagers' faces, he would pause, take a quiet breath, and feel an unfamiliar yet profound emotion, a firm, peaceful happiness blooming inside him. That feeling, that was what changed everything. Now, the people didn't call him priest because of some title or ceremony or because the archpriestess had once visited. They called him that because, in their hearts, he embodied everything that a priest should be. We're truly blessed to have him in our town. I mean that. Yeah, just a few days ago, he climbed a tree to rescue my cat. He didn't even hesitate. He came to my house and helped me scrub the floors when I fell ill. Who does that? And when I had no one to watch my children while I went to work, he stayed with them and even cooked dinner for them. Even the children adored him. Many of them followed him around, eager to help with small tasks, not because they were asked to, but because they wanted to. There wasn't a hint of reluctance in their eyes, only admiration. In just a few years, he transformed the small town, not by erecting grand buildings or widening roads, but by changing the very rhythm of the people's lives. He brought lightness, hope, and unity. The once sleepy town now felt alive, vibrant, and full of purpose. And he wasn't just nurturing the present. Through his actions, he was planting seeds in the hearts of the younger generation, inspiring them to follow in his footsteps. His values were becoming their compass. Inevitably, the whispers reached the main temple. One morning, a formal letter arrived. Priest Ether had been summoned. He stood at the gates of the main temple, his gaze rising to meet the towering white structure that shimmered under the morning's sunless light. It looked nothing like the humble chapels he had known. The marble shone like snow, veins of gold ran through the stone, and the air itself seemed sacred. "This way," said a voice. The apostle appeared and, without offering further explanation, led Priest Ether to a secluded corridor at the back of the temple, where a solemn gathering was already in session. "May I know why I've been summoned here?" Priest Ether asked politely, bowing just slightly, his tone calm and respectful. The apostle glanced at him with a faint smile playing on his lips, almost as if holding back laughter. "You'll understand once why." Suddenly, everything changed. A strange sensation washed over him, like a sudden blackout. His vision went dark, flickering like a broken memory or a distorted dream. The next thing he knew, he was already standing inside the sacred hall. Around him sat a group of high-ranking officials, each clad in ceremonial white robes threaded with shimmering gold, signs of their divine authority. They sat quietly, their expressions unreadable. In the center sat the archpriestess herself, her presence commanding. Behind her, the apostle and the saintess stood silently like sentinels. "Do you know why you have been summoned here?" the archpriestess asked. Her voice was calm, but carried a cold weight, her expression unreadable. "I do not," Priest Ether replied sincerely, not trying to guess or speculate. The archpriestess gave a slight nod, but her expression tightened as she turned serious. "Because of your faithful service, your unwavering dedication, and the way you've brought genuine happiness, hope, and stability to your people, something no other local body has managed to achieve at such a scale." She turned her head slightly, her gaze brushing across the seated high priests. Some of them lowered their eyes, others clenched their jaws, clearly uneasy. "You are hereby promoted to high priest," she declared, her voice firm and final. There was a ripple in the chamber. Several priests flinched. Even the apostle, who rarely showed surprise, raised an eyebrow. Wait a second, archpriestess. What's going on here? Promotion?" A man dressed in ceremonial white robes stood up, his voice trembling with disbelief and confusion. "Yes," the archpriestess responded without flinching. "You assumed this was a discussion about how he was pulling people from your local body into his. Your complaint only took my interest. This is blasphemy." Before the man could speak again, the vision around Ether began to distort. Everything turned black, swallowed by a flickering darkness, like a dream breaking apart. When it cleared, he found himself standing inside a smaller, private chamber. Only the archpriestess stood there beside him. "Ugh, dealing with those high priests and priestesses is so damn exhausting," she muttered in an annoyed tone, rubbing her temple. Then she turned to him and added with a smirk, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not including you in that group." High Priest Ether. High Priest Ether flinched at the title, still not used to hearing it. He shifted uncomfortably and replied, I'm not sure I'm ready to accept that." "Oh, please," the archpriestess interrupted with a casual wave of her hand, sitting herself on the edge of a polished table. "Whether you're ready or not doesn't matter anymore. You can't decline it. Even if you want to, it's no longer in your hands. High Priest Ether, you need to understand, those people will do anything to drag you down. To them, you're still just a lowly priest who dared to rise too fast." Ether bit his lip, his eyes beginning to tremble as his voice cracked softly, "Even though, all I wanted was to live peacefully, why does it have to be like this?" The archpriestess let out a sigh, her expression softening. "Come on, child. You should know how the world works by now. Even the ones who claim to be pure, there's always a shadow hiding within the light. That darkness only shows when it hits a wall. And right now, you are their wall." Ether clenched his fists, his body lightly trembling. She stepped closer, gently placing her hand on his shoulder. "What you're doing, it isn't wrong, Ether. You've simply done what you believed was right. And they're doing what they believe protects their power. Seeing his turmoil, the Archpriestess exhaled softly and then did something unexpected. She pulled him into a gentle embrace. Her voice became quieter, tender. Just let it be for now, you're doing good, no matter what others say. Don't let their words define you. Just stay true to yourself. I'll handle the rest, okay? Her hand stroked his hair gently, and for a moment, Ether felt like a lost child wrapped in the comforting warmth of a mother's arms. He nodded slowly, eyes fluttering shut, as if drifting into sleep within that fragile moment of peace. The Archpriestess smiled, a rare softness gracing her features. Time moved on. Most of the children who had once clung to Ether for guidance had now grown. They were finding their own paths, shaping their own futures. It was time to let them go, to stop sheltering them, and start preparing the next stage of life, for both them and himself. He knew deep down that he couldn't keep holding on to the past, couldn't protect everyone forever. As he opened his heart to new people, interacted more widely, and experienced the broader world, he too began to change. Slowly but surely, for the better. Accepting the title of High Priest wasn't just about power. It became a symbol of responsibility, of purpose. He now governed an entire province, with 10 priests working under his guidance. Then once again, the vision darkened and flickered, dissolving into another scene. High Priest Ether now stood taller, more composed. He wore pristine white robes embroidered with golden threads, his hair a striking silver white that glistened under the light. He looked older now, matured, perhaps in his mid-20s. Handsome, elegant, and dignified. Many whispered that his presence rivaled even the apostles. "How was your day, High Priest?" a young woman, likely in her early 20s, asked shyly as she noticed him stepping out of the prayer chamber. High Priest Ether offered her a gentle, radiant smile, so warm and sincere it nearly caused her to stumble. Her heart skipped a beat as if struck by some invisible arrow. "There is no such thing as a good or bad day, my lady," he replied in a calm, wisdom-tinged tone. "A day is only what we choose to feel. Be joyful in your heart, and every day will bring its own light." With that, he continued walking. "He's incredible," the woman whispered to herself, her cheeks flushed pink. "I wonder who he will choose to marry someday." As High Priest Ether approached the main temple again, he was informed that the Archpriestess had summoned him once more. Returning to the same ornate meeting chamber, he noticed someone standing just outside the doorway, a solitary figure cloaked in a dark hoodie, completely still. "Excuse me, sir. Do you need assistance?" Ether asked politely, his usual soft smile present. The figure slowly turned. "Oh. Help? Of course. I would love some." That voice pierced through his soul like a cursed echo from a forgotten nightmare. Ether's breath caught. His blood ran cold. That voice, he knew it. Previous iteration of him that had screamed in agony at the sound of it. His eyes widened in horror, his mouth trembling as he whispered, "Master?" The hooded figure tilted his head slightly. "Oh. You know me." Chapter 9-10, Archpriest Ether. That pain, that suffering, the endless torture, the agony Ether's iteration endured at the hands of just one man. It was unbearable. That man had left a scar on his soul so deep that even after countless searches, countless attempts to hunt him down, Ether never found him again. Not even after he killed Jack in one of his iterations. No matter what he tried, Ether could never, ever lay eyes on that man again, the one who had caused him so much pain. He was never seen again after that day, despite all the timelines Ether walked through, all the tireless searching, he never laid a single eye on that man, until now. "How are you even alive?" the archpriestess asked coldly, her voice laced with indifference as she stood firmly, High Priest Ether quietly stationed behind her. The hooded figure stood calmly before them, unmoving. Could this be the man who killed the sovereign? She wondered silently, her eyes narrowing. The hooded man spoke softly, his voice almost gentle. "I was given another chance by the mother." "Lies," the archpriestess roared, her fury igniting. "I don't care what kind of twisted sorcery or blasphemous trickery you're playing at. I can smell the stench of blood on your hands. Your sins are far too great to ever be granted mercy by the Mother Goddess." The hooded figure simply hummed in response, "Regardless, I only came here for one reason. I want to see her. May I?" The archpriestess's lips twitched in irritation. "No one is allowed to see her unless she wishes it. And I swear on my title, I will not open the sacred doors just so scum like you can stain her holy ground." Her voice cracked with anger, her killing intent barely restrained. The hooded man's brows creased slightly in thought. He turned his gaze to High Priest Ether and held it there for several seconds before returning his attention to the archpriestess. "Are you absolutely certain about that?" "Leave. Now," she ordered coldly, eyes sharp as blades. "Oh well." The hooded figure let out a lazy shrug and turned as if to go. But just as he stepped away, he muttered under his breath, "You've made a terrible mistake. Stella." "My name is Seraphina Ashwood," the archpriestess corrected, her tone flat and emotionless. The hooded man snorted in amusement, then disappeared into the shadows. "Oh well." The hooded person shrugged before turning to leave, however, just then, "You made a great mistake. Stella." The archpriestess let out a long, weary sigh, her expression shadowed with doubt. "I can't believe he's been alive all this time. I really thought he was gone." Sigh. "Anyway, I must inform the other rulers before something disastrous happens." High Priest Ether, who had been quiet all this time, finally spoke with a curious look, "Who is he?" "Ignore him." The archpriestess replied with a dismissive wave. She turned to Ether with a subtle shift in her expression, and her voice took on a more serious tone. "Anyway, you came quicker than I expected." Then her lips curled into a mischievous smirk, her eyes gleaming. "Are you perhaps missing me already?" she teased as she leaned in closer to him. High Priest Ether's cheeks flushed with a hint of pink. "Archpriestess. You're too close," she asked slyly, her face just an inch from his. He immediately turned his head away, flustered beyond words. The archpriestess let out a soft giggle at his reaction. Ever since that heartfelt hug they shared, something had shifted inside her. It was as if a dormant womanly side had awakened, one that now delighted in teasing him every chance she got. "Come to my room," she said softly, her voice low and inviting. High Priest Ether sighed, looking completely exhausted. The vision suddenly darkened before flickering, and changed again. Gentle, ah. So rough, High Priest Ether's entire face turned crimson. He quickly shut his eyes and muttered, "Please Archpriestess, could you stop making those strange sounds again?" The archpriestess, who was lying down and enjoying a shoulder massage with a blissful expression, glanced at him with amusement. "Why? Do those sounds stir something inside you?" she asked playfully, flashing a sly smile. "I still can't believe the archpriestess of such a grand temple is behaving like this," Ether murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. "What?" she frowned, pouting slightly. "It's not like I'm made of stone, you know. I have feelings too, especially," she turned and tilted her head back toward him, her cleavage now prominently visible. When someone this handsome and intelligent stands so close to me, how could I possibly resist? She couldn't have been more direct if she tried. It was practically a confession, a proposal in disguise. Ether gave a weak, helpless smile. And I've seen so many women around you, she continued with a hint of jealousy in her voice. Everywhere you go, there they are, clinging, staring, fawning, and I honestly don't like it. Her expression darkened, eyes filled with quiet fury. It's irritating to watch those pests try to devour my flower. High Priest Ether almost choked. Why your flower? She nodded without hesitation, of course. You're mine, my precious flower. She whispered as she reached up, grabbed his collar, and pulled his face closer to hers. My lovely flower, she cooed before pressing a gentle kiss to his forehead. High Priest Ether's face turned a deep shade of red. The Archpriestess chuckled softly, her voice teasing and laced with delight. She loved watching him squirm under her playful torment. You're blushing again. My lovely Flo. The vision snapped into darkness, flickering like a faulty television screen, before the scene violently changed. Suddenly, the surroundings transformed into a tense council chamber, filled with a heated debate. Other high priests encircled Ether, their voices rising in frustration and outrage, just as before. We cannot allow this. He's nothing but a stranger to this sacred order. Him, an archpriest. He doesn't even possess divine powers. He's merely a blank card holder. He is not worthy. Their accusations were loud, biting, and merciless. High Priest Ether flinched at their words. Well, they're not wrong, he admitted silently. After all, he truly couldn't wield the holy powers others possessed. He hadn't been blessed by the mother. His eyes drifted to the Archpriestess, the very woman who had initiated this bold proposal and now sat calmly in the storm she had summoned. I don't even know what she's planning anymore. Panic started to gnaw at his chest. And it wasn't without reason. With their combined voices rising against him, there was a very real chance the other high priests would unify and obliterate everything he had worked so tirelessly to build, his entire provisional network, his reforms, all of it. Worst of all, it would be the common people who suffered first. Finished speaking, the Archpriestess muttered with a cool, indifferent tone. The room fell into sudden silence as all eyes turned toward her. Several high priests gritted their teeth, waiting for her to back them. Yes, he doesn't have powers. Yes, he lacks the holy light that we are blessed with. Yes, he is a stranger, an outsider to our traditions. Yes, he is just a blank card holder. And yes, he is not worthy of the archpriest title. The others finally relaxed, their faces easing into satisfied smiles. At least their archpriestess had the sense to recognize the truth. They assumed she would never allow an outsider like Ether to ascend. However, what exactly have you all proven so far? She asked, her tone shifting to amusement as she glanced around the room. Huh? They frowned, confused by the sudden change in mood. You all have power, correct? Yes, some replied slowly, wary. Then tell me, what have you done with it? For the Empire? For the people? She leaned back in her chair. Do you think you've done something extraordinary? Something worth the titles you wear? Because compared to all of you, every last one of you, High Priest Ether, with no divine light, with no sacred blessing, has more than half the people in this entire empire. Only his territory. She let her words sink in before continuing with deliberate calm. He created an independent trade system that lowered the cost of essentials and ensured that even the poorest families could survive without tearing down our economy. He reshaped his province into something thriving, self-sufficient, compassionate. She tilted her head mockingly. Now tell me, what have you done? Silence. There wasn't a single rebuttal. No one dared to speak. The chamber echoed with quiet shame, until finally, a single voice rose, soft, uncertain, a female high priestess. Still, that doesn't change the fact that he lacks holy power. He can't even heal a wound. How can we accept someone like him as our archpriest? The archpriestess nodded, her expression calm. That's a valid concern. A fair point indeed. She paused, letting the suspense build before speaking again. That's precisely why, the mother herself has decided to teach him. Huh? Their faces twisted in disbelief, their eyes wide in shock. Chapter 9:11, Honest Mistake. He didn't really do anything at all. Archpriestess stared at the massive ancient door carved with intricate designs of intertwining roots and towering trees. Ether was inside, right behind this sacred door. Did Mother really want to teach him? The saintess asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. Her eyes widened, clearly shaken, because never in a million years had the Mother Goddess personally taught anyone. Even the apostle looked stunned, his expression frozen as he tried to process the news. Archpriestess gave a slow nod. This is something new. Truly, she muttered under her breath, her gaze distant as her mind drifted back to that unforgettable day, the very first time she encountered Ether. It had been during one of her missions, when she disguised herself as Stella to investigate a dangerous creature, Ether, rumored to be hiding deep within the forest. It was a direct order from the Mother Goddess herself. She was tasked with assessing the creature's, Ether, situation, and if deemed a threat, she was to eliminate it on the spot. But what she discovered was not a monster, no. It was something far more tragic. What she found was a broken child, a boy who didn't even seem to recognize his own pain. He sat there like a hollow shell, void of light, like someone trapped in a dark place with no door to escape. She couldn't bring herself to abandon him. Nor could she slay him, as she might have done with a true threat. No. He was just a lost child, one who had lost everything. So she took him. She brought him here, to the Mother Goddess, hoping she would decide what to do next. And it was the Mother who gave him a life worth living again. It was she who ordered that he be protected, nurtured, and slowly guided up through the sacred hierarchy. Everything that happened since had been under the goddess's direct command. And yet, now, the archpriestess found herself deeply confused. What was Mother planning for Ether? She bit her lip gently, a shadow of worry passing through her eyes. She couldn't deny it anymore, she had started to grow attached to Ether, far more than she ever expected. More than just a subordinate. Meanwhile, inside the heart of the temple, Ether knelt reverently before a towering figure made entirely of roots, enshrined in the center of the grand temple. It was her form, the Mother Goddess. The vast hall echoed with silence. There was no movement, no sound, except in Ether's ears, where a soft, otherworldly voice whispered. It was as if someone was truly standing right beside him. You've changed so much, the ethereal voice echoed softly, a sound that caressed his very soul. Ether offered a gentle smile, bowing his head. It's all thanks to your mercy, Mother. Mercy? My child, we simply made a deal, that's all, the voice replied, tinged with a warm, amused tone. Ether shook his head slightly. Even if it was just a deal, it was you who brought me in, who protected me when no one else would. For that, I'll always be grateful, he said as his hand reached behind his neck, fingers brushing over the mark, the slave mark that should have blinked red whenever he was separated from his master. But it wasn't blinking. It hadn't blinked in a long time. Yes, the mark was there, but it was dormant. Now then, tell me, how is your life going? Are you doing well? Is it everything you hoped for? The voice asked with an affectionate calmness. Ether nodded. I'm doing well. My life, it finally feels light. I feel relieved. Like I'm not carrying the world anymore. I'm happy, truly. Happier than I've ever been. I see. The voice murmured with a quiet thoughtfulness. Still, unlike others, you cannot wield the power of the holy flames, you weren't born of this land. I know. And I'm not complaining, not even a little. Haha. I didn't say you were, she chuckled gently. Such an amusing child. Well then, to honor the deal between us, it's time you began learning something new, she said in that same otherworldly tone. Are you ready, my child? Suddenly, his vision was swallowed by darkness, everything flickered like a broken, static-ridden screen. Then, without warning, he was holding something, pure white flames danced on his fingertips. It was small, fragile like a candle flame, but it was real. It's real, Ether whispered in awe, his eyes wide as he stared at the ghostly white fire flickering softly at the tip of his finger. Huh, you look just like a child who's received their first gift, aha, the goddess's voice echoed joyfully in his ears. Ether's lips twitched, a shy smile creeping across his face as his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He'd never had any power like this before. Of course, he'd be curious. Of course, he'd be excited. Anyway, don't get ahead of yourself. This is only the beginning. You'll need more time. Come again tomorrow, her voice cooed gently into his ears like a warm breeze. Ether nodded eagerly, bowing low in gratitude before turning around to leave. He was bursting with anticipation. He wanted to show Archpriestess what he had just achieved. He wanted to see her expression, he wanted to surprise her. Just as he was walking toward the back corridor of the temple. Hello, Ether, the saintess called out, waving her hand as she spotted him. Ether looked up and smiled softly as he walked toward her. She had helped him countless times during his training, he respected her deeply. You seem really happy, the saintess said curiously, raising an eyebrow as she caught the warmth in Ether's eyes and the smile he couldn't seem to hide. Ether grinned excitedly, I learned it. The saintess tilted her head in confusion. Learned it? Learned what? She blinked, then her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Wait, what? Seriously? You really did? Show it to me. Show it to me now, she shouted, practically bouncing on her feet, eager to see whether he was telling the truth or just teasing her. Ether chuckled softly. Of course. Just give me a second. He said, raising his hand and closing his eyes in concentration. The saintess stood there, eyes glued to his hand, anticipation building, yet nothing happened. Are you sure you actually learned something, Ether? She asked skeptically, raising a brow. After all, he was still in the middle of his training. He didn't even hold a title anymore, not even the high priest designation. Ether frowned, his brows furrowing. Just, give me a second. He muttered, now sweating as he focused harder, trying to summon the flame again. The saintess let out a long sigh and shook her head. She reached out, about to touch his finger when... Puff! Like gas finally catching the tiniest spark, a sudden burst of flame erupted, larger than expected, flaring up right in front of her face. Kyaa, the saintess screamed as she stumbled backward, flailing as she nearly lost her balance. But before she could fall, a pair of arms caught her. Got you, Ether said with a confident smirk, catching her just in time. He held her steady, one arm wrapped firmly around her waist while the other lifted to show the tiny, flickering white flame glowing softly at his fingertip. See? I did it. Ha ha ha. I finally did it, he laughed joyfully, completely unaware that the girl in his arms wasn't looking at the flame at all. Her heart was pounding hard, not from the fire, but from seeing his face so close, the way his smile lit up, the warmth of his hand on her hip. She couldn't take her eyes off him. Still grinning proudly, Ether showed the flame closer to her. Look, this is my holy flame. I mean, sure, it's nothing as powerful as what you guys can do, but it's a huge step for me. I can finally use it. Ha ha ha, he beamed, eyes bright with pride. Then he noticed her silence. Saintess? The saintess suddenly flinched, snapping out of her daze as if waking from a dream. Her face flushed red and she quickly shoved herself away from him. That was, gee good. I am going now, she stammered in panic and immediately bolted off, her footsteps echoing as she dashed down the corridor like she was running from a demon. Ether blinked, staring after her in confusion. She must be busy, he muttered with a shrug before turning and walking toward the archpriestess's room, still glowing with happiness. Meanwhile, around the corner. The saintess leaned heavily against the cold stone wall, panting softly. Her heart was racing uncontrollably, her cheeks hot and flushed. Why is my heart beating like this, she thought, her hand pressing to her chest. That warmth, that smile, she could still feel it, still see his face so close to hers. What is this feeling? She whispered, face bright red as she slid down to sit for a moment, confused but oddly happy. Meanwhile, Ether hurried toward the archpriestess's room, excitement bubbling in his chest. His emotions were too strong to hold back, and in his rush to share the news, he forgot to knock. Thud. He flung open the door and stepped in, Archpriestess. I finally did it, okay. His words caught in his throat. Standing right in front of him was the archpriestess, wearing only her inner garments. There was complete silence. Her cheeks immediately turned a deep, vivid red. He wanted to surprise her, but he got the surprise. Chapter 9:12, We didn't do anything. I swear. The main temple didn't have many people around, as it only allowed visitors when the archpriestess gave permission, and even then, it was rare. Most of the time, only a few maids who served the archpriestess and sometimes the saintess were seen within its sacred halls, that was all. Even the apostles were not allowed to enter without the archpriestess's personal approval. And right now, only Ether was permitted to stay here, by the mother's command, nothing more, nothing less. Ether stared blankly at the figure before him. The sheer sinfulness of the sight made his mind go blank, like it had shut down completely. It was the kind of sight that could drive any man to madness. Before him stood the archpriestess, breathtakingly sensual, irresistibly dangerous. Her curvy body was barely hidden beneath a white lace bra and matching white panties, as if she had been in the middle of undressing, or perhaps dressing. Her smooth skin glowed with a natural radiance, her breasts full and heavy, barely contained by the delicate fabric. Her hourglass figure, those sinful curves, that flat stomach leading into wide hips and thick thighs, it was a body that seemed sculpted to tempt. Her cheeks were flushed with a deep, crimson blush. She opened her mouth, clearly intending to shout, but no words came. Her eyes trembled for a moment as her heart pounded furiously inside her chest. She took a breath, calming herself, and a different look settled on her face. Confidence. Power. Her gaze locked onto his, sharp and commanding. Without even a trace of embarrassment or hesitation, she spoke with a stern tone, her voice steady despite the heat rising between them. "You have some nerve to barge in here like this," she said coldly, walking toward him in nothing but her innerwear. Her movements were slow, deliberate, each step full of seduction and grace, as if she owned the floor she walked on. Her hips swayed slightly with every step, her thighs brushing softly against one another, and the way her full breasts bounced gently behind the thin fabric made Ether's throat tighten. He gulped audibly. She drew closer and closer, the atmosphere thick with a dangerous. Without realizing it, Ether took a step back, then another, until his back hit the cold, solid door. The archpriestess didn't stop. Her sultry body kept approaching, inch by inch, until she stood just an inch away from him. Then, without saying a word, she reached behind him, brushing her fingers sensually past his side as she locked the door with a soft click. Archpriestess." Ether stammered, his voice shaky, patchy, his whole body flustered. The archpriestess's eyes narrowed as she stared at his blushing face. A small grin formed on her lips, amused and smug. Still, her tone remained cold and commanding. "You know exactly what you've done," she said, her voice dangerously low. "This is something even I can't just ignore. You're in serious trouble now, Ether, very serious." It was an accident. I swear." Ether's voice cracked as panic bubbled in his throat. "I didn't mean to." Before he could finish, she leaned in further. Her generous breasts pressed firmly against his chest, making his breath hitch. With one finger, she silenced him by placing it gently against his lips. Her voice dropped into a sultry whisper, warm and velvety. "There are no accidents," she breathed into his ear, her lips brushing against his skin. Ether's entire body tensed. He gulped again, harder this time, Please. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Please don't throw me out, please." His voice was trembling, on the verge of tears, desperate. To his surprise, the archpriestess's expression softened just a little. Her lips curled into a faint smile, her tone lowering into something more teasing, seductive, yet strangely tender. "There's no need to cry, little one," she whispered, the tip of her tongue briefly brushing her upper lip. "There's a way to resolve this, quite simply." Ether looked up, blinking in confusion. What is it?" he asked, his voice small, filled with anxious hope. The archpriestess leaned in, her breath warm against his cheek. Her voice was practically purring now. "Only a man who is destined to see me naked is my husband. So. Ether's face turned a deep shade of red. He swallowed hard, his eyes darting to her plump lips as her face drew even closer to his. The archpriestess chuckled softly to herself, watching the effect she had on him. He didn't reject her. He didn't deny her claim. That alone told her enough. "He's not pushing me away, does that mean he's okay with it?" she wondered, her heart fluttering with butterflies. Her body ached with temptation. She wanted to kiss him, badly, but they were still in the sacred heart of the Mother Temple. She closed her eyes briefly to regain control over her rising desire, before leaning in again, her voice now low and smoky. "You better take responsibility," she whispered against his ear, then bit it gently, teasingly. "Ba-dump." Ether's heart jumped in his chest. "And Mother is calling me," he shouted suddenly, his voice panicked and high-pitched as he turned and ran away like his life depended on it. The archpriestess blinked in surprise, then burst into soft laughter. Ha ha ha. She chuckled, shaking her head as she licked her lips slowly, watching his figure disappear into the hallway. A wicked smile curled at the corners of her mouth. The scene around Ether suddenly dissolved into darkness. Everything was gone, replaced by a vast void. But then, light flickered. "You are doing well." A mysterious, ethereal voice echoed in his ears. Ether was now surrounded by blazing white flames, as if divine fire danced around him. It didn't burn. It didn't hurt. The flames swirled with life, like they were alive, connected to his very soul. With a calm breath, Ether raised his hand. With a simple flick of his fingers, the divine flames vanished, gone as though they had never existed. He bowed deeply, respectfully. "Thank you for your patience and guidance until now, Mother." A soothing, almost melodic voice replied. You learn faster than anyone I have ever seen in my lifetime. Your learning instinct is remarkable, Ether." He smiled, his tone full of humble gratitude. "Without you, I could never have achieved this. Thank you again, truly, for guiding me." He had finally completed his training in mastering the holy flames. The voice hummed again, more serious this time. "Just don't forget, since you weren't born in this world, you lack the innate ability to heal others. The flames you create are manifestations of pure energy, purity itself. The purer you become, the stronger the flames will be. The more refined your soul is, the deeper they will burn into your opponent." Ether nodded seriously, his expression calm and focused, and just as he was about to turn and leave. A soft hum filled the air, laced with hesitation. He blinked gently and turned back to face the root-like figure, asking with a calm, respectful voice, "Is there something else you need, Mother?" "You don't need to hold back, Mother. I am your faithful servant," Ether said, his voice sincere, his face solemn with devotion. Sigh. "It's just, since you are a blank card holder, you cannot wield desired weapons like the others," the voice responded, her tone a little weaker now, as if reluctant to bring it up. Ether smiled gently. Of course, he already knew that. In every iteration, he never had a weapon, not a fixed one, anyway. He always just used whatever felt right at the time. "It's fine. I really don't need a weapon at all," he replied calmly, without a hint of complaint. But the voice seemed reluctant still, like the thought truly bothered her. "You are the first one I ever taught directly, and you exceeded everything I ever imagined. As your master, I can't just send you off without any sort of gift." Ether let out a soft sigh. He knew her personality, how stubborn and insistent she could be. She always pushed herself, always gave everything, even to the point of exhaustion. She had almost drained him dry every time they met. He couldn't argue with her when she got like this. He stared quietly at the thick roots around her feet, the ones connected to her divine form. He knew what they were, the very roots that could transform into weapons. After a moment of silence, Ether looked up and spoke. "If it bothers you that much, why not just give me a piece of your root?" "Huh. That won't have any effect, Ether. Without your card granting access to the tree's core, it's nothing more than a thick root. Anyone could cut it. It wouldn't be special," she replied seriously. Ether smiled again, warmer this time. "That's okay. I don't need power or blessings. I just want something that's yours. As long as it's from you, it's enough. Just stay with me. That's all I really want." "Are you proposing to me?" the voice asked, sounding utterly stunned. Ether froze. "Oh shit," he cursed inwardly as his face flushed red. I didn't mean it like that. I said it, but it's not what it sounds like. I wasn't trying to, oh God, I didn't mean. Ha ha ha. A gentle, teasing laugh echoed in his ears. Ether's cheeks burned even more as he heard her say between chuckles, I'm just messing with you, haha. Look at you, all shy like a boy caught proposing to his crush. Ha ha ha. Child, you're far too young to be courting someone like me. Ether looked away, lowering his head in embarrassment, his face bright red. Then, her tone softened again, with a knowing warmth. Don't think I didn't notice you, and her. Ether stiffened, his heart skipped a beat. We didn't do anything. I swear. Haha. I'm not scolding you, dear. I'm just saying, you have my blessing. Please, take care of her. Make her happy, Ether, she whispered with quiet sincerity. Suddenly, a low trembling hum filled the air as the large root at her feet slowly stirred, moving like a slithering serpent before rising toward Ether. Meanwhile, outside the temple, the archpriestess stood with her arms crossed, her brow slightly furrowed as she watched the saintess pacing back and forth, her expression filled with restless worry. He'll be fine. The archpriestess said gently, assuming the saintess was simply worried about their mutual friend. The saintess gave a small nod in return, but inside, her thoughts were spiraling. Why am I feeling like this? Why am I so anxious about him? What is this fear clawing at my chest? It's like I'm about to lose something precious, like when I lost Mother. Why? She screamed inwardly, her fingers trembling slightly. Just then. Thud. The heavy temple doors opened with a deep echo. Saintess's face lit up instantly with pure, unfiltered relief and joy. Are you all right, Ether? She called out before he had even stepped fully into the light. The archpriestess's lips twitched slightly, forming a subtle frown. Her gaze shifted to Ether, who emerged from the temple, walking calmly with a massive block of root in his arms. Her expression softened, and she offered a proud, welcoming smile. Welcome. Archpriest Ether. Chapter 9:13, he was not getting into these mess. When Archpriest Ether was finally able to wield the holy flames, the high priests had no choice but to grit their teeth and shut their mouths in frustration, as they, at last, and very reluctantly, agreed, Ether was indeed the archpriest. A title that stood equal to the archpriestess herself. Especially among the common people, joy overflowed so intensely that it felt like the entire region under Ether's care had erupted in celebration. His entire territory was alive with excitement, throwing an enormous, dazzling party. It was as if the entire city was glowing, bathed in the warm shimmer of countless lights and blooming happiness, as though every single person believed they had become the archpriest themselves. Look at them, everyone looks so happy. The archpriestess murmured softly to herself, standing on top of a tall building, gazing down at the glowing streets below, filled with laughter, music, and dancing. For some strange reason, a soft ache settled in her chest, a subtle loneliness. A celebration like this never happened for her when she was appointed archpriestess. Why am I feeling jealous now? She whispered under her breath, her tone carrying a slight pout, before turning her head to the side. And there he stood. A man with hair as white as untouched snow, standing tall and poised. He wore flowing white robes threaded with golden embroidery that shimmered with their own quiet brilliance, reflecting the lights around him like he was carved from divinity itself. Archpriest Ether slowly turned his calm expression toward her, catching her gaze lingering on him. He looked a bit uneasy as he spoke, I swear. I never meant to steal your throne or authority or anything, he said, his voice gentle but firm, like he wanted her to know this was never his intention. I didn't ask for this. I was just pulled into it. He would have been content managing a small temple, even just as a priest. The archpriestess couldn't help but chuckle softly. The way he spoke, so serious and sincere, it was adorable. She had only been teasing him a little, but he clearly thought she meant it. She smiled quietly, then leaned gently against his shoulder. Archpriest Ether flinched in surprise, glancing sideways at her. What are you doing?" he stammered, caught off guard. "Isn't it obvious?" she whispered playfully. "What is?" Ether asked, blinking, his voice laced with innocent confusion. The archpriestess let out a soft sigh as she turned her head to glare at him, her cheeks puffed with a cute pout. "Why do you act like you don't understand anything? You know exactly what I mean, don't you?" Ether's face flushed with red. Of course he knew. He let out a hesitant breath. I really don't," but before he could finish, she lifted her hand and pressed her fingers softly against his chest. "I know you're not ready yet, but I also know you will be," she whispered gently, her voice filled with quiet certainty. "You're my flower, and even if I have to wait for 1,000 years, I will. You're mine, Ether. No one else gets to take you." Then her tone shifted, sly and possessive, as she smirked and whispered near his ear, "That's why I made sure to coat you in my scent. So no sneaky little cats can snatch you away." Her hand gripped his collar, yanking him closer until their lips were just a breath apart. Her gaze sharpened dangerously. "And don't you dare fall for some other bitch. Just remember, this pathetic woman has been waiting, hoping, longing, just for your answer." Their lips nearly touched, just barely, almost, but she pulled back at the last second, pushing him lightly and flashing a mischievous, proud smile. "I'm not going to kiss you, Ether. That kiss will come from you. Got it?" Suddenly, the vision darkened, blurring before flickered and. Hello. You doing okay?" a soft voice broke the silence. The saintess stood beside him, her hands gently clasped in front of her. Archpriest Ether blinked back into the present. "Yeah. I'm fine. What do you want?" "And nothing much. I just came by to see what you were doing," she said, her voice shy, cheeks tinted with a soft pink blush. She turned her gaze to the glowing city below. "So, when's the party starting?" "Tonight," Ether murmured, eyes still distant. "They said it's supposed to be a surprise." He wondered silently what kind of surprise his people were planning. The saintess hummed lightly, nodding as she shifted awkwardly, stealing a quick glance at him. Her cheeks grew redder before she turned away, mumbling, "Oh, okay then. I'll be heading out." "So soon?" Ether asked, raising an eyebrow as he looked up at the sky, now beginning to dark. "Why not stay and enjoy the celebration?" The saintess hesitated for a moment, then looked back over her shoulder with a small, uncertain smile. "Why you want me to stay?" There was a quiet eagerness in her voice, like she wasn't sure if she should be happy or just dreaming. Ether blinked. Well, yeah. He couldn't bring himself to admit he was only asking out of politeness. The saintess blushed even deeper, her cheeks glowing red as her heart raced. "So, he actually wants me," she thought, her chest fluttering with excitement. But then, the archpriestess's warning echoed in her mind, stern and commanding, not to approach him without her permission. Her smile faded as she puffed her cheeks and let out a frustrated huff. "Humph. I can't. I have a lot of work to do anyway," she muttered, turning away with a pout. There was a slight bite of annoyance in her tone before she added, "Anyway, the archpriestess told me to warn you. There's something strange going on in the other empires. Just be careful." Archpriest Ether narrowed his eyes. "Strange things. What kind of strange? The Saintess's expression turned serious. They're saying some kind of new monsters are showing up, creatures that are eating people or worse. And even scarier, some people are turning into monsters themselves. It's not clear how it's happening. She sighed, shoulders dropping slightly. Ever since the sovereign died, things haven't been the same. It's been chaos. So please, just stay alert, okay? Ether's brows furrowed. He didn't remember anything like this happening in his previous iterations. Nothing about mysterious monsters, and especially not the sovereign's death. That alone shocked him more than anything else. The sovereign, gone. But then, his eyes lowered to his pristine white robes, the golden embroidery gently glowing under the warm light. He wasn't entangled in that chaos anymore. He had made a deal with Mother, and ever since, things had been peaceful for him. No struggles, no endless loops. Just quiet purpose. I understand, Ether said with a soft nod. I'll be careful. The Saintess turned as if she was about to leave, but suddenly paused, her steps halting mid-motion. Archpriest Ether tilted his head slightly, curiosity touching his voice. She stood there silently, fidgeting as she clutched the hem of her robe tightly. Her face turned an even darker shade of red. Lo. Ether frowned, stepping forward with concern. Are you all right? You're stuttering. W8. Don't come any closer, the Saintess yelped, backing up quickly, her face now a full beet red. Ether froze, startled by her sudden outburst. I am sorry. Please forgive me if I've done anything to upset you. And no. It's not like that, she cried out in a panic, waving her hands frantically. Ah! She sucked in a shaky breath, tried to steady herself, and then mumbled, and my heart, it's beating, way too fast. And with that, she spun around and bolted away in a full-blown flustered sprint. Ether just stood there, blinking in utter confusion. What, NW? Before he could make sense of anything, the vision blurred again, drowning into a haze of darkness before reforming into. We love you, Archpriest Ether. A deafening cheer exploded from the massive crowd gathered in the streets. The echo of thousands of voices thundered through the city, rising like a wave of joy. Archpriest Ether stood awkwardly on a grand podium, a deep blush blooming on his face. He wasn't used to this kind of overwhelming affection. He had never received this kind of love, not like this. Not from so many people. As he struggled to keep his composure, his blush only deepened. The sight of his flushed face made the crowd grin wildly. Even now, even after rising to such a divine title, to them, he was still their priest. That same gentle, smiling man whose warmth had once healed their pain. And now, that same smile made them feel whole. Ho! My ARCHPRST, someone howled from the crowd, whistling loudly. That single shout ignited the crowd like wildfire. One by one, voices joined in, whistles and cheers blending into a roar of adoration that only made Archpriest Ether more embarrassed. He bit his lip, trying to control his flustered heart, before stepping forward and shouting out loudly, his voice echoing across the city. I will protect you all with my life. The crowd went wild. Kaya. Chapter 9:14, Burn in Hell. Everyone, dance. Ha! Where is the feast? Bring out the food. Don't play around with fire, children. Brat. Don't jump into the water. You'll catch a cold. Haha, come on, guys. We're supposed to make the archpriest happy today, not give him more reasons to worry. The people were lost in celebration, their laughter echoing across the square. They were busy crafting decorations, putting on performances, and doing all sorts of creative things just to entertain Archpriest Ether, who sat high on the podium, watching it all with a calm and gentle smile. The city, the streets, his entire territory was alive, bristling with joy, laughter, and an almost sacred sense of peace. Huh, come on, guys. Ether chuckled, spotting someone attempting a ridiculous stunt, only to fall flat on their back. He laughed heartily. Just then. Would you like to dance? Archpriest Ether flinched slightly, startled by the sudden voice. He turned his head to the side and saw a tall woman standing right in front of him, her expression filled with hope, like she had waited the whole day just for this moment. Not only her but all a large line was waiting. Archpriest Ether blinked, surprised. Well. Come on, Archpriest, she said sweetly, leaning in a little closer. This might be our one and only chance to dance with you. Pretty please. Her eyes sparkled like a child's, wide, pleading, impossible to resist. Ether let out a soft sigh, clearly defeated. He nodded gently, and in that moment, the entire group of women around her lit up with smiles that could only be described as victorious. The vision darkened, as though the memory blurred, flickering like an old TV screen, before cutting to deep night. People lay scattered across the ground, worn out, their bodies sprawled in all directions with tired but satisfied expressions. Even Archpriest Ether was lying on the ground, his legs completely drained. Damn. I swear I'm never dancing for 5 hours straight again, he panted, his chest heaving as if he was on the brink of collapsing. His expression was exaggerated, almost dramatic, as though he had just barely survived a battle. Big brother? A small, familiar voice echoed out. Archpriest Ether flinched again and slowly turned his head. He saw the very children he had once raised in his orphanage, now standing before him, older, taller, with youthful eyes and teenage grins. A tender smile bloomed on his face, and somehow, the exhaustion that had clung to his limbs like chains vanished all at once. You guys, you came here, he muttered in disbelief. He thought they would be busy with their new life. Of course we did. There's no way we'd miss our big brother's biggest day, one boy declared, standing proudly with arms crossed and a serious look on his face. Ether's heart warmed as he looked at them. Damn, you still have that same smile. Another boy muttered, then elbowed the girl beside him. Look at my sister, entranced again. She's acting like she's in love or something. The girl flushed but didn't deny it. Her eyes were soft, almost dreamy, as she stared at Ether. Ether chuckled quietly. You guys, you really haven't changed at all, he whispered, touched. And you haven't either, big brother, they shouted together before rushing forward and wrapping themselves around him in a group hug, like baby koalas clinging tightly to their mother. The vision blurred again, swallowed by darkness, before flickering and... This is the best we could come up with too, big brother, one of them said as they stepped forward and presented him with a pair of pristine white gloves. Embroidered delicately on them was his name, stitched with love and care. Ether bit his lower lip, eyes trembling as emotion welled up. Tears nearly spilled over. Why you guys? I'm so proud of you, he managed to say, his voice cracking just slightly. Oh come on now, don't get all emotional on us. Yeah, no crying. Don't cry, big brother. The vision shifted again, dipped in darkness, and... Since you all gave me such a thoughtful gift, I want to give you something too. Here, Archpriest Ether said, reaching into his robes and pulling out toys. You serious right now? I can't believe what I'm seeing. The group collectively stared at the toys with deadpan expressions, their faces blank with disbelief. Archpriest Ether blinked innocently. You don't like them? One of the boys sighed, crossing his arms. Big brother. It's not that we don't like them or anything, it's just, we've grown up. We're not going to be playing with those anymore. Ether nodded slowly, a wistful look in his eyes, as if he had just realized the little birds had already flown from the nest. Oh, okay. I understand. Then take this instead. I bought it a long time ago, and I'm planning to give it to you when you become priests. I will give it as a future present, so do your best and make me proud, he said, pulling out a golden necklace and handing it over. The group leaned in, eyes widening as they saw what he'd given them. Each necklace was etched with their individual names, carefully engraved as though he had planned it from the very beginning. For a moment, they couldn't speak. Their throats tightened. Almost tears. It was clear, he had never forgotten them. Not for a second. Don't cry. Don't cry. Ether said softly, voice gentle as he looked at them one by one. Your big brother will always protect you. I will protect everyone. The vision flickered into darkness before returning once more, and then. Archpriest Ether was back in his humble abode, lying peacefully on his bed. A soft smile touched his lips, calm, serene, completely content in his gentle happiness. He was literally happy in this iteration, no pain, no loss, just happiness. What else could he ask for? Until. No. Archpriest Ether's eyes flew open in sheer urgency. In an instant, he sprang from the bed and rushed outside. Run! Monster! Everyone, run! His city was in absolute chaos. The very streets that once gleamed with celebration and were adorned with decorations were now soaked in blood, littered with the lifeless bodies of his people. Archpriest Ether's eyes widened. His breath caught in his throat. He couldn't move, couldn't think, his entire body frozen, paralyzed in horror. It felt like everything that had once been in his control was now spiraling beyond his grasp. And then. Daddy! The voice jolted him back. His head snapped to the side to see a woman clutching a child tightly in her arms, trembling in terror, while a monstrous beast crept toward them. The monster let out a low, menacing growl, its wicked eyes gleaming with malicious delight. It raised a massive claw, preparing to slash them both to pieces. Daddy! The child screamed again, voice trembling, eyes wide with terror. And then. Thud. The beast was suddenly slammed into the ground. Dust scattered. In the blink of an eye, Ether stood on top of it, his eyes fierce, his presence radiant with divine rage. He jumped down quickly, kneeling beside the woman and her child. Are you hurt? Are you both all right? He asked, voice full of worry as he scanned them quickly for wounds. Daddy. The child whimpered, burying their face into Ether's chest while he held them close, trying to comfort them. Daddy is safe, it's okay, you're safe, Ether whispered, soothingly stroking the child's back. But before he could say anything else, the child sniffled and pointed behind him, their voice shaky, sniff. Daddy. Kya, the woman screamed. Ether spun around. The same monster that he thought died by his kick was actually alive, and the monster lunged at him with its jaw stretched wide, inches from Ether's face. Burn in hell. Puff. A blinding burst of pure white flames exploded from Ether's palm, swallowing the beast in fire. The monster screeched as it was incinerated alive, its body twisting in agony before collapsing to the ground like a roasted carcass. Archpriest Ether let out a long breath, his shoulders heavy. But before he could relax, the child suddenly began to wriggle in his arms. The monster is gone now, child. You're safe, but you and your mother need to go inside, quickly. I'll find your dad. But before he could finish, the child slipped from his grasp and ran toward the charred corpse. Daddy, the child wailed, collapsing beside the burnt remains of the monster. Archpriest Ether froze. His brows furrowed. Slowly, his eyes drifted to the woman. She had fallen to her knees. Tears streamed down her face. She wept uncontrollably, her hand reaching out toward the blackened body. Ether's breathing became shallow. His eyes trembled, something clicked inside his mind. Saintess words. He raised a shaky hand, his voice low, disbelieving. It's him. Before he could finish. CHKKK. A sudden slash. A second monster burst from the shadows. In a flash, it tore the child in half. Blood sprayed through the air, splattering across Ether's face, warm and wet. He didn't move. His body was paralyzed. His mind blank. He couldn't comprehend what he had just witnessed. Slowly, his eyes drifted toward the creature, its disgusting mouth chewing the child's small body like it was no more than a piece of meat, licking its fingers, swallowing chunks like a glutton at a feast, and turned to its new target, Ether. But Ether saw something else. Around the monster's thick neck, hanging like a cruel joke. A golden necklace. Etched with a name. A name he had carved with his own hands. Something inside Archpriest Ether shattered. The vision broke, blurred into total darkness. Everything turned void. Flickering. Like an old TV screen struggling to stay on. Chapter 9:15, For it is only through death that one may receive the gift of eternal life. And ahem, just so you know, if you don't answer me, I won't be making exceptions when it comes to the power stones next time. Yup, I'm totally blackmailing you here, my dear readers. Ahahaha. Yours POV, The Vision. The night, darker than even the deepest black. Huff. Huff. Hot, ragged breaths burst out, heavy and desperate, as the vision stared down at trembling, blood-soaked hands, the skin pale, fingers twitching uncontrollably. The veins bulged, pulsating wildly, as if something inside was fighting to escape. No, it wasn't just the veins, the hands themselves were spasming, jerking on their own, completely out of control. No matter how hard it tried, it didn't stop, it couldn't stop. Huff. Huff. The vision slowly lifted from the convulsing hands and looked up. What lay before it was a crimson nightmare. A massacre. Torn and mangled monster bodies lay scattered like broken dolls across the blood-drenched path. It wasn't a road anymore, it was a trail carved through death. Every single step forward had been soaked in red. A suffocating scent of blood filled the air, thick and metallic, sharp enough to claw into the lungs. The air was heavy, stained. The smell penetrated deep into the nose, into the mind, violating every nerve. The hands trembled harder, shaking uncontrollably, as if the body remembered the horror, the destruction, and refused to forget. As if. Awe. Suddenly, the vision turned sharply at the sound, a broken cry echoed from the side. Trembling, gasping. And there they were. Survivors. People. Children. Huddled together, broken and bruised, bleeding and terrified. Somehow still alive. Alive, but their faces were twisted in pure fear. Eyes wide, skin pale, lips quivering. Their bodies shook as if the cold of death had already touched them. They were staring, but not at the carnage. They were looking at the vision. And no. A choked whisper escaped from the vision. The bloodied hand raised slightly toward them, and instantly, they recoiled, flinching in terror, as if expecting another blow. The hand trembled. It trembled violently, blood dripping from the fingertips, thick, dark, and warm. The vision's breathing grew heavier. The vision dropped to its knees, slowly, shoulders slumping, and then, its gaze turned glassy. Drip. Tears welled and spilled from the blurred eyes. But then. Terror. A violent vibration tore through the empire, shaking the ground. The sound echoed from the direction of the main temple. The vision turned toward the sky, where a sudden blinding light erupted, piercing through the clouds, while the ground itself began to quake beneath its feet. Terror. Something was activating. Something ancient. Something unstoppable. The air crackled with energy. The vision flickered for a moment, its form wavering, before darkness swallowed it whole. A blackout. And then. The main temple. No. A shattered shell of what once was the main temple. Everything was broken. The towering walls lay in ruins, the majestic doors splintered and torn from their hinges. The divine air that once protected it, gone. In its place, silence. A strange, low-rotating sound echoed from within. The vision approached, step by step, heavy, hesitant. And then, death. Death. That was the only thing left. The entire temple was soaked in it. Every corridor. Every hall. Nothing but corpses. Apostle. High priests. Guardians. Every single one of them, slain. Their robes torn, their faces frozen in agony. Saintis. H. The vision whispered, turning slowly, to her. She stood still. No, not stood. She wasn't standing. She wasn't moving at all. She was dead. Eyes open, but lifeless. Blood on her lips. Her body slumped forward like a puppet with its strings cut. Oh, my go. But the breath hitched, frozen mid-word, as something else caught, gaze. Sarah, he. A trembling voice choked out the name. There, on the ground, lay the archpriestess. Her body lay motionless, twisted unnaturally. The vision's sight blurred further, as more tears surged to the surface. A strangled voice kept repeating her name, again and again, Sarah. Sarah. He, like if it said it enough times, maybe she would open her eyes. No. A scream of pure anguish ripped from the vision's throat, loud enough to shake the dying air. Oh. Someone is still alive. A voice, casual, amused, cut through the air. The vision turned sharply. But a blackout. And then huff. Huff. The vision gasped for air, eyes wide as it stared at the figure before it. A man stood calmly, with a jagged X scar across his face. He touched his lips with a gloved hand, surprised. You actually made me bleed." A thick, oily black liquid oozed down from the corner of his mouth. Another blackout. And then fuck. The scar-faced man, the master, was reeling backward. Dark black blood gushed down his face. He gritted his teeth, snarling. The vision stared at him, fists clenched tightly, fingernails digging into flesh. The pain, the loss, the memories, everything surged like a tidal wave. And then came the rage. Hot. Violent. Consuming. "You will not see the end of today. He. The words exploded like a thunderclap, filled with fury with an uncanny laugh. "Oh yeah? Let's see, you lowly priest," the master screamed back. A blackout, and then thud. A powerful fist crashed into the master's face, twisting his features brutally. The impact echoed like a thunderclap as his face contorted and cracked under the force. Black liquid sprayed midair as his body flung back. A blackout, and then the vision swayed, blurred with red blood, own blood. The sight flickered, the edges of everything distorting. The vision staggered, movements growing sluggish, breath shallow. "What? Is that it? Over already?" the master asked with a mocking tone, his voice strained despite the smile. His face twitched, aching from the damage. But still, he laughed, cruel and amused. "Yet. He. A blackout, and then boom. An inferno erupted. Flames exploded outwards, engulfing everything. The entire vision was set ablaze, devoured in searing light. A blackout, and then the master groaned. His face, gripped tightly by a hand. His body writhed, struggling to break free, but he couldn't move an inch. The grip was absolute. He gritted his teeth, eyes flaring with disbelief and panic. Sweat dripped down his temples as his body screamed in resistance. This is not possible." The vision stared at Master, and with an emotional and pure ice-cold voice, filled with divine emotion and unshakable resolve, the vision declared. "Heed me." Ding ding dang ding. Suddenly, the sacred bells across the empire began to tremble. They rang, unbidden, their chimes echoing like ancient voices waking from slumber. They answered the call. "I will kill, and I will let live." A blackout, and then the master screamed in silence as his body was suddenly consumed by white flames, pure and holy. The fire didn't burn, it devoured. "I will harm, and I will heal." A blackout, and then none shall ever escape from my grasp. None shall ever vanish from my sight. The master thrashed, his body convulsing, as his flesh began to wither, peeling back as if his very soul were being seared from his bones. He was being unmade. "Arar! Stop this," he roared in agony, his voice hoarse and shattering. But the vision simply stared, unblinking, unmoved. The voice, now deeper, colder, continued. "Be crushed. A pause. I welcome all who have grown old, all who have been defeated. Devote yourself to me. Learn from me. Obey me, and rest. A blackout, and then. Do not forget the song. N-O. A blackout, and then. Do not forget the prayers, and above all. A pause. The air held its breath. Do not forget me. The flames turned blinding. The entire vision bathed in sacred white fire. Nothing remained visible, only the master's silhouette burning, still held tightly by the hand crushing his forehead, refusing to let go. I am light. The voice whispered, almost tender, yet inescapable. And I shall relieve you of all your burdens. A blackout, and then. The master's eyes, wide with terror, locked on the vision. His lips trembled, his body breaking down into ash and smoke. Why you? Mons, He choked, barely audible, as he dissolved into nothing. Beg for forgiveness now. The voice intoned again, one final time. And I shall mark you. A blackout, and then. For it is only through death that one may receive the gift of eternal life. Ether, sitting on the bed, drenched in sweat, said with a cold and emotionless voice, his hand was raised before him, fingers stiff, as if still clutching something, someone. His eyes were wide open. But there were no pupils. Only pure white. Spark. A flicker. A small flame, white, divine, danced at the center of his palm. Ether, a soft voice spoke beside him. Gentle, but trembling with fear. He flinched. As if something inside him cracked open. He blinked, once, twice, and with a sudden jolt, his eyes shifted back. The pale white faded, revealing his natural ice-blue pupils, now flickering with confusion. Where am I? Ding! Exclamation mark, new title acquired, Echoes of Souls. Ding! Double exclamation mark, new skill acquired, Sacred Flames of Ethereal. Ding! Notice, Sacred Flames of Ethereal cannot be used unless your ethereal domain reaches its limit. It cannot be used. Chapter 9:16, Waking Up from Deep Slumber. What just happened? Ether wasn't sure. It felt like he had just woken from something far deeper than sleep. A dream? A vivid, burning vision that clung to his mind like smoke curling around his thoughts, refusing to fade. And no. They are not dreams, Ether whispered, barely audible, his breath trembling as his hands continued to shake. The sensations were still there, the fire, the screaming chaos, the endless swirl of emotion and pain. He could still feel it all, the rage, the despair, the helplessness, the deaths. So many deaths. He felt everything, raw and unfiltered, as if his very soul had lived through them firsthand. As if. Ether. The soft voice snapped through the haze. He flinched violently at the sound of his name, like it had dragged him back from the edge of some abyss. The whirlwind in his mind stopped instantly, like a curtain being yanked shut. He turned his head slowly, muscles stiff and strained, and saw Celestia. She stood just a few feet away, her arms crossed loosely, her face pale and etched with deep worry. Her normally steady eyes were tight, her expression trembling slightly as she spoke again, "Hey, are you all right?" Ether took a deep, shaky breath, trying to ground himself in the present. Seals. I thought weren't you supposed to be with Sandra? Celestia raised an eyebrow, exhaling through her nose. You thought? Ether, do you even know where you are right now? Ether blinked at her, confused. Of course I do. I'm in areas S.E. His voice trailed off as a sharp pulse suddenly stabbed through his skull, making him wince. The last few words dragged out, as if his tongue had forgotten how to move. Something was pushing its way into his thoughts, something heavy. He groaned, clutching his head. R. He hissed through clenched teeth, trying to sit up as his vision blurred. Celestia moved fast, catching him before he could collapse again. Ether, stop. Just sit down, all right, she urged, steadying him with a firm but careful grip. You're not stable yet. Ether blinked, dazed. The headache vanished just as quickly as it came. And then, like a dam shattering, his eyes widened. Holy shit, he blurted out, memories slamming into him like a crashing tide. Not everything came back, but bits and pieces. Blurry images, fragmented feelings, flashes of chaos. He remembered Raven, her soft, bouncing boobs pressed against his chest as he drank something, the way he groped them shamelessly, lost in her heat. He remembered spanking Talia's ass hard enough to make her cry out, her body writhing with every slap. He remembered crashing his lips onto areas, devouring her moans like they were oxygen. He saw Leora, on her knees, eyes full of hunger, sucking him like she'd gone mad. And Melona, oh gods, Melona. He teased her, didn't he? Did something else, something important. Wait. He wrote something. No, it was fuzzy again. Then there was Dora. Her sultry voice and wicked teasing. Aquilina too, those intense, primal moments they shared. Damn. I really fucked up, he muttered to himself. Celestia chuckled softly under her breath, her eyes still scanning his face carefully. Honestly? I don't even know where to start with what you did, but right now, just calm down and drink this, she said, holding out a cup. It was warm, steam curling up with a calming herbal scent. It's tea. It'll help. You need to relax. Your nerves are shot. You've been through more than you know. Ether took the cup with both hands, his fingers still trembling slightly. After a few long sips, he let out a hum. So who the hell got me drunk again? He asked slowly, squinting as he tried to chase down the loose threads in his mind. Someone caused this mess. I remember, a little. Chaos. Something led to it. If I find out who it was, they're going to regret it. Celestia gave a soft smile, though there was something guarded behind it. Whoever it was, they definitely went all in. You've been asleep for 3 full days. Ether blinked. Wait. What? 3 days? Celestia nodded, her tone dropping to something more serious. Yes. You were completely out. Not moving, not talking, barely breathing at times. For 3 days straight. You were just gone. Ether froze. How is that even possible? Celestia's expression softened as she explained, your energy was completely drained. Not just your physical body, Ether. Your soul too, it was affected. Deeply. Ether's eyes narrowed. Energy? Soul? Log? What the hell happened to me? He thought desperately. Ding. Because Melona, during her demigod form, quite literally sucked out your energy. And I do mean all of it. You blacked out twice, remember? And honestly, if it were anyone else, they wouldn't have made it. They'd be dead. Gone, anyway. Wait. What the actual hell? Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Ether's brows furrowed as he mentally snapped at his log. He could feel it now, like it had hidden this from him on purpose. TSK, don't even start. I did tell you. I warned you clearly, she drains all forms of energy, body, soul, and even stamina. But no. You didn't listen and continued your antics. You women almost sucked out all of your remaining energy from your fucking D ####. Ether smiled awkwardly, seeing his log for the first time, cursing him. Well. I am sorry, he wasn't sure why he was saying that. Well, whatever. He muttered to himself, trying to brush it off with a shrug. But almost instantly, his smile faded and his gaze darkened. What I just saw, those visions. Echoes of souls. What does that even mean? Was that another version of me? One I've never seen before. Number 25. Ding. Negative. Cannot be answered. Ether's eyes narrowed. Was that a time slip? But no, time slips had never felt like that before. This one was different. It felt real. Too fucking real. Log? Am I starting to get my memories back? Ding. Negative. Cannot be answered. Why the hell can't you answer? What are you hiding now, huh? Ding. It is you who is responsible for this. If you want answers, find them yourself. Ether clicked his tongue, frowning harder. Me? I'm responsible. Then, something stirred at the edge of his memory. He remembered something he'd agreed to, back during a hunt with Master. There had been a warning from the log. Something about a choice, and not regretting it. That moment, the moment he'd nodded silently. Looks like I unlocked something, he muttered under his breath, eyes distant, the weight of that old choice pressing against his chest. Ether. Celestia's voice broke through his thoughts, gentle but concerned as she noticed how lost he seemed. Ether blinked, snapping back to the present. He shook his head to clear the fog. Anyway, nice tea, he mumbled, offering her the now empty cup. Celestia smiled softly and took it from him. It was the princess who brewed it for you, she said, motioning toward the small table in the corner. It was packed with herbs, dried petals, and small bottles of carefully blended teas. She brewed tea for you every day for all 3 days you were unconscious, never missed a moment. Ether's expression softened into a faint smile. But then Celestia reached for another cup, this one still steaming. And this one was brewed by the Empress herself, she added, carefully handing him the cup with a knowing look. Ether blinked, surprised. How lovely. But I already fin. The Empress personally brewed it for you, Celestia interrupted gently, her smile barely hiding her amusement as she nudged the cup closer to him. He blinked again, speechless for a second, before sighing and shaking his head with a smirk. He took the cup respectfully, lifting it to his lips. The moment he sipped it, his expression twisted. Arg. It's bitter, he muttered, wincing, but he didn't stop. He forced himself to finish the entire cup. After all, the Empress herself had made it, he couldn't let it go to waste. However. And this one. I brewed for you, Celestia said in a much quieter voice, her cheeks tinged with red as she held out another cup with both hands, clearly nervous. Ether blinked, slightly caught off guard, then bit his lip and nodded. This this was what it meant to be a responsible man, wasn't it? He took the cup from her hands and downed it in one go. This is way more bitter, he said with a scrunched up face, the bitterness hitting like a punch compared to the others. Celestia had brewed hers raw and pure, focusing entirely on medicinal value, with no regard for taste. The best herbal tea for the body, no question. Sandra's blend had been slightly milder, she didn't want him to suffer too much, even if the bitterness was still present. And Aquilina, she had brewed hers to be sweet, almost too sweet, just to make sure he didn't gag or frown even once while drinking it. Ether scratched the back of his head awkwardly, feeling a strange warmth in his chest. They were all showing their affection, each in their own way. Celestia hesitated then, her lips parting like she wanted to say something, but she faltered. Well. You can say it. If you don't mind. I'm not trying to pressure you, you just woke you, Kia. Before she could finish, Ether suddenly reached forward and pulled her gently into his arms. You can ask me anything, all right, he said softly, his hand cradling the back of her head as he kissed her forehead. Don't hold it back. I'm okay. I'm really fine now. Celestia smiled gently against his chest. Even though he had just woken up and was still recovering, he was comforting her. Part of her felt selfish for leaning on him in that moment. However. Please be selfish, Ether whispered, nuzzling her nose with his. That's what I want, from all of you. If you're mine, then don't hold back. I'll take care of it all. Celestia's smile grew softer, her heart thudding quietly in her chest. She rested her hands on his arms and looked into his eyes. It's just. She started slowly, the princess and the empress are kind of. Chapter 9:17, You're more than fine then. Aquilina and Sandra had a talk when Victor captured them. An honest, unexpected conversation that peeled back their secrets and laid the truth bare between them, and what they discovered left them both shocked, stunned, and deeply, painfully awkward. To be honest, when Celestia first heard about Aquilina, she was beyond surprised, too stunned to even speak properly. Heck, she was so shocked she nearly lost her breath on the spot. Because Aquilina, she was actually the real Aquilina. Sandra's mother. It was nothing short of a miracle, the very idea of rebirth, the sheer possibility of it, hearing that something like this could happen, it was staggering. Celestia was overjoyed, genuinely happy to know that Sandra's mother was alive, breathing, existing again. However, the same couldn't be said for Sandra. Because both of them, Sandra and Aquilina, knew the truth. One carried guilt for the things she had done, and the other couldn't even bring herself to speak, paralyzed by emotions, unable to sort out what she truly felt, unable to decide what this reunion really meant. And the worst part of all. They both loved the same man. Which made everything even more fucked up than anyone could ever imagine. I see. Ether muttered under his breath. As he listened to the details of everything that had unfolded, he began to understand just how tangled and heavy the relationships truly were. On one hand, Sandra's mother had once tried to kill her. That, no matter how you looked at it, was unforgivable. A line no parent should ever cross. But Sandra, she wasn't angry. Not really. In fact, she seemed strangely at peace with it. Because deep down, Sandra had always known her mother loved her, fiercely, irrationally, like no one else ever could. It was because Sandra being blind caused this. That's why Sandra never held on to anger. Why else would she wish for her mother to be reborn in the first place? But Aquilina, Sandra's mother, that was a different story entirely. To her, what she had done, it was a sin beyond redemption. She had taken her daughter's life. And when her memories finally returned, they hit her like a storm. She broke. She nearly lost herself completely. It was only Ether who managed to calm her, hold her together through it all. And in her shattered state, she had clung to one decision, to stay by Sandra's side not as a mother, but as a daughter. Pretending, hiding, burying the truth deep within herself. But Sandra knew. Sandra fucking knew everything. And that shattered Aquilina even more. Knowing that her daughter had known the truth all along. Aquilina couldn't bear to speak to her. Couldn't meet her eyes. Couldn't find the strength to reach out. The bond that once felt so unbreakable, the bond of a mother and child, felt fractured now, fragile and uncertain. Even if Sandra forgave her, Aquilina couldn't forgive herself. Where are they now? Ether asked, his voice calm but laced with a quiet seriousness. His expression turned thoughtful, almost burdened. Celestia tilted her head slightly. They're in the Royal Archive. Archive, huh? All right. Take me there, Ether said, his tone low but firm, a serious look on his face. Ether stood before a vast hall, a grand chamber filled wall to wall with countless books. The air was thick with the musty, comforting scent of ancient parchment and old ink, like history itself lingered in every breath. Not bad. Ether muttered as he stepped into the archive, the scent of old books curling into his senses. The moment he entered, his eyes immediately caught sight of Aquilina, sitting quietly at a long wooden table. She was reading a thick book, one hand gently curled around a delicate teacup as she sipped slowly. Her eyes flicked subtly to the side, as if she was secretly looking at someone. Then, without warning. Boo! Hic! Aquilina gasped, jerking upright as she heard a sudden whisper right against her ear. Her head snapped back instinctively, her body tensing, only to see Ether standing right behind her with a mischievous, cheeky grin on his face. Aquilina's eyes instantly lit up, brimming with emotion. You're awake. Her voice trembled slightly, eyes tender and glistening, like she might burst into tears. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly, desperately, like she was afraid that if she didn't hold him close, he might vanish again. Ether chuckled warmly, wrapping his arms around her and leaning in to press a gentle kiss to her hair. I'm fine. There's no need to worry. Are really? She asked, her voice cracking as memories of him lying there, motionless, haunted her. Did you take the medicine? Are you really okay? Really okay? Ether smiled softly, his voice teasing and warm, really. I'm more than fine. Actually, I feel like I've got more energy than ever, thanks to your medicine. And he leaned close, whispering near her ear, we could always pick up where we left off, you know. Aquilina's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her face burning hot as she shoved him back lightly. I can't believe you, she muttered, voice flustered, gaze darting away shyly. But then she paused, remembering she was supposed to be mad at him, wasn't she? She huffed, folding her arms with exaggerated annoyance and said, whatever. With a dramatic toss of her hair, she returned to her chair and plopped down, eyes back on the book like she didn't care whether he was there or not. Ether shook his head weakly, then slowly turned his gaze to the side, toward the direction where Aquilina had briefly glanced earlier. A shadow moved deep within the rows of shelves, someone was there. Ether smiled faintly. Wait here, he said softly to Aquilina, I'm going to get her. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing deeper within the maze of books. There, in the quiet stillness, a purple-haired woman stood between the rows, searching intently. Sandra furrowed her brow, lightly nudging her temple in frustration. This isn't it. This isn't even close. No matter how many damn shelves I check, there's nothing about the forbidden lang. Boo! Sandra turned her head slowly and looked over her shoulder, where Ether stood, trying to surprise her with a mischievous smirk. "What are you doing?" she asked flatly. Ether's smile twitched, mildly offended by her complete lack of reaction. "Well, Are you all right now?" she interrupted softly, placing the thick book back on the shelf. Then she turned fully to him and raised a hand to his forehead. "Are you feeling dizzy? Nauseous? Any fatigue or weirdness?" she asked gently, tilting her head, her fingers lightly brushing across his skin as she examined his face and neck with quiet concern. Ether smiled warmly. "I'm fine, truly. I even drank your medicine." "Oh." Sandra raised an eyebrow, visibly surprised. She had assumed Ether would only take Aquilina's dose. But apparently, he'd taken hers too. That made her lips curl into a small, genuine smile. "No hugging?" Ether asked, faking a hurt expression. Sandra's lips twitched. She knew him too well. "I suppose that means you're more than fine then," she muttered dryly. Ether cleared his throat dramatically. "So, what are you searching for?" Sandra averted her eyes quickly, her body language screaming disinterest, or maybe hesitation. Ether frowned. "Come on now, no need to act all mysterious. Just say it already." "I could help, you know," he said, stepping closer, his face inches from hers. Sandra's cheeks flushed instantly. She shoved him back, scolding under her breath. "Aqua is here, idiot." "Oh. So if she wasn't?" Before he could tease further, Sandra blurted out the truth. She knew he wouldn't stop otherwise. "I was looking for a solution." Ether tilted his head, intrigued. Sigh. Sandra let out a long, heavy breath. She pushed past him and turned away, her shoulders tense. "A small brat, who somehow pulls off miracles and believes in me more than I ever did. It made me feel ashamed," she whispered, clenching the hem of her clothes. "He believes in me. He shows me choices I never even considered. He's searching for a path I thought didn't exist. She took another shaky breath. "He made me realize I shouldn't just accept things. He saved my Aquilina, and now he's trying to save me. And what do? I break down, cry, and dump all my pain on him, acting like some helpless damsel waiting to be rescued, or worse, trying to disappear entirely." Her body trembled, the frustration in her voice thick and raw. She inhaled deeply. "That's why I've been searching. Searching for a way to save myself. Because my life, it's mine. My hands, my choice. I'm not giving up, not this time. Not until the very end," she said firmly, clenching her fists tight. Ether stood behind her in silence, watching the fire in her voice, the strength radiating from her stance. In that moment, he didn't see Marisandra. He saw the Empress. And he liked this version of her even more. "I love you," he whispered softly. Sandra flinched. Her whole body tensed. The grip on her clenched fists loosened just slightly, her cheeks blooming red. Anyway. Why are you even here? Shouldn't you take rest? She asked suddenly, trying to recover. Ether's expression turned serious. There's something I need to tell you all, something important, he said quietly. Something about me. Chapter 9:18, He is telling everything. Believe him. My name is Ether, reborn in a world called Earth, where I lived my life as a. As Ether spoke, he revealed everything about who he truly was, everything he had learned so far, and everything he had done. There was no hesitation, no shame, just an open flood of truth pouring out of him. Every secret, every memory, every strange twist of fate that led him here, laid bare before them. And yes, he spoke of how he had caught the attention of someone powerful enough to pull him from one existence into another. But he didn't speak of his iterations, those fractured lives scattered across timelines, not because he forgot, but because he didn't want anyone to ever know about them. Even if it was his loved ones. He didn't want them to hear that. Aquilina, Sandra, and Celestia sat side by side at the long wooden table, eyes locked on him. Silent. Still. Listening to his voice like it was the unfolding of some fantasy novel, a twisted tale that didn't feel real. Even Celestia, who knew fragments of his past, had never heard this part before. The truth that he had once been Ether, and had died, only to be reborn into another world. That was new. That shook her. Because until now, he had never admitted that Ether had truly been him. And that part of his soul had drifted into another life, another existence entirely. The silence in the archive deepened. Only the four of them were present, yet the weight of what he shared pressed down on the room like stone. Each of them was lost in the swirl of revelations. Celestia quietly nodded to herself, processing his words, silently filing away the details to be added to her growing collection of notes about him. To her, it still felt like a story, strange and tragic, but somehow distant. Sandra, on the other hand, leaned forward slightly, her eyes wide, her brows furrowed as she muttered in a shaken voice, "Now, that makes sense, wait, no." She blinked hard, as if her mind couldn't keep up, as if her thoughts were spiraling out of control. This story, it's a mess. What the hell even is this? And Aquilina, she didn't say anything at first. Her hands gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white, lips parted in disbelief. Then, in a strained whisper, she asked, "So, this is what you meant when you said you had a secret, back on our first date?" Ether gave her a quiet, solemn nod, lowering his gaze slightly as he sat down. The truth was out. There was no point in hiding it anymore, especially from her. She had to know. She deserved that much. And so did the others. He would tell them all, one by one, when the time was right. Maybe it was memories, his iteration, that pushed him toward redemption, or confession, or both. Like Archpriest Ether. Aquilina's face stiffened. She had heard it all. It was unbelievable, insane, even, but then again, she herself had been reborn, as her daughter's daughter. That alone was beyond comprehension. Her lips began to tremble. So. I was just a target, she asked, voice breaking mid-sentence. Her eyes shimmered with a mix of fear and pain, searching his face for an answer she didn't want but needed to hear. Her lip quivered as she bit down on it, trying to hold back the storm rising inside her. Ether looked straight at her. Then sighed, deep, heavy, soul-worn. "Yeah," he whispered, and nodded. Muff, Aquilina almost choked on her own breath. Her eyes widened, then squeezed shut as she raised her hands to cover her face. Tears pushed at the edges of her eyes, threatening to fall. It felt like a punch to the gut, like she was once again nothing more than an object to someone she trusted. But then, before she could fully break, Ether added. All of you. Huh? Aquilina flinched, startled. Sandra blinked. Celestia tilted her head, confusion and suspicion flickering across her face. Sandra narrowed her eyes. All of us? You mean? Yes, Ether said, voice heavy, eyes dark. Aquilina, Marisandra, and Celestia, all of you were my targets. I was supposed to seduce you. That was part of the plan. The silence that followed wasn't the same as before. This one was sharp, biting. Tense. Even Celestia's thoughts derailed. What kind of bullshit is he trying to pull now? Because among all of them, she had been with him the longest. Even more than Celine. And she knew, deep down, that she had never been a target. So what was he saying now? What was this angle? Something didn't sit right. She frowned but held her tongue. Aquilina glanced at Sandra. Sandra looked at Celestia. The three women exchanged uncertain glances, silent questions passed between their eyes. If they were all targets, then none of them were special. None of them were real. None of them were chosen out of love, not naturally. Wait, then, what about Arya? Aquilina asked suddenly, her voice cracking again. Her face showed a mix of anger and desperate hope, as if she needed to believe she wasn't the only one. Yeah, what about Raven? Talia? And the others? Sandra added, her voice harsher now, more guarded. Her brows furrowed deeply, the sting in her words impossible to miss. Ether drew in a slow, painful breath. His head lowered, eyes shadowed. Yeah, every single one of them, yeah. The room fell silent again. Gasped breaths. Wide eyes. Shaking hands. In Aquilina's and Sandra's eyes, there was something more than hurt. A strange flicker of relief, tiny, almost invisible, that they weren't the only ones. That maybe, just maybe, they hadn't been uniquely fooled. But that flicker was drowned by the bitterness in their hearts. They were all targets. All of them. So, we're nothing but your targets? Sandra muttered, her voice low and trembling, barely concealing the fury behind her words. Targets? Just an object? Aquilina echoed, her voice hollow, cracked, like something inside her had just shattered. She couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe that she had been played. By him. This fucking man. He had tricked her. Manipulated her. Made her fall in love, deeply, hopelessly, only to reveal that it was all just a game to him. A plan. She had given him her heart, and he had crushed it underfoot. Her hands curled into fists, nails digging into her skin. Her body trembled, not from fear, but rage. From betrayal. She was furious. She was disgusted. And Ether, he just lowered his head. His face was blank, unreadable, and his voice came out flat, like something inside him had already died. Yeah, you were nothing but a target to me. A means to gain my freedom. Nothing more. Sandra's and Aquilina's faces collapsed into heartbreak. You piece of sure. Yet. I fell in love, Ether cut in, his voice broken, trembling. Huh. All three of them blinked. Their fury paused, stunned by his sudden shift. Ether gave a fragile nod, his voice cracking, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for tricking you. I'm sorry for playing with your emotions. I'm deeply sorry for all of it. He bowed, fully, completely, as if the weight of his guilt was pushing him to the ground. As if he wanted to disappear into the floor. Seeing him bow like that, it paralyzed them. Even though he had hurt them, even though his confession was raw and unforgivable, they couldn't speak. Sandra exhaled hard, rubbing her forehead. Raise your head. She said, her voice tight with restrained emotion. Ether slowly lifted his face. It was shattered. Red-rimmed eyes, a trembling jaw. Tears clung to his lashes. And for a moment, just a moment, all of their hearts skipped a beat. Because they felt something stir inside them. Fear. A fear that they were losing him. And then he spoke again, voice barely above a whisper. To be honest. I thought I just needed to seduce you. Win your hearts. And then disappear. Like it was a job. A mission. I knew what I was doing. I knew it wasn't love. I was just playing a role. Pretending. He laughed softly, a bitter, lifeless sound. I knew I was a wretched man. And I thought, maybe if I disappeared after getting what I needed, at least you'd be free. At least you could live better without me. His voice cracked again. Aquilina's lips parted. Her throat tightened as a flicker of dread crawled through her. What do you mean? Leaving, she stammered, barely able to form the words. Ether gave her a broken smile. One that didn't reach his eyes. Yeah. All I ever needed was your love, just that. Nothing else. Once I had it. I was supposed to go. Just vanish. I thought, if I stayed, I'd only bring ruin. Because I know. I'm not worthy of being loved by any of you. So I thought leaving was the only thing I could do right. Their fingers tightened. Subconscious. Instinctive. Like bracing against a wave they didn't want to face. Is he really going to leave us? They all thought at once, terrified. But then. Yet, by the cruelest twist of fate, that fate. Ether choked, his voice swelling. I fell in love. I fucking fell in love with the very people I was supposed to manipulate. His hands trembled at his sides. I hated it. I hated myself. That I, someone who tricked others, could fall in love. What kind of sick irony is that? He bit his lip, his whole frame shaking with restraint. It was too much. He took a ragged breath. So yeah. I tricked you into loving me. And I fell in love with you all too. I don't know when. I don't know how. But it happened. He paused. Swallowed. His voice was a whisper now. Please forgive me for that. And with that, he slowly stood, legs trembling, back heavy with regret, and turned toward the door. No one moved. No one spoke. His words were still spiraling in their minds, trying to be processed, trying to be understood. Ether's steps were slow, uncertain. His knees nearly buckled as he reached the entrance. His hand lingered on the doorframe, his head lowered. Without turning back, he murmured into the silence. There's no reason to believe me. I don't deserve that. I'm nothing but a disgusting liar, a trickster. He paused, breathing uneven. But Jay, just remember one thing. His voice cracked mid-sentence. I do love you. From the bottom of my heart. And I will continue to love you, until my last breath. That's my punishment. My retribution. For everything I've done. Then he stepped out into the corridor. They watched the doorway. Staring. Silent. Aquilina gasped suddenly, clutching her chest. She felt it. Their bond, that deep, strange connection they shared, pulsed painfully. His love, broken and raw, was eating him alive. It clawed at her chest, made her heart twist. His emotions flooded her, the love, the guilt, the fear of losing them. Even if he had faked everything. This feeling wasn't a lie. He loved her. And he was terrified of letting go. Ether. Meanwhile, Ether walked down the corridor, his head lowered, his feet dragging. One hand slid along the wall, using it to stay upright. Every step felt heavier than the last. Like the world itself was pressing down on him. As if. Oh, please stop. You're overacting now. His log grumbled inside his head, annoyed. And then, suddenly, Ether lifted his head. His face was still stained with tears, his expression hollow and ghostlike, but then, the corners of his mouth twitched. Just barely at first, and then. His lips curled upward, soft and slow, the expression crooked, not fully sane, not fully stable. He chuckled softly, almost slyly. Chapter 919, No Choice But Getting Corrupted. What? He told them the truth. He actually told them fucking everything. Only the truth. What more could anyone expect from him at that moment? Target? Well, everyone was his target. That much was true. So technically, there were no lies there either. Tricking them. Playing with their emotions. Manipulating with carefully chosen words. Of course he did, duh. What else was he supposed to do? Just walk up to them and admit everything outright, without considering the consequences of what those confessions could do. He knew Aquilina. He knew Sandra. He knew them better than he knew himself sometimes. He knew how sharp their instincts were, how dangerous they could be when betrayed. They were brilliant, calculating, and emotionally powerful, and he couldn't just drop the truth on them like it was some mundane piece of gossip. That's why he told the truth differently, twisted. But it was still the truth. And more importantly, he didn't do anything wrong, not really. In a certain way, if anyone really thought about it, he was the one who had been thrown into this. He didn't ask to seduce them, he was made to do it. And somewhere along that path, somewhere between manipulation and connection, he truly fell in love with them. So yes. He played with words. Because he had to. Because he was desperate. Because he wanted, no, needed, them to stay by his side. Until the end. And for that, he would do anything. Even deceive them. Had he lost his mind? He already had. Long ago. Was this really love? Yes. It was love. A twisted, obsessive, all-consuming kind of love. the only kind he had left to give. After everything he'd lost, after the empty pain that echoed in every breath, he wasn't going to let anything be taken from him again. Not now. Not them. No matter what it cost him, even if he had to break himself to keep them, even if he had to die again and again, he would do it. Because he loved them. So much it hurt. So much it burned. A messed up man. Ether stood on the balcony, watching the bright daylight shimmer with birdsong and wind. He connected with his clones silently, pulling fragments of information about the Empire, what had changed over the past 3 days, what he'd missed. Especially details about Kai and Leon, who were now being hunted like prey. Meanwhile, deep within the archive, his words still echoed like a haunting chorus in the hearts of the women. They hadn't moved from where they'd sat. Their eyes were locked on the entrance like it held answers. Or ghosts. Celestia sat quietly. Her face unreadable, but her mind far from calm. She wasn't overthinking it. No, her feelings were crystal clear. That bastard, yes, the perverted bastard who shamelessly groped her ass, who made her heart stammer in ways she didn't understand, he wasn't getting away. Not from her. He had made her heart flutter, and now he had made it ache. He thought he could just walk away. He. Does he really think he can escape me? She mused, a slow smirk forming on her lips. Her eyes gleamed with mischief and something darker, something possessive. She would go to any lengths to chase him down. After all, she wasn't normal either. But then her gaze flicked to Sandra. The woman looked lost in a fog of emotion, her expression unreadable, her thoughts tangled. And then Celestia looked at Aquilina. Aquilina, who was nodding slowly to herself. As if she'd made a decision. A final one. Interesting, Celestia thought. She could feel it too, those emotions, that ache, that desperate sincerity Ether had poured out. She was linked to him, after all. That's why Aquilina made her decision very fast. Aquilina took a breath. A long, slow, trembling breath. I still love him, she whispered. Her voice was steady, but fragile, like a flame in the wind. I can't live without him. I don't want to. I won't leave him. He told me everything. He opened himself up and handed me the truth, even knowing what it could cost. Even knowing I could walk away. He risked our relationship, just to be honest. Her lips quivered as she smiled weakly. If he wanted, he could have kept it all hidden. Until the very end. I wasn't pressuring him. In fact, I'd forgotten he even had a secret left to tell. But he still told us. He told me. Her voice cracked as she looked down, then clenched her trembling fist. For that, I'm thankful. I'm genuinely happy that he opened his heart to me. She took a moment. Her eyes filled with unshed tears as her chest rose and fell and continued. I'm not saying I understand everything about his methods. I don't. I don't know if I ever will. But there's one thing I'm certain of. She raised her gaze and looked straight at Sandra. He loves me. I can feel it. The way he smiled. The way he took care of me. The way he protected me. That wasn't a lie. That wasn't a game. I felt it. His love is genuine, even if it started as a lie. I know, his face, his happiness, as she remembered the day he kissed her, he took care of her, those filled with love. Nothing else. It's not even lust that she knew clearly. She then stated firmly, I believe him. I believe in him. She stared at Sandra, who blinked before nodding, I see. As if she was letting her make her own decision. Aquilina noticed Sandra's hesitation. Aquilina softly smiled with motherly, tender eyes. I'm not the one to decide for you, Sandra. That's not my place. Heck, I have no right to tell you what to feel. What to choose. But, if there's one thing I can say, it's this. She looked into Sandra's conflicted eyes with her own heavy with memory. Don't make a choice you'll regret. Not again. Because regret, it follows you. Across lifetimes. Across every breath. Aquilina's voice cracked again. I know. Because I've lived with mine. Sandra blinked, her lashes fluttering as she slowly lowered her head. She believed him. Of course, she did. If she didn't, then why was she still alive? He came back for her. For her, only her. What else could she even ask for? And yet. The word echoed like a cruel whisper inside her mind. Target. He said she was a target. Her chest tightened. So, did that mean he didn't love her from the start? That it wasn't from his heart? That it was never real? That he was forced, manipulated by something else, into loving her? Not because he felt it. But because he had to. Her bottom lip trembled as she bit into it hard, trying to stop the shaking in her chest. She couldn't believe what she'd just heard. She wanted to scream. She wanted to cry. She wanted to punch something. She was happy, you know. Genuinely happy when he loved her. Happy that someone, anyone, could love her, someone as twisted, as wicked, as broken as her. And yet, even that love, was forced. How the hell was she supposed to take that? She didn't know what to feel anymore. She was spiraling. I need to res. Before Sandra could gather her thoughts, still feeling dizzy from the emotional whirlwind. Aquilina's lips twitched slightly. I can't believe you're doing that, she said flatly. Sandra flinched and looked up at her, blinking in confusion. What? Don't run away from this, Aquilina said, her tone blunt, though her gaze softened after a breath. Give him an honest answer. He probably doesn't deserve it, but still. Her voice lowered into something more tender, more personal. And no, don't think about me. Whether I'm your mother or your daughter, both parts of me want the same thing. I want my dear mother, or my dear daughter, to be happy. Aquilina let out a soft chuckle, her eyes shimmering with warmth despite the turmoil. This isn't about me. It's not even about him, really. It's about what you want. I told you before, didn't I? I love him. I want him. And I've already decided, I'm going to take him. She leaned closer, her expression calm but fierce, her voice now firm and full of feminine power. And if you want him, then take him too. This isn't about fairness or who came first or what's your relationship with me. This is between women. Nothing more. Nothing less. She spoke it like a declaration. Even though they have a messy relationship, still, Aquilina could not give Ether away. Then Aquilina smiled gently, that almost motherly smile that made her eyes glow with peace, and shrugged. Of course, that jerk still deserves a little punishment, even if I've decided to forgive him. With that, she turned on her heel and began walking out of the archive, her steps slow but heavy, as if already planning the delicious torment she was going to inflict on his poor, clueless soul. Ha, look at her! Celestia muttered, a soft amused laugh escaping her lips as she watched Aquilina leave. It almost feels like she really is your daughter, doesn't it? Just Aquilina. Whether she's your mother or not. Sandra stared after her too, lips slowly curling into a gentle, conflicted smile. But before she could say anything. So. Celestia leaned in closer, her grin positively wicked, whole family falling for the same man, huh? Sisters, and the daughter too? Damn. That bastard must be real lucky. Sandra's face turned beet red, her hands curling into fists as her voice cracked, TSK. You've been completely corrupted by that bastard. I can't believe you're saying this kind of stuff now. Celestia didn't even flinch. Instead, she winked and leaned in with a teasing glint in her eyes. Once you've had a taste of him, you don't really get a choice, do you? He will corrupt you, she whispered with a sultry giggle. Then, in a voice uncannily like Ether's, she let out a laugh, low, eerie, and filled with wicked delight. Chapter 920, I'm not going to forgive you. Ether stood silently on the edge of the balcony, his gaze distant as he received fragmented reports from his puppets, updates on what had unfolded in the past 3 days. His puppets had been deployed across nearly every empire, scattered like seeds to gather knowledge. Every empire except Aurora and the Void Empire. For reasons beyond him, he still couldn't establish contact with either of them. That was troubling. He would have to investigate that matter soon. As for the others, Naiade Empire, where he was currently staying, everything seemed normal. No hostile movements. No internal unrest. Nothing, except for the strange, unsettling trees that had begun sprouting in unexpected places. Pyra Empire, his own dominion, was also running smoothly. The administration was stable. The people safe. And then. So they actually decided to build thrusters. Ether murmured to himself, his lips curling into a small smirk of disbelief as new intel poured in from one of his puppets from the Zephyr Empire. He rubbed his hands together. He could already smell the prophet wafting through the air like a teasing fragrance. Raven must have struck a deal, with Melona, maybe even others. That's my girl. He nodded to himself, chest swelling with pride. She was stepping into the role of Empress like she was born for it. Still, a part of him itched with his usual schemes. He'd have to pay them a visit soon, see if he could sweet-talk them, maybe twist things just enough so the Empire's wealth funneled into his own pockets. That wasn't theft, was it? It wasn't Melona's personal money or anything. He was just redirecting a bit of Empire's flow into his Piosiahem, for his empire that was. That's all. He really wanted to know how much she had secured. He considered reaching out to Raven, maybe just a quick whisper through the link, but then he chuckled to himself, a dry, awkward sound. Nah. Better not disturb them right now, he muttered. Especially not when he still wasn't sure if he had the courage to face them. Not after everything he'd done. Not after all that beating and embarrassment. His breath hitched at the thought of Melona's face. Oh fuck. I really screwed up. He muttered under his breath, guilt swirling in his gut. Yet a small part of him was still relieved, relieved that Arya had finally realized how much her mother loved him. If that hadn't happened, it might have been an endless cycle of one-sided, aching love. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Something shimmered in the sky. Just a speck, barely a dot against the vast expanse of blue. He narrowed his eyes. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, and without thinking, leapt onto the railing. He steadied himself against the wind, then focused his energy into his eyes. His vision zoomed like an organic telescope, enhancing, refining, until he spotted it. A hooded figure. A tiny hooded figure. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized it instantly. "No way. It's still alive," he muttered, stunned. Before he could process anything more, the figure vanished, blinked out of existence like a mirage. "Where did it go? What are you doing?" The scream ripped through the air, and before he could react. Thud. He was yanked backward as Aquilina tackled him onto the balcony floor, straddling his chest, her eyes wide with horror. "She caught you. You idiot. What the hell were you thinking? Are you trying to kill yourself just because I didn't forgive you? Are you seriously letting your mind rot like this?" she screamed at him, fists pounding weakly against his chest. But there was no strength behind the punches, only desperation. Ether blinked up at her, stunned into silence. She looked like she was on the edge of falling apart, her expression crumbling with pain, tears welling up behind her fury. It was as if he'd triggered something deep inside her. He tried to laugh, weakly, awkwardly. "Come on now. I wasn't going to kill myself." His voice stretched into a yelp as Sandra suddenly appeared, yanking on his cheek like she was made of vengeance. The two of them, Aquilina and Sandra, stared down at him, their eyes sharp, unforgiving, like he'd just committed the ultimate sin. "Wait. Wait, wait. Guys. I swear I wasn't doing anything like that. Believe me." Ether raised his hands in surrender, eyes darting between their cold, narrowed stares. "Oh," Sandra said, her tone flat, brows furrowed. "Really?" Aquilina added, voice trembling but full of suspicion. "Of course." Ether nodded quickly, desperate for them to believe him. Sandra let go of his cheek, finally, but Aquilina still wasn't convinced. Her frown only deepened. "Then why the hell were you standing on the rail like that?" she asked, voice quieter, but edged with hurt. "I saw something in the sky, that's why." "Oh," she turned her gaze upward, eyes scanning the empty horizon. "Nothing there," she muttered. The sky was calm, clear, like a lie. "Well, it disappeared, ow." Ether winced as she suddenly slammed a fist into his chest again, this time harder, her face trembling with both tears and rage. "How dare you?" she whispered, the words laced with emotion. "I swear, believe me, I wasn't." How dare you?" Her voice cracked as she spoke over him. "You said, you'd leave me. How could you, you bastard?" Her punches slowed, growing weaker, until her trembling hands slid down and her face gently fell against his chest. She stayed there, clinging to him like he was the only thing left holding her together. Ether blinked, finally realizing what was going on. A soft warmth bloomed across his face as he smiled gently, wrapping his arms around her in return. His voice lowered into a quiet murmur, "Well. I really did something wrong. So of course. I'll leave you, if that's what you want." His hands, however, gripped her tightly, holding on like he couldn't let go even if he wanted to. But Aquilina held him even tighter. Her fists clenched his clothes so fiercely, it was a miracle the fabric didn't tear under the strain. She didn't want to let him go, not even an inch. "Liar," she whispered shakily, her voice catching when she felt the raw emotion in him, the fear, the longing. He didn't want to leave either. Ether chuckled softly, "Maybe I am," he murmured, gently ruffling her hair with a touch so tender it trembled. Then, as he leaned down, he whispered near her ear, "But I'll always be watching, no matter what you choose. I'll watch over you, just like I always have. Just like I am, my princess." Aquilina hummed quietly, still clutching his clothes, her face pressed against his chest. Slowly, she tilted her head and looked up at him, eyes soft and gleaming. "I choose you." Ether raised an eyebrow, a faint flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Me? A trickster? A womanizer? Are you sure?" Aquilina pouted slightly, a flash of annoyance crossing her expression. "Yeah. I'll forgive you. So what? Are you going to leave me now?" She huffed, narrowing her eyes. "And if we're talking about tricks, then I did it too, didn't I?" She looked away for a second, biting her lip in frustration. "Trying to seduce you even though I didn't know what was going on. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me realize how much of an idiot I was." Her voice dropped, her tone full of grumbling self-irony as she recalled how desperately she tried to get his kiss, only for him to play the innocent card the whole time. She'd been tricked. Completely. "TSK. I should have known. This face," she muttered, staring directly at him, "is far from innocent." Ether smiled, the corners of his lips curling with soft mischief. He winked playfully. "I'm still innocent, you know." "Don't act like that." She snapped with irritation, swatting his arm, but the warmth in her voice betrayed her. She rubbed her nose, her teary eyes shining faintly before a smile finally broke across her lips. She leaned closer, hovering above him, her gaze locked onto his as she straddled him again. "Of course. I didn't choose you just like that." Her smile curved wickedly. "Bad boys need punishment, right?" she whispered, her voice low and sly. Ether smirked, eyes sparkling. "I'm waiting," he replied, tone laced with teasing anticipation. "You." Aquilina's face flushed bright red in an instant, realizing exactly what kind of punishment he was imagining. Definitely not what she had in mind. Her fists pounded against his chest again, weak, embarrassed, and furious. "It's a real punishment, you pervert." Ether laughed softly, not resisting, enjoying her flustered state. She huffed again, her cheeks burning as she continued to smack his chest with her small, angry fists. The moment stretched, sweet, silly, and intimate. A quiet, love-struck tension hung in the air. Until... Cough. Cough. Both of them froze. Like statues, they turned their heads toward the sound. They had completely forgotten someone was still there. Aquilina's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she saw Sandra standing nearby with a painfully awkward expression. And beside her, Celestia, grinning ear to ear with obvious amusement. Aquilina yelped and instantly scrambled off of Ether, brushing down her clothes in a frantic rush. She turned her back toward them, hands covering her face, beet red and mortified. Ether giggled under his breath as he slowly stood up. He dusted himself off and stole one last glance at the now empty sky. Whatever had been there before, if it was ever real, was gone. But his puppets were already on the move, scouring the skies and land for any trace of that hooded figure or other anomalies. He turned to face Sandra, only to be hit with her cold, flat words. I'm not going to forgive you. Huh. Chapter 921, There is More. Sandra. Aquilina was visibly shaken, her voice trembling softly when Sandra's cold words reached her ears. She really didn't want to forgive him. But then again, that made sense. After all, Ether had tricked them all, deceived them so effortlessly. No one could truly blame her. It was her decision, entirely understandable. Ether himself wasn't surprised by Sandra's decision. A gentle, resigned smile appeared on his lips, not angry, not hurt, just quietly accepting the judgment. He didn't try to persuade her, he simply acknowledged it with that unwavering smile. Sandra's face remained indifferent, her gaze distant, devoid of emotion, revealing nothing more, nothing less. Since everyone has given their ANS, Ether started gently, his voice low and steady, but before he could finish, Aquilina quickly interrupted him, urgently pointing toward Celestia, who remained quiet in the corner, almost forgotten. Wait. Celestia hasn't said anything yet, Aquilina pointed out anxiously. She was your target too, wasn't she? Celestia hesitated briefly, then softly bowed her head, my answer. Ether already knows it. Aquilina blinked in confusion, her eyes darting to Ether, who merely shrugged in subtle confirmation before speaking again, his tone firm and serious now, I've told you everything, haven't I? His piercing gaze moved slowly, deliberately meeting each person's eyes. Right? He repeated once more, voice gentle but insistent. Celestia nodded softly, yes, everything. Yet, something was nagging at Aquilina's heart. Her voice was laced with doubt, hesitant and curious. There's truly one thing you haven't told us. Ether tilted his head slightly, brows furrowed. Like what? She swallowed nervously, her heart beating rapidly, her doubts intensifying. You said there would be only 10 women before you could be free, isn't that right? Yes, Ether responded simply, already sensing where this conversation was headed. Aquilina's expression darkened visibly, her voice tight and strained as she quietly counted on her fingers, each name resonating deadly, we 3. She gestured to Sandra, Celestia, and herself, before continuing slowly, then Arya, Raven, Helena, Talia, Celine. She paused uncertainly, believing she'd reached the end, until Sandra softly interjected, her voice colder and clearer, reinforcing the gravity of their realization. Dora, Nightfire, Leora, and Delphine. Aquilina's frown deepened considerably, confusion and suspicion mixing into an unsettling emotion as she locked eyes with Ether. A thin smile curved her lips, it's already more than 10, isn't it, my dear? Maintaining his calm, unwavering demeanor, Ether exhaled softly, resigned. You see. Carefully, he showed his log before their eyes, deciding that secrets no longer served their purpose. It revealed exactly what Sandra had seen before, no list of names. Aquilina leaned forward, eyes widening slightly in surprise and confusion. Loving stepfather. Unknown species. Ether, she murmured incredulously, glancing up at Ether in disbelief. What exactly are these titles? What in the world do they mean? Suddenly, something dawned upon her as she shifted her gaze swiftly to Sandra, realization flickering in her eyes. Come to think of it. Weren't you also searching through those bloodline books? Could it be, you were looking into this? Sandra instantly avoided Aquilina's intense scrutiny, nervously averting her eyes, cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment. I was just searching for something else, she muttered defensively, though it was painfully clear to everyone present she was lying. Ether observed her quietly, eyes softening with a soft smile. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, his voice gentle yet filled with sincerity, anyway, as you've all seen. I honestly don't fully understand what's wrong with me. But there's something important I want you all to know. I possess a certain OP ability. OP? Aquilina repeated curiously. Her thoughts drifted briefly to the strange title, Loving Stepfather, wondering silently if it somehow referred to her own connection to him. An overpowered ability, Ether clarified patiently, his voice calm yet tinged with reluctant gravity. It's powerful and incredibly unique. Unfortunately, I can't explain it fully because I'm bound by the very laws governing these worlds. But... He hesitated slightly, voice growing quieter, more somber. Whenever I activate this power, there's a necessary exchange, and the targets I previously seduced are removed from the list. Everyone fell silent, eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. Finally, breaking the tense silence, Aquilina spoke softly, her voice filled with genuine concern and fear. Then, how many times have you already used this power? Ether shifted uncomfortably, visibly reluctant, before quietly muttering, his voice almost ashamed, well, 5 times already. Aquilina's face turned visibly pale, a sudden, icy chill sweeping through her heart. Sandra frowned deeply, inwardly piecing together everything she'd suspected. Her thoughts raced swiftly, so, his return from death requires that, Aquilina's voice shook slightly, anxiety evident as she forced the next question, her tone hesitant and slightly strained. Then, there's another 5 times left. Ether let out a weary sigh, nodding slowly, his voice barely audible, tinged with quiet resignation. Sigh. Yes, that's the unfortunate truth. Aquilina dropped her gaze to the floor, her shoulders trembling slightly as an overwhelming sense of defeat washed over her. Her fingers curled tightly into a fist, knuckles whitening with suppressed frustration, desperately wishing she could unleash her anger, yet painfully realizing there was no one she could truly blame or punish. Now, I've truly told you everything, haven't I? Ether asked once more, his voice gentle yet piercing as his gaze settled firmly upon Sandra. Sandra, visibly irritated by his unwavering attention, clicked her tongue and asked sharply, Fine. Then tell us, who's your next target? Her voice carried a hint of annoyance yet betrayed an eagerness, a curiosity she couldn't fully conceal. Ether's smile softened, a slight hesitation entering his eyes. Well, it's kind of complicated. We need to know. Aquilina cut him off sharply, her voice growing increasingly urgent, frustration and desperation flickering across her expression. She needed to hear it, desperately so, because uncertainty had become intolerable. Ether took a long, weary breath, preparing himself before finally admitting, my next target is Zara. The moment those words escaped his lips, all 3 women reacted in uniquely vivid ways. Aquilina instantly recoiled, her face contorting into pure disgust. Her stomach churned violently at the very thought, screaming internally, that's fucking Celine's mother. How can this even be real? Sandra froze for a brief moment, horror and disbelief mingling in her widened eyes. Fuck. She whispered breathlessly, both horrified and pitiful. And, as usual, Celestia maintained her calm composure, a faint amusement glimmering in her eyes, though her expression remained otherwise unreadable. Does Celine know about this? Aquilina asked hesitantly, her voice trembling with disbelief and curiosity, barely able to keep her emotions under control. Ether bit down gently on his lower lip, reluctantly admitting the truth. Actually, she was helping me. Aquilina shrieked again, louder and even more horrified, nearly choking on the sheer revulsion that overtook her. I knew that girl wasn't exactly sane, but this is beyond fucked up. She shouted until her throat burned, her disgust and shock reaching new extremes. She'd always sensed something strange about Celine, something disturbingly peculiar, but this revelation was far beyond her darkest imaginings. "So, if you don't seduce her, she'll die?" Sandra asked hesitantly. The strange logic of his powers unsettled her deeply. She still couldn't fully grasp it. Did failing to seduce someone truly equate to death? It seemed utterly implausible. "Well, nothing really makes sense anymore, ever since I met those damned gods," Sandra thought bitterly, a smile curving her lips. Ether nodded quietly. "I'm not entirely certain, but, well." He paused thoughtfully, considering carefully how much he should share. He was tempted to admit that his own life had hung precariously at times, yet ultimately he shook off that impulse. He'd revealed enough already. Further burdening them with worry felt wrong. "Either she dies, or he does." Celestia suddenly interrupted. Aquilina and Sandra both turned sharply, eyes wide with shock, disbelief etched deeply upon their faces as they stared incredulously at Celestia. Celestia sighed softly, stepping forward gracefully as she met their questioning gazes directly. I'm sorry that I hid this until now, but..." She stared at Sandra's eyes and continued, "There have been moments, critical ones, where his life was gravely endangered. Had I not intervened just in the nick of time, Ether wouldn't be standing here now." Ether stared at her blankly, stunned, speechless. Before he could voice his confusion, Celestia's voice gently echoed telepathically within his mind, clear and resolute. "Let them know the truth. You deserve at least that much, /" Internally, he sighed in resignation, knowing there was no going back now, as Sandra and Aquilina continued staring at Celestia, their expressions stunned and visibly shaken. "Are really?" Aquilina breathed weakly, her voice barely above a whisper, almost unable to comprehend the revelation she'd just heard. Celestia nodded firmly, eyes sincere and unwavering. "Yes." Aquilina quickly turned her shocked gaze toward Ether, stumbling over her words, voice trembling and hesitant. "WWH. Why didn't you?" she began, but emotion quickly strangled her words. "All right." Ether interrupted softly, voice steady yet filled with quiet intensity. "Now that you all know, let's finally have a serious conversation, shall we?" Aquilina's frustration surged again, veins visibly throbbing on her forehead as she nearly shouted, "What conversation could possibly be more important than your life?" But Ether calmly interrupted again, his tone shifting to something heavier. "Let's talk clearly now, shall we? It's time we discuss. Mother, or daughter?" Chapter 922, Mending the Fractured Bond, Mother/Daughter. The real reason he told them everything was, because he wanted to draw out the real them. The truth beneath their guarded masks. Yeah, when he heard Celestia's words, about the mother and daughter's bond slowly fracturing, fading like a fragile thread worn thin by silence and pain. Of course, it would fracture. Even an idiot could see why it was falling apart. And so, that's why Ether made his move. That's why he decided to expose himself first. He laid himself bare, vulnerable and open, so that they, too, would be willing to reveal their truths. Whether they wanted to, or whether they felt forced to because of what he did, it didn't matter anymore. He needed them to open themselves, to let it all out. So he opened himself first. "Tell me, what's going on between you two?" Ether asked softly, voice steady and patient, as he moved toward the bed and sat on the edge. His eyes roamed over them, calm, curious, but not without a glimmer of hope. Sandra frowned, staring at Ether. Her expression wasn't harsh, but her eyes carried weight, like she was silently pleading with him to stop before he crossed some line they couldn't return from. Aquilina, on the other hand, couldn't meet his gaze. Her eyes dropped away, fixed on some invisible point in the room. Ether hummed gently, a breath more than a sound. "So, even after I've told you everything, you still can't speak?" he asked, his voice laced with disappointment. Not angry, just quietly hurt. "Come on, you two. So just because you said everything, we're supposed to do the same?" Sandra cut in, her voice tight, her brow furrowed. Ether shook his head slowly. "Of course not. It's not like that. I thought maybe today, for once, we could lay everything out. No more masks. No more hiding who we are. Just be real with each other. That's all." He shrugged his shoulders lightly, a weak gesture of surrender, "But if you're not ready. I get it. I'm fine with that too. Take your time. It's not like this is the end or anything, we still have all the time in the world. Who knows what's ahead? I might not even be around to." "Shut the fuck up. Stop." Sandra and Aquilina shouted over him, almost in unison, but layered with different pain, both sharp and loud and sudden. They glared at him like he'd just crossed an unforgivable line. "Why are you talking about death like it means nothing to you?" Aquilina snapped, her voice trembling with fury. Her teeth clenched as she glared at him, chest rising and falling. "Why do you say things like that, like life is something you can just throw away?" He just looked at her, and shrugged again. That was what made it worse. She could feel it boiling in her blood. That damn shrug, like it didn't matter. Like his life didn't matter. Was he trying to manipulate her? Twist her heart? But no. She knew deep down this wasn't about control. It was real. And that's what terrified her the most. Because she knew, the longer they ignored this crack between them, it would only grow wider. She bit her lip, hard enough to taste blood, before glancing at Sandra, and then, she spoke. Laid her bare heart. "I killed her, with my own hands." Sandra's eyes closed the moment those words landed. Celestia, standing silently in the corner, stepped forward and offered them a chair with a gentle smile. As if she'd been waiting for that confession all along. Sandra's lips twitched faintly. She didn't say it out loud, but her gaze held the message clearly. "You really said it, huh?" Celestia, understanding perfectly, simply smiled a little more and stepped back. Aquilina sank into the chair like her legs could no longer hold her. She bit down on her lips again as her trembling hands clutched at her clothes, knuckles pale. "You know who I am, don't you? I told you everything. My past. The things I've done. The kind of mother I was. Unforgivable. Irredeemable." Ether nodded softly. His eyes drifted toward Sandra. She sat there, stiff and quiet, staring hard at the wall like it held the answers she needed. Aquilina's voice cracked. I thought maybe I could just live this life as her daughter. I thought I could accept this new beginning. A second chance. I wanted to believe it was my way to make amends, to heal the sins of my past, to all the wrong dash. "You didn't do anything wrong," Sandra said suddenly. Her voice was quiet, but it struck like a stone dropped in still water. She didn't look at Aquilina. She didn't even blink. "Yes, I did," Aquilina whispered, shaking her head. She turned toward Sandra, her eyes searching her daughter's face. "I did. I killed you. With my own hands." Her voice trembled with the weight of memory. Her hands, raised before her, began to shake. She could still feel the pillow in them. The way she'd held it. The way she'd pressed it down on her daughter's peaceful, sleeping face, until the life left her. That moment had never faded. Not once. Not even in this twisted fate where she became the daughter of the very soul she had taken. When I realized I had been reborn as her daughter, I didn't know what to feel. I was overwhelmed. Happy, yes, I got to see her face again. But also, be broken. Because I was born to her. And I had to witness her pain. Her empty, shattered life, filled with nothing but blood and death. Aquilina's voice wavered. Her eyes turned glassy, and her lips trembled with emotion that barely stayed contained. It's like, this is a blessing. But also a sea curse. Sandra's lips quivered. She bit down on them, as if doing so would keep her voice inside. She said nothing, but her silence screamed louder than any word. Aquilina smiled weakly, her lips trembling as she struggled to hold it together. Then, with a breath that felt like it carried the weight of years, she continued, I decided to bury the truth. To lock away the memories that haunted me, and to just live as her daughter just like how I was. As Sandra's daughter. I chose to pretend, to believe in that illusion. I told myself it was enough. That it was okay. She paused, her voice cracking as guilt crept into her tone. I know. I know it's wrong. I know it's unforgivable. No, it's not, Sandra cut in firmly, without even turning her head. Her voice was sharp but calm, like an iron blade kept cool in the fire. Yet. It is unforgivable. Aquilina snapped, her teeth grinding together as she trembled, angry, but only at herself. It's really unforgivable. She choked out, panting slightly as emotion caught in her throat. Ha, ha. A hollow laugh escaped her lips, bitter and broken. I chose to live as her daughter, and nothing more. I told myself I'd take this secret to the grave. That I'd never, never, tell anyone. I know I'm being selfish. I know I am. But I just wanted to see my daughter again. I just wanted to hold her. To be with her. Her voice grew softer, more fragile. She clutched her own arms like she was trying to hold herself together. I lost everything once because of my stupidity. I couldn't bear to lose it again, not this time. Even if it meant living as her child. Even if it meant hiding this guilt for the rest of my life. I thought I could endure it. I really believed I could carry it, so long as I got to be by her side. Her gaze shifted slowly toward Sandra, who still hadn't looked away from the wall. I'm happy, just being with her. I really am. I was happy. She smiled faintly, a flicker of warmth trying to bloom. But then it crumbled. Until I realized, she already knew about me. The moment those words left her lips, her face fell. Her gaze dropped to the floor, her shoulders sagged. That warmth vanished into a hollow void of shame and loss. The guilt was too much to speak through now. Her voice failed her. Ether remained silent. He didn't offer comfort. He didn't move. He just turned his gaze toward Sandra, who was still staring straight ahead, like she hadn't heard a word. But her lips were trembling. It was subtle, but enough to betray the storm brewing inside. She was biting it back. Regret, guilt, something she couldn't name. She felt his gaze on her, heavy and unrelenting. With a sigh, she finally broke the silence. What am I supposed to say? She muttered, her voice quiet and distant. I have nothing. She shrugged, slow, stiff. Like her shoulders didn't want to move at all. Ether echoed her softly. Nothing, huh? To be honest, Ether didn't have much to add either. There were no words that could fix this. No clean answers. As much as he hated to admit it, they knew each other far better than he ever could. Their bond, whatever form it took, mother/daughter or something more twisted, was deeper than anything he could hope to touch. And no matter how broken it was, one thing was clear. They loved each other. But that love had been mangled by guilt. Warped by silence. One of them was drowning in remorse, and the other. "Tell me," Ether said at last, his tone shifting, sly, deliberate, the way it always did when he wanted to provoke. "Aren't you even a little angry?" He tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly. There it was, that dangerous glint in his expression. Ether always played with words, like knives he could twist under your skin. Most people would have put up a wall by now, guarded themselves, but not Aquilina. Not Sandra. When she killed you, smothered you with a pillow, choked the breath out of you in your sleep, aren't you even a little furious about it? He asked, casually cruel. What are you? Then his grin deepened. Or maybe. He murmured, dragging out the words, you brought her back, just to watch her suffer. Is that it? A punishment? A beautiful little revenge story? Sandra didn't. Words halted as she frowned. Her lips twitched violently. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, nails digging into her palms. Mind. Your words. Ether. She growled, each syllable sharp with restrained fury. Ether smirked, almost too pleased. What? Did I hit a nerve? He said, his voice lower, poking further, enjoying the ripple of emotion. You wanted to see her suffer, didn't you? Let her wither under your gaze. Break apart piece by piece, the same way she broke you that night, is that it? How dare you? Slap. Chapter 923, Mending the Fractured Bond, Mother and Daughter. There was stunned silence, not just a pause, but the kind of silence that made even breathing feel like a crime. Nothing, absolutely nothing, it was dead silence. Aquilina and Celestia were like, totally shocked. No, they were completely frozen, their eyes wide, their lips parted in disbelief, their minds struggling to catch up with what they had just heard. No, they were fucking shattered by it. How could you say those words? Sandra mumbled, her voice cracking, trembling like a fragile glass about to break. She stared blankly at Ether, who was just sitting there, unmoved, like nothing happened, like he hadn't just been slapped with the weight of her soul. Ether gave a simple shrug, as if it was nothing serious, as if her pain meant little. He tilted his head slightly and asked, what else should I say then? Sandra's hands shook as her emotions boiled. She gritted her teeth so hard it echoed, like bones trying to break out of her mouth. Without a second thought, she grabbed his collar, her fingers clutching it like claws. You don't know. Ah. After everything, after I laid my fucking heart bare in front of you, you think this low of me? Ah. Ether smirked faintly, amused, almost cruel in his calmness. Laid your heart before me? Woman, you're supposed to offer that kind of thing to the most important person in your world. Tell me, am I really that person? His tone shifted, suddenly serious, tilting his head. Sandra didn't flinch. Her eyes didn't blink. She just stared, as if seeing a ghost, as if the man before her wasn't the same one she once trusted. And then, finally, she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, yet filled with something that echoed louder than screams. Listen, her voice echoed through the stillness of the room. Without even turning to look at Aquilina, she said with a cold yet deeply pained tone, I wished for you, Mom, because I loved you, because I missed you every fucking day, because I couldn't breathe without the thought of you. I wanted you back. I wanted to protect you. I wanted. And oh, I needed. My mother. Aquilina's lips quivered. Her body tensed. Her voice cracked as she tried to speak, but I can't kill, but before she could finish, Sandra cut her off, her voice firm, unwavering, you didn't kill me. If you did, I wouldn't be standing here. I wouldn't be breathing right now. Still, I almost kill. Enough. Sandra's voice exploded like a storm as she turned sharply to Aquilina. Her eyes were burning with emotion, but her voice was eerily cold, detached. Kill this, kill that. I'm so fucking done with this bullshit. Look at me. Mom, just look at me, she screamed, slapping her hand against her chest as if to show she was still real, still alive. Aquilina's eyes slowly moved to her, and saw not a daughter, not a girl, but a woman shattered into pieces, held together by rage and grief. Sandra's face was strong, and yet so hopelessly broken. Do you know why I was broken? Sandra asked, her voice low and heavy, every word dripping with something darker than sadness, something like despair as she walked towards her. Aquilina bit her lips so hard they almost bled, the metallic taste of guilt soaking her tongue. I betray. No. Sandra screamed, her voice trembling but powerful. It was never about your betrayal. It was never just about you. Aquilina gasped softly, her breath hitching as if the air had turned into knives. Sandra stood close, so close their breath mingled. Her voice trembled as her lips parted again, I did this, because I was fucking weak. Because I was lost, a loser, blind, pathetic. A fucking nothing. Drip. One tear, then another. Aquilina's eyes overflowed as her body trembled. I am sorry. She sobbed, covering her face. Her shoulders shook violently, sobbing as she stared at the wreck her daughter had become, and knowing she had a hand in it. Her one and only daughter, and she was the reason this precious soul had fallen apart. She was the one who caused th. Even now, you're still blaming yourself, Sandra said softly, clicking her tongue in frustration, but there was a longing too. She crouched down, slowly, her knees hitting the floor, face close to Aquilina's. The shelter you gave me, the warmth, it vanished the moment you left this world. After that, I wasn't even a person anymore. I became something hollow. I became nothing. Do you know how it feels to be nothing, Mom? Aquilina nodded weakly, her tears falling freely, her hands limp. Of course she knew because she once was that too. Sandra stared at her mother through tear-stung eyes. One single tear rolled down her cheek as she whispered, they pushed you, to the very edge, to that point where you thought killing your daughter and ending your own life was the only way out. That's how dangerous nothing is, Mom. That's what it does to us. It twists us, eats us alive. She took a long breath. Her voice cracked but remained steady, the only thing that kept me going, was revenge. That sweet, bitter taste of vengeance, it gave me something to hold on to. It gave me a reason to exist, to become something again. Aquilina, shaking, lifted her tear-soaked hand. Her fingers trembled as she reached for Sandra, touching her cheek with such fragility, it was like she feared she might break her. Am I a baby? She stammered, her throat thick with grief, love, guilt, everything all at once. Sandra didn't move away. Her voice was hollow but filled with pain. Even after all of that, after everything I did, I felt nothing. Not relief. Not satisfaction. Not peace. Just, fucking nothing. Her eyes shifted to Celestia, her voice choking as more tears followed. She made me realize. All I did was nothing. Celestia lowered her head, that's all. Sandra turned back to Aquilina, her voice low and confessional. To be honest, that day, I wanted to die. I wanted to end everything, because inside me, there was just a void, and I thought maybe, if I vanished too, the pain would stop, just like you thought. And no, sniff, sniff. No, bye. Aquilina broke down, her words lost between cries. Suddenly, Sandra's expression softened, the edges of her pain rounded by something warm, something gentle. Her eyes gleamed, not just with tears, but with a distant, glowing memory that seemed to cradle her soul. That's when, she whispered softly, her lips trembling into a faint smile, I got my beloved mother, inside my stomach. Her voice was low, tender, filled with something sacred. Do you know how that feels? Aquilina blinked through her tears, her face a mess of emotion. She shook her head slowly, unable to feel that. Sandra's smile grew warmer, her voice laced with soft joy as she lowered her hand to her stomach, fingers gently rubbing it in a circle, like she was cradling something still alive within her. It felt, really, really good, she whispered, her tears sliding quietly down her cheeks. The way you moved in my tummy, those soft kicks, those little flutters I felt at night. The way you made me nauseous even at the smell of my favorite foods, the way you made me vomit over and over again. But even then, I felt something. Something real. Something pure. She choked slightly, her voice cracking from the bittersweet flood. I felt alive. I felt needed. I felt happy. So damn happy. As she spoke, her trembling fingers slowly reached out and touched Aquilina's hand, soft, hesitant, but full of meaning. Sandra then looked up again, this time her eyes darkening, her expression shifting into something serious. For the past 16 years. She began, her voice low, her words like heavy raindrops, all I knew was happiness. My world was just you. You smiling. You calling me Mom. You asking for bedtime stories, hugs, warm food, silly little things, and I thought, this is what love feels like. I was happy. I was so happy that. She paused, swallowing hard. I forgot that you were once my mother. I stopped thinking of you like that. You were no longer my past. You became my present. You were my child. My daughter, my only one. Her fingers gripped Aquilina's hand tighter, trembling with fear buried deep. And then, if you started remembering, your memories of that past life returned. I realized that maybe I would lose you. That you might stop looking at me like a daughter, and start looking at me like something else. Something I'm used to being. And I feared that. Her voice dropped lower, fragile, breaking. I have feared every single morning. I woke up, praying you'd still smile at me. That you'd still call me Mom. That you wouldn't remember too much. And every time you did, every time you looked at me with love, I thought, thank God, I still have my daughter today. That smile, it made my entire world. Aquilina's lips trembled violently. Her heart felt as though it was being carved open. I too. Aquilina finally spoke, her voice barely audible between sobs. I was so happy being your daughter. I loved every moment. I loved how much you cared for me, how you always protected me, looked after me, spoiled me. I know how much you did, and I love you. I love you more than anything in this world. Sandra smiled gently, her fingers slowly brushing Aquilina's cheek, wiping the tears away with the touch of a mother. Then why? She whispered, so soft, why are you feeling guilt? Aquilina opened her mouth, but no words came. That's. But before she could explain, Sandra leaned closer, her voice filled with aching sincerity. Yes. You tried to kill me, she said, her tone gentle, like she was easing the weight of that truth. I know that. I remember. But I was never angry with you. Not even for a moment. Aquilina lowered her head even more, sobbing harder. That. No. Me. Her words spilled like broken glass, sharp and unclear, her tears falling freely onto the floor. Look at me, Mom. Sandra whispered softly, her voice pleading. But Aquilina couldn't. Her head remained bowed as if guilt had nailed it down. But then. Look at me. Sandra said again, this time in a voice unlike anything before, soft, but so deeply vulnerable, so full of love, pain, desperation, that it made even Aquilina's breath catch. Mom. Aquilina mumbled, her voice not from her mind, but from her soul. It slipped out unconsciously, purely, from the heart of the daughter she had become. Sandra smiled through her tears, that same smile Aquilina had seen every day growing up. Yes. I'm your mother. And you are, my daughter. Even if your old memories return. Even if you remember a different past. Even if you once held me in your arms, now, you are the one who needs my arms. And I love you, my daughter Aquilina. More than I ever loved, my mother. Aquilina's lips trembled. Her whole body quaked. But these, memories. I was your Mo. They were just memories, Sandra said softly, cutting through that fear with truth. They don't define us. Memories are fragments. They can only shape us if we let them. But it's our heart, our love, that truly decides who we are. Her words echoed in Aquilina's heart like breaking through the wall that she had built for two space. Mother Aquilina and daughter Aquilina. Even Ether, watching quietly, felt something inside him stir. Sandra smiled lovingly, cupping her daughter's tear-soaked cheeks, and I chose to cherish the memories I made with my child. With you. Now tell me, my love, what do you choose? Then, she leaned forward and kissed Aquilina's forehead, a kiss filled with more warmth than 1,000 suns. A soft breath escaped between their trembling lips. And Aquilina, that once broken, guilt-wrapped mother/daughter, broke into fresh sobs. Mumum, Owea. She cried, her voice raw and full of love, grief, and something more, a soul returning home. Chapter 924, The Beginning, Fall of Nyadya Family. Aquilina, she was indeed drowning in confusion, lost within the haze of her memories, her past, her present, everything was so tangled and chaotic that even though Ether had managed to calm her down before, the storm inside her hadn't truly settled. She had decided to live as Sandra's daughter, but still, her mind, in its fractured state, kept slipping into a place where she felt more like the mother, the one who was supposed to protect. But the moment she realized that Sandra had already known about her, that painful truth shattered her all over again. The thin line between past and present snapped, leaving her heart trembling, her mind in shambles. But now, everything had cleared up. The fog, the confusion, the fear, the guilt, the sense of loss and desperate longing, it all slowly lifted, like dawn breaking through after a stormy night. All of it faded after just one thing. A single talk. That's all it needed. A conversation that neither of them had dared to begin. Maybe out of awkwardness, or maybe it was fear of losing what they had just found. Or perhaps they simply didn't know what the other truly wanted. That silence, that hesitation, it created the distance between them. But now, Ether and Celestia stood quietly, watching Aquilina and Sandra embrace each other tightly, so tightly, as if letting go would tear them apart forever. Celestia turned her head slightly, glancing at Ether. He wore a gentle, proud smile on his face, but the corner of his lips twitched, ever so slightly. She caught it immediately. Are you jealous? Celestia asked through telepathy, arching an amused brow. Ether flinched, quickly averting his gaze. Of course not. Why would I be jealous? He replied, shrugging his shoulders like it didn't bother him at all. But Celestia knew better. She grinned playfully. How cute, she thought to herself with an entertained expression on her face. Just then, Ether's voice came into her mind again, this time quieter, but more serious. Don't you have something to say to her? He asked, his expression subtly shifting into something more solemn. Celestia blinked as her grin faded. She let out a soft breath before replying, I guess, even I can't hide from you, huh? Ether just gave a crooked smile and gestured his hand gently toward Sandra and Aquilina. Celestia sighed, then stepped forward, her gaze falling on the pair. She hesitantly hummed, trying to find her voice. Hearing that soft sound, both Sandra and Aquilina snapped out of their moment, turning their heads in sync. Their eyes locked onto Celestia, who was now quietly looking at Aquilina with a strange expression. Sandra's brows furrowed for a brief moment before she took a small step back, giving space between her and Aquilina. Aquilina blinked, visibly confused. Is something wrong? She asked, her voice unsure. Celestia inhaled deeply and, with a slow exhale, said softly, I'm sorry. Her head bowed deeply in a formal, respectful gesture. Aquilina tilted her head, confused. Sorry. For what? Still keeping her head low, Celestia spoke again, her voice tight with emotion. That day, if I had just taken a moment to understand your emotions a little better, you wouldn't have. Before she could even finish her sentence, Aquilina suddenly stood from the chair and walked straight into her, wrapping her arms tightly around her in a warm, fierce hug. Thank you. Aquilina whispered with trembling lips. Thank you for taking care of my. Her eyes turned to Sandra, softening even more as she continued, my mother. Celestia's eyes widened in surprise before a weak, grateful smile formed on her lips. I do love you, Celestia, no matter what, Aquilina whispered, holding her even tighter, not wanting to let her go too. Celestia stood frozen for a second, then smiled, a tear threatening to fall. She shouldn't feel this emotion and yet, for reason, her heart slightly felt something. Something that made feel this emotion for a moment before disappearing, as she turned her gaze to Ether, who was still standing with the same soft smile, only now, he was very obviously sulking. What am I going to do with him? She thought, a mixture of fondness and exasperation flickering through her chest at the sight of his barely hidden jealousy. Once the emotional wave began to settle, Aquilina let out a long, deep sigh, as if the weight of the years, the guilt, the pressure, the confusion, had finally lifted from her shoulders. Ha! Ha ha! Aquilina chuckled softly, her voice light with relief. For the first time in what felt like forever, she felt free. Her heart was calm, steady, and quiet. There was no lingering pain, no shame, no anxiety, only a peaceful stillness. I feel tired. Aquilina muttered, her voice fading gently as she slowly walked over with outstretched arms and collapsed onto the bed with a sigh of release. And of course, Ether, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, didn't stand a chance. She grabbed him with one hand and pulled him along with her. He let out a surprised grunt as he was pushed down beside her. Aquilina tilted her head to the side, resting it on the pillow as she looked at him with a serene, happy expression glowing on her face. Ether chuckled softly, smiling back at her with the same warmth. They stared at each other quietly, letting the silence speak for them. Seconds passed. A whole minute maybe. And then. Jrrllllll. A violent stomach growl echoed through the room. Ether blinked, then scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Well. I have been out for 3 days. He muttered, trying to laugh it off. Aquilina burst into a soft laugh. Dining hall. Currently, the group was sitting inside the spacious dining hall. The entire space was pristine and elegant, crafted from polished blue marble that shimmered under the soft glow of the chandeliers. Every inch of the hall, including the massive dining table they were seated around, was intricately etched with designs of aquarelated organisms, like an underwater kingdom frozen in time, carved into stone. Ether mumbled, tracing his fingers across the delicate patterns on the table's surface. He'd seen similar designs on the palace walls before, but this level of detail, it was something else entirely. Each etching depicted a different sea creature, and none of them repeated. Damn, whoever built this place wasn't just talented, they were on a whole other level, he muttered, his voice filled with both awe and disbelief. Sitting beside him, Aquilina let out a soft chuckle. Ha, beautiful, isn't it? I remember being just as speechless the first time I saw it, she said, placing her hand gently on his thigh, her fingers beginning to rub lightly. Do you know who created all of this? Ether asked, curiosity lighting up his eyes, though he didn't react much to her subtle touches. Aquilina shook her head, her hand still resting on him. Not really, but I read in one of the books in the archive that the palace was built in ancient times. No name mentioned, just that it was passed down by generations, she said, grinning softly while her fingers drew lazy circles on his thigh. Ether hummed, his brows furrowed slightly. Ancient times, he repeated in thought. Do you still have that book? Aquilina nodded. I'll bring it to you later, she said sweetly, her smile lighting up her face. Unable to resist, Ether reached out and gently pinched her cheek. You're too adorable sometimes. Ether. Aquilina blushed, her voice a soft squeak as she looked away, flustered. Ether chuckled at her reaction. Cough, cough. Sandra, sitting at the center of the table, cleared her throat with a mildly annoyed expression. The food is getting cold. Eat, she said. No, it wasn't a suggestion, it was an order. Aquilina flushed even deeper, quickly lowering her gaze and picking up her spoon. She began eating while stealing glances at her mother. Sandra appeared calm, silently sipping her soup, but for just a fraction of a second. Aquilina noticed it, a brief glance toward Ether. Aquilina bit her lower lip. Even though their mother-daughter bond had been repaired, this silent longing in her mother's eyes, it stung. Aquilina believed that her mother was holding herself back, suppressing her own feelings for Ether, just for her sake. Her thoughts momentarily drifted elsewhere, to Celine. The one who had gone so far to help Ether to seduce her own mother. Celine, who had done the unthinkable. Aquilina felt goosebumps prickling her skin as a rush of complicated emotions swept through her chest. Meanwhile, Ether's gaze became distant. A sudden update arrived from one of his puppets. The last trace of the small hooded figure had been near the ebon stone. His expression subtly shifted into a frown. He had hoped that once the master fell, the remnants of the organization would crumble. But apparently, they weren't finished yet. Ether murmured thoughtfully, eyes narrowing. Is something the matter? Sandra asked with a slight frown, her spoon pausing in midair. Behind her, Celestia leaned in slightly, curiously. Ether quickly shook his head. No, it's nothing, he replied casually, even as his mind was already commanding his clones scattered across the empires to monitor the ebon stones more closely. He couldn't afford to let a single threat slip through. Not until Sandra was completely safe. Sandra stared at him for a few seconds, studying his face, but then silently returned to her soup. As she stirred it gently, she suddenly asked, "When are you leaving?" Her tone was calm, but her eyes flicked toward him with pointed interest. Before Ether could even open his mouth, Aquilina's voice rang out urgently. Leaving? He needs rest first, Mom, she protested with a serious look, her fingers clenching tightly around Ether's thigh, tight enough to make him flinch. He's been pushing himself non-stop. Didn't our royal healer say he needed to take proper rest? Sandra responded with a vague hum, her tone unreadable, though her brows furrowed slightly. Aquilina smiled sweetly, her expression suddenly innocent. That's why he's staying here for at least a few more days, right? She turned to Ether with hopeful, almost pleading eyes. Ether blinked at her, caught between amusement and surrender. He couldn't bring himself to say no, not when she looked at him like that. He nodded gently in agreement. Unaware, or perhaps pretending not to know, what kind of devious little plan this girl was hatching behind that innocent face. Aquilina chuckled inwardly, her mind brimming with mischievous thoughts. Everyone around him was getting corrupted, by Ether himself. Chapter 925, Only the blood-marked may claim the throne, and the unworthy shall perish. After eating well and taking a few leisurely strolls around the palace, nighttime gently settled in. Ether decided to finally take some rest. Now he was lying on the large, luxurious bed, gazing absent-mindedly at the ceiling above. It wasn't like he really needed rest, 3 full days of peace had been more than enough for someone like him, but still, he figured, why not indulge in a few more days of quiet? Especially since he already knew what was coming. Endless responsibilities, heavy decisions, complicated politics, a storm of things waiting just outside this calm. Also, he had just received some troubling feedback from the puppets stationed across the empires. They too had spotted that tiny hooded figure, lingering near the ebon stones. Not just in Zephyr, but even in the Pyra Empire. That made him frown, deeply. No one, absolutely no one, should have been able to pass through the Empire's barrier. It was foolproof, perfect, created by Palace's hidden technology. And yet... that figure, it's really something else. I need to be careful, he thought, his brows furrowing slightly. The hooded figure was becoming increasingly mysterious. Dangerous even. But there was one thing consistent in all reports. The figure never touched the stones. It merely watched. Silently. And then vanished. What is it trying to do? Why just watch? Ether's thoughts tangled. As much as he wanted to contact the Arcane Hunter organization, they were not attending to his communication. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach them. He had no choice but to investigate on his own. Just then. Knock, knock. Someone knocked gently on his door. Given his VIP status here in the palace, he had been assigned a grand suite, the kind of room that came with thick velvet carpets, moonlit curtains, and a bed big enough for 3 kings. Quiet luxury. Ether's lips curled into a tiny smirk. Without a word, he pulled the bedsheet up to his chin and quickly pretended to be fast asleep. Knock, knock. Ether lisped, slightly curled up as he immediately closed his eyes, pulled his bedsheet and fell asleep. Knock, knock. A soft whisper, barely audible, came from behind the door. Then. Thud. The knob turned. The door creaked open, slowly parting. A pair of glowing, curious purple eyes peeked from behind the doorframe. Ether. Her voice floated in, tender and hesitant. When she didn't hear a response, the door pushed open wider, revealing a beautiful woman stepping inside. Her long, wavy purple hair shimmered under the pale light. She wore a delicate, nearly see-through lingerie that clung softly to her curves. Her bare feet made no sound against the carpet as she moved forward, cautious and silent. Her bright, sparkling eyes scanned the room carefully before landing on the bed, and the tall, familiar figure lumped beneath the sheets. "There you are," she murmured with a mischievous smile, speaking more to herself than anyone else. She tiptoed across the room, pausing at the edge of the bed, her gaze playful, lips curling with amusement. "Sleeping so peacefully, huh? Must be nice," she thought, a mix of mock irritation and fondness swirling inside her chest. Oh, she was definitely going to give him a proper scare tonight. With exaggerated caution, she leaned in and slowly reached for the bedsheet. Bo. He. Ether suddenly threw the bedsheet down and burst out laughing, his face contorted with a dramatic, mock-horrified expression. His lips twisted downward and yet he giggled like a child. His eyes bulged slightly as he gasped. K.A. Thud. Aquilina let out a tiny yelp and fell straight on her butt, completely startled. Ha. Ether sat up, unable to stop laughing as he clutched his stomach. Her reaction was far too adorable, and her horrified face. Absolutely priceless. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that worked again, he thought as he chuckled harder, tears welling in his eyes. Aquilina's cheeks burned bright red as she scrambled to her feet. Humph, she puffed, turning away from him with a scowl. Her steps were heavy, dramatic. She wasn't actually leaving, she just wanted him to know she was mad. Ether, still chuckling, leaned slightly forward. Hey, come on. I'm sorry, he called out softly. Humph, she huffed again, refusing to turn around. Ether smiled gently, his voice dropping lower, warmer. Come on, my dear, don't be like that. He waved a hand casually, and the air around her shimmered. Invisible tendrils of wind softly wrapped around Aquilina's body and began lifting her into the air. Wah! Her eyes widened as the gentle breeze picked her up and floated her toward the bed. Ether reached out and caught her by the hips as if she weighed nothing at all, placing her gently on his lap. What? Angry already? He teased, poking her lips softly with 2 fingers. Aquilina slapped his hand away with a pout. Her brows scrunched as she glared at him. She was still fuming, he scared her again. And the worst part? He enjoyed it. Treated her like some little child. And he saw her vulnerable face again. Ugh. Ether grinned even wider. He leaned in and buried his face into her hair, inhaling deeply. You smell amazing. Did you just take a bath? His arms tightened around her, pulling her body even closer to his. Aquilina's cheeks flushed hot, but her glare didn't waver. She was still mad, okay? Ether let out a small sigh and ruffled her hair with a tender hand. I'm sorry, my princess. I really am, he whispered in defeat. Aquilina's lips twitched. She turned slightly, ready to forgive him when. Ether tilted his head and grinned devilishly. But seriously. I didn't know you were such a scaredy cat. You. A vein popped on her forehead as she clenched her fists. With a growl, she slammed her tiny fists against his chest. Of course, not hard enough to hurt. But enough to make her point. Ether chuckled softly, an amused glint in his eyes, before asking in a gentle tone, so, what brings you here, His voice was light, teasing, even though he already had a fairly good idea where this was going. Aquilina snorted, crossing her arms before glancing away with a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. I brought this, she mumbled, holding out an old, slightly worn book. Ether tilted his head, intrigued, as he reached out to take it, only for her to suddenly pull it back. Nope, she declared playfully, flashing a cheeky grin, I'm the one who's going to read it for you. Before he could protest, she lifted her hips and shifted around, settling herself comfortably on his lap. She leaned her back against his broad chest, wiggling slightly to adjust her position, and then flipped open the book with a small, satisfied hum. Ether let out a quiet sigh, a smile tugging at his lips. He didn't fight it. Instead, he wrapped his arms loosely around her waist and rested his chin on her shoulder, settling in to listen. This is the book you asked me to find, the one about our palace's history. Oh. Right, yeah, Ether nodded, growing more curious now. His eyes drifted over the pages as she began to read. Aquilina smiled as she pressed herself deeper into his lap, getting comfortable while her eyes scanned the faded ink. The book wasn't particularly thick, just a small collection of recorded facts and tales about the origin of their palace. Nothing grand or overly detailed. But still, it held weight. So, long story short, she began, her voice a soft rhythm, this palace was built ages ago by the ancient people. Not just any people, though, like, literally, marine species from all around came together to help build it for their rulers. Ether blinked slowly, quietly listening. It was all out of devotion and deep respect, she continued, love for their leaders. That's what drove them. They built this place so the rulers could lead the world with both strength and kindness. Ether raised an eyebrow slightly, still silent. And, in return, the ancient ruler wanted to honor those who built it. So she had every single person involved, every craftsman, every creature, every helping hand, their art etched into the palace walls. Every surface. Every hall. Aquilina paused. That's all. That's it. Ether echoed, leaning a bit forward in surprise. The people built the place, and their ruler carved their names and faces into the stone. He looked almost puzzled, like the simplicity of it caught him off guard. What a good ruler. Aquilina muttered, nodding slowly. Her voice was calm, but inside she was squirming. Honestly, just reading it gave her this bitter taste in her mouth. Sure, it was a beautiful story. Noble, even. But when she looked at the current people in power, Backstabbers. Greedy opportunists. The kind who'd rather watch someone fall than help them rise. She was just about to close the book and bring up something more serious, that's her real endgame, when... Wait. Ether reached out and gently halted her hand. His brows furrowed. At the bottom of the last page, almost like an afterthought, there were tiny letters. Barely visible. Oh, that? Aquilina leaned forward a bit. It's probably just a signature. Maybe the ruler's name or something. She traced her fingers over the small, delicate script. But then... My language. Ether muttered under his breath. He gently took the book from her hands and brought it closer to his face. The letters were incredibly small, almost microscopic. But unmistakable. His previous world's language. You know that? Aquilina turned to him with wide, curious eyes, watching his face closely as his expression darkened slightly. What does it say? She asked, noticing the weight in his silence. Ether's eyes narrowed. He whispered quietly, only the blood-marked may claim the throne, and the unworthy shall perish. Aquilina blinked. That's a pretty heavy phrase, she said softly, leaning in closer. Wait, does that mean, these words belong to you? Someone from your world left this behind? She tilted her head, clearly intrigued. Could it be that, someone else, like you, came here long ago too? Ether shrugged, eyes still fixed on the tiny text. I don't know. Maybe, or maybe it's just a coincidence. Or something older than even I can imagine, he murmured. It's hard to say. Aquilina studied his face carefully, noting the seriousness in his eyes. It's weird. She thought to herself, heart beating a little faster. Her thoughts swirled in the silence before she pushed the book aside. She hadn't come here just to read some old legends. She now wanted something else. She turned in his lap slightly and looked him straight in the eyes. Ether, close your eyes. Huh? Ether blinked, visibly confused. His frown returned. Just close them, she insisted, voice firm. And no matter what happens, you don't move. Got it? Ether hesitated. He didn't like being told not to move. Especially not when she sounded so serious. Ether, she repeated. This time, her voice held no playfulness. It was sharp. Commanding. He nodded, slowly. And closed his eyes. A small smirk curled on Aquilina's lips as she leaned in close, her voice low and sultry near his ear. It's time for your punishment, my dear. Chapter 926, Punishing Bad Boy, Part 1. Now, open your eyes, darling. That sultry voice wrapped around Ether's ears like silk, soft and seductive. His eyelids twitched and fluttered slightly before opening, and then it hit him. He was fucking tied to the bed. Tuck, tuck. Ether instinctively yanked at his arms, only to find both wrists bound tight to the headboard with thick rope. His legs, also restrained, spread just wide enough to make him aware of his vulnerability. Of course, with a single burst of real strength, he could shatter the bed and snap the ropes like they were threads, but then... Do not break it, Aquilina's voice cut through, firm and commanding. She was perched on top of him, sitting boldly on his abdomen, legs on either side, her bare thighs pressing against his skin. Her expression was deadly serious, eyes sharp and unwavering as she added, the moment you break those ropes, I'll walk away. Ether raised a brow at her threat, but as her voice lingered, he sighed deeply and relaxed his body, ceasing his struggle. Aquilina's lips curled into a slow, victorious smile. She leaned in, her breath grazing his face, her palms softly tracing along his jawline as her sultry eyes locked with his ice-blue ones. I know. I know I accepted you, she whispered, almost like a purr, even after everything you did. You understand that, right? If it had been any other woman, they would have walked away. They wouldn't have stayed after what you've done. Ether paused, his throat tightening slightly. As much as he hated to admit it. Yeah, he muttered. They would have left me. Good boy, she cooed, brushing her fingers across his forehead as if claiming him. So you understand, that makes me special, doesn't it? I did something no one else would have. I held on to you. Ether nodded, silently agreeing. She hummed, dragging that sound as her gaze wandered his face, studying every flicker in his expression. Tell me, Ether, my lovely, obedient servant, who do you love more? Her voice dropped into a softer, more dangerous tone, dripping with sensual curiosity. Fuck. Ether cursed in his mind. He had feared this moment would come. Every woman asks it eventually. Especially when she's wearing lingerie and sitting on you like a queen about to claim her prize. Ether forced a charming, innocent smile. No, no. Aquilina snapped, cutting him off instantly. Don't you dare give me that sweet little innocent smile that tries to slide past the question. I've fallen for that too many times before. I'm not falling again, Ether. He sighed, caught red-handed. I love you, he said firmly, his eyes meeting hers with bold honesty. You are the salt of my ocean. Even if you keep comparing yourself to others, it doesn't matter. Aquilina blinked, slightly taken aback. She tilted her head, studying him again as if trying to read beyond his words. That's actually romantic. Huh. You're the salt of my ocean, not bad. Not bad at all. Ether let out a slow, hidden breath of relief. Then, without another word, Aquilina leaned forward and placed a soft, possessive kiss on his forehead. Good boy, she murmured again, before rising slightly and reaching toward the nearby table. She picked up a pair of scissors, the cold silver glinting in her hand as she returned to straddle him. Ether's Adam's apple bobbed in a heavy gulp. Chuck. The scissors sliced through fabric. Slowly, she began cutting open his shirt, blade pressing flat as it slid down his chest, exposing skin inch by inch. Her fingers grazed his bare torso, nails teasing along the muscle lines, but her eyes remained focused, dangerously focused. She paused at his waistband, the scissors resting just above his pants as she turned her head with an amused smirk. Tell me something, she purred, her voice low and dripping with tension. How many women have you seduced before you got me? Her hand moved, scissors pressing near his crotch, just enough to make his body flinch. Even though Ether knew she wouldn't actually hurt him, the presence of cold steel so close to his manhood sent a very specific kind of fear, and panic, through his veins. Actually. He stammered, voice trembling a little. You're my first. Oh. Aquilina blinked, and a flicker of genuine happiness appeared on her face. Her lips parted slightly. You mean? I'm your first. Your very first. Ether nod. Chuck. Another snip almost made him jerk in fear, but this time it was his pants. She cut them open and peeled them off with a slow, sensual grace, discarding them carelessly like torn wrapping paper. Now he lay there, nearly naked, tied up, his body exposed, breath uneven. Only his underwear remained, barely a barrier between her wicked curiosity and his aching need. She could literally see the bulge forming against his underwear, thick and pulsing. Her cheeks turned a bright shade of red, but she bit her lip and braced herself inwardly. No embarrassment. No embarrassment. No embarrassment. She chanted like a stubborn mantra inside her head. She wasn't going to let herself shy away, not today. Today she wasn't going to be the flustered girl, not in front of him. Today, she was going to assert her dominance. Make him ache for her. Burn for her. Not for Aira, Celine, not for any of those other bitches, only her. Oh. What's this now? She whispered, her fingers hesitating for a split second before brushing over the thick bulge beneath his underwear. The heat radiating from it was enough to send a pulse through her core. Her palm gently pressed against it, rubbing softly over the swollen shape. I didn't even touch you properly yet, and you're already hard for me, she teased, smirking as her voice dropped into a seductive tone. Are you that horny for me, darling? Ether's lips twitched. Oh, how he wanted to grab her, flip her over, spank her delicious ass and remind her who really ruled, but he held back. No. This was her game tonight. This was his punishment, and he accepted it, at least for now. Seeing him hold back only made her giggle more. Her fingers moved in slow circles, massaging the bulge like she was stroking it through the fabric, feeling the way it throbbed bigger and harder under her teasing touch. Her cheeks flushed with a fresh, heated pink, but she didn't stop. No, she leaned into it. Still, as the heat between them swirled thicker, her voice shifted. Her eyes darkened. Tell me. She said, her tone turning serious as her hand paused. Celestia. Was she one of your targets too? Did you already fuck her? Why particularly Celestia? He didn't know but. Ether shook his head, calm and straight. No. Liar, she snapped, eyes narrowing as her fingers suddenly clutched the bulge hard, making him tense. There's no way. She might not be as beautiful as me, but the way she acts around you, like she knows your scent, your rhythm, like she's been inside your life longer than I have, it pisses me off. Her voice cracked with raw jealousy, teeth gritting in frustration. Ether let out a soft, breathy chuckle. It's because, she's been tailing me all this time. Always behind me. Watching. Quiet. Aquilina's eyes narrowed suspiciously, her gaze turning sharp, almost threatening. So you didn't sleep with her yet? She asked, voice low, inquisitive, demanding. Ether gave a short nod. Nope. I didn't. I'm not some kind of walking hard-on, fucking around, you know, he added, with a hint of offended pride in his voice. Aquilina couldn't help but laugh, soft and sweet. Of course not. I know, my man wouldn't do that. Her fingers relaxed slightly against him. Then why are you even? It's because. She interrupted, voice slow and dripping with something darker. Her eyes locked onto his, glimmering with possessiveness. You've been mean, darling. Corrupting me with that innocent little face of yours. That calm voice. That softness you wear like a trap. She leaned in close, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, voice dangerously lovely, and now. I'm like this. She tilted her head, her smile curling into something darker, twisted, obsessive but still holding back from full madness. Her eyes gleamed like someone just a breath away from becoming a Yandra, but not quite there yet. She won't be, after all. It's just a sudden spike of emotions after learning everything. That's all, she'll always be a little princess with light Sundra mode. However. Twitch. Aquilina blinked as she felt a sudden throb in her grip. Her eyes widened briefly, surprise flashing across her expression before a slow, sly grin spread across her lips. "Looks like someone's eager," she purred, her fingers now stroking more deliberately, more confidently. With deliberate slowness, she gripped the waistband of his underwear and began to pull them down, exposing inch by inch, hungry gaze locked to the sight unfolding before her. Chapter 927, Punishing Bad Boy, Part 2. Slurp. Slurp. A deep, wet slurping sound echoed through the grand room, thick with the heavy air of lust, love, and overwhelming dominance. Aquilina, dressed in an almost transparent, lacy lingerie that clung to every seductive curve of her body, sank her lips onto his thick, veiny shaft like it was her favorite treat. Her mouth enveloped the tip slowly, teasingly, before she sucked deeper, slurping with intensity, her lips pressing down his hard length. One hand stroked his cock rhythmically while the other gently massaged his heavy balls, making them tighten under her touch. MMPH. Her moans vibrated along his shaft. R. Ether groaned, his voice low and trembling as his body twisted under the delicious torment. His limbs were bound to the bedposts with silk ropes, and all he could do was watch, helplessly, desperately, as she sucked him like a cock-hungry goddess, locking eyes with him the entire time. Her eyes, those sparkling purple eyes, never left his. She sucked his cock greedily, hungrily, like she wanted to swallow not just his length but his soul. Slurp. Fuck. Ether shuddered, his ass tensing as his thick shaft twitched inside her mouth, his climax rushing dangerously close. But then. Nope. She popped her lips off his cock with a wet sound, wearing an amused, smug expression. His shaft stood straight, hard as steel, throbbing furiously right at the edge of release. "Nah, not yet, baby," she said with a devilish smirk. Foo look at you, trembling just from my tongue. Withering under my touch like a needy little boy. Her fingers were sticky with his pre-cum, and she deliberately licked them, slowly, teasingly, staring into his eyes as she dragged her tongue across each finger as if tasting forbidden sugar. Ether gritted his teeth inside, but on the outside, he smiled. A dangerous, devilish smile. The kind that made hearts race, and punishments worse. The kind of smile that promised revenge. She had no idea what she was awakening. Aquilina continued, her fingers brushing softly against his painfully hard cock, stroking it gently like she owned it. It stood so upright, so tense, it almost ached with the need to release. She could feel the heat radiating from it, feel it pulsing against her fingertips. But she wasn't done yet. She needed to be in control. She leaned forward with a smirk, brushing her lips close to his ear as she whispered, "Tell me, Ether, why did you hide, Victor, from me?" Her voice was soft and sultry, but there was fire in her tone. Her fingers trailed up his shaft, then down to the ring on his finger, the transformation ring. With a slight tug, she pulled it off, her face tightening with irritation. The moment the ring left his hand, his hair returned to normal. Silky white strands cascaded back into place. She stared hard at him. Ether met her gaze calmly. "Your mother told me not to tell you," he said, voice deep, steady, truthful. But she wasn't satisfied. "Oh. So if she hadn't said anything, you would have told me, is that right?" she asked. "Of course, Before he could finish, she immediately moved and bit down on the sensitive tip of his cock. Not hard, but enough to send jolts of sensation through him. He groaned, breath catching in his throat. "Liar," Aquilina said sweetly, parting her lips again and blowing a warm breath across the damp, twitching tip of his cock. It made him shiver violently, his toes curling as he growled low in his throat. "Such a bad boy, hiding things from me. Naughty, naughty," she whispered as she dragged her tongue back up his shaft. "You'd hide it all over again, wouldn't you? That's just what bad boys like you do." And she knew he would. He didn't want to be exposed, not yet. Then her mouth was back on him. She sucked harder now, lips sliding down his cock with wet, messy sounds, her tongue circling the shaft as she bobbed her head. Her fingers moved up to his chest, finding one of his nipples, and began to toy with it, pinching, twisting, teasing the sensitive flesh while her mouth worked him below. Ether groaned loudly, overwhelmed by the double stimulation. His cock pulsed, his muscles flexed, his breath came fast and uneven. But just as he started to tremble, on the edge of exploding, she pulled away again. "Nope, not yet, my sweet little cock toy," she purred with a wicked grin. Ether's face twisted with frustration, his cock twitching, desperate. He looked at her, that confident, devilish woman grinning at his helplessness. "You don't even know what kind of beast you're teasing, woman," he thought, craving to break free and turn the tables. But not yet. He'd wait. He'd bide his time. He'd make her regret teasing the devil. Aquilina moved closer, her gaze never leaving his. Her body climbed over his, her breath hot against his neck. She lifted the hem of her red lace lingerie slowly, revealing the wet patch on her thin, red panties. Her nectar dripped down, glistening between her legs, making her little pussy look even more inviting, soft, swollen, dripping and needy. Ether's breath hitched. He swallowed hard. Aquilina smiled as she saw his eyes locked onto her glistening heat. "Do you want it, my bad boy?" she whispered, swaying her hips, her dripping pussy hovering just above his chest. The slick warmth from her folds trickled down, dripping onto his chest, trailing lower. He stared but refused to beg. He wouldn't fall, not for that, no matter how beautiful, how wet, how desperately tempting she looked. She narrowed her eyes. Aren't you just the stubborn little thing, huh?" she said in a low purr. "Playing tough while your cock twitches like a puppy waiting for a treat." She lowered herself more, until her pussy was right above his lips, but not touching, just close enough for him to feel the heat, to smell her dripping arousal. "Don't you want to fuck my naughty, aching pussy? My bad man," she whispered hotly against his lips. Ether raised a brow slightly, caught off guard by how lewd she had just become, but then he noticed her cheeks, blushing red like a girl who'd just said her first dirty word. He grinned. "She's trying so hard, how cute." Still wearing that devilish smirk, he replied, "Or do you want my fat cock shoved deep inside your dripping little pussy? Want me to pound you until you forget your name, Before he could finish, her lips were on his, silencing him. When she finally pulled back, her face was glowing, flustered beyond belief. I can't believe you just said that," she said through clenched teeth, almost ready to slap him, almost. Ether chuckled darkly. "Oh, sweetheart. I could say much worse, and I haven't even started yet." Hearing that, Aquilina's lips twitched. "That mouth of yours is running too much, doesn't it?" she said with an annoyed tone, her patience wearing thin as he still refused to beg. It pissed her off, but then, a devilish spark lit up in her eyes. A grin curled her lips as she suddenly turned her attention to his cock. Without another word, she lifted one leg and planted it beside him, her ass now hovering right above his face while her lips reached for his cock. Her body aligned in a steamy 69-foot position, dripping lust and control. "Let's see, what could I use to shut that cocky mouth of yours?" she purred with a wicked tone before leaning down and kissing the base of his cock, her hot breath tickling his skin before she fully wrapped her lips around his shaft and began sucking with messy, hungry intensity. Ether's nose filled with her scent, sweet, intoxicating, and dripping directly from her soaked pussy. Her nectar began trailing down and landing in droplets on his face, the heat from her parted folds radiating like fire. His eyes widened, fixated on her dripping pussy hovering so close, lips glistening with thick juice, trembling and twitching. He could see the way her folds were quivering, as if begging him to taste her. His cock twitched violently under her tongue as Aquilina chuckled between her messy slurps. "What? Don't want to taste your queen?" she teased, her ass swaying side to side just a breath away from his lips, taunting him mercilessly. Ether gritted his teeth, battling himself not to give in, not yet. As a man, he wouldn't succumb that easily to a set of juicy lips and a dripping core. Chump. Unless she planted her ass squarely on his face. "Ahun." Aquilina moaned loudly, her voice shivering as she felt his hot tongue slide straight into her folds, parting them and digging deep. His mouth latched on like a starved animal, tongue swirling and slurping her nectar with feral hunger. "Ah, so greedy," she panted, her back arching as she tried to stay focused on his cock, but her legs were already trembling. She suckled on his thick shaft sloppily, moaning against his skin as her pussy was being licked raw. Wet, messy, lewd sounds echoed as they devoured each other. He didn't just lick, he drank her. His tongue pushed deep, dragging over every fold, pulling her juices right into his throat, moaning as he slurped noisily and hungrily, loving every drop of her sticky nectar. Her body shook with violent trembles, the pressure building so fast it was overwhelming. "Ah, and waita," she moaned, her voice breaking, hips twitching helplessly. She tried to hold back, but it was all slipping through her fingers. "Nope," she suddenly gasped, yanking her pussy away from his face just as her climax was about to explode. Her legs buckled slightly as she sat back, panting hard. Her heart skipped when she saw him looking up at her, his face drenched with her wetness, his lips shining with her slick as he licked them slowly, teasingly. That sight alone sent a hot shiver through her spine. Her body trembled again, just from seeing him like that, so lustful, so seductive, so animalistic. "Calm down, calm down," she chanted to herself in her head, trying to cool her burning core. Her folds were throbbing, sticky and begging to be filled. She took a few steadying breaths, then sensually lowered herself again, this time pressing her slick pussy against his cock. She began sliding along his shaft, her folds kissing his thickness, wetness coating him entirely. "Look at you, so desperate to get inside me," she whispered as she moved her hips, grinding with slow, hot pressure. Her folds wrapped around his length without even taking him in, teasing him with unbearable friction. "Do you want it, my bad boy?" she asked in a sultry whisper, her voice dripping with seduction and challenge. Ether smiled, confident and relaxed. "You know, the moment you put it in, you're going to come." "Huh?" Aquilina blinked, frowning. "What? Do you think I'll come just from putting it in? That's ridiculous." Ether shrugged casually. "I'm telling the truth." His grin widened. "You'll come before I do. Even after all this teasing and work. I never came. But the second you slide me in, you'll lose. Not me." Aquilina's pride flared, womanly pride stung and provoked. Her teeth clenched. "Let's see, whoever comes first is the sore loser," she declared with burning eyes as she positioned his thick, soaked tip at her slippery entrance. PFFF, Ether nearly burst into laughter watching her try to be dominant, unaware she was already in his trap. She was far too easy to manipulate. But, he still wanted it. Badly. He was shaking from the urge to be inside her. Either way, he would win. Wasn't he? As she slowly slid the head of his cock inside her, Ether groaned low and deep, the sound vibrating from his chest. Her folds parted with obscene wetness, engulfing him inch by inch. Aquilina's body jerked, and then... Ah! Her eyes rolled back. Splash, splash. She came. Her pussy gushed hot wetness, her inner walls clenching around just his tip. Immediately. Before he was even fully inside. Ah ha 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 ha. Ether burst out laughing, seeing her come with a red, shocked face, her pride in shambles. Aquilina's face turned crimson red, steam practically rising from her cheeks. She snapped, and slammed her hips down. His cock drove fully into her, stretching her walls with a sudden jolt. Error, he groaned suddenly as she dropped down and fully impaled herself on his cock, her drenched pussy clenching tightly like a vice. Argh. And then... a hot spurt. He came. A rush of thick seed spilled into her womb, and she shuddered again, her breath catching as her eyes fluttered from the sensation. Her lips twitched, but this time, she smiled. A slow, sly, victorious smile. Her body still quivering from orgasm, she looked down at him and whispered. I, Ha Win. Chapter 928, Punishing Bad Man, Part 3. Sluck. Ah. Sluck. Sluck. MMH. The wet, slick sound of flesh slapping echoed through the room, thick with an intense, dripping erotic atmosphere. Ether was still tied to the bed. So who was moving then? Ah. Of course, it was Aquilina. She was doing all the work, her ass bouncing like a lustful rhythm machine, jiggling every time it slapped against Ether's muscular thighs. His thick cock was buried deep inside her soaked pussy, sliding in and out, smearing her slick nectar along his shaft as she moved her hips with desperate need. Ether, although he burned to thrust into her himself, couldn't deny how hot it was to watch her trying so hard. There was something delicious about seeing her like this, struggling, trembling, flushed, lost in pleasure. I thought this was supposed to be my punishment, he mused, eyes locked on her body. But now, it was hard to tell. Because all he saw was Aquilina, her legs shaking, her body coated in sweat, her pussy dripping and twitching as she rode him. The pleasure clearly too much for her to handle. Still, Ether didn't move. He wasn't going to interrupt now. This was his punishment. Then fine. He'd fucking enjoy every second of it. Her soft, full boobs jiggled behind her barely there lingerie, teasingly bouncing with every hip roll. Strings of saliva dangled from her open lips, and her eyes had long rolled back into her skull from the relentless waves of ecstasy. Ah. She was moaning shamelessly, her breath catching between gasps. Her pussy was clenching around his cock, tight, greedy, wet, like she was trying to milk him dry. Ah, what ah, she whimpered through her moans when she caught Ether staring at her, eyes hungry, dark with need. Ether smirked and winked. You look so damn sexy, you know that? Aquilina's lips twitched in a sultry grin as she panted, no. Her voice trembled with need. She leaned down, her breasts rubbing against his chest, kissing his firm, toned abdomen, licking a slow trail up to his nipple. She took it between her lips, sucking hard, moaning into him as she bounced on his cock with more desperation, more want. She slammed her hips down harder, the wet slaps echoing louder, her eyes half-lidded with lust. She didn't want to come again before him, no. She wanted to drag him with her. Wanted to feel his cock explode inside her and flood her trembling pussy. She refused to come first. She wouldn't lose. Ether let out a low groan, feeling her silky inner walls wrap around him like a hungry serpent. Her pussy tightened with every grind, squeezing him as if trying to drain every last drop. And as if that wasn't enough, she kept teasing his nipples, kissing his neck, whispering broken, breathy moans against his skin. She was too turned on. He could feel it, see it. Her pussy was leaking, coating his cock, her legs barely able to keep moving from how much her body was shaking. How pitiful, Ether thought, amused. She was trying so hard. Maybe she deserved a little help. Just a little. It was only fair to lend a hand when someone was struggling, right? So. HKK. Aquilina cried out as Ether suddenly jerked his hips up, hard. His cock rammed deep inside her pussy, slamming against her womb with a wet, brutal thrust. Pain. Pleasure. Overload. Something inside her snapped. Her pussy convulsed violently, her body stiffening before she collapsed on his chest, face flushed, dripping sweat, and trembling like a leaf. Ether. She moaned, her voice soaked in lust, her body twitching, unable to move anymore. I can't, it's too much. Ether grinned, licking his lips slowly. What was that, baby? Please. She panted, her voice barely a whisper as she pressed her forehead to his neck. Her pussy was quivering, her core aching with unbearable heat. Ether smiled. What do you want? He asked again, his voice low and teasing, still wearing that devilish grin on his face. Aquilina bit her lips, her eyes glossy and desperate. But before she could speak. He jerked his hips up again, hard and sudden. A broken moan escaped her throat as her body shivered. She gasped for breath, panting hard before finally biting down on her lip and whispering in a trembling voice, fuck me. In the very next breath, the ropes binding him suddenly ignited with a faint purple flame, crackling as they burned into nothingness and vanished without a trace. Thud. Aquilina let out a surprised gasp as he suddenly flipped her over, pressing her onto the bed and pinning her beneath his weight. He hovered above her, his body radiating heat and lust. Now it's time for repayment, lovely, he whispered darkly, voice soaked in wicked hunger. Without hesitation, he yanked away her lingerie, the flimsy red bra that barely hid her luscious curves, and her full, round breasts spilled free. She moaned as Ether latched onto one nipple, sucking it hard while his hands grabbed her tits roughly, kneading and groping with no mercy. So rough, she cried out, arching her back into his mouth. But she didn't even get the chance to breathe before. With a sharp thrust, Ether slammed his cock deep into her soaked pussy. Her scream echoed, back arching as her legs tried to wrap around him, but he grabbed her thighs and spread them wide. He didn't wait. He didn't hold back. He started to pound her. Hard. Fast. Deep. Wet slaps echoed with every thrust as his cock drove into her again and again, hitting her deepest spots, making her vision blur. His hands groped her tits greedily while his mouth claimed hers, kissing her with raw, hungry passion. Their tongues tangled as he continued to ram into her pussy, never slowing down. He pulled back from her lips and licked down her jaw, biting her neck, sucking at the soft flesh as she whimpered beneath him. Ah. He grinned seeing her moan even more and grabbed her waist, lifting her hips slightly, changing the angle, and fucked her even deeper. Her pussy clenched around him, squeezing, milking. She couldn't stop moaning, couldn't stop shaking. He sucked on her nipples again, switching from one to the other, wet kisses and rough bites coating her skin with spit and heat. Then he rose again, leaned forward, and kissed her lips, slow, sensual, devouring her moans. MFF. Her moans rose into screams of bliss, her nails digging into his shoulders, her legs trembling and twitching. The bed creaked beneath them, their bodies locked in a wild rhythm, the air thick with the scent of sex and heat. The night had just begun. And Ether was going to claim every second of it, his revenge, his pleasure, his hunger. After that, the only thing echoing inside the room were her moans, her cries, her desperate screams of pleasure as he fucked her. Meanwhile, outside the passionately heated room, just along the dimly lit corridor, another purple-haired woman paced back and forth. She was clad in a silky purple nightgown, her steps restless, her eyes constantly drifting toward the door with an uncertain, hesitant expression. The door was only a few meters away, close enough to reach out and touch, yet her feet felt glued to the ground, as if something had been gnawing at her from within. Sandra exhaled sharply, pressing her fingers to her temple as she paced again, thoughts spinning endlessly in her mind. Then suddenly, she stopped. "Yes, let's do it," she said aloud, her voice carrying a newfound firmness. Her posture straightened, eyes flashing with determination as she turned toward the door. With a serious face and confident steps, she marched forward. Her hand reached out for the doorknob, fingers just about to brush it when. "What are you doing?" Celestia's voice echoed before. Sandra startled slightly, her hand freezing midair. Celestia appeared almost like a ghost, stepping out of the shadows with that ever-calm, unreadable expression. Sandra frowned, annoyed. "Weren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Celestia raised a brow. "I could ask you the same thing," she replied coolly, shifting into a slightly guarded stance. Sandra's lips twitched. She already knew how frustratingly stubborn Celestia could be. Once, this girl used to obey her without question, and now here she was, standing in her way, for a man. How far our family has fallen. Sandra thought with narrowed brows. With a long sigh, Sandra mumbled, "Well. I just, today, you know, kind of." "What?" Celestia leaned forward slightly, frowning. Sandra clicked her tongue, her cheeks gaining a faint reddish hue. "You know. I might have, kind of slapped him. In the heat of the moment, so." She couldn't even finish the sentence. Celestia's eyes widened slightly before a mischievous smirk curved her lips. "So you came here to ask for forgiveness?" Sandra groaned under her breath, glaring away. Her lips curled in frustration as she muttered, "Not forgiveness. I just want him to know I went a little overboard. That's all." Of course," Celestia said, feigning belief with a mocking nod. Sandra's face flushed deeper with embarrassment. She looked completely unamused. "TCH. Anyway, why the hell do I need to explain myself to you?" she huffed, brushing past Celestia with a sharp shoulder and reaching once more for the doorknob. Celestia, still smirking, stepped slightly aside but offered a calm warning, "If I were you, I wouldn't do that." Sandra snorted. Oh, shut up, she muttered, rolling her eyes. She gripped the knob and twisted it, parting the door just barely, maybe an inch. Harder. Thud. The door was slammed shut in an instant. Sandra's hand clung to the knob, frozen mid-motion, her entire body trembling. Her face flushed deep crimson, not from anger this time, but from hearing that. Her ears burned red as the sound echoed in her head. Celestia barely held in her laugh. Told you, she said, her voice laced with amusement as she watched Sandra's stunned, trembling form. Sandra didn't say a word. Not a single sound. She simply turned, stiff, red, and flustered, and walked away in complete silence, her nightgown fluttering behind her. Celestia smiled wider. Figures, she whispered under her breath. Chapter 929, No Oyakodon. No. A soft, contented humming sound echoed in the dimly lit room as the heat of lust and tender romance finally began to settle into a cozy, sensual calm. The night had slipped into deep midnight. A gentle breeze floated in through the open window, fluttering the light curtains, its cool touch brushing over the warm skin of the two naked bodies lying tangled together on the bed, glowing faintly in the aftermath of their fiery passion. Ether slowly turned his head, his eyes lingering on Aquilina, who was resting her flushed, sweaty face against his chest. Her breathing was slow and heavy, and her lower lip still held him snugly inside, their bodies still joined, his thick shaft nestled within her soaked, clenching heat. Their connection, still softly leaking their shared essence, trickling down between them. But neither of them moved to break it. Neither cared to clean it. Aquilina hummed softly again, her fingers tracing idle circles over his chest before she slowly lifted her head and looked into Ether's eyes, a faint pink still painted on her cheeks. What? She asked in a soft, shy tone, her lips tugging into a small smile as her fingers playfully pinched at his bottom lip. Ether grinned and took the bait, catching her wrist gently and pressing a teasing kiss to her fingers. Well, you're beautiful, he said casually, his eyes twinkling as he winked. Aquilina's lips twitched again, this time with a little scoff. She didn't say anything back, but her smile deepened. Her fingers began roaming again, teasingly running along his jawline and lips, clearly enjoying the way he watched her. But then, something tugged at her heart. That heavy feeling that had been gnawing at the back of her mind. She hesitated before speaking. If you don't mind. I don't mind. Ask me, Ether cut in immediately, his expression shifting to serious as he tucked a few sticky strands of hair behind her ear, his touch gentle. Aquilina nodded, though her fingers nervously fidgeted against his skin. She still looked unsure. Well. You see, my mother. I think. I mean, she was kind of, she was, well. Just tell me directly, Ether said with a soft laugh, his hand now resting at her waist, gently stroking her bare skin. I'm not going to freak out or shout. Aquilina bit her bottom lip, took a shaky breath, and finally let the words spill out. My mother, she really loves you. Ether blinked, his brows arching slightly in surprise, but his face remained calm, just a curious, slightly intrigued look growing there. Aquilina pressed on, fumbling a little. She's being weird about it. I mean, she's seriously thinking only about me, as if her feelings aren't even a factor. Arg. I can't believe I'm even saying this is so messed up. Ether chuckled softly, clearly amused at her struggle. She looked flustered, beautifully so, like she herself didn't quite know how to form the words right. He didn't interrupt. He simply waited, patiently stroking small circles along her back. Then finally, with a sudden sharp breath, she said with a flat, firm voice, "I'll help you get my mother." Ether fell completely silent. Aquilina's cheeks turned crimson. "See, come on, say something, you idiot," she burst out, half shouting and half whining, like she couldn't believe what she had just said. Her hand smacked his chest with a soft thud. Ether blinked again, then suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. His laughter filled the room as he kissed her forehead and shook his head. How cute. Aquilina's mouth dropped slightly, jaw tightening. She had struggled so hard to say those words, to bear a little piece of her soul, and this man, he was laughing at her. Her lips twitched violently as she grabbed his lips with her fingers and yanked them in revenge, huffing in frustration. "Ha, okay, I'm not laughing anymore," Ether surrendered, chuckling as he caught her wrist again. Before she could pout too hard, he added in a softer, sincere tone, "You don't need to worry about that. Just trust me. I know what I'm doing. And I promise, she'll be fine." Aquilina's gaze dropped, and she frowned slightly before nodding her head. Her arms curled tightly around him, pressing her body close against his. Please, don't hurt her," she muttered, her voice trembling just a little, filled with something raw, maybe even fear. Ether kissed the top of her head. "Nobody is going to get hurt," he whispered, brushing his lips near her ear. "Just leave it to me, all right?" Aquilina nodded slowly and laid her head back down on his chest, closing her eyes. There was a long silence, until Ether asked quietly, his voice hesitant but curious, "So, you really don't mind?" Aquilina didn't lift her head. She knew exactly what he was referring to. "Well, I'm not sure how I feel about it," she admitted slowly. "As much as I hate to admit it, my mother really does love you. I've seen it." Her voice trailed as she remembered those 3 painful days when Ether had been unconscious. Her mother, usually sharp, composed, and meticulous, had turned into a complete mess. Not a single one of her usual duties had been done properly. Her eyes were always red, her steps restless. For all those 3 days, she had barely slept. It's Aquilina's first time seeing her like that. That was the moment Aquilina realized just how deeply her mother was affected by Ether's presence. "That's why," she whispered gently, "I want her to be happy. Even if it's with you. I want her to be happy." Inside, her thoughts echoed softly, after all, that's what Aquilina wanted. Even though she now acknowledged being Sandra's daughter, deep inside, she was a mother too. And no matter what, there was no way in hell she could just throw away the beautiful memories her daughter once held dear. They stayed with her, like faded pages in a cherished book. Memories. That's all they were. And that's all she needed. Ether hummed softly, his fingers casually ruffling her hair with a playful smirk, then nodded, "Fine then. I'll get her, and soon we'll have ourselves a nice little family sum." Aquilina blinked, nodding at first, lost in the warmth of the moment. But then her brain stalled. Her thoughts screeched to a halt as her eyes widened in slow realization. "Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee She shot up, staring at Ether with a disgusted face like he'd just declared himself the king of perverts. I cannot believe you said that, fuck. She muttered, her voice full of utter disbelief and revulsion. Just imagining what he said sent literal shivers down her spine. Goosebumps popped up all over her skin. Ether chuckled innocently, far too amused. What? I thought we could be one big happy fan. No. Don't you dare finish that sentence, you idiot. Aquilina gasped, instantly slapping her hand over his mouth, her face now glowing beet red with secondhand shame. Was he seriously talking about doing it in front of her mother? Yuck. That was so far beyond disgusting it created a new category of its own. And what was worse, did that mean she'd have to see her mother doing that with him? Fuck. That was even more disgusting. Seeing her reaction, Ether sighed inwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess I won't be getting any oyakodon after all. He thought, then mentally shrugged. It was what it was. You couldn't force these things. Consent and timing were everything, after all. Besides, it wasn't like he didn't have time on his side. There was always the future, right? With that hopeful thought anchoring him, he just smiled and reached out, brushing her side. Fine, fine. I was just kidding, you know, he said gently, trying to soothe her down before she combusted into rage. Aquilina frowned hard, arms crossed tightly under her bare chest, cheeks still red and burning. She could not believe he'd just casually said something so filthy. What kind of man even thought like that? She wanted to smack his face clean off his skull. But, a quiet feeling inside her made her pause. With a long sigh, she closed her eyes and slowly exhaled, calming her heart as she rested her head back onto his chest. Letting his warmth ease the mess of thoughts in her head. She hummed again, letting herself drift into what she thought would be peaceful sleep, finally, after all this madness. Wait. He thought that? Did that mean, he done that? Her brow furrowed. Her eyes snapped open. She lifted her head slowly and narrowed her eyes suspiciously at him. Did you, actually do that? She asked, her voice quiet but laced with sharp doubt. Because from the way he talked so casually, it sounded like experience. And he didn't seem the type to joke about something unless he'd seriously thought about it. Ether's lips curled into a sly, amused smile. Aquilina's face turned bright red. Disgusting, you filthy man. You and the mother-daughter combo, ugh. You're seriously shitty, you know that, she shouted, her voice full of disgust and panic, as if he'd already done her and her mother at the same time. But then she paused. Wait, who? Who did you actually do that with? She asked in horror, her voice trembling slightly as her brain tried to calculate every woman he'd seduced. The only mother-daughter duos she could think of were Zara and Celine. But Ether hadn't seduced Zara yet. So, something didn't add up. She stared at him, confused and suspicious. Ha! Ether chuckled, amused by how frantic she looked. There's no need to overthink it. I didn't go that far. I just had fun with two sisters. Talia and Raven. Oh. Aquilina's expression relaxed a little. That was more manageable. Until it hit her. Holy shit. Sisters, she gasped, her disgusted expression returning full force. How in the hell did you even pull that off? Ether leaned in with a wide, wicked grin. Nothing too crazy. One of them had her legs around my head while my tongue was deep in her pussy, and the other was bouncing on my D.M.F. His crude explanation was cut off by her hand slamming over his mouth again. Aquilina gritted her teeth with a red-hot face. Shut up, you idiot. I'm done. I'm sleeping, she declared with finality, trying to put an end to the entire perverted topic before she lost her sanity. She flopped down dramatically, determined to escape into unconsciousness and forget all this depravity. But then... Sleeping. What are you talking about? Ether raised a brow, his tone playful and slightly incredulous. Then a dark grin curved across his face. I only gave you a moment to rest, princess, we're just getting started again. Aquilina's body stiffened. Her face turned ghostly pale as realization hit her like a truck. They'd already done it 3 times. And he wanted more. She had made a terrible mistake. She was so fucked. Literally. Chapter 930, Punishing Bad Girl, Part 4. Nah. Aquilina moaned heavily, her back melting against Ether's chest as his fingers curled and plunged inside her slick, dripping pussy. Each motion was deliberate, slow and tortuously deep, massaging her inner walls with maddening skill, stirring her nerves into flames. Ether, she gasped, but her body betrayed her completely, hips rolling, thighs trembling, grinding greedily into his palm. Her dripping entrance sucked in his fingers with wet, lewd sounds as her nectar gushed around him. He kissed the curve of her jaw, trailing hot lips down her neck, whispering into her ear, "You say no. But your pussy's begging for more." Ahem. Aquilina whimpered, her body helplessly twitching. The heat between her legs only burned hotter as his thumb pressed onto her clit, rubbing in firm, slow circles, while 2 fingers continued thrusting up into her wet cunt, curling, stroking deep against the trembling inner spot that made her legs spasm. So deep, She could feel it now, their previous passion dripping out of her. The thick warmth of his cum still pooled inside her from earlier, now pushed out with every motion of his fingers. The lewd sound of her wetness and the sticky mix of their fluids squelched loudly between her legs, making her even more desperate, more aroused. His fingers sped up, curling with precision, spreading her folds, fucking her with wet, intense strokes while his thumb abused her clit. Every flick, every press made her back arch violently. Her chest bounced with every jolt of pleasure. Ether, stop. I can't, she moaned, trembling hard. Her breathing became erratic, panting fast, lips parted as her voice cracked with each deep thrust of his fingers. You can, he growled low against her ear, his voice drenched in lust. You're going to come for me again, and again, my bad girl. Her hands reached behind her, clawing at his back as his fingers began thrusting faster, wetter, 2 of them curling against her G-spot, while his thumb teased her clit mercilessly. Her juices gushed around his fingers, soaking his hand, her entrance sloppily welcoming every movement. Her eyes rolled back as he bit her ear gently, then reached his free hand up to her chest, cupping one of her heaving breasts. So soft, he murmured, tweaking her sensitive nipple between 2 fingers. She whimpered, her back arching hard into him as pleasure stabbed through her core. MMFFF. He kissed her lips hungrily, capturing her gasps, moans, even her broken words as he devoured her mouth. Her folds clenched desperately, spasming around his fingers. Her juices leaked down her thighs as her pussy squelched louder with each thrust. His fingers rubbed inside her in rapid circles, curling perfectly, stroking that sweet bundle of nerves deep inside her until her entire body shook violently. Aha! Ether! I am coming again, AHNN. Her pussy gushed around his fingers, clenching so hard he could barely move, and then she squirted violently again, another hot spray of her nectar shooting out, soaking his hand, splashing the sheets, like a fountain. Her body convulsed with unstoppable tremors as he kept fingering her, dragging it out, letting her ride the endless waves of pleasure. Splash, splash. That's it, fuck, just like that, he praised her, still fingering her trembling pussy even as she squirted, prolonging her pleasure until she couldn't even moan anymore, just pant and tremble, her mind completely blank. Ha ha. She collapsed against him, panting like crazy, her chest rising and falling as she gasped for air, eyes glazed, face red and glowing. Ether, please. I am shaking. She whimpered, her legs weak and spread, twitching helplessly. But Ether only smirked as he leaned in again, kissing her deeply, hungrily, his fingers already moving again, slow at first, but promising more. Oh, you're not done yet, he whispered with a wicked grin. Your pussy's still sucking me in, she's still hungry. An. Aquilina trembled even more, her body jolting violently as his fingers continued their relentless dance inside her dripping cunt. Her hips writhed in helpless rhythm, legs weakly spread as her soaked folds clamped and twitched around his fingers with wet, obscene squelching sounds. Her clit was swollen and throbbing, glistening with juices, while her folds pulsed in needy spasms. Ether slowly dragged his fingers out, letting her feel every ridge, every slow stretch before sliding them back in again, deep and curling, pressing up against her sweet spot just right. Her back arched, and her boobs bounced with every deep plunge. He let his free hand slide up, cupping one soft, sensitive breast, kneading it slowly, fingers teasing her nipple with a light tug. NNFFFGG. He watched how it stiffened instantly in his grasp, how her whole body jerked under the layered stimulation. There is one thing I lied about, when I told you everything, he murmured against her ear, still fingering her, still playing with her nipple. She managed to ask, her hazy eyes barely holding focus as she panted, face flushed, mouth open in a needy daze. Her pussy clenched hard as he pushed in even deeper, and she gasped, her moan breaking apart. Ether leaned closer, his lips brushing along her jaw, whispering darkly, actually, you're not my target. Her eyes widened, snapping immediately, what? What do you mean? Didn't you say we were your target? She asked, stunned, her face confused yet still laced with pleasure as his fingers kept moving inside her wet heat. Ether nodded slowly as he let his fingers pump in a little faster, just enough to keep her dripping. He fondled her other breast gently, rolling her nipple between his fingers as he spoke, it's just, if I said you weren't, what would Sandra and Celestia think? Wouldn't they feel devastated? That's why I lied. As much as I love being honest, it didn't feel right to break them that way. Aquilina blinked, her lips parted, and even in the haze of lust and confusion, her eyes softened. Her body trembled again, not from pleasure this time, but from something warmer. Her heart fluttered. Why you loved me? She asked in a whisper, her voice quivering, like, really? Ether smiled and nodded gently, still pumping into her soaked cunt, the pace steady and hypnotic. Yes. I loved you. Just like that. Her lips trembled. Her eyes watered slightly, not from sadness, but from overwhelming happiness. She smiled, bright, smug, and flushed all at once, and then suddenly, she turned, straddled him in a second, and kissed him all over his face, giggling breathlessly. Chew. Chew. I love you too. Chew. Chew. I love you. Chew. I love you. Chew. Ether caught her lips in a deep kiss, his arms sliding around her waist as her dripping pussy ground against his palm again. Her juices were soaking down his hand, and he could still feel remnants of his previous load leaking from her depths, warm, wet, clinging to her walls. Her folds were throbbing with need. His fingers teased her slit one last time, sliding up to brush her clit, and her hips jerked forward with a loud moan. MMFFF. She broke the kiss, panting, her voice breathy and filled with lust. "Let's fuck more," she whispered shamelessly, her voice thick with desire as she ground herself against him, rubbing her soaked pussy against the bulge of his cock. Ether grinned darkly, gripping her ass tightly as he positioned himself underneath her. "I'll make sure to fill you up, my princess," he growled. And without a second's pause, he slid his thick shaft into her drenched, trembling pussy, her folds sucking him in hungrily, this time even more starved for his cock, like her insides had been waiting, craving, begging for this moment. Ha ha. Aquilina let out a scream of pleasure, her body shaking violently, her legs wrapping tightly around his waist as if trying to trap him deep inside. Her pussy clenched down so fiercely that Ether's breath hitched, her heat milking him with greedy, squeezing pulses. Their bodies collided with a wet, sticky slap, echoing through the room like raw thunder. Her soaked cunt made squelching sounds as he bottomed out again, his length spreading her open again and again with relentless thrusts that made her toes curl and her spine arch. He didn't stop. Her boobs bounced with every slam of his hips, nipples erect, begging for his mouth. He leaned in, sucking on one, flicking it with his tongue before giving it a light bite that made her yelp, her pussy clenching so hard around his cock that it almost made him come on the spot. Fuck. You're gripping me like you never want to let go. He groaned, voice low and heated, hips snapping harder as he pounded into her Messier and Messier. She could barely breathe. Her mouth was open, her tongue lolling out as she panted for air, her moans spilling without filter. Naina. MMGH. Don't stop. Don't fucking stop. Harder, please. Ether. The bed rocked. The sound of slapping flesh, wet moans, and stifled screams filled the room. Their bodies tangled like animals, sweat mixing with slick arousal, lips locking in deep, sloppy kisses as she begged for more and he delivered, again and again and again. The night continued, on, endless, like they had become fucking beasts, possessed by lust, drunk on each other's taste, drowning in each other's heat. They didn't stop. They couldn't. Because no matter how much they came, they still needed more. Chapter 931, A Missing Piece. Chirp, chirp. The sharp, rhythmic chirping of birds echoed softly around the silent palace as the morning crept in. Even though there wasn't any sun gracing the sky, the world was bathed in a faint glow, light streamed gently through the tall, crystal windows, illuminating everything as though the sun itself had already risen. Celestia entered the room, a space still saturated with the lingering musk of lust and the heavy scent of mixed nectars. The air was thick, every breath carried the memory of the passion that had unfolded only hours ago. On the floor, patches of sticky, unknown substances stained the marble, evidence of a night that had left no surface untouched. Just then. Thud. Celestia instinctively turned her head and caught sight of Ether stepping out of the bathroom. His body was completely bare, glistening slightly with leftover droplets of water. He walked out casually, without even the slightest hint of shame or modesty. Celestia raised a brow, inwardly amused by just how shameless he had become lately. He was definitely getting bolder, or maybe his dragon blood was making him. Ether, rubbing his damp hair with a towel, glanced at her and muttered, "Oh. You're here already?" His tone carried barely a flicker of surprise. With a relaxed smile, he extended his hand lazily toward her, as if expecting something. Celestia didn't even need to ask. With a flick of her fingers and a small nod, a soft shimmer of magic enveloped him. Within seconds, Ether was now clothed in a deep red and royal blue robe, the fabric luxuriously wrapping around him like something meant for a king. Ether let out a pleased hum as he continued to dry his hair, walking casually toward the edge of the bed. Celestia's eyes shifted to the large bed, where Aquilina lay sprawled out, deep in a seemingly unshakable slumber. Her hair was a chaotic mess, wild strands curling in every direction. Her face bore the marks of a long night, smeared with faded lip prints, and her swollen lips, they looked bitten, kissed, and swollen far too much. The rest of her naked body was hidden under the thick quilt, but just the sight of the upper half was enough to suggest the chaos that must lie beneath. "You went really rough on her," Celestia muttered under her breath, unable to hide her concern or slight exasperation as she stared at the sleeping girl. Ether blinked innocently, his expression puzzled. "Rough? What are you talking about? I was incredibly gentle with H." Before he could finish that sentence, Celestia walked over and pulled the quilt down with one swift motion, revealing exactly what his version of gentle looked like. Aquilina's body was a mess. Her pale skin was littered with hickeys, red bruises, bite marks, a lingering musky scent clung to her. Her nipples were red, slightly swollen, still throbbing from overstimulation, and her flower, it looked raw, visibly red from the excessive pounding it had taken. From between her legs, his seed was still slowly leaking out, as if he had just finished inside her moments ago. Aquilina whimpered in her sleep, her face contorting, "No, more." She groaned helplessly, hands fumbling as she tried to tug the quilt back up, still lost in the aftermath of the night's ordeal. Ether coughed loudly and immediately turned his head away, ears flushing just slightly. Celestia shook her head with an amused look, lips twitching in a smile. "Unbelievable," she murmured. "Anyway, take care of her for now. I need to check something," Ether said, walking toward the nearby table and picking up a ring. Celestia tilted her head slightly, a note of curiosity in her voice. "Leaving already? So soon?" Her face held a subtle disappointment. Ether grinned, tossing her a wink. "Not exactly, there's just something I need to see in the throne room, nothing more." He was about to slip the ring onto his finger when. "If that's the case, then there's no need to hide anything," Celestia said warmly, a beaming smile spreading across her face. Ether paused, frowning slightly. "But, what if the other servants see me like this? I don't really want to stir up any unnecessary gossip, you know how things spread around here." His tone was awkward, almost sheepish. It wasn't that he wanted to keep their relationship hidden, but at the moment, he simply couldn't afford any complications. Celestia chuckled softly, "You're overthinking. The moment you stepped foot into the palace, all the servants and maids were temporarily dismissed by Her Majesty herself. Just in case." "Oh. So that means—" "Exactly. Right now, there are only 4 of us in the palace," Celestia nodded knowingly. Ether blinked a few times, surprised, before his lips curled into a sly smile. He let out a quiet, mischievous laugh before walking out of the room with a confident stride. Celestia watched him go, her gaze lingering before she turned back to the chaotic room and the sleeping princess lying amid the mess. She sighed deeply and muttered, "Honestly, what am I supposed to do with you two?" She was just about to reach forward to wake her up when. "No, more bastard." Aquilina suddenly jerked in her sleep, her body trembling with fear. She latched onto Celestia's wrist with a vice-like grip, pulling her close and hugging her tightly, her entire frame shaking as though caught in a nightmare. And due to the vast difference in power levels. Princess. I'm not, oh ouch. Crack. Meanwhile, Ether stood silently before the grand throne room. His eyes scanned the long corridor with mild curiosity. There was indeed no one in sight. Not even the guards who typically stood like statues at every entrance. He let out a quiet breath and smiled weakly to himself. Sandra really went out of her way to keep this under wraps, huh? He murmured. Shrugging lightly, he stepped forward and pushed the heavy doors open. The throne room greeted him with eerie silence. And there it was, the throne. Ether's gaze locked onto it. Crafted from the same blue marble as the rest of the castle, the throne stood in the center of the chamber with a calm, commanding presence. There was nothing particularly ornate about it. No jewels, no golden trims. No extravagant carvings or dramatic flourishes. It was simple. Almost too simple. Compared to the majestic throne of his own empire, which was adorned with intricate patterns and encrusted with precious stones, designed to radiate authority and power, this throne seemed humble, grounded. It couldn't compare. And yet, it carried a strange weight of its own. Ether slowly ascended the steps toward it, each step echoing softly in the vast room. His expression grew serious as he approached, eyes narrowing in focused thought. Only the blood-marked may claim the throne, and the unworthy shall perish. That line still echoed in his mind. The words had haunted him ever since he first heard them. They weren't just poetic warnings. Are these connected to my previous world? That thought never left him. Did someone from my world come here long ago? Could they have built this place? Left their mark? If they had, why had no one spoken of it? Why were there no records? No ancient tomes or scrolls that even hinted at such a thing? What really happened here? And more importantly, what were they trying to achieve by declaring that only the blood-marked may claim the throne? What does it even mean? The questions spun endlessly in his mind, looping with no clear answer. Whether it was this empire, Zephyrah, or even Pyra, they all carried traces of the language from his old world. It wasn't just a coincidence anymore. Something was coming together, a larger truth was trying to reveal itself. But the moment he tried to grasp it, it slipped away. Anyway. Ether sighed, shaking his head softly. He stepped forward and stood before the throne, staring at it for a long moment. He had already sat on it once, back when he visited Sandra that night. Still, something compelled him to try again. He sat down slowly, the cold surface pressing against him as he leaned back and waited. Several minutes passed. Nothing happened. No sounds. No light. No reaction. Ether hummed quietly, his eyes drifting to the armrests. Just like the castle's walls, the throne too had those etched aqua species, delicate, ancient carvings winding along the stone. He frowned slightly, fingers gently brushing over one of the etchings. The texture felt odd, almost like a puzzle waiting to be solved. Maybe. Something clicked in his mind. He rose to his feet and began running his fingers over the carvings, pressing each etched shape as if looking for a hidden mechanism, a secret switch. He pressed over every aqua symbol, one by one, moving slowly. Time ticked by. Nearly 10 minutes passed. Nothing. Ether clicked his tongue in mild frustration, his brows furrowing. Guess I was overthinking it. Just as he turned, about to leave the throne behind, something caught his eye. At the back of the throne, barely noticeable, was a particular carving that looked different from the rest. Ether stepped closer. Unlike the other etchings, this one wasn't fully engraved. No, it looked carved out. Hollowed. Like a piece was missing. Ether narrowed his eyes. It was shaped like a small half-moon, a sliver of a crescent, as if something had once fit into that groove. A missing piece, just like the ring, Ether thought, frowning deeply. He remembered how the Pyra Empire's throne only activated when the ring was placed into it, how the pieces had to match perfectly for the ancient mechanism to awaken. So this throne has one too. A missing key. His mind raced with theories, but doubt still lingered. Maybe someone had chipped it away, or maybe it was a design flaw. But no. Something about it felt intentional. Especially when paired with those ominous words, only the blood-marked may claim the throne, and the unworthy shall perish. It felt like no coincidence. Ether leaned forward, brushing his fingers across the carved gap. He tried pressing it, testing if it might react, when... Knock, knock. He flinched, startled, and quickly peeked out from behind the throne. At the entrance stood purple-haired woman, her silhouette outlined against the corridor's soft light. She stood silently, watching him. Chapter 932, Everything was ruled by the primordial. Yet. A glossy purple-haired woman stood at the doorway, her slightly messy strands spilling down over her shoulders as if she hadn't even bothered to comb them. She wore a purple-colored nightgown that clung to her soft curves, her tired eyes heavy with the weight of a sleepless night. Yet despite the exhaustion on her face and the irritation in her expression, there was something undeniably sexy about her. She leaned against the doorframe with a sigh, folding her arms beneath her boobs, pushing them up ever so slightly as she stared blankly at Ether. "What are you doing here, Ether?" she asked, her voice low and laced with annoyance that seemed to grow sharper with each word. Ether rose from behind the throne, brushing off his pants as if he'd been there casually. He shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed air, speaking with an amused tone. "I was just checking out the throne. It's kind of fascinating. Whoever built this thing had some serious skill," he said, nodding in admiration at the craftsmanship before plopping down onto the throne with an exaggerated regal posture, letting one arm rest lazily over the armrest. "So," he added with a sly grin, "how do I look sitting here? Impressive, right?" Sandra stared at him blankly, not even blinking. Her tone was flat as she muttered, "Not bad." It sounded more like she was commenting on a chair than a man pretending to be king. Ether's lips twitched slightly before he let out a small chuckle, leaning further into the armrest with casual arrogance. "Looks like you slept well last night, huh?" Sandra's expression cracked. Slept? This motherfucker really had the nerve to say that? Because of him, she didn't get a single wink. Ever since that sound echoed in her ears, her mind had been hijacked by fantasies, hot, lingering, torturous fantasies that wouldn't let her rest. And what? Men were the only ones allowed to have filthy thoughts. Please. Women had fantasies too, sometimes even worse. Her lips curled, twitching with restrained fury. "Anyway, are you free now?" she asked, trying to force her tone into something casual, though her clenched jaw betrayed her frustration. Ether nodded quickly, almost too eagerly. Of course, totally free." "So, where are we headed now?" he asked with genuine curiosity, his eyes lighting up with interest. "Follow me," Sandra said curtly, turning on her heel and walking off without waiting. Ether blinked, shrugged again, and followed her, his expression a mix of curiosity and amusement. He had an interested look on his face, and maybe a little too much pleasure at her expense. During the walk, neither of them spoke much. Ether kept glancing sideways at her, grinning with a clearly amused expression that he made no effort to hide, while Sandra was grinding her teeth, the muscles in her jaw twitching every time she caught sight of that grin. She wasn't exactly sure why it pissed her off so much, but it did. And he wasn't sure why he couldn't stop grinning at her face, but he kept doing it anyway. Neither of them knew why. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, the Royal Archive. Again. Ether frowned, visibly disappointed. Seriously? I thought we were going somewhere interesting. Maybe a hidden chamber, a forbidden vault, something juicy. Not back to this dusty old archive. Sandra snorted, shaking her head as she stepped inside. What else did you expect? A treasure room with glowing orbs and naked women dancing around secret prophecies? Ether looked like he was actually considering that for a second. Would have been nice, he muttered under his breath as he followed her in. Sandra moved confidently between the towering bookshelves, her fingers brushing the old spines as she walked. You see. I found something curious, she began. Something about your bloodline. It's not much, nothing super detailed, but there was a mention in one of these old texts. Just a passing line, really. Almost like the writer didn't think it was important at all. Ether's expression changed immediately. His posture straightened and his casual air disappeared as his interest sharpened. You found something about my bloodline, he repeated, voice low and serious now. Sandra nodded. Yeah. Scattered pieces, not a full story. But your name, or someone like you, was mentioned here and there. In strange ways, like it didn't belong in the main text. As if someone tried to bury it in random stories and phrases, thinking no one would notice. Ether raised his eyebrows. Actually, everything about me was random, he thought. After all the books he read, the stories he heard so far, everything was random. But it was documented. That's the important thing, it's documented, but in a random place, like a short story or just a piece of a phrase. That's all. That's kind of wrong, right? They reached the far end of the archive, a rack deep in the corner, so old and neglected that it looked like no one had touched it in decades. Thick layers of dust coated the shelves, and the books looked like they'd crumble under a breath. This rack here, Sandra said, stopping in front of it. You said the ebon stones are linked to ancient times. Well, this entire section is filled with records from that era. Ether hummed thoughtfully. It's filthy. Why don't we clean it up a bit? He raised his hand and was about to snap his fingers, preparing a bit of magic to clear the dust, when... No. Don't do that. Sandra snapped, stepping in quickly. These books are way too old. It's honestly a miracle they've survived this long. Even the dust between the pages might be what's holding them together. A single careless spell, even a cleaning one, could make them fall apart. And once the dust goes, the pages might crumble to nothing. Ether blinked, hand frozen midair. All right, no magic, he shrugged casually as he trailed behind Sandra, who moved carefully, her steps light as she ventured deeper into the dimly lit archive. There, Sandra muttered, raising her hand to point at the top row of the towering shelf. She rose up on the tips of her toes, stretching her body as she tried to reach the book perched high above, but no matter how hard she reached, her fingers fell short. You need my help. Ether offered smoothly, his tone lined with charm, like a gentleman stepping in for a damsel in distress. Sandra glanced at him, her pride faltering for just a moment. After all, he was taller than her. With a sigh, she gave a small nod. Ether grinned, no, beamed, as if he had just been knighted. He stepped closer, picking. Sandra. He suddenly wrapped his hands around her waist and lifted her up effortlessly. Ah! Sandra gasped in surprise, her eyes going wide as she found herself hoisted into the air like a feather in his firm grip. His hands tightened slightly around her hips, steadying her as she floated above the ground. Ether's smile sparkled with knight's gaze, his grip firm but teasing. Sandra's eyes narrowed as she glared down at him. "I told you to pick the book, not pick me," she snapped. Ether blinked innocently, tilting his head as if confused. But did I ever say I was going to pick the book? All I said was, I'd help. And I am helping. Now go on, grab it, he said with a cheeky grin, gently swaying her in place. Sandra stared down at him blankly, her face frozen as if her brain had short-circuited. There were simply no words for what she was feeling. With an indifferent tone, she finally muttered, "Put me down." "Huh? So you don't need my help anymore?" Ether asked with innocence, though his hands were still sneaking little teases around her hips. Sandra's lips twitched in growing frustration. That innocent face, that damn innocent face. He was doing this on purpose. "Ether," she said flatly, but his name came out like a warning shot. Ether sighed dramatically and finally lowered her back to the ground. Sandra let out a sharp snort and, without further effort, waved her hand. The book she had been trying to reach suddenly slipped from the shelf and flew straight into her grasp. "TSK. Sometimes, I really hate magic," Ether muttered under his breath, frowning as he turned away and walked toward a nearby desk with a defeated hunch in his shoulders. Sandra glanced at his back as she caught the book with one hand. Her lips curled slightly, a hint of amusement breaking through her stern expression, watching his slumped posture like a sulking child. But just as quickly, she composed herself and followed. She walked over to the desk and sat down quietly, choosing the seat directly across from Ether, even though there was plenty of space beside him. Without saying a word, Sandra opened the ancient book and pushed it toward him, or at least, that was the plan. But before she could react, Ether stood up abruptly, his face twisted in an exaggerated scowl. "What now?" Sandra frowned, arching a brow at him. Without responding, Ether marched over and sat right next to her, still wearing that furious expression, now almost too close, just inches away from her shoulder. Sandra blinked in confusion, then her lips trembled. She nearly burst into laughter but held herself back, masking it with a sharp inhale. Taking a calming breath, she began to explain. "You see, this book is old. Really old," she said softly, as she slowly opened the fragile pages, treating them like they were made of silk. Ether leaned in even closer, peering over her shoulder. Sandra's lips twitched again, clearly annoyed by his proximity, but just as she was about to say something, he seemed to sense it and leaned back slightly, giving her space. With careful hands, Sandra turned the pages, each one more brittle than the last. She handled them with such care, it was like she was turning pages made of glass. Ether watched, slightly surprised to see how some of the words and edges were crumbling into dust. "So that's why she told me not to clean them," he thought to himself as he followed her hands to a particular passage, just a single paragraph, written in faded ink. Everything was ruled by the primordial, yet, even the primordial could not help but bow its head to Ether. Sandra read aloud slowly, her voice a hush above the silence. Ether stared at the words, his gaze sharpening. "Is there anything else?" he asked seriously, his hand reaching out to turn the page. But Sandra's hand stopped his. "There's nothing after that," she murmured. Her tone was quiet, almost reverent, as she looked at him. "Ether, the blood of Ether. What exactly is it?" she whispered, as if the answer might be hidden in his eyes, in his silence. Chapter 933, Taming the Empress, Part 1. "I wish I could give you answers, but honestly, even I don't know much about my bloodline," Ether said with a weary sigh, his expression distant as he stared down at the almost broken book. Sandra continued to watch him, her gaze unwavering, sharp, suspicious. She looked at him like he was a sealed chest, hiding secrets behind a lock only he could open. Ether exhaled again, slower this time. Come on now. I already told you, I'm not hiding anything anymore, remember, he said, forcing a soft smile onto his lips, trying to ease the tension in the air. But Sandra wasn't buying it. Not entirely. Not when she knew there was one thing, just one thing, he'd never shared with anyone. She let out her own sigh and rubbed her forehead, clearly frustrated. I just don't get it. Honestly, I've never even heard of the word ether before. When I first read that part, I practically skimmed over it. Thought it was just some kind of myth, like some made-up god or legendary force or something. If you hadn't been connected to the ether bloodline, I would have completely ignored it. Ether hummed at her words, thoughtful. It did make sense, it was just one vague line in that ancient text. Something easy to miss. Something anyone would have dismissed. He probably would have too, if he hadn't been so damn cautious. Ether, he muttered to himself. Every time he thought about his bloodline, a strange feeling crawled over him. His body felt worse. As if something big, something dangerous, was on the verge of awakening. Especially whenever his mind drifted to that white-haired man, and that suicidal dog who somehow had the same twisted ability as him. His thoughts drifted deeper, darker. Sandra watched his expression grow distant, his face frozen in some storm of thought. Quietly, gently, she closed the book, careful not to break its frail spine. She too had searched everywhere for even a scrap of information about ether. Even Isadora, who was practically the strongest, hadn't heard of it. That alone made her stomach twist. No. The fear wasn't about ether. It was about what was inside him. Something no one else had. Something unknown. Something dangerous. Something so unique, so powerful, it made him a walking target. She didn't know what the ether bloodline could truly do, or what it meant. But one thing was painfully clear, if the world found out about it, everything would go straight to hell. Sigh. I can't believe I'm getting tangled up in all of this, she thought with a wry, resigned smile. Yet there was no frustration on her face. No bitterness. No hint of regret. Because, in her heart, it had become her strange, messy version of love. Her cheeks flushed, pink slowly blooming across her face. Then, almost under her breath, she whispered. I'm sorry. It was barely audible. Ether blinked, pulled abruptly from his spiraling thoughts. He turned toward her, confused. Had he heard something just now? Sandra was staring down at the table, her face still as stone, except for that subtle, almost invisible blush dusting her cheeks. Ether's lips curved into a wide grin. What was that? I don't think I heard you clearly, he said, leaning in with a playful sparkle in his eye. Sandra's lips twitched. Oh, she knew he heard her. He was just messing with her now. Come on now, say it again. Maybe a little louder, he teased, leaning in even closer like a devil that smelled its treat. But before he could finish his teasing. I'm leaving. Sandra suddenly blurted out, her face crimson as she stood up abruptly, ready to walk away. However. Ether let out a loud scream, making Sandra jump like she'd just stepped on a live wire. She spun around in alarm, her expression instantly shifting to concern. What? What happened? Are you okay? She rushed back to him, her voice quick and full of panic. It hurts. Arf. Ether groaned dramatically, clutching his face tightly. Where? What hurts? Sandra was nearly shaking, her hands hovering near him as her eyes searched his face. My cheek, it hurts, no, it burns. He wailed, pointing to his right cheek with a pained expression, as if it were on fire. Sandra's eyes widened, worry overtaking her. She leaned in, inspecting the cheek he was pointing at. It was pale. Not even a scratch. But the way he writhed in pain made her chest tighten. This spot. But there's nothing here, she said anxiously. Why does it burn? Because, you slapped me, Ether suddenly muttered in a pitiful voice, throwing in a little whimper for effect, and now I'm dying. Sandra blinked. Then stared. For a second, the entire room went silent. I slapped you on that side, she said flatly, pointing at his left cheek. Ether stopped mid-wail, blinking rapidly. Then. He started again, switching cheeks, because of your monstrous slap, so much power that the pain traveled. It radiated across my face. I think my whole jaw's dislocated. My nerves are in trauma. Arar. Sandra's expression was deadpanned harder than stone. She watched him, arms crossed now, as he dramatically writhed on the table like he was auditioning for the lead role in a tragedy. His cries, his twisting, his bullshit, all of it. She almost smiled. Almost. What do you want? She asked bluntly, going straight to the point without hesitation. Ether was still writhing, his face twisted in exaggerated agony. Through gritted teeth, he groaned, why you need to soothe this, burning sensation. I have high-level healing potions, Sandra started but. Who needs some artificial junk like that? Ether shouted furiously, his cheek trembling as if the pain was unbearable. His eyes were wide, almost begging for her to take him seriously. Sandra's lips twitched. Then what exactly do you need, huh? Ether lowered his gaze, not to her chest, but to her lips. Her cheeks flared instantly as her eyes widened in panic. Hell. No. Air. It's burning. It's hurting. Nobody even pities me. Ether wailed louder, voice cracking theatrically. Even though I'm the one who helps everyone, they just toss me aside. Like I'm used garbage. Is this what it's like to be used and thrown away? What a cruel, heartless world. Shut up. Sandra yelled, her voice sharp with fury as she glared daggers at him. This bastard, he was blackmailing her, wasn't he? She could see right through his damn performance, the overacting, the fake agony, but still. She had slapped him earlier. In the heat of the moment. And not just out of duty, no, that slap was personal. Way too personal. It stung her just thinking about it. So she clenched her jaw, muttering, fine, a kiss, right? That's what you want. Fine then, she growled, every word dipped in reluctant venom. Without another word, she grabbed his chin, forcefully turned his cheek toward her, leaned in close, and, with a frown carved deep on her face, puckered her lips and chew. Her soft lips landed on his cheek for barely more than a fleeting heartbeat before she yanked herself away. That's it. Done. Huh? Ether blinked at her. His expression twisted into something between mock confusion and theatrical offense. That's it? Seriously? That was like, nothing. Tell me, when you slapped me, what did you feel? Anger, right? Sandra looked away and gave a stiff nod. Ether nodded sagely, like a smug professor explaining universal truths. Right, right. That raw, bubbling fury. That deep, primal rage. The sheer frustration, and then. He paused, locking eyes with her. That betrayal. Sandra flinched, her eyes darting away instantly. Of course he had to bring that up. That slap, yeah, it wasn't just about her daughter. It was about him. His words. His betrayal. She'd smacked him with all her tangled feelings knotted into one brutal strike. Ether leaned forward, his grin widening as if he could taste her guilt. You mixed it all together and bam, slapped the hell out of me, didn't you? Sandra took a shaky breath and nodded slowly, finally meeting his gaze again, only to see that damn smirk. A wicked, sly curve that made her heart thump, and not in a good way. She felt like she'd just signed a deal with the devil. Then kiss me the same way, Ether murmured, voice low and teasing. With every last drop of emotion. He leaned closer, lips barely an inch away. Sandra gulped audibly. What the hell happened to his pain? Who cares? I am supposed to kiss you with every bit of emotion. What does that even mean, hik? Before she could finish, his hand shot out, gripping her waist tightly, yanking her in until she went stiff as a board. He leaned in close, brushing her cheek with his breath, warm and intoxicating. My love Chu, he whispered, planting a bold kiss on her cheek. Plus 8,000 AP. Just like that, now it's your turn, Ether purred, pulling back with a shit-eating grin. Sandra was frozen, her face burning a shade of crimson that could melt steel. She looked like her soul had just left her body. Then. Snap. Ether snapped his fingers right in front of her nose, snapping her out of her moment of death-like stillness. Why you, she stammered, her voice on the verge of breaking. Arrgh. The pain. It's still burning. Ether wailed, dramatically clutching his other cheek, now not the same one before, he cried, using that, no one helps me. I'm dying over here. My soul is melting. Where is love and mercy? Sandra's lips twitched. Hard. Chapter 934, Taming the Empress, Part 2. Marisandra Nyadya. The Empress of the Empire, the untouchable and fiery flower, was currently sitting on a man's lap, her body pressed closely, tightly, against him, as if she belonged nowhere else. The once dangerous woman, so feared that even the nobles didn't dare to meet her gaze, was now staring into the eyes of a man. Her once stoic, emotionless face, known only for indifference and wrath, now glowed with a warmth foreign to her, her cheeks flushed a deep, embarrassed red, blooming like roses that had never known sunlight. The hands that once gripped nothing but cold steel, that struck down countless threats with brutal elegance, were now wrapped delicately around a man's neck, so soft, so gentle, as if she feared she might break him. This wasn't the Empress the world once knew. No. This was a woman reborn, unveiled, stripped of her armor. If anyone were to witness this right now, they'd fall to their knees in disbelief, tears welling up in their eyes, their unshakable Empress, blushing. Trembling. Holding on to a man like she needed him. Sandra bit her lip, hard, as she muttered under her breath, the words laced with frustration and desire, like she was cursing the gods for making her feel this way. But Ether, he didn't flinch. He stayed still. He waited, like a man who knew the storm had to pass before he could taste the rain. The truth behind Sandra's cold words, when she said she hadn't forgiven him, wasn't for her daughter, nor for the others, no, it had nothing to do with anyone else. It was simple. She couldn't forgive him because she had been his target. That alone shattered her pride. That's where it hurt. That's where it stung so deeply, she could barely breathe. That's why she lashed out with those cold, dismissive words. Not because she wanted him gone, but because she would rather have him love her willingly, than be forced by some cursed fate or divine command. Ether, of course, understood. He wasn't clueless. He had always known just how proud she was, how her arrogance wasn't just a mask, but her very identity. That's why he didn't push hard. That's why he waited with open arms and burning patience, wanting to tame her fire with his own hands. He didn't need to work himself to the bone to break her walls down, all it took was one gentle push. That's all. And truthfully, it was what Sandra wanted too. But her pride, her damn pride wouldn't let her say it. He should come to me, she thought. I'm not going to crawl to him. He had been forced into seducing her. That his log made him do it, right? So then, he should make the move. Final move. Not her. Now that he had asked for the kiss, Sandra knew it. She knew he wanted her. And yes, deep down, she was happy, she was burning with joy. But on the surface? No. She refused to show it. Not yet. If she just melted into him too easily, wouldn't that make her look weak? Wouldn't that hurt her ego? That's why she hesitated. That's why she dragged it out with this slow, silent storm of emotion and tension. "Tsk, sigh," she muttered, voice low and a bit breathless, her eyes lowering as if she'd finally come to a decision. Not really. She just wanted him to think she'd thought hard about it. Then she inhaled deeply, her chest brushing against him, and leaned in closer, so close he could feel the heat of her breath. Her arms coiled around his neck, slow and sensual, her fingers brushing against the back of his head with a tenderness that made him shiver. Her gaze, no longer cold or defiant, but soft, seductive, full of a hidden hunger as she whispered right into his ear, "My love." Ether's entire body tensed and trembled. That voice, that word, spoken with such softness, it melted something inside him. It hit him in a place deeper than desire, a place only she could reach. He swallowed hard as his hands clutched her hips tightly, possessively, grounding himself before he lost control. Sandra let out a soft moan when his grip tightened around her curves. Her eyes sparkled slyly, she could feel something firm and hot pressing beneath her ass. Her cheeks flushed again, this time darker, but she didn't pull away. She kept her calm mask, though her heartbeat roared in her ears. She held the act, leaned into it, moved her lips toward his cheek and chew. She kissed him. Not a fleeting peck. No. A long, lingering kiss that burned into his skin. Her soft lips pressed into his cheek and stayed there, claiming him, branding him, before she slowly pulled away. "That's it, right?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, but filled with something tender and teasing, a gentle smile curling her lips. Ether looked at her, straight into her eyes, and murmured, "5 fingers, landed on my cheek, so." He didn't even need to finish. Sandra clicked her tongue, gently, but it was clear she wasn't really annoyed. "Tsk," she said, her voice husky now, thick with mischief. Her eyes stayed locked with his, seductive and knowing, as if she had already planned this. She leaned forward again, and kissed his cheek once more. Chew. Then she gave him a slow, gentle bite, her teeth sinking in just enough to make him gasp softly, and kissed again. Chew. Then came a soft, deliberate lick across his skin, hot and wet, and another kiss. Chew. Then a playful nip, a flash of her sharp side, and another kiss. Chew. His cheek was now covered in her spit, glistening with her kisses. She slowly leaned back, her body pulling away, but her eyes never leaving his. Her face was flushed, deep red, yet beautiful. Her gaze dropped for a second, shy yet bold, before lifting again to meet his. Ether stared at her, unmoving, his eyes dark and full of fire. They looked at each other, no words needed anymore. Just raw, trembling silence, soaked in desire and tension, just before. They kissed each other. At first, it was just a soft peck, gentle and teasing. Their lips met briefly, brushing together with a light flutter before pulling away. Their eyes lingered on one another, heavy with tension, before instinct took over. They both licked their lips, tasting the hint of the other still left behind, and then leaned back in again. This time, their mouths crashed with need. The kiss grew fiercer, hungrier. Sandra's soft lips parted for him as her arms, once gently wrapped around his neck, now tightened with longing, pulling him deeper into her. Ether, hands clamped around her waist, yanked her close until their bodies were flush, their heat mingling. Slurp. Their tongues met in the middle, wet, slick, swirling against each other. They kissed like they were drowning, gasping for air between breaths but not letting go. MMF. Her lips parted wide as his tongue slipped in deeper, exploring her sweet, warm mouth. She moaned into him as their tongues tangled, sliding over one another again and again, slurping, sucking, twisting with reckless hunger. Sandra's fingers clawed into his hair, yanking it gently, kneading him closer. Her lips molded around his, opening wide to take him in. Their kisses became a messy mix of licking, panting, tasting, his tongue pressed against hers, flicking the roof of her mouth, then pulling back only to dive in again. She answered eagerly, her lips moving with his, greedy and feverish. His lips were firm and warm, a little rough, tasting faintly of sweetness and something wild, him. Her taste, on the other hand, was honeyed and smooth, intoxicating. Ether devoured her like an addict needing a fix, pressing kiss after kiss, their tongues now sloppier, wetter, more desperate. They kissed so deeply it felt like they were trying to crawl into each other's soul. Time melted away until their lungs screamed for breath. At last, they broke apart, gasping, faces flushed, mouths tingling. Ha ha. Sandra panted, chest rising, lips wet and swollen. Ether's eyes were fixed on her mouth like he wanted to kiss her all over again. And he did. He leaned in, dragging his lips along her neck, hot breath brushing her sensitive skin. Then came his mouth, soft at first, kissing gently just below her ear, and then bite. Ether, Sandra moaned, a mix of pleasure and surprise. Her body jerked, trembling as the sharp sensation traveled down her spine. Her neck arched, offering more. His lips traced her collarbone, moving slowly, lovingly. Her blush deepened, and her chest heaved with each breath. Despite already spending a night, just hearing her whisper his name, so breathless, so desperate, made him rock hard all over again. His cock strained against the fabric, and he didn't even try to hide it. He kissed back up her throat, nipped her chin, brushed over her jawline with his lips, then kissed her cheek, her eyelid, her forehead. Their eyes met again. Both panting. Both flushed. Both knowing exactly what the other wanted. No words. Just lips crashing again, hot, raw, hungry. Ether lifted her in one smooth motion, placing her on the desk behind them. The clutter on the desk clattered to the floor, papers, and then W8, the book. Sandra blinked as a thick, ancient book slid across the desk, teetering at the edge. Nah, who gives a damn? That motherfucker can rot. Ether said without even glancing. I'd rather taste your lips than read that cursed thing. That book's not even worth the ink it's written with compared to you. Sandra let out a breathy laugh, amused and flustered. That book could buy a palace, you know, she thought. But before she could voice it, his mouth was on hers again. Hot. Wet. Desperate. His lips now kissed with no rhythm, no formality, just pure, aching need. He slanted his head, tongue diving back in, kissing her deeper than before, like he wanted to feel her heart through her mouth. She whimpered into him, her own lips moving back, dancing, sliding, pressing. Her hands roamed under his robe, caressing his bare chest, tracing every ridge of his muscles, savoring his warmth. His skin burned under her touch. She moaned again as he bit her bottom lip, sucking it into his mouth, then kissed down, trailing his tongue along her throat, kissing between her breasts, each hot breath making her squirm. When he reached her cleavage, he paused, staring up at her with wild, wanting eyes. Her face was beet red. Her chest heaving. Her lips were wet, parted, still aching from his mouth. She knew what was going to happen and, she not opposing it. Her legs wrapped around him instinctively, nightgown hem hiked up, thighs spread open, foot locking behind his back, locking him in. Her thighs trembled but didn't let go. Ether grinned, breath husky, "My lovely empress," he purred as his hand reached for her purple lingerie, gripping the fabric, ready to tear it away from her trembling body. Until. Ether, where are you? Aquilina's voice pierced the air like a bucket of cold water. Sandra froze. Her eyes shot open. Pure horror dawned on her face. Well, shit. Ether cursed inwardly. Chapter 935, Taming the Empress, Part 3. Mom. Aquilina stood at the doorway, her body draped in fresh clothes that still clung lightly to her damp skin. Her long hair trickled with water droplets, sliding down her neck, as if she'd just stepped out from a warm, steamy bath. She saw her mother sitting alone at the desk in the corner, the soft purple nightgown hugging her curves. You haven't changed your clothes?" she asked, frowning gently as she noticed Sandra was still in her nightwear. Sandra, seated calmly on the chair with a subtle air of mystery, turned her head with a soft glance. "Well, I'm kind of working here," she murmured, lifting an old, nearly crumbling book, its spine cracked. "Oh. I see." Aquilina nodded slowly, then tilted her head. Her voice lowered into a curious tone. "Do you know where Ether is?" Sandra blinked, her face shifting into a mild confusion. "Ether? Wasn't he in the room?" "Sleeping?" she asked, her tone too casual, almost forced. "No. He's not there." Sandra let out a slow shrug, a strange flush brushing her cheeks. "Then I don't know. I haven't seen him she coughed lightly, I haven't seen him since yesterday," she corrected, her tone faltering as a pink hue crept into her voice. Aquilina's eyes narrowed, her mother's expression, her tone, everything felt off. "Are you okay, Mom?" she asked softly, stepping closer with concern glinting in her gaze. "And no, don't come closer," Sandra suddenly burst, her voice laced with urgency. "Why not?" Aquilina frowned deeply now, her instincts stirring. Something was strange, very strange. Sandra coughed again, trying to cover her reddening cheeks. I was digging through the old racks. So much dust settled on me, and, well, you just took a bath, didn't you? She added, giving a weak chuckle. Oh. Right. Aquilina jolted back like she had touched a spark, as if the idea of dust alone could burn her freshly cleansed skin. Sandra gave a subtle nod, her chest rising and falling with an inward sigh. Anyway, he's not here. I'm going to keep reading this book. If you need anything, ask Celestia, she'll get it ready for you, she said, waving her hand as if to dismiss her daughter, needed to end the conversation. Aquilina gave a soft nod and turned, her bare feet nearly silent on the floor, but then, she stopped. She hesitated, lips parting as her thoughts wavered. Sandra's forehead twitched, a vein pulsing. Is there something else, dear? She asked with a careful calmness, though her smile was tight. Aquilina drew in a breath and moved toward her again, her voice thoughtful. Yeah. I just feel like I need to sit with you for a bit. And no, Sandra jumped slightly, sweat beading at her temple. Her sudden panic made Aquilina raise an eyebrow. I mean, sure, you can sit, but maybe just sit across from me, you know. I wouldn't want you catching my dust and all, she said with a shaky laugh, motioning awkwardly in front of her instead of beside her. Aquilina studied her for a second, sensing something hidden beneath the surface, but she obeyed. She walked slowly, deliberately, and sat across from her mother, her eyes never leaving her. Sandra leaned back on the chair, trying to pull herself together. Her voice lowered into a more serious tone, so, what is it, my dear? Aquilina looked away for a moment, her hands folding nervously on her lap. Well, Mom. I don't know how to put this, but I feel like, you love him. Right? Her voice was small, hesitant, but it carried the weight of emotion and hidden understanding. Sandra sighed heavily. We've talked about this, haven't we? I told you I wouldn't. She suddenly gasped, her hand shooting to her mouth. Mom. Aquilina frowned, concerned. And nothing. Sandra said quickly, her voice trembling, her hand clenched tightly now. Are you sure? You don't seem Alric. Enough about this, Sandra cut her off with a breathless voice, her expression suddenly sharp yet, her cheeks were flushed, glowing red. Something was happening, her body was betraying her calm. She slid one hand quietly beneath the desk, her fingers slipping into the folds of her gown, pressing against the soft bulge underneath. Her lips twitched as she clenched her teeth, fighting the rush of sensation. Be bastard, stop it, she screamed silently in her mind as something warm and teasing stroked along her inner thighs, trembling her whole body. Under the bulged nightgown was. Yes, it was Ether. He was there. When she heard Aquilina's voice earlier, she panicked. She couldn't send him away, couldn't hide him anywhere else. So she had shoved him under her gown. She kept him there. She did this. She was the one hiding him. And she was the one being tortured by it. Ether, buried under her thick, soft nightgown, stared up at her pale, plush thighs, mesmerized. They were so close, so tender. He could feel the heat of her core just above. Her scent enveloped him, intoxicating and irresistible. Ether hummed softly, pressing his face closer. The food was right before his eyes, sweet, slick, and so dangerously inviting. How could he stop now? So he couldn't stop himself. Not when her thighs trembled like that. Not when the scent of her arousal filled his nose like the sweetest perfume. He kissed them, everywhere. Slowly. Sensually. Shamelessly. Each inch of her thighs became a sacred offering to his lips. He started low, brushing his warm mouth along the tender curves just above her knees, and then slowly worked his way up. His lips pressed soft, deliberate kisses, lingering long enough for the heat of his breath to sink into her skin. He could feel her shiver every time he sucked gently, letting his tongue flick out to taste her skin, teasing her with wet warmth as he moved higher. Her body reacted with every touch, her muscles tightening, legs quivering. And he loved it. She trembled. Her inner thighs quaked each time his tongue snuck a little closer to the warmth between her legs. He tried spreading her legs just a little more, inch by inch. She resisted, her thighs tense, pressing inward, but a single deep kiss to her upper inner thigh made her knees buckle ever so slightly. Her resistance melted into a needy tremble. He smirked, he knew exactly what he was doing. Every breath she took was shaky, her muscles clenching as his mouth approached forbidden territory. And then he saw it, deep purple lace panties. Stained. Wet. Her arousal soaked the fabric in the center, dark and glistening. His heart raced. Her panties clung to her folds, the fabric damp and fragrant. His mouth watered. He stared at it, mesmerized, as if he'd stumbled into some dream, a lush, forbidden oasis that promised every wicked indulgence. He leaned in closer, brushing his nose against the soaked cloth, inhaling the raw, intoxicating scent of her sex. The scent of her soaked him in lust. "Oh, fuck," he whispered under his breath, unable to stop himself. His hands gripped the sides of her hips firmly, his thumbs stroking her skin as he buried his face between her legs. His tongue dragged over the damp cloth, tasting the trace of her nectar through the lace. A deep, muffled groan rumbled from his throat. Sandra's body jolted. Her thighs clamped briefly around his head as her hand flew up to cover her mouth. He's going too far, she screamed inwardly, her cheeks on fire. But her eyes, despite herself, drifted toward her daughter, who still sat across the room, unaware of what truly lay beneath the desk. He's licking me, through my panties. Her mind screamed in horror and arousal. "Mom, are you sure you're alright?" "YZZ I mean." Gulp, Sandra gulped. Her cheeks blazed crimson, her body screaming in pleasure as Ether's tongue dragged up her slit again. Sandra's throat tightened. She swallowed hard, biting her bottom lip, her voice strained. "Why yes. It's just, something, Please tell me what you want." "Hurry up," she stammered, her voice faltering as his tongue slipped along the edge of her panties, pushing slightly under it to reach her slick skin. He felt the edge of her folds now. She was dripping. Ether smiled wickedly. He flicked his tongue upward slowly, letting it trace the very top of her pussy, brushing her sensitive clit through the soaked lace. Sandra's legs buckled. Her toes curled in her slippers. Her nails dug into the desk. And no. Not there, dirty don't. She cried inside, but her hips betrayed her, rolling forward into his mouth. Aquilina frowned even more. "Mom." "Why yeah." Aquilina could feel something was off, but she didn't understand what. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. "I just want you to understand," Aquilina's voice came again, filled with worry. "Please don't be so hard on him. He's trying, Mom. He knows what he did was wrong. He did things behind our backs, but he regrets it. He's been carrying all the guilt, all on his own. He's suffering deeper inside. Ether's tongue worked deeper, pushing under the lace now. Sandra bit down on her finger to silence herself. Her whole body trembled. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and her eyes welled up with tears from the intensity as she tried to listen to Aquilina. And if we keep hurting him, he'll snap. I can feel it. I'm scared he'll reach a point where we lose him for good. Her tone grew softer, more pleading. Just, give him another chance. One last chance. I know he'll make it right. Just let him prove it. Please, Mom. Aquilina pleaded softly, unaware her mother was being driven mad with pleasure under the desk. Beneath the table, Ether stilled. Her words hit him deep. For a moment, he forgot where he was. He smiled gently against Sandra's panties, moved by the softness in Aquilina's voice. But his lust was still raging, and her scent, her taste, her trembling thighs were calling him back in. She couldn't speak. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. Her pussy pulsed against his tongue. Her panties were soaked now, clinging to her like a second skin. He could feel the texture of her folds beneath them, every twitch, every quiver. He slid his hands under her ass and squeezed tightly, lifting her slightly and pulling her deeper onto his mouth. Mom. Sandra blinked, overwhelmed by the surge of guilt, love, and arousal. She took a deep breath and exhaled long and shaky. F'. I mean. F fine, she whispered. I'll think about it. Now go. Aquilina nodded, sensing she shouldn't push further. She rose quietly and turned toward the door, her soft footsteps fading out of the archive. She didn't hear her daughter's steps. All she felt was him, his tongue, his lips, his desire, and as soon as she left. Sandra sprang from her chair with a furious gasp, her nightgown rising with her. She reached down and yanked him out from beneath it, her face flushed with a mix of panic and fury. You idiot! We could have been caught. What the fuck were you thinking? She shouted, voice high-pitched and ragged. But her eyes fell on his lips, shiny, slick, still wet with her nectar. He looked up at her and slowly dragged his tongue across them, licking her juices with deliberate slowness. Sandra froze. The sight of it, her taste on his mouth, made her pussy clench hard. She felt a gush between her legs. Ether raised an eyebrow. What? It's not like she doesn't know about us, he said with a careless shrug, so why hide, when she's clearly fine with us? Sandra's jaw dropped. Her face turned crimson. Fine. Fine. There was nothing fine about this. It was madness. What would have happened if her daughter found it out? Oh my God. She couldn't face her daughter anymore. She opened her mouth to respond, to say anything, but Ether stepped forward. His eyes glinted. A smirk curled on his lips. And then he said it. Sandra. Just that. Her name. But drenched in honeyed lust. Whispered like a lover's call from a dream. Teasing, dark, drenched in seduction. Her whole body jolted. Her skin erupted in goosebumps. Her nipples hardened beneath the gown. Her legs trembled violently. That voice, low, seductive, dirty, melted her from the inside out. She wasn't ready for what came next. But he was. Chapter 936, Taming the Empress, Part 4. Haha. Sandra's purple hair spread wildly across the table, her chest rising and falling with anticipation as she laid there, her misty eyes locked on the hungry beast standing over her. Her lips quivered, breath trembling, her cheeks flushed pink from the heat rushing through her blood. Ether's hand slowly moved, fingers trembling as he slid the purple nightgown aside. Inch by inch, it slipped down her smooth skin, and the tight, lacy purple bra came into view, soft, teasing, and barely holding the weight of those two mounted breasts underneath. His eyes widened at the sight of her full curves, the fabric pushed taut by her generous shape. Ether's throat went dry as he caught a glimpse of her nipples, hard, erect, proud, straining against the lace like they were begging for his mouth. Without even thinking, he leaned down and sealed his lips around one nipple through the bra, sucking deep and slow, letting his tongue swirl over the trapped nub. Ah! Sandra gasped sharply, her moan dripping with heat as her legs instinctively wrapped around his hips again, pulling him closer, trapping his growing cock behind the robe between her warm thighs. He groaned into her chest, her scent filling his lungs. Even through the bra, he swore he could taste her, sweet, milky, addicting. His cock twitched violently, aching from the scent of her boobs alone. Gentle please, NGHH. Sandra whimpered between gasps, her fingers digging into his hair, pulling him tighter against her chest. Her whole body trembled beneath him, as if her nerves were alight. Slurp. Ether sucked harder, his tongue pressing and swirling over the stiff nipple through the soaked bra. The fabric was damp with his saliva. It clung to her skin now, teasing him further. He wanted to taste it without barriers. He wanted to wrap his lips around her bare skin, feel the softness of her boobs directly, drink in that addictive scent with nothing in between. Could she really produce milk? After all, she was a mother, wasn't she? I'm taking this off, he muttered, his voice husky, breathless. He didn't wait for an answer. His fingers slid behind her back, unclasping the bra in a single motion. Snap. Boing. Boing. The bra fell away, and Ether's breath caught completely in his throat. There they were. Two massive, luscious breasts. Soft yet full, slightly heavy but still firm, like a dream sculpted just for his hands. Her nipples stood tall, pink and painfully stiff, the areolas a perfect round bloom with tiny, flower-like buds. Sandra immediately covered her face with both hands. Don't stare, it's too embarrassing. She whispered, trembling. But Ether couldn't stop. Her flustered face only made his cock pulse harder. He smiled like a devil. Oh dear, he murmured, you don't know how long I've been dying to see this. He leaned in, face buried in her cleavage, inhaling deeply. That milky, sweet scent hit him again, this time stronger, and it made his mind go hazy. Sniff. Argh. Ether groaned low, trembling from just the scent. He felt drunk. Addicted. His mouth parted, and his tongue slowly dragged up the side of her left boob, slicking her skin with a hot, wet trail. MMFF. Sandra jerked lightly, her chest rising as a long moan escaped her lips. Her nipples twitched under the attention. Ether smirked and bit down on her right nipple, gentle but firm, then sucked it deep into his mouth, nibbling on it with just enough pressure to make her body squirm. NNFFMM. His free hand grabbed her other boob, kneading and fondling it like it belonged to him, fingers squeezing the soft flesh greedily. Ether, ahan. Sandra's moan turned ragged as she tried to hold back. Her fingers dug into his back, her hips writhing helplessly beneath him. I can't, NGH, stop. She was trying to hold her moans in, but the heat in her pussy betrayed her. Her core trembled, soaking wet, dripping into her panties. Her body was on fire. Every flick of his tongue on her nipple sent sparks through her belly. Ether groaned against her skin. The taste, that scent. Her boobs were practically leaking that milky essence, and it made him crazed. He kissed all over her chest, wet, open-mouthed kisses that left marks, claiming her, branding her with his lips. Mine. All mine. His tongue circled one nipple, then flicked it. Again. And again. His hand twisted the other, pulling and rolling it between his fingers. Her entire chest was glossy now, slick with his saliva. She's so sensitive. Ether thought, surprised by how reactive she was. That only made him want more. He pulled her boobs together with both hands, pushing the nipples side by side. Then he dove in. Ah no NGHHSM, Sandra's voice cracked as he sucked both nipples at once, tongue darting between them, lips tugging them, flicking and biting. Her body trembled violently, legs weak and twitching. Ah, ah. Ether, she gasped, her breath shattering as pain and pleasure struck her in waves. Her nipples tingled, twisted, then something inside her snapped. Ah. Splash. A clear stream sprayed from between her legs, her orgasm coating the table as her body went rigid with release. Drip, drip. Her juice dripped from the edge of the table, splattering softly to the floor. But Ether's eyes weren't on her pussy. His gaze locked on her chest. As he pulled away from her nipples, his lips glistened, coated in something new. A pale white fluid. He stared for a second, then looked down. There it was. A small, creamy drop sliding from her nipple. He blinked. Then grinned. He let out a deep, wicked chuckle and licked his lips. That taste, that drop, it wasn't just imagined. It was real. She was milking. Just a little, but it was real. And God, it tasted divine. Fresh, thick, creamy, just a small drop, but enough to leave him craving more. He could still feel it on his tongue, the hint of her, motherly, forbidden, erotic. His eyes flicked to Sandra, who still had her face buried in her hand. Her bare breasts heaved with her breath, nipples still glistening from his mouth. Ether moved slowly, his fingers reaching for her wrists. And no. Sandra whimpered, trembling. She didn't want to show her face. Not like this. Not when she looked like she was drowning in lust. Not when she knew he'd see everything, her shame, her pleasure, her need. Ether's smile turned even darker, even more wicked. Of course, he wanted to see her face now. That was the whole point. He leaned in close, lips brushing her ear, and whispered like the devil himself, "My love, come on, I want to see you." His voice oozed seduction. Sandra's whole body shuddered at the sound of it, like those words had power over her very nerves. Slowly, weakly, her resistance faded. He moved her hands gently aside, uncovering her flushed face. And then... twitch. Twitch. Ether's cock twitched violently, a thick bead of pre-cum leaking from the swollen head. His length was painfully hard, just from seeing her face. She was divine. Those cheeks, deeply blushed. Her lips, swollen, parted, shining wet with leftover moans. Her purple hair a mess, strands stuck to her face, framing her like chaos. Her ears, bright red, twitching. And her eyes, those misty, teary, purple eyes glimmered with shame and pleasure, like she was drunk on lust. Ether couldn't stop himself. He leaned in and captured her lips in a deep, wet kiss. Sandra gasped, her eyes widening in surprise for a second, but then they softened. She closed them, kissed him back desperately, hungrily, her hands gripping his back, nails digging into his flesh. Ether. Ether. She whispered between kisses, breathless, needy, drunk on his taste. Meanwhile, just outside the heavy doors of the Royal Archive, Aquilina stood frozen, face burning red as she watched the scene unfold in front of her eyes. She thought her mother was weird today, something was strange in her behavior, so she stayed, hidden, watching. She thought it would be something political. Something secret. But not this. Never this. She had been stunned when Ether emerged from between her mother's legs. And then, she watched in horror and fascination as he started devouring her boobs. Biting. Sucking. Worshipping them like they were some sacred thing. Aquilina's lips parted. Her throat dry. She subconsciously gulped. Her mother's face, that expression, she had never seen her like this. Moaning, twisting, melting under a man's mouth. It was shocking. Disgusting. Wrong. So why? Why couldn't she look away? Her eyes flicked back to Ether, he was kissing her mother now. Deeply. Passionately. As if he owned her mouth. How is he still hard? Aquilina muttered under her breath. She knew how much he had taken from her last night, how much he had poured inside her until her legs gave out, heck, even after her gave out, she pounded her pussy so hard that she still feels the pleasure. And yet here he was again, throbbing, twitching, overflowing with energy. She clenched her fists, a mix of embarrassment and jealousy twisting in her chest. If they were so damn intimate, why the hell were they hiding it from her? She narrowed her eyes, ready to knock. Princess. Hi. Aquilina nearly screamed, but she slapped a hand over her mouth to silence it. Her body jumped. She turned in a panic, heart racing. Celestia stood beside her, arms crossed, wearing a slightly amused expression. What are you doing here? Aquilina hissed, her face red and her breath shaky. I could ask the same, Celestia replied coolly. Spying on your mother and her lover? Aquilina's cheeks flared crimson. I wasn't spying. I just... Wait. He is my lover, too, blushing, well. She didn't know how to explain it. She had no excuse. No words. So instead, she simply pointed at the door. Celestia raised an eyebrow, tilted her head, and peeked. Nothing. Huh. Aquilina blinked, then glanced back, and froze. They were gone. They were here just seconds ago, where did they go? She mumbled, confused and flustered. Meanwhile, in the heart of the palace, within the Empress's private chamber, where elegance dripped from every curtain and marble gleamed under sunless light, the grand bed stood in the center like a throne of desire. Thud. A soft thump echoed across the velvet silence. Sandra landed on the bed, her body sinking into the silken sheets. She lay sprawled, breathless, her nearly naked body trembling with anticipation. Only her thin purple panties clung to her hips, barely enough to hide the heat between her legs. Her smooth skin shimmered faintly with sweat, and her misty eyes rose slowly, drawn to the figure that towered at the foot of the bed. Ether. He stood tall, calm, and terrifyingly seductive as his robe slipped off his shoulders and fell away. His bare chest, sculpted and flushed with hunger, came into view. His abs tensed with every breath, and lower still, his cock hung thick and heavy, already dripping with anticipation. It twitched the moment their eyes met. Sandra audibly gulped. Her heart raced. Her breath caught. Her thighs instinctively pressed together. It was dangerous. Sinful. Shameful. Yet so beautiful. So perfect. So hard. Aether. She whispered, her voice quivering like a girl lost in a storm. Chapter 937, Claiming the Empress, Part 1. Aether smiled, eyes narrowing with amusement as he watched her startled, fearful gaze. That flicker of panic in her eyes, so brief, so raw, it made something primal in him stir. She looked like she'd been caught off guard by him, truly. What? Scared already? Aether muttered with a teasing smirk, his voice low and thick with lust as he shook his proud cock, glistening with pre-cum, the heavy shaft pulsing like it was alive, eager, aching. Sandra's expression shifted fast. Her lips tightened into a deadpan line as she scoffed. "Boy, you're too young to even scare me," she said with a haughty tone, her voice dripping with arrogance. But even as she spoke, her eyes betrayed her, they kept flicking down to that cock of his, a slightly worried gleam behind her defiant gaze. That thing was too big, if that monster went inside her. She wasn't sure what would happen to her. And that uncertainty terrified her in ways she couldn't admit. But she couldn't let it show, right? She couldn't be scared of his cock, right? After all, she was the Empress. The tyrant Empress wasn't afraid of some little guy. She shifted her weight, rising with a slow, graceful motion as she sat at the edge of the bed. The soft bounce of the mattress caused her massive, round breasts to sway, ripe, full, the tips just barely brushing against the cool air, nipples stiffening as her body heated under his gaze. Her creamy skin glistened faintly, the soft scent of her arousal filling the air, a faint milky sweetness mixed with her perfume, it made his mouth water. His cock twitched violently at the sight. "Look at this guy, so eager," she muttered with a breathy, amused laugh. Her hand hesitated, fingertips hovering over the thick shaft like it was dangerous. Then, slowly, she gripped it, her slender fingers curling around it like she was holding a remote, firm but tentative, the pulsing heat of him almost too much. Aether stood there, breath caught in his throat, watching her with a mixture of amusement and raw hunger. She was pretending to be in control, but he could see through it. No matter how she acted, she wasn't going to let him bruise her pride. She had to win this little game of egos, didn't she? Oh well. I'd like to see where this goes now. Aether thought with a smirk, the sensation of her soft fingers gently stroking his cock already making him groan. Her hand was trembling slightly. Her eyes fixated on the massive shaft she held, mesmerized. And her thoughts, they betrayed her again. She remembered yesterday, how this same cock had made her daughter scream and cry in helpless pleasure. The memory hit her like a jolt. Her cheeks flushed crimson and she shook her head, trying to dispel the image. Aether saw it. And he grinned. Her fingers started moving again, more confident now, stroking his length with slow, teasing motions. Her thumb circled the dripping head, feeling it pulse as his precum smeared on her fingers, warm and sticky. To be honest, Aether could hardly hold back anymore. His body was on fire. The teasing was done. The foreplay had already blurred into something far more dangerous. Her purple panties, soaked and clinging, barely hid the hungry lips of her pussy, which dripped steadily, her scent hitting his nose like perfume from heaven. She was ready, more than ready. Sandra saw the hunger in his eyes. And something snapped in her. Her core ached painfully, needy, soaked, begging. She couldn't hold back anymore. With a wicked grin, she gripped his cock tighter and tugged, guiding him like a joystick, dragging him forward by the shaft. "Oh!" Ether gasped, stumbling forward as if pulled by the leash of his cock, falling onto the bed with a grunt as Sandra climbed on top of him and straddled his waist. "That's wrong, you know," he muttered, both amused and slightly overwhelmed, "dragging my cock like a damn controller, what the hell?" Sandra only grinned, her luscious ass grinding against him as she slid her soaked panties against his abdomen. Her wet slit smeared a trail of heat along his skin, her body purring with need. "What's wrong?" "It's mine, isn't it?" she whispered into his ear, voice like velvet, as she leaned in close. Her lips brushed his neck, breath hot against his skin. Her purple hair fell like a curtain around them, trapping him in her heat and scent. She licked the shell of his ear and nipped his neck lightly, leaving a tiny mark. She was claiming him now. Trying to get her dignity back, by making him beg. Ether smirked. His voice was low and full of heat. "Of course, my love, my hungry cock is yours, take it, and thrust your lonely horny pussy down on it. Make it yours." Sandra's cheeks burned red, her eyes widening at his shamelessness. "Be bastard." She hissed as her body trembled. Her ass clenched involuntarily, squeezing his cock between her cheeks as her spine arched. She felt it throb against her entrance. Ether groaned loudly. His hands shot up, grabbing her jiggling breasts, palms full of her soft flesh. He squeezed and fondled them with lust-filled eyes, his thumbs brushing over her hard, sensitive nipples, coaxing soft whimpers from her lips. Sandra let out a soft moan as she tossed her hair aside and leaned down to kiss him, deep and messy, tongues tangling in a raw, hungry embrace. Her lips tasted sweet, like nectar laced with heat. She kissed him like she was starving. She moaned again, her hips beginning to move, grinding her soaked panties against his stomach, her pussy leaving wet trails of desire on his skin. Sandra's lips lingered against his, swollen and slick from the kiss, as her breath trembled softly into his mouth. Their foreheads touched, her purple strands clinging to his cheeks, eyes half-lidded and glowing with a fierce, conflicted fire, lust, pride, and something dangerously close to affection. Her hips moved slowly, grinding against his abs with purpose, letting him feel how wet she was through her soaked panties. Ether's cock throbbed harder with every shift of her curves, pinned helplessly between her warmth and his stomach, aching to be let in. "Do you want me?" she whispered breathlessly, her voice softer now, quieter, like she wasn't just teasing, but actually asking. Her lips brushed his again. "This cock of yours, can you really claim this, Empress?" Ether's hands ran up her bare thighs, gripping them with possessive heat, then slid to her ass, spreading her slightly to feel the heat radiating from her pussy. His voice came out low, gravelly, dominant, yet careful. "You're dripping like you already know the answer, my Empress." She trembled when she heard his possessive tone. Her pride wanted to resist, but her body. Her pussy throbbed between her legs, clenching in anticipation. She could feel his cock twitching beneath her ass, thick and hard and hot, just waiting to be buried inside her. She raised herself slightly, her panties clinging to her wet folds. Ether reached between them and slowly slid the flimsy, soaked cloth aside, revealing her glistening slit with small purple bush, cute yet sexy. His fingers brushed her lips softly. Sandra gasped, She guided his cock to her entrance, rubbing the tip against her folds, smearing her arousal around her swollen clit, making her moan. Sandra shivered as his cockhead nudged her entrance, threatening to slide in. Seeing her shivering, "Can you handle it?" Ether asked with an amused tone. Sandra's lips twitched. He was really stroking her ego, wasn't he? Her swollen folds parted for him like petals kissed by heat, slick and flushed, trembling with anticipation. "Can I handle it?" she repeated, her voice trembling with a mix of defiance and raw arousal. She leaned in until her breath ghosted against his lips, her eyes smoldering. "You'll be the one begging me to stop." Ether smirked. But before he could say a word, she sank her hips down slowly. The swollen head of his cock pressed firmly against her entrance, and then, with a slippery push, it began to slide inside. Sandra's eyes widened instantly. "Ah," she gasped, her breath catching as the thick shaft stretched her open. Her pussy trembled violently, her walls gripping him like a vice, warm and soaked beyond reason. The stretch was unbearable, and yet perfect. Ether," she whimpered, her nails digging into his shoulders, her thighs trembling as inch by inch, his cock claimed her. Her purple panties were pushed to the side, still clinging to one thigh, completely forgotten as her walls were split by his slow, deliberate entry. Ether groaned low and deep, his jaw clenched. Her pussy felt divine, tight, velvety, wet and hungry, like it had been molded to fit him. Every inch that slid in drew a sweet, wet sound from her depths. "Fuck." "Tight," he growled, his hands moving to her ass, gripping it firmly as he pulled her hips down even more. Sandra could barely breathe. The feeling of being filled so deeply, so slowly, it lit every nerve on fire. Her pussy clenched uncontrollably, trying to accommodate the thick intrusion, her juices dripping down his shaft. "Fuck." She whimpered, burying her face into his neck as her hips jerked. "It's, ha." She panted. "You said you could handle it," he murmured with a wicked smile, licking the edge of her ear. "But look at you, trembling already." She shivered, her pride stung, but her pussy betrayed her, clenching even tighter around him. He was so deep now, pressing against something inside her that made her legs shake. Ether paused, letting her adjust. His cock throbbed inside her, twitching against her slick, spasming walls, but then, he couldn't wait anymore, the convulsing walls, the sucking sensation was too much. With a firm grip on her hips, he began moving her, thrusting up into her as she moaned and dropped her weight into it. "Ah!" Sandra let out a cracking sound as pleasure, however, it's not just her sound but also crack. Something deep inside her chest cracked, like a fragile glass, yet neither of them didn't notice it. Ether and Sandra are only staring at each other with lovely expressions while pounding each other vigorously. Chapter 938, Empress Wants to Dominate. The day had just started, the light was bright as the birds chirped and people began their daily routines, stepping into the rhythm of survival, working hard to feed their families, to prove themselves, to chase something. It was early, but the streets were already alive with effort and motion. Everyone was doing something. Everyone was chasing something. Everyone, except. Deep inside the Grand Palace, specifically in the Empress's chamber, wrapped in velvet curtains and perfumed with exotic oils and the lingering heat of lust, the world was completely different. Quiet, except for the rhythmic, wet, primal sound of sex. Slap. 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 The lewd clapping of hips echoed against the ornate walls. The slick slap of a thick cock disappearing into a soaking, twitching pussy again and again, gliding in and out with obscene squelches. No words. Just that raw sound. Just heat. Just flesh. Just their eyes. The white-haired man watched the purple-haired woman's face, Sandra, the tyrant empress, his empress. Her cheeks were flushed a deep pink, hair wild and damp with sweat, strands of her purple locks clinging to her forehead and temples. Her full lips trembled, parted as she moaned softly, breath hitching with every deep grind of her hips. Ah ah. Her moans were music. Her body trembled, glistening with sweat under the daylight that filtered through the gauzy curtains. Her thick thighs straddled his waist as she rode him hard, her soaked pussy swallowing his cock inch by inch, squeezing him so tight it almost hurt. She was hot, burning. Her insides throbbed like a heartbeat, slick and warm and greedy. Her arms curled around his neck, holding him down, her fingernails dragging lightly over his back as she leaned in to kiss him. Their lips met, slow and sensual at first, but quickly devolved into a hungry, messy kiss. Her tongue invaded his mouth with hunger, with heat, moaning softly against him as her hips pounded harder, her ass slapping against his thighs with wet, meaty impact. Their eyes stayed locked, something more than lust swimming there. Yes, she was the one moving. She was the one riding him. Ether was just lying there, watching helplessly, her pussy pulling him in again and again, like she wanted to mold it to his shape. Her cunt sucked him in like it was starving, clinging to every ridge of his shaft. Even though she hadn't said it, he could feel it. He could see it in her gaze. Desire. Madness. But more than that, need. Vulnerability, hunger, devotion, possession, maybe even something tender. Her heavy breasts bounced with every thrust, jiggling just inches from his face, the nipples hard and wet with her sweat. Her skin smelled like rose oil and her own musk, a milky scent that made his mouth water. His hands itched to touch her. He reached for her ass, mesmerized by the way it rippled with every motion, but she grabbed his wrists with a dominant smirk and pinned them down over his head. "Didn't you say I could use your cock however I want?" she whispered against his lips, her breath hot and sweet, tinged with need. "Then stay still, my love, I'm the one fucking you." She laced her fingers over his and grinded her hips slowly, deeply, moaning as she ground her clit against his pubic bone, as if trying to burn herself into him. Her pussy spasmed, milking him like it had a mind of its own, slurping wetly with each motion. He blinked. "When did I say that?" he thought dazedly, but shrugged in his mind. Who cared? She could take whatever she wanted. After all, he knew he had deep work later. To teach an empress. Anyway. Her pussy, gods, it was gripping him like it wanted to never let go. Like her body was remembering his cock. Claiming it. Branding it. Fuck. He breathed, she was really doing her best. Ah, MMAAO? Yeah. Ah, you feel that? She growled softly, rolling her hips faster, riding him with more intensity now. I want you to feel everything. I want you to come so deep inside me it leaks for hours, said without hesitation. Maybe she was trying to entice him with words so that he could come faster. Hell no, he was not going to fall for that. Sandra moaned again, louder, her body glowing with sweat, heat rising from her skin like steam. Her stomach tensed as her pussy fluttered, her clit brushing against him with every thrust. She shivered, her thighs quivering around him. She looked down at Ether, and caught him staring at her breasts, two plump, bouncing orbs, nipples stiff, glistening with sweat. You want these?" she purred, lowering herself until her boobs brushed his lips, heavy and warm, the scent of her skin thick and sweet. "Suck my tits, baby." She let his hands go. He didn't waste a second. His hands flew to her waist, then up her body, cupping her breasts greedily, squeezing, rubbing his thumbs over her nipples before taking one into his mouth. "Ah, yes," she gasped and arched, his lips hot against her skin, tongue swirling around the hardened peak. "Yes, just like that, suck harder." He sucked deeply, noisily, teeth grazing just a little. His hand groped the other tit, kneading it, tugging on the nipple, while his cock throbbed inside her pulsing pussy. She whimpered above him, her body trembling, nails dragging down his chest. Her clit throbbed as she bounced harder, faster, her pussy clenching as if trying to milk every drop of cum from his balls. HMFFFFFMM. Her lips found his again. They kissed hungrily, breathless, teeth clashing, tongues wrestling as their bodies slammed together over and over again. Her thighs slapped against his hips, loud and fast, her ass bouncing, jiggling, as she rode him like she owned him. "Ether, ether," she gasped into his mouth. Sandra's pace grew savage. "Ah, ah." Her thighs burned, muscles quivering with the effort as she rode him harder, slamming down again and again with desperate need, her pussy slapping against the base of his cock with soaked, obscene noises. The rhythm was no longer controlled, it was chaos. She was lost in the heat, in the feel of him stretching her, stuffing her. Her legs spread wider, planting against the bed for more leverage. Her heels dug into the mattress, her ass bouncing, jiggling wildly with every smack. Every downstroke drove Ether's cock deep, so deep, grinding right into her womb, her inner walls clenching and twitching in raw, pulsing hunger. "Ah, Ether." Her pussy was on fire. Every nerve lit up, her clit swollen, rubbing against his skin with every slam. It was like her pussy had gone feral, wet, greedy, sucking him in like it never wanted to let go. Ether groaned, reaching the end, his eyes fixed on her body, mesmerized by her sweaty body, especially those tits, damn. Ether grabbed her tits, roughly squeezing them, spreading the soft flesh wide as his mouth latched onto one. "Ah. Ah, ha, yes, bite me again." He did. He moved to the other nipple, licking it first, then taking it deep between his lips, tongue circling as he groaned into her skin. She tasted sweet, salty, like lust and sweat and woman. He was slightly disappointed that he couldn't get the milky nectar, it seems like it was one-time rare drop even so. He sucked harder, his hands moving up to hold both breasts, thumbs rubbing her nipples raw. "Ah yes, Sandra's back arched. Her hips pounded faster, more desperate. Her pussy was soaked, absolutely dripping, cream leaking around the base of his shaft, her arousal splashing with every thrust. Her clit throbbed, brushed just right with every grind. It itched inside her, a deep aching heat, and his cock scratched every itch, dragging across her sweet spot, stretching her walls, marking them with his shape. "I am coming, fuck, Ether," she screamed. Ether growled, lifting his hips, finally thrusting up into her as she came crashing down. Their rhythm collided. Wet, hard, raw. Her body tensed, every muscle drawn tight like a string. Her pussy spasmed violently around his cock, her mouth falling open in a silent scream before the moans tore out of her throat in ragged, high-pitched bursts. "Aha, fuck him, Ether." Ether's cock twitched, thick veins pulsing, and he couldn't hold back anymore. Her pussy milked him, sucked him in with such force, he lost it. Hot, thick cum flooded her depths, shot after shot, pouring into her womb, his cock pulsing wildly inside her still spasming pussy. She moaned louder, her hands digging into his chest as she felt every drop fill her, every throb of him claiming her. They shook together. Moaning. Kissing. Bodies tangled in sweat and cum and love and lust. And she smiled, with a sweaty and sexy face, wicked and satisfied. "Ha, you came ha a lot," she whispered breathlessly. She could feel that hot pool inside her, thick and warm, his cum filling her completely. That was really a good amount. Ha, good. Then she leaned in and kissed him, slow, deep, delicious. As she lay her head on his chest, she wore a gentle smile. "You finished?" Ether asked softly as he ran his fingers through her messy hair, stroking it with care. Sandra just hummed, eyes half-lidded. Her leg gave out, completely limp. It was a surprise she was able to ride him that hard for her first time without collapsing earlier. She had spent all her energy, and now, she just wanted to rest in his warmth. Ether hummed thoughtfully. He decided to give her rest, after all she deserved it, Rye. "Fuck no!" Ether shouted, voice echoing through the room like a crack of thunder. Before Sandra could react, he grabbed her hips and rolled her beneath him, flipping their positions in one smooth, dominant motion. Her breath hitched as her back hit the sheets and she stared up at him, wide-eyed. With a wicked grin spreading across his face, he muttered darkly, "Since the Empress claimed her cock, it's time for the Emperor to claim his Empress's pussy." He leaned closer, his voice a hungry whisper, warm against her ear, "Get ready, darling, I am gonna fuck your brains out," a whispered mixture of devil. His pupils flared with a glowing purple hue, energy rippling through him, like a dragon roused from slumber, rising up to reclaim its pride. Sandra's eyes widened as her lips parted in shock. Her face turned pale. Fuck. It was the face of a man who had no intention of letting her walk for the next 3 days. And she just poked the dragon. Chapter 939, Empress got dominated? So what? She still try. Do you hear anything? Celestia asked as her ears were plastered against the grand door of the Empress's chamber. Nah. Aquilina shook her head, her own ear glued to the wall beside the door, straining to catch even the faintest whisper. Not even a sigh leaked out from within. The silence was thick, yet suspicious. Of course, that was how the room was built. How an empress's room was supposed to be. What were they even expecting to hear? Aquilina sighed, "It's been almost half a day." She muttered in a worried tone. She had already searched every hallway, garden, and private spot around the palace, but Ether and her mother were nowhere to be found, except possibly here. Celestia hummed softly, "Should we enter it?" she asked, her voice low and tinged with a teasing curiosity. Aquilina bit her lip hard. Of course she wanted to, her heart ached with worry, but if they were in the middle of that, and she just barged in? That would be beyond awkward. She could already imagine it, the heat, the smell, the sight of them tangled together. She didn't want to make it any harder, for them or herself. Celestia let out a soft sigh, "It's either we enter or just wait for them to come out then," she said with a light shrug. Aquilina bit her lip again. As much as she hated admitting it, she knew waiting was the better choice. And she also knew deep down, Ether wouldn't hurt her mother. Maybe they'll finish tonight, she thought, her face twitching with a mix of jealousy and frustration. She clenched her fists, bit her lower lip again, and held back her annoyed expression. Nodding silently, they both stepped away from the door. But Aquilina couldn't help but give it one more lingering glance before turning. Meanwhile, inside the grand, sealed chamber. Aha 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 hemmemeet here. Sandra's cry shattered the room's silence like a delicate crystal ringing with pleasure. Her voice echoed off the velvet walls as her back arched, her soft, thick thighs trembling. Her pussy, wet and stretched, was being pounded without mercy, a creamy ring forming around Ether's thick cock every time he slammed in deep. Her body lay sideways on the bed, one leg lifted high and hooked over his arm, while her back pressed firmly against his broad chest. His chest was slick with sweat, the scent of sex and Sandra's sweet, milky body clinging to the air like a perfume of lust. Ether groaned low in his throat, his voice rumbling like thunder in her ear as his cock pistoned in and out of her soaked pussy. The sound of wet flesh colliding, the relentless squelch of her pussy being fucked raw and deep, filled the air, accompanied by Sandra's broken moans. It was too much for him. One of his hands gripped her thick thigh, spreading her wide, while the other was buried in her breasts, squeezing, fondling, pinching her nipple until it stood hard and red, swollen from his attention. NNFF ma. His fingers curled around her boob possessively, loving how it filled his palm, heavy and soft, bouncing slightly every time he thrust into her. He leaned down, lips grazing her neck, his tongue tasting the salt of her flushed skin before biting, hard. He marked her over and over again, leaving deep purple bruises, claiming every inch of her as his. Ah yms, ah ether. Sandra moaned without restraint, her tongue hanging out as her head tilted back onto his shoulder. Her face was a mess, drool dripping down her chin, her eyes rolled back, her lips parted in lust-drunk delirium. Her brain could no longer hold rational thought. All that filled her mind was cock, pleasure, heat, his scent, his voice. Her pussy clenched and throbbed around him, milking his cock each time it pulled out, her juices dripping down his balls and pooling beneath them. Her breasts jiggled with every stroke, nipples red and swollen, aching for his mouth. This was the real reason she wanted to dominate, not be dominated. When she heard Aquilina's voice last night, she more or less guessed Ether would ravage her if she let him, and if that were to happen, her face, whatever expression she was making, would definitely not be the one she usually showed him. She never wanted him to find out, and yet. Here she was, moaning, her body drowning in waves of pleasure that felt like she was reaching heaven. Her rational thoughts were already gone, her mind clouded with nothing but pleasure, nothing else. She didn't care for the Empress's elegance or whatever kind of image she tried to maintain before, but now, all she wanted was his love. Her hands reached back, clutching the back of his head, pulling him closer as she whimpered, "Kiss me." Ah, Ether, again. Of course, he whispered into her ear, voice dark and seductive. He tilted her head to the side, then devoured her lips, his tongue plunging into her mouth with a hunger that matched his thrusts. Their kiss was messy, needy. Their tongues danced, wet and desperate, saliva coating their lips and dripping down Sandra's chin. Her pussy was sucking him in, tight and greedy, like it didn't want to let him go. Her inner walls fluttered every time he ground his cock deep into her, tip nudging her womb with each brutal thrust. As they kissed, he suddenly shifted, breaking their lip lock and grabbing her waist. With a growl, he flipped her onto his chest, made her lie on his body, as he left his knees on the bed and. "See how my cock fucks your pussy," he whispered with a wicked tone as he moved her hips, grinning deep into her. Mm. Sandra's lips trembled, eyes half-lidded, glazed with lust and exhaustion. Her cheeks were flushed a deeper shade of red as her gaze locked on the place where her pussy was being spread open, again and again, by his thick cock. She watched it disappear into her, wet and glistening, with each hungry thrust. Her folds clung desperately to him, stretching to take him, trembling from the relentless pounding. "Kiss me," she whispered in a breathless, longing tone, her voice quivering with need. Ether chuckled softly, his voice dark and low. She loved kissing, he'd learned that well during their half-day of non-stop sex. Every time he kissed her, she melted. Every time their lips met, her body welcomed him even deeper. He took her lips again, capturing her moan as he pushed himself into the hilt. Her pussy clamped tightly around him as he fucked her in mid-air, her body trembling, their legs shaking beneath the force of it. Sandra moaned into his mouth, the sound muffled and wet as she squirted again. Her pussy sprayed like a fountain, gushing pleasure, and at the same time, Ether groaned deeply as he spilled his thick, hot cum inside her womb, stuffing her so full it began leaking immediately, warm and heavy. Crack. Ah. Ah. Their bodies gave out. Ether's muscles twitched as he collapsed backwards onto the bed, dragging Sandra with him. Her legs gave up at the same time, folding over his body as they both panted like animals after a savage rut. Sandra gasped softly, her chest rising and falling quickly, her skin glowing with sweat. Ether gently kissed her nape, his lips brushing her damp skin. His cock still twitched inside her heat, his cum trapped inside her tight walls, slowly beginning to spill around his shaft. "Why you?" Sandra tried to speak, but her voice came out broken and shaky. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment and disbelief. Her body had been used for hours, fucked and licked and sucked in ways she never imagined. She had lost count of how many times she came. Was this monster even human? How was he still hard? How did he keep going for this long? Did he not tire? She wanted to scold him. Scream at him for being greedy. And yet, a small, soft part of her secretly loved it. But she wasn't going to admit that. No way. Ah, she moaned again suddenly, her voice high and sharp as she felt his fingers lazily pinch one of her nipples, rolling it between his fingers. "See, come on, stop, idiot," she muttered, half-heartedly trying to bat his hand away as she shifted. Her pussy squeezed around his cock as she moved, dragging it inside her wet folds, and immediately a stream of cum spilled out, trailing between their legs, thick and warm. She slowly turned to face him, her eyes half-glared, half-melting. His cock was still nestled inside her, but her focus drifted to his stupid, satisfied smile. "What?" she asked, chest heaving as her hair clung to her cheeks and neck. "You're so beautiful," Ether whispered as he reached down and gave her ass a playful squeeze, making her twitch. Sandra narrowed her eyes at him, clearly not impressed. "You already got what you wanted. Why flatter me now?" she asked, raising a brow. Ether grinned, "Even if I got my darling, I'll keep seducing her. Always." His eyes glinted with mischief as his fingers traced her waist slowly, and he added in a teasing whisper, "I love seducing my empress, even if we're married." Sandra stared at him blankly for a moment, lips twitching, and for a split second, just a flicker, Ether saw it. A blush bloomed faintly on her cheeks, and just as fast, she tried to hide it. "Tisk, you're clearly good with words," she muttered in a reluctant, flustered tone, as if she didn't know what to do with all the flattery. Ether's lips curved slightly, "This Tsundra Empress." His hand slid lower again, his fingers brushing along the sweaty crack of her but when. "W8. Let me at least drink some water, okay?" she said in a panicked, hurried voice, quickly pulling herself off him. As she moved, his cock slipped free from her dripping pussy with a wet pop, followed by a slow, steady flow of creamy nectar sliding down her inner thighs. Sandra stood from the bed, her legs still shaky, but she walked naked across the room to a small tea table. The room was dimly lit, like evening light, her body glowing in the soft light, sweat-slicked skin, heavy breasts swinging slightly with each step, the curve of her waist, the plumpness of her ass. Ether sat up, his eyes glued to her as she picked up a silver jug of water and began drinking greedily. He watched the droplets slip down her lips, trailing along her chin, gliding down her throat, onto her boobs, between her cleavage, and lower still, trickling down to her belly, and even lower to where her thighs trembled, her pussy still leaking his cum. Twitch. His cock twitched again, standing proud, still hard. Ether stared at himself in disbelief. Am I really this horny? He wondered, rubbing the back of his neck. This was their first time. He should take it easy on her. Her body must be sore, her voice hoarse, her nipples swollen, her pussy a sensitive mess, and yet, he still wanted more. Give me some too, Ether muttered, licking his lips as he rolled to the edge of the bed, sitting, watching her with a hungry gaze. Sandra turned her head, still drinking, and her eyes dropped to his cock. It was still hard. Still thick. Still proud. Her own pussy twitched in response, her body remembering how full it felt just moments ago. She gritted her teeth. Bastard, how much does he want? But inside, she couldn't help but smile. Her body was sore, raw, filled, and yet it wanted more. As she lowered the cup and slowly turned around, a spark of heat lit in her eyes. Her lips curled into a slow, knowing smile. A sly idea entered her mind, one so wicked it made her giggle softly. Chapter 940, Empress played with Emperor C##. Ether wiped the sweat from his forehead, as he looked at Sandra, who walked slowly toward him with a glass of water. Ether reached his hand out casually to take the glass, but Sandra, with a teasing smirk curling on her lips, pulled it back and took a slow step closer. Ether raised an eyebrow. His eyes dropped from her mischievous expression to the slick trail running between her thighs. Her pussy glistened with wetness, her inner heat dripping down her legs. She straddled his lap with practiced ease, her bare warmth sinking down until his cock nestled between her soft, wet folds. Sandra held the glass up, then tilted it to pour a small mouthful of water into her mouth. Her eyes never left his. Ether frowned for a brief moment, confused, until he saw the sly sparkle in her eyes. Then his lips curved into a knowing grin. Ah. So this is what she's playing at. Without a word, his hands gripped her bare ass firmly, the flesh warm and pliant in his palms. She leaned forward, her lips parting as she kissed him slowly, sensually, and then the water flowed from her mouth into his, their mouths locked in a wet, lustful exchange as they shared the water. She moaned softly into the kiss, her nipples brushing his chest, stiff, swollen. Gulp. Ether swallowed the water eagerly, the taste now mixed with her breath, her tongue, her passion. He moaned softly into the kiss, holding her tighter, sucking on her lips as if it were her pussy he was drinking from. Sandra pulled back slightly, her breath trembling. Her cheeks were flushed with heat. You drank it without even flinching, she whispered, both shocked and flushed. No disgust. Not even a little. He licked his lips, his eyes dark. Not when it's from you. Her heart pounded wildly. He was more shameless than she'd ever imagined. Her pussy clenched involuntarily, her body reacting to his raw hunger. She thought she was bold, but he was making her feel like she was the innocent one. Fuck this. She took another mouthful of water, set the glass aside. Then cupped his face and kissed him deeply again. This time, she didn't stop with just water. Her hands ran through his hair, tugging softly, as her lips devoured his with rising heat. The kiss deepened, grew wetter, more desperate. Water spilled from between their mouths, dripping onto his chin, down his neck, and onto his bare chest. She moaned again, riding the rhythm of the kiss, grinding her dripping pussy against his thick cock, which now throbbed eagerly under her. He answered, kissing her harder. Water dripped from the corners of their lips, sliding over his chest, trailing down his abs like a teasing trickle. Sandra followed it with her mouth, parting their kiss and licking down slowly. She kissed his chin, his jawline, then down his throat. Her lips worshipped his body with reverence and lust, leaving warm, wet kisses as she traced the water's path. She paused as her lips met his nipple. With a low, sensual hum, she flicked her tongue over it, then sucked it gently. "You taste like heat. And water. And something more," she whispered, her kisses trailed lower. Down his chest, across his abs. Until she reached his cock. Proud and swollen, coated in the mix of her juices and their shared kisses, it throbbed like it was begging for her lips. Sandra smiled wickedly. "You're standing so tall," she whispered. "So full. So hot, very tasty," Ether murmured above. Eyes hooded with lust, her cheeks glowed, but instead of shying away, she pushed him gently back, climbing off his lap. She lowered herself to her knees, her breasts swaying with the motion, soft and full with flushed pink nipples that looked so ready to be played with. She looked up at him as she wrapped one hand around his cock, the other hand cupping his balls gently. "I heard. People love this," she said with a playful smirk, then leaned in and gave the head of his cock a slow, wet lick. Ether raised an eyebrow, lips twitching. "You know you don't have to push yourself," he ruffled her hair gently, his thumb brushing her cheek. "Take it slow. I just want you. Not a performance." Sandra chuckled softly. "What? Are you scared now?" she teased, her lips brushing his tip with every word. He exhaled slowly. "You know what? I'm not even gonna say anything," he muttered, zipping his lips as if to shut himself up. "I was just concerned about her stamina and health. And she's down here acting like she already won, that damn smirk on her face. It was like she'd cracked him open and knew it. She has no idea what she just awakened in me." She barely touched the tip of the iceberg. Sandra giggled, reading his silence as submission. She lowered her face and gently inhaled his scent. A thick, musky heat lingered around his cock, a blend of her juices and his arousal. Her pussy throbbed at the smell. Her body knew this scent. Sandra's fingers curled around the thick base of his cock, her hand gliding along the slick length, smearing their combined nectar all over it. The tip shimmered with a faint layer of her juice, a blend of his arousal and hers still clinging to him from when she'd straddled his lap. She leaned in, her lips parting with slow, deliberate seduction as she breathed softly over the head. You're still so wet from me," she whispered, letting her warm breath tease his cock. "I can smell it. Both of us, together." She gave the tip a light flick with her tongue, tasting the milky salty tang of him. "No, of them, their mess. Their heat, their raw hunger." Her eyes fluttered shut for a second as she savored it, the scent, the taste, the feel of it pulsing gently against her tongue. "You taste like sex," she moaned. Ether exhaled sharply, his abs tightening as he watched her. The way her tongue circled his tip, slow and sensual, made his cock twitch in her grip. She looked up at him through her lashes, eyes glazed with need. Sandra parted her lips wider and slid her mouth down just the head, wrapping her soft lips around it with a tight, wet seal. She sucked gently, teasing the sensitive crown while her tongue flicked playfully underneath, drawing moans from his throat. Fuck, he muttered under his breath. Hand moving to her head, fingers tangling in her silky hair, Sandra moaned as she sucked, and the vibration of her voice echoed around his cock, making his hips twitch. She pulled back with a soft pop, a string of saliva and slick connecting her lips to his tip. Her lips were swollen, wet, shiny with spit and arousal. She kissed along the side, her hands still stroking slowly, milking him, savoring every reaction from his trembling body. "You're already leaking so much," she whispered, pressing her cheek to his cock lovingly before licking a drop from the slit. "Is this because of me?" She was trying to get on him, just like how he did. It was plain as day, Ether could see it. He just grinned, her lips twitched. "Fuck you," she thought as she lowered her head again, this time taking him deeper, inch by inch, her lips sliding down until the thick head pressed against the back of her throat. She moaned deeply, throat squeezing as she swallowed him, her fingers tightening around his base to control the rhythm, her eyes closed in bliss. Her free hand reached up to squeeze one of her breasts, nipples hard and aching, desperate for attention. She pinched it softly, moaning again around his cock. Sandra. Ether groaned, the way her throat clenched around his cock nearly making his hips buck. But she held him steady, pulling back slowly, leaving a glistening trail down his shaft with her lips before plunging down again. She started moving faster, her mouth hot and wet, cheeks hollowing with each suck. Her tongue swirled, danced, and teased every ridge and vein of him. Her pace was a rhythm of desire, a wet symphony of soft slurps, lustful moans, and gasps of breath when she'd come up to kiss and lick and suck again. Her body squirmed between his legs, her pussy throbbing, dripping down her thighs as her own heat overwhelmed her. She was so damn wet, her juices pooling on the floor beneath her as her clit throbbed with need. She pulled off again, panting softly, a trail of spit and pre-cum stretching from her tongue to his cock. God, you taste filthy. Like me. Like you. Like we already fucked many times. She moaned, rubbing her cheek along the length, smearing her spit and their scent all over her face like she was marking herself with him. She licked under his shaft, dragging her tongue over his balls, sucking one gently into her mouth while she stroked his shaft with her other hand, slow and sensual. Then she moved to the other, kissing, licking, worshipping every inch of him like he was her personal obsession. Ether's breath hitched again. He looked down at her, sweaty, flushed, drool dripping from her chin, breasts heaving, nipples flushed pink, her pussy visibly dripping on the floor, and he knew this woman was dangerously close to driving him insane. She smiled when she saw his expression, so weak for her. So undone, her eyes sparkled with wicked satisfaction, her lips curling into a teasing smirk that said, "You belong to me now." Ether's body trembled uncontrollably before he grunted low. Splur. Sandra swallowed his thick load without hesitation, her throat working hungrily as she took it deep, gulping every single drop as though it were sacred. When she finally pulled back with a wet pop, a string of saliva and cum clung to her lower lip. She opened her mouth proudly to show him, as if saying, "I drank it all, and I didn't even think twice about it." Ether's cock twitched again in the open air, glistening with her spit. She grinned devilishly, then leaned in and gave it a slow, deliberate sniff, moaning faintly, before rising with a sensual sway. Without warning, she positioned herself above him, her pussy practically dripping onto his shaft, and in one fluid motion, she sank down onto his cock, taking him fully in one go. "Ah, fuck," she moaned, her thighs trembling as her body adjusted around him. Crack, and so, the revenge began. The golden evening light filtered lazily into the room, but slowly, steadily, it dimmed, turning darker and darker, as their bodies clashed in wave after wave of heated passion. They kept trying to dominate each other, pushing, grinding, pounding, moaning, gasping, refusing to let the other win. Neither of them gave in. They just kept going, again and again, over and over. Crack, the bed creaked in rhythm to their madness. Skin slapped against skin, the air thick with the scent of sex and sweat. Moans, growls, slurred cries, they echoed endlessly. It was nearing midnight. Sandra, her legs still wrapped around him, was sitting on Ether's lap, lazily kissing him, tongue slow, but still hungry. Are you hungry?" she murmured against his lips, a gentle question, touched with genuine concern. Ether cupped her hips and gave a lazy smile, eyes roaming over her naked, glistening body, especially her bouncy, full breasts that still carried faint bite marks. "Well," he drawled with a smirk. "Yeah, idiot. I'm not asking me," she huffed, smacking his chest lightly before lifting his chin, shaking her head in a mix of amused disbelief and wry affection. Her voice was hoarse, sultry, already exhausted, but still somehow teasing. They had been at it for what, a day and a half, and yet he still wanted more. She could only pray her body could keep up with this insatiable beast. Anyway, it's been almost a full day. The others might start getting worried, you know. She mumbled, trailing off with a breathy sigh. So, but before she could finish that thought, her lips were suddenly stolen by Ether again, his kiss deeper this time, more forceful. He pulled her close, pinching her ass as he muttered against her mouth, "Already? Don't you want to go one more round?" Sandra stared at him with a flat, deadpan look. "Of course I do." She didn't say it out loud, she refused to give him that satisfaction. She simply sighed, kissed him back softly, then stood up with a little stretch and said, "Come on. You need to eat something, right? You just barely recovered." As she tied her dirty hair, her words held the voice of reason, but her thighs were still trembling. She winced a little as she stepped off the bed, cum still leaking from her pussy and trailing down her legs. "I'm going to take a bath," she muttered as she started walking toward the bathroom. Her back swaying slightly more than necessary, Ether watched her, that amused grin still playing on his lips. She really was trying to act composed, but he could see the blush starting to creep across her cheeks. Just as she reached the doorway, she stopped, glanced back with a flicker of hesitation, and repeated a bit more flusteredly, "I'm going to take a bath." Ether blinked, then smiled slyly. "Do you want me to take a bath too?" Sandra shrugged with casual, but there was a twitch of a smirk on her lips. "That's your call," she said smoothly, deliberately swaying her hips as she walked into the bathroom. Her ass jiggled just enough to tempt, her slick pussy still dripping with their mingled nectar. Ether's grin widened. "She's such a naughty one," he muttered, shaking his head, before stepping off the bed and following her in, the moment he entered. W8. "You idiot, I didn't call you for this crack." Chapter 941, Empress is scared of death. SSSSSS. The soft, continuous sound of water falling echoed through the breathtakingly large bathroom, a luxurious sanctuary that looked more like a private indoor oasis than a mere bath. It could easily be mistaken for a swimming pool, from the elegant dolphin-shaped fountainhead. Warm water poured gracefully from its mouth, cascading down in a gentle stream, landing in the oversized marble tub that rippled like a quiet lake. Ether slowly sank deeper into the steamy embrace of that giant tub, letting out a low groan, "Argh." His voice trailing into a lazy exhale, his entire body, soaked and weightless, felt like it was melting into the soothing water. His muscles, once tense from exhaustion and wild lovemaking, slowly unwound, and his breath came easy. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes heavy-lidded with satisfaction, and let his gaze drift toward her. Sandra. She stood under the overhead shower, droplets cascading down her smooth body like glittering pearls on moonlit skin. Water slithered between the curves of her breasts, dripping off her erect nipples that stood firm under the kiss of heat. She was gently rubbing her soapy hands over her stomach, her thighs, up to her full, soaked boobs, lifting them slightly with her fingers as she scrubbed her sensitive skin with care. Her purplish hair stuck to her skin, long strands clinging to her back and collarbones. SSSNNNNH. Ether leaned on the edge of the tub, watching her like a man enchanted. Even though he had just devoured every inch of her, explored her body so thoroughly it was marked with his ownership, bite marks, red spots, bruises in the shape of fingers, he still couldn't tear his gaze away. His cock twitched under the water as he watched her rinse herself delicately. "Something is definitely wrong with me," Ether thought with a half-smile on his face, his expression amused yet dreamy as his eyes roamed her soaked, glistening body. He followed the curve of her waist, the dip of her belly where the marks of their night remained, to the flush of her pussy where bruises from his grip were still visible. "That's mine," he thought proudly, his eyes darkening slightly, possessive and adoring at once. And yet, even with her marked and soaked in his essence, something still felt missing, something more, something vital. Something sacred. What could be? Slrrppp. Suddenly, a wet sound drew his attention. His gaze sharpened as he saw her fingers spreading her pussy lips under the spray, cleaning herself thoroughly. A stream of thick white cum oozed out slowly, trailing down her thigh like syrup, mixing with the water as it slid over her skin. "Yuck, it's too much," she muttered, looking down at the flood of semen that wouldn't stop pouring out. "It's been almost a full minute, and it's still coming out." She looked horrified and amazed at the same time, her fingers still trying to scoop and clean it all out. "Just how much did you pour into me?" she muttered again, glancing at Ether with a flushed face, both embarrassed and in disbelief. Her lips twitched slightly. "Honestly, I'd be surprised if I didn't get pregnant from this amount," she added, squinting at him as she kept cleaning. Her voice a little shaky, a little teasing. Ether just smirked and leaned back in the tub, water rippling around his body as he lifted one eyebrow. "Soon, we'll be expecting a cute little another Sandra then." Sandra's cheeks turned crimson, her nipples visibly hardening even more under the spray. "You bastard," she snapped, blushing heavily as she averted her eyes, but then, after a pause, she turned to him, voice quieter and deeper. "Do you want a child?" Ether blinked. A soft breath escaped him. He had just become papa to a butterfly, and that still felt surreal. Was he ready for more? Still, he nodded gently, eyes tender and voice filled with a raw softness. "Of course. I'd love to have many, many cute little Sandras, especially if they look like you," he added, his eyes gazing at her with playful warmth as he winked. Sandra let out a soft laugh, shaking her head. "Idiot," she whispered, but her expression softened. She curled up softly, her smile lingered as she continued washing, carefully inserting a few fingers inside, cleaning every inch thoroughly. She used the sharp jet of the water, letting it hit directly against her pussy, hissing softly as the pressure helped flush him out. Her body shivered slightly from the sensation, half cleansing, half pleasure. Ether tilted his head and asked curiously, "What about you?" Sandra didn't answer. She kept washing silently, her fingers moving with care. Once she'd fully flushed out his cream pie, she washed her body again, and again her pussy, as if trying to make sure not a single drop of him remained, yet her eyes said something else, something tender and uncertain. Ether shook his head, amused. Both mother and daughter, total clean freaks, he thought fondly as he let his body melt into the warmth of the water again. Soon, Sandra finished her final round of bathing and let out a small, satisfied sigh. Her hair now clung to her back in wet strands, her skin soft and glowing under the lights, every curve of her body was glistening, her breasts rising and falling slowly as she stepped toward the tub. Splash, water danced upward as she immersed herself into the large tub, slipping into the steamy warmth beside him. She hissed softly, her breath hitching as the heat loosened her muscles. Slowly, she slid into a seated position, her bare curves pressing against Ether's side. Her thigh brushed his, her boobs grazing his arm as she leaned in and rested her head gently on his shoulder. Ether smiled wordlessly, his arm reaching to wrap around her waist as he leaned in toward her too. The silence between them was tender, full of water sounds, skin warmth, shared breath, and the lingering closeness of something that went deeper than just sex. After a few long, soft seconds of silence, Sandra finally muttered, her voice low and uncertain, "I don't know. Having a child right now. Honestly, I'm not sure I'd be a good mom." Ether blinked, glancing at her, brows furrowed gently. "Mom? You're already a mom though, aren't you?" Sandra smiled faintly and shook her head slowly, her wet hair clinging to her flushed cheeks. "That's different, Ether." She murmured, "Yes, I'm a mom, but it started with my mother's rebirth. It wasn't something I planned, I didn't become a mother out of my own decision, it just happened. I only felt like a mom after I held her, after she called me that for the first time. And that was different, that was her." Her voice drifted as her face turned visibly worried. Brows tensing slightly, as if she wasn't sure how to describe the ache forming in her chest. Ether watched her trembling fingers and gently moved his hand toward hers, intertwining his fingers with hers, holding her tightly, protectively. His voice came out soft, warm, steady. "Don't worry. You'll always be a great mom," he said, giving her hand a firm squeeze, "and I'll make sure of it." He leaned in and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Sandra blinked at his touch, her eyes glimmering, faintly teary, as if his words had nudged something fragile inside her. A gentle smile flickered on her lips, she squeezed his fingers back tightly, her nails softly brushing his skin as she whispered. "Even so, the timing right now is far from ideal. The beginning is coming, and we still don't know what your bloodline is capable of. We don't know what kinds of dangers might rise. If I got pregnant in the middle of all this chaos, it'd only slow you down. I'd become a burden. I'd rather be your strength than something that holds you back." Her voice cracked slightly at the end, revealing what she feared most. Ether let out a thoughtful hum, his expression turning serious. What she said made perfect sense. The situation around them was still a mess, so many unanswered questions, layers of hidden threats, and as much as he wanted a child, even he understood how much pressure that would bring. Especially now, he had secrets. So many, he had women to seduce, enemies to face, puzzles to unravel. A child, as beautiful as the idea was, couldn't be part of this chaos, not yet. Just then, Sandra's lips trembled. Her voice was smaller this time, barely audible above the gentle rippling of the bathwater. I fear. She whispered, turning her head slowly toward Ether, her eyes wide and shaking with something raw, something that made his heart clench. I'm afraid of dying now. Ether's eyes widened slightly. It was the first time he had ever seen that emotion in her eyes, fear. I've never felt this before, Ether, she stammered, her voice shaky and naked with emotion. Even with my daughter. I never feared death. I was always prepared for it. Ready to give myself if needed. I never cared, because I thought I had nothing left to lose, but now suddenly, her words started crumbling, her voice breaking. I'm scared of losing everything. Scared of losing you. She choked on the rest, her body shivering slightly despite the warmth of the water. Before she could even finish her stammering confession, Ether reached forward and wrapped her tightly in his arms. Sandra gasped softly, eyes wide. Despite all the things they'd done, the passionate sex, the wild kisses, the physical intimacy, this felt different. When he hugged her now, with her body trembling and heart exposed, it felt warmer than the water surrounding them, deeper than heat, something gentle. Something sacred. Her fears didn't vanish instantly, but they softened, soothed by the embrace of a man who held her like she mattered more than anything else. She had always known her fate. The gods themselves had answered it. Death was inevitable, she had accepted it long ago, but now, after sharing his bed, his warmth, his tenderness, something inside her had changed. A terrifying desire bloomed. She didn't want to die anymore, she wanted to stay, with him, beside him. Forever. The feeling flooded her chest like a dam breaking. Rushing through her so fast it made her breath shake. Ether felt her trembling and held her tighter. His voice was soft, yet fierce. I don't know how. I don't know when, but just know this, you won't die. I won't let you. I swear it, he said, pressing his lips to her forehead again as he hugged her trembling form, refusing to let her go. Sandra's breath caught. A soft smile slowly formed on her lips, trembling and warm. She bit her lower lip to keep herself from crying as she tightened her arms around him, burying her face into his shoulder. Then, Ether blinked suddenly, as if something struck him. He tilted his head and asked with a crooked smirk, wait a minute. Don't tell me we just fucked because you thought you might die and didn't want to have regrets. Sandra froze, flinched. Chapter 942, even as a ghost, the Empress will still hunt you down. Ether blinked slowly, as if something had just clicked in his mind. His gaze narrowed as he said, hey. Don't tell me we just fucked because you thought you might die and didn't want to leave with any regret. She flinched, her body reacting before her mind could. It was subtle, almost unnoticeable, but Ether caught it, noticing that small tremor in her. Ether's frown deepened. He gently pushed her back just a bit, enough to study her face with a seriousness that left no room for escape. His voice dropped low, slow, steady. Are you? Sandra's breath caught. She bit her lip hard, trying to calm the sudden ache blooming in her chest. Seeing the raw intensity in his eyes, like he was already hurt by the answer he suspected was coming, she hesitated. Her voice trembled as she spoke. I'll be honest. Yeah. I didn't want to have any regrets. That's. Ether's expression darkened. His jaw tensed, and he pulled his hand away from her skin with a sharp exhale. Sandra felt the shift instantly. The warmth of his touch disappeared, and with it came a wave of cold panic that made her heart skip. She quickly reached out, her voice rising in desperation. Hey Ether, it isn't like that, please. I wasn't even planning anything, it just happened. You know. And I thought it was okay because I didn't want to regret not being with you like that. I really didn't mean to use you or anything, I swear. Before she could spiral into full panic, Ether burst into laughter. Ahaha. He leaned back slightly with an amused expression, watching her try so hard to explain herself. Her face was flushed, her voice desperate, and her whole body screamed guilt and vulnerability. "You should have seen your face. I was just messing with you, ahaha." He chuckled even more, shaking his head. Sandra blinked, stunned for a second. Then she let out a heavy sigh of relief, the tension slowly bleeding from her shoulders. For a moment, she had truly thought he was furious enough to leave, but the laughter, the teasing, she narrowed her eyes at him, lips twitching in irritation as she gritted her teeth. "Bastard," she muttered with a growl, ugh. Ether kept laughing, the mighty, feared empress, reduced to a panicked, stammering mess because she thought her man was angry. What a sight, what could possibly be more amusing than this? Sandra's eye twitched as his laughter dragged on. Her pride had taken a hit. She was the one feared across her empire, and here she was, scared of losing him over a misunderstanding. Clicking her tongue in mock annoyance, she leaned back slightly, suddenly. Ether paused mid-laugh when two silky, thick legs slowly lifted and landed on his lap, sending a gentle splash through the bathwater. His gaze dropped, his amusement fading into intrigue. "What? I can put my leg anywhere I want. It's mine, right?" Sandra said in a low, teasing voice, her tone full of haughty confidence, like she was reclaiming control. Ether blinked once, then smirked. Without a word, he reached out, pulled her a little closer, and adjusted her legs so they rested comfortably across his lap. His hands moved gently, deliberately. "Didn't I say before?" he murmured, eyes locked with hers. "Everything is yours," he added with a soft wink that made her stomach flutter. Sandra's lips curled upward slowly. She gazed at Ether's face. Something about him looked different. She couldn't put it into words. He was still Ether, but now, there was a weight, a presence that felt deeper, more rooted. As if something fundamental had shifted between them. Maybe it was just the aftermath of their intimacy, or maybe, her eyes drifted down to his bare chest, and then she saw it, infinity, the strange tattoo marked there. Faintly glowing, her breath caught. In a blink, Talia's words echoed in her mind, her brow furrowed. Slowly, her fingers reached out and gently brushed against the symbol, tracing its curves. There was warmth beneath her touch. And something more, something ancient. Ether noticed her touch, and smiled softly as her fingers lingered. She was staring at his chest, but her eyes, they shifted slowly back to his. He didn't say anything, and neither did she wasn't going to ask. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But she stared into his eyes, trying to understand the man before her, trying to feel whatever it was that bound them. Then, without warning, a black transparent screen flickered in front of her eyes. "Warning alert, you are entering the seal of eternal bond, which means you cannot break this even if you die. Your soul will always be bonded with Ether. Forever, to eternity. Are you willing to proceed?" Her lips parted. Her heartbeat quickened. She blinked, reading it again and again before glancing at Ether, who was gently massaging her silky legs, his fingers moving in slow, soothing circles, occasionally glancing up at her with unreadable eyes. She licked her lips, hypothetically. "Just say it," Ether interrupted her gently, a knowing smirk on his lips. "Well, what if I actually died? I mean, there's always a possibility, right?" Her voice trembled slightly, almost lost in the steam and ripples of the bath. "Would I still be with you? Even after death?" As she asked, her voice softened into a quiet hum, her toes twitching slightly under the delicate pressure of his thumbs. Ether was silent for a moment. He hummed thoughtfully, eyes lowering in contemplation. "Once you're dead," he began quietly, "your soul without a shell can't stay. It'll drift. Disperse. Fade." He said it with a weight behind each word, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. Melona's soul, it had once been tied to him. And yet, if her body were gone, so would she. But, he added, voice softer now, maybe, just maybe, if our souls are truly bound, some part of you might linger. Somewhere. Sandra tilted her head slightly, watching his face carefully. "Like a ghost?" she finished for him, lips quirking in faint amusement. Ether nodded slowly, yeah, something like that. Sandra hummed thoughtfully, her expression briefly pensive before it turned mischievous. With a cheeky grin, she said, then even if I die, I'll always haunt you, so you better be ready. Her voice dripped with playful menace as she pinched his cheek, a sly glint in her eyes, like she was absolutely certain she'd become the most annoying ghost he'd ever meet. Ether chuckled, his voice smooth and warm. I'd love to be haunted by you, he murmured as he leaned forward and pressed a soft peck to her lips, then added with a teasing glint in his eye, in fact, I'd really like to know how a ghost tastes like. His gaze flickered over her bare body as he slowly licked his lips. Oozing seduction, Sandra's face turned a deep crimson. Her eyes widened in disbelief as her expression twisted into something between horror and mockery. "Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee disgusted, Ether nearly burst out laughing, her lips twitched, clearly flustered. Come on, it's not something to laugh about. She muttered and gave his shoulder a soft smack. She couldn't believe he was serious. Seriously, would he really consider having sex with a ghost? That was just, completely ridiculous, and insanely insane. Yes, even in their world, ghosts existed, known more commonly as wandered souls. Souls burdened by unresolved grudges. Unable to move on, trapped in places where they had suffered or died. That's why, the eye, constantly scanned the world, seeking such souls and forcibly ushering them into the cycle of samsara. What? I'm being serious. Ether replied with a completely straight face, which somehow made it worse. Of course, if it were his beloved Empress, even as a ghost, he'd still want to taste her. Why wouldn't he? It wasn't some weird fantasy or perversion. It was love, pure, passionate love. Believe him. He swore it wasn't some unholy kink or his fantasy thoughts. Please believe him. Sandra shook her head slowly, unable to hide her growing smile. Her man was weird, totally. Completely weird, but she kind of liked that about him too. Anyway, trying to refocus on the screen still floating in front of her, she took a deep breath. Yes, she whispered, her voice soft but firm as she nodded and glanced at Ether with a small, meaningful smile. Ether couldn't help himself. He leaned in again and kissed her lips tenderly. Stop it, she squeaked with a light blush rising to her cheeks. What? When we were doing it, you were the one begging for kisses, weren't you? Ether replied with an amused expression, clearly enjoying her flustered reaction. Sandra coughed, her face glowing with embarrassment. That was different. This is different, she protested. Then coughed again before mumbling, anyway, let me focus on this. As she returned her attention to the black, semi-transparent screen, new glowing letters materialized before her. Notice, where do you want the eternal seal? Well. Sandra blinked at the question and frowned in thought. Then she turned toward Ether and asked, where do you want it? Ether shrugged casually. It's your choice. Anywhere's fine with me, even on your pus. Sorry, I asked the wrong person, she interrupted him swiftly before he could finish his vulgar suggestion. Shaking her head with a slight eye roll, she paused again and looked back at him. All right then. What do you like about me? Ether didn't even hesitate. I like how fierce you are. How sexy you look when you're being assertive. How adorably flustered you get when I take the lead. How, I was asking about my body, idiot, she cut him off with a deadpan stare, though her lips quirked slightly in amusement. She couldn't lie, his earlier words made her heart flutter a little. Ether frowned as if disappointed. You already know the answer to that, don't you? I mean, I fucking love your misty purple eyes more than anything else. Even your boobs and pussy don't compare. Ignoring that vulgar bastard who couldn't help being shameless even in a serious moment, Sandra clicked her tongue and nodded, choosing not to dignify that last line with a response. With firm resolve, she looked at the floating screen and softly declared, my eyes, initiating seal of eternal bond. Ether's eyes widened in shock. Why? He tried to stop her, his hand instinctively reaching toward her face, panic quickly blooming in his chest, but it was too late. Chapter 943, marking his Empress. If Sandra were to explain her current situation, simply put in one word, pain, a soul-crushing, mind-tearing, nerve-splitting pain, itch, she screamed, her voice cracking with sheer agony as she clenched her eyes shut. Blood seeped out from the corners, trickling down her cheeks like crimson tears. She rubbed at her eyes with trembling fingers, desperate to soothe the torment clawing not just at her flesh, but at something far deeper. It was itching, no, burning, no, itching her very soul. Ether stood there, frozen for a moment, his own breath hitching as he watched her writhe. Her cries stabbed through him like daggers. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward and wrapped his arms around her, holding her body tightly against his chest. "Just hold on, dear, please, hold on," he whispered, voice shaking, almost pleading, as his hand gently patted her back. He was trying to comfort her, to calm her, but deep down he knew, it was useless. He knew this pain all too well, he knew what it meant to be marked by that tattoo. The itching wasn't on her skin, it was beneath it, a scratching, gnawing madness from within, a pain meant not for the body, but for the soul. Log, is there a way to stop it? Ether asked desperately in his mind, unable to bear the sight of her cries any longer. His hands trembled as he held her. Heart breaking with every sound of her suffering. Ding, crossmark negative. Once the process has started, it cannot be stopped. Ether's eyes widened. At least lower the pain, he shouted into the air, clutching Sandra even tighter, almost as if by sheer force he could steal the pain away from her. Her screams were unbearable, they pierced him like red-hot knives. Ding, crossmark negative, pain cannot be reduced. This is the process of marking. It is not the log that must lessen the pain, it is she who must gain control, calm her trembling soul. Otherwise, the pain will intensify, damn it. Ether snarled, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. He turned his face toward hers, gripping her cheeks softly but firmly. "Sandra. You have to calm down, please, listen to me," but his words were drowned by another scream, "RRETTTTR." "It Hubert," she wailed, clinging to his shoulders as her nails dug into his skin. Blood continued to sweep down her face from her tightly shut eyes. Ether bit down on his lip again before leaning in, his instincts taking over. Without fully understanding why, he crushed his lips against hers. It was impulsive, desperate, reckless, but it silenced her. MMRFFF. Sandra let out a muffled cry beneath his kiss. Her hands weakly pushed against his chest, but didn't fight him. For a fleeting moment, the pain faltered. Diminished, slightly, but enough to breathe. Sandra trembled. Her lips, shaky and unsure, moved against his. Then, with a soft gasp, she kissed him back. Deeper this time. Slower. As though the kiss itself had become a thread of sanity she could cling to amid the chaos. Ether felt it. Her pain receding, fading with every heartbeat that passed between their lips. He pressed himself closer, letting her feel the warmth of his body, the steadiness of his presence. Slowly, slowly, the pain melted away. Crack. Ether slowly pulled back as he stared at her. Her eyes, still shut tight, no longer wept blood. The red trails down her cheeks had stopped completely and disappeared as if it never appeared before. He could see her chest rising and falling steadily now. The tremors in her limbs had stilled. Ether exhaled, his shoulders slumping slightly in relief. He gently brushed a lock of hair away from her face, then whispered, "Sandra, can you open your eyes?" She flinched, as if the request alone might trigger another wave of torment. "You're okay now," he whispered, placing his forehead against hers. "You're safe. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. Just, trust me." Sandra nodded faintly, as though drawing strength from his voice. Slowly, cautiously, she opened her eyes. At first, her vision was blurred. Colors bled into one another. Black and light flickered like shattered glass. But she blinked once, twice, and her sight cleared. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Sigh, I think I'm fine," she muttered softly, voice still hoarse but filled with cautious relief. "That pain, it was too much. I've never felt anything like that." Ether smiled faintly, his hand caressing her cheek. He stared into her gaze, misty purple irises shimmering with life. In the center of each, the symbol, infinity, pulsed faintly. He should have been mesmerized. He should have admired how beautiful she looked even after all that, but guilt consumed him. "I'm sorry," he whispered, barely audible. "I didn't mean to, I never wanted to put you through that." "Wait," Sandra suddenly said, cutting him off. "Huh?" Ether blinked, confused. "Wait," Sandra muttered, "wait a second." Sandra blinked again, staring right into his eyes. "What is it?" Ether frowned, unsure what was happening. Sandra's breath caught. "Oh, my God," she murmured, voice trembling. "What?" Ether asked, now truly alarmed. Ether. "I can see darkness." He paused. "What?" Sandra's expression shifted into something strange, joyful and disbelieving all at once. She slowly closed her eyes, darkness embraced her, she opened them, light returned. "Sandra." Ether called out, uncertain what she was doing. She suddenly lunged forward and kissed his lips. Catching him completely off guard. "I can see, Ether." She whispered against his mouth, her voice shaking with emotion. "And I can close it." He blinked. A kiss was the last thing he expected. He had braced for anger, for curses, for tears, but not joy, and not this. But then, "Wait, the curse?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "Yes," she replied, her voice growing thick with emotion. "Before, even when I closed my eyelids, I could always see. I could never escape it. But now." She muttered with trembling eyes as she closed them. Everything went dark and, once she opened her eyes, she could see. This never happened before." "I see." Ether blinked in surprise, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "What happened to her, Log?" he asked inwardly. "Ding, truthfully speaking, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Whether it was fate, or just sheer coincidence, I can't tell. But your seal has the power to cleanse divine corruption." It managed to erase the god's curse from her eyes and fully restore them to normal functionality. That outcome even caught me off guard. I was expecting something else entirely, to be honest. Ether hummed softly to himself, slightly surprised, but the last phrase, "something else." What was supposed to happen? He frowned inwardly. Ding, crossmark negative, unable to answer. Ether clicked his tongue, typical Log. He turned his gaze to Sandra, who was still staring up at him with wide, trembling eyes, her expression soft, vulnerable, overwhelmed. "I'll be completely honest with you," he said gently. "I didn't actually do anything. It was purely accidental, just a coincidence." His voice carried sincerity. He remembered how terrified he'd felt when she screamed. That moment had frozen his heart. Sandra suddenly smiled through her tears and threw herself into his arms, wrapping him in a tight embrace. "Maybe it was just chance. But I don't care. I'm still incredibly happy," she whispered, pressing a tender kiss to his cheek as she clung to him. Ether chuckled softly, hugging her back. He patted her back with gentle care. A part of him wanted desperately to look into her eyes now, those new eyes. Suddenly, gasp, Sandra let out a sudden gasp, her entire body trembling as something strange and powerful sensation washed over her. She felt it, a profound, invisible connection awakening between them. It wasn't just physical, it wasn't even emotional in the usual sense, it was deeper than that. Her breath hitched. It was like their hearts, their very souls, were laid bare to each other, no barriers, no secrets, nothing left to hide. Sandra's lips quivered, her body stiffening as wave after wave of emotions crashed through her. She could feel him, truly feel him, his love, his dangerous, all-consuming love. His fear, his longing, his desperate yearning to protect her even if it tore him apart. She felt every bit of it. A single tear slid down her cheek as she smiled through it, warmly, painfully, beautifully. Her arms tightened around him, as if letting go would tear her in half. They say you never truly understand someone's love. Not until you feel it for yourself. And now she understood, she felt it, his love, so fierce, so raw, so overwhelming. How in the world had he hidden this all along? If she had even half of that much love locked inside her, she would have gone mad by now, that's how deeply he loved her, and honestly, in that moment, Sandra felt like she could die and still feel fulfilled. She was that happy. That much, Sandra, Are you, horny? Sandra blinked and, NNNNNNNNNNO. Take it back. Take back this cursed tattoo. Chapter 944, Empress is horny. Ether was totally shocked. Yes, he felt her emotions too. There was love, tenderness, joy, passion, everything. He felt every wave, every drop of emotion flooding from her. How deeply she loved him, even though she always acted like she didn't give a damn. Typical Sandra. And yet, among all those swirling emotions, there was one that rose like a blazing fire above the rest. Lust. Ether's cock twitched, throbbed, trembling as it absorbed the sheer, overwhelming, dripping hot lust radiating from Sandra. It was like she was holding back a volcanic eruption, a dam ready to explode at the slightest push, and yet, on the surface, she looked calm, fucking calm. If not for the connection they shared, Ether would have never discovered this side of her. With a slightly stunned expression, he looked at her flushed, beet-red face. Her eyes were wide, trembling as if she'd just been caught red-handed stealing something dirty, and the truth. She was horny. No, she was devastatingly horny. Even after all they'd done, her whole body was still aching, burning, dripping for more. She was fucking horny. She wanted it again. No. She needed it, more mess, more pounding, more of his thick, sweaty scent clinging to her skin, more of him. It was like she'd been restraining herself for so long, hiding that raw desire deep inside. Even she was shocked by how horny she had become, how deeply lustful. She'd never known she could burn like this, but still, she didn't want to look like some filthy slut in front of the man she loved. She couldn't just beg for more. What if he was already at his limit? What if she was being greedy? He had just recovered from that exhausting energy deficiency, hadn't he? She couldn't ask for more, right? That's why she was hiding it, burying it. And yet, now, everything was laid bare, exposed, plain as daylight to him. Sandra, trembling from the weight of her own heat, looked up at Ether, who had an indescribable look on his face, like he was staring at a rare species, some untamed creature blooming just for him. She wanted to dig a hole and bury herself alive right now. Hurrah! Sandra screamed in her head, her heart hammering as she hesitantly opened her lips. Aeth.r. It's not what it, but before she could even finish, stand up, Ether muttered. Sandra flinched, heart skipping. W8, it's no, stand up, Ether said again. No, this time, he ordered it. Sandra froze, then slowly began to rise, her cheeks burning hot as fire. Her body, naked and soaked, glistened under the dim light as she rose from the tub. Water spilled and splashed down the curves of her sexy, trembling body, her full breasts, her smooth thighs, her dripping, glistening pussy, her every inch exposed to him. Ether leaned back against the edge of the tub, eyes sharp and heavy as they devoured her figure. Come closer, he said. Sandra gulped, her legs shaking slightly as she saw his eyes, cold, unreadable, fixed right on her pussy. Ether, it's, Sandra, you hurt me, Ether said, his voice suddenly heavy with emotion. Seriously. I can't believe you're holding yourself back from me. Why? What for? Do you think I'd look down on you? That I'd see you as less? His voice hinted with disappointment. Sandra bit her lips, ashamed. Yes, she whispered tearfully. I want to be your empress, not some SL. Don't say that word, Ether cut her off, his face darkening. That word, it's disgusting. His eyes softened slightly, but still burned. I would never think of you like that, Sandra. So what if you're horny? So what if you're dripping with lust? You think that changes the fact that I love you? You think that makes you less, or unworthy? Sandra lowered her head, her face reddened. Ether let out a deep breath. Sandra. I want you more than you realize. Honestly. I was holding back too. I wanted more. I craved you. But I suppressed it, because it was your first time. I didn't want to overwhelm you. I've been hiding my lust too. His voice dipped, low and thick with desire, but now, his expression changed, his gaze darkened, hungry and wild. Sandra felt a shiver tear through her body. That look, it was like she'd awakened something primal inside him. Come to me, he murmured. Sandra hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward, her legs wobbly, her body slick and hot. As her pussy came close to his lips, Ether's eyes locked onto her most intimate part, small purple pubes above her trembling slit, so delicate, so sexy, he hadn't really noticed before, but now, this close, he saw it all. Her glistening folds, her quivering thighs. The dripping arousal painting her sex, it was enough to dry out his throat. He reached out, slowly, his fingers brushing along her foot, then her ankle, then up her leg, soft, slow, sensual. Sandra shuddered, biting her lip, his hand traced her thigh, her curves twitching under his touch, until he gripped her ass, firm and possessive, and pulled her pussy right up to his mouth, and then, Sandra moaned, her breath catching in her throat the moment Ether's lips met her swollen, trembling pussy. His tongue slid out, slow, deliberate, and pressed against her slit, tasting her heat, her wetness, her dripping, sweet nectar. Her thighs shook uncontrollably, her knees nearly buckling as she grabbed the edge of the tub for balance. Ether, NNNGH. She gasped, voice soft and desperate, barely able to contain the heat rushing through her entire body. Slurp, He licked her again, deeper, slower this time, his tongue parting her folds, tasting her juice, his mouth warm and hungry. Her pussy responded instantly, twitching with need as more of her wetness spilled out onto his lips. He groaned softly, the sound muffled by her folds. Han. Dedont NNNFFF. Sandra whimpered, her voice high and cracked from the intense sensations. Her fingers clutched the side of the tub tighter, her hips starting to tremble as her clit throbbed beneath the teasing flicks of his tongue. Ether buried his face deeper. Hands pulling her ass closer, keeping her firmly in place as he devoured her. His tongue swirled inside her, tasting every drip of her nectar, his mouth feasting like she was his favorite dessert, hot, wet, messy, and intoxicating. Her body trembled violently. Her stomach clenched. Her heart pounded in her ears. Ether. It's too much, she cried out, her legs shaking harder as her juices coated his tongue, her pussy so wet it was practically dripping into his mouth. He moved one hand from her ass and slid it up her inner thigh, fingers slowly creeping toward her entrance. When his thumb brushed her clit, wet and swollen, Sandra let out a sharp cry, NNHH. Ether. His finger slid in. Slowly. One thick, warm finger entering her soaked pussy with ease, her inner walls already spasming from the oral assault. Fuck. You're so wet, he whispered against her clit, voice husky, tongue flicking, lips teasing, fingers curling inside her hot, twitching walls. Sandra could barely breathe now. Her hips bucked involuntarily, grinding against his face, her juices now streaming down her thighs. I'm gonna, she cried, and then, Ether bit her clit. Gently. Sensually. Just enough to send a shockwave of raw pleasure through her spine. Sandra screamed, her body convulsing, her vision going white as she came hard, her pussy squeezing his finger tightly. Juices gushing into his mouth, dripping down his chin, her legs gave out, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She collapsed forward, only to be caught in Ether's strong arms. Damn, Sandra. You taste so fucking good, he murmured into her ear, licking his lips. Sandra couldn't even respond, just breathless, flushed, her pussy still clenching from the aftershocks, her mind swimming in the heat of her orgasm. Ether, she finally whispered, voice weak but burning with raw need. I want more. She asked truthfully. Ether could feel her lust increased even more. He grinned as he said, turn around for me, on all fours. She shivered, that voice. That deep, commanding voice laced with hunger made her pussy twitch again. Slowly, still dazed, Sandra obeyed, her limbs moving on instinct as she shifted her body, leaning forward, palms on the tub floor, her round, curvy ass rising in the air, glorious, slick, and glistening. Her hair clung to her wet back, her pussy still leaking from the last orgasm, her legs parted, exposing everything, her folds dripping, her clit swollen, and her tiny puckered hole twitching just above it. Ether stared. "God damn," he muttered under his breath, completely taken by the sight of her from behind, hot, trembling, soaking wet, her ass so plump and inviting he couldn't stop himself. He leaned in, pressing his lips to one of her ass cheeks, kissing it slowly, then licking her sweat and juice-coated skin, his tongue drawing circles of wet warmth across the curve. Sandra moaned softly, "Ether." Her voice shaky, her arms quivering as his tongue worshipped her from behind. Then he bit her ass, softly, playfully, but with just enough pressure to make her gasp, her body jolting. "Ah. Don't bite there," she moaned, but her hips pushed back, begging for more. He chuckled darkly, possessively. "It's mine. All of it." He kissed the bite mark, then slowly dragged his tongue along the crease of her ass, a long, wet lick that moved all the way up her crack. Sandra trembled, letting out a needy moan as her asshole twitched under the sudden attention. "Wah, on. What are you?" she gasped, her voice trembling as his tongue pressed right between her cheeks and kissed her tight little asshole. She jerked forward from the shock, her entire body reacting as if jolted with electricity. "You're so sensitive here," he murmured as he flicked his tongue gently over the hole again, spreading her ass with both hands. "It's so tiny. So fucking cute, Ether, and no, it's dirty, on." He silenced her with another kiss, this time deeper, wetter, his tongue circling her back entrance while his fingers slid down to her pussy, now practically dripping onto the tub floor. He dipped 2 fingers inside, warm, thick, curling deep, and Sandra cried out, her voice echoing in the steam-filled bathroom. "Ah. It's too much, too good." Ether's tongue danced between her ass and pussy, wet kisses landing over and over, his tongue sliding down to her clit again, flicking it hungrily as his fingers thrust inside her soaked, clenching cunt. Her moans were raw now, sensual, helpless, utterly dripping with need. "Ah. Ha. You're gonna make me, MMNNGGH, again." "Ether." He sucked her clit, hard and deep, his tongue swirling with feverish lust, while his fingers curled inside her and his thumb teased her tight little hole. Her body couldn't take it, her hips bucked. Her muscles seized, and her juices exploded out of her pussy in hot, wet streams. "AHNNN." Sandra screamed as she came again, violently. Her whole body shuddered, her thighs trembling uncontrollably, her hands clawing at the wet floor of the tub, her pussy spasmed around his fingers, dripping so much he could feel it running down his wrist. Her clit pulsed wildly, and her asshole twitched from the lingering stimulation. Ether pulled back just a bit to look at the mess, her pussy red, trembling, open and leaking, her asshole glistening, kissed and teased. She was breathless, helpless, panting like a wild creature. Ether grinned as he lifted his body from the tub. His proud cock stood furiously before him, thick, hard, and twitching with hunger. Veins throbbed along the shaft, and the tip gleamed with a bead of pre-cum, already aching to be inside her again. He stepped out slowly, water dripping down his muscular frame, his body radiating heat and lust. His gaze locked onto Sandra, still on all fours, her hips slightly swaying, her pussy still fluttering and dripping, lips parted, her back arching instinctively as she felt his presence behind her. "Look at you," he growled lowly, stroking his cock slowly, letting her hear the slick sound of his palm over the wet shaft. "Such a beautiful mess. All for me," Sandra gasped as she felt the heat of his body behind her again. His strong hands gripping her hips, lifting her slightly so her ass was raised higher, fully presented. She trembled under his touch, moaning softly as his cockhead brushed her folds, teasing, not entering, just gliding between the slippery lips of her soaked cunt. He leaned down, his chest pressing lightly over her trembling back, and whispered near her ear, "You're gonna feel everything, Sandra. I'm not holding back this time." With that, he gripped the base of his cock and aligned it at her entrance, slowly pressing forward. Her pussy swallowed him, inch by thick inch, hot, tight, and dripping, her walls stretching to accommodate his girth. Her mouth fell open, a moan escaping as her fingers gripped the floor again. Knuckles white, Heahan, am. Ether, her pussy clenched and fluttered, her juices spilling out around his cock as he buried himself all the way to the base, savoring the tight, wet heat, and was just about to move his hips, ready to thrust deeper, when, crack, Ether's ears flinched sharply at the sudden sound. He frowned. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice low and cautious. True. Sandra hummed, her mind lost in pleasure, unable to think clearly. "Come on," she urged, wiggling her ass enticingly, desperate for him to plunge deeper inside and fill her completely. Ether hesitated only a moment, then shrugged off the sound, hunger returning to his eyes. He pulled his cock out slowly, watching her slick juices coat him. Sandra moaned, shivering with anticipation. Then, slap, he drove back in, one deep, powerful plunge, nearly hitting her womb and making her whole body jerk forward. "Ah!" she screamed, her voice echoing in the steamy air. Crack, Ether's eyes narrowed. He paused, glancing around the bathroom again, scanning every corner to see if anything was actually cracking or breaking. But nothing, no sign of damage. "What's that sound, then?" he wondered. Just then, SSSSSSNNNGGGGG, a massive purple light erupted before him. From Sandra's body. What the hell? It finally happened. Chapter 945, Purple Card. There was something quietly cracking inside Sandra's chest, a strange, sacred place deep within where the arcane card usually rested within their body, a scarred domain for each individual. That's where the arcane card was supposed to be, stable, silent, untouched. But ever since they started having sex, ever since his thick shaft had begun to enter her again and again, that so-called arcane card was the first thing to crack. Sandra didn't notice it back then. Of course she didn't. She was at her absolute peak, her mind overwhelmed with pleasure, completely unable to focus on such details. However, the cracking of the arcane card kept growing, spreading like veins through glass on the verge of shattering. Every time he thrust his shaft deep inside her, every time he poured his hot, thick nectar into her womb, every time he made her tremble, made her moan and gasp, the arcane card was no longer whole. It was slowly, helplessly cracking, like fragile glass that could no longer hold the immense surge of something breaking free from inside. Crack, Ether's eyes were suddenly blinded, furiously blinded, by the blinding purple light that burst out from Sandra's body. The entire grand bathroom became drenched in that brilliant violet glow. He immediately yanked his shaft out of her soaked pussy, his breath catching. "Sandra!" Ether shouted with alarm, squinting as the light continued to glow, and then, just as suddenly, it dimmed, as if whatever had caused it was now fading away, or had been released completely. As the radiant glow subsided, Ether finally saw her clearly. Sandra was standing perfectly upright, her naked body bathed in mist, her misty purple eyes glowing with power. Her silky purple hair, which had moments ago been wet and clinging to her skin, was now floating, defying gravity, swirling as if alive. Her chest began to flicker with strange energy. SSSH, a translucent, blank card, completely clear yet visibly fractured with purple glowing cracks, appeared right out of her chest. Hovering before her like a ghost, Ether blinked hard, taken aback. "What the fuck is that?" he thought, breathing slowly as he stepped closer, cautious. Was she going to turn into something else now? Was she about to ascend like Melona had? Was she going to gain some godlike power and whip his ass again? Ether groaned in dread, recalling how Melona had effortlessly overpowered him without even being a trained fighter. And Sandra, if she gained that kind of power, oh, it would be far worse. This was serious. He swallowed hard, his instincts kicking in, his muscles tensing, though, embarrassingly, his cock was still standing proud and tall, twitching as if ready for another round. Not the best timing, but his body hadn't caught up to his panic yet. Sandra's floating hair slowly settled back down as the glow in her eyes softened. She blinked slowly, her breathing steadying, and then, with a puzzled expression, she murmured, "Ether. What just happened?" She looked confused, her voice soft and dazed, as if she didn't remember what she'd just been doing. One moment he had been fucking her from behind, and now, she was upright, mystified. Then her eyes dropped down to the cracked arcane card hovering before her. Her brows furrowed. What happened to this? She whispered, stunned by the sight of it. Her fingers slowly reached out, gently brushing against the edge of the card. As her fingertips touched one of the fractures, the entire cracked card suddenly, tush, exploded into radiant shards, scattering like light fragments in the air, before reforming into a purple-colored one. Sandra blinked again, wide-eyed, stunned as she stared at the new card floating before her. There was nothing else on it, just a rich, shimmering purple hue, no markings. No stars. No design, just purple, exactly the same shade as her misty, glowing eyes. Are you all right? Ether asked, his voice softer now as he took a step toward her, his expression concerned and tense. Sandra's eyes finally pulled away from the strange card. She looked at him and gave a slight nod. Though she still seemed dazed. I don't know. What happened to me? She asked quietly, still holding the new card in her hand, her curious gaze fixed on its surface. Check your log, Ether said with a more serious tone, eyes narrowed. He was already dreading what it might say. There was nothing on the card, no stats, no stars, just that ominous purple. Sandra nodded slowly and called out her log. Both of them stared as the status screen materialized before them. / name, Marisandra Naidia, sex, female, race, mermaid, error, level, none, title, the sole empress of Aquarius Naiadae, power of Arcanes chosen, tyrant empress, sinner empress, royal's disgrace, a wisher. Master of water arts, master of ice, sovereign of the ocean, calamity, mother of her mother, ocean's wrath, twisted fate, attributes, none, / Sandra and Ether frowned at the sight. Something was off, several titles were missing, especially the ones tied to her curse. They were gone, it made sense now, the curse had been removed, and with it, those cursed titles had vanished too. Ether frowned slightly, the inevitable one, she had before disappeared too. Why? What happened now? His frown deepened, and nothing else seemed different now, except error. That's the first time I'm seeing this. Sandra muttered, frowning as her eyes narrowed at the screen. She was sure she had a Meridian bloodline. And yet now, the race field was just showing error. Ether frowned as well. He remembered Melona had that same error listed in her race too, but there's no demigod, he mumbled, his brows furrowing deeper as he mentally asked for more details from the log. However, ding, ! Access denied. Ether's lips twitched in frustration. He sighed and lowered his gaze back to the mysterious purple card. Reaching out, he took it gently from Sandra's hand, fingers softly brushing over the smooth surface, trying to feel something, but no, there was nothing, no energy, no weight, no pulse, just stillness. Sandra watched him curiously, her misty eyes filled with questions. Waiting for any kind of answer, Ether let out a long sigh and shook his head. I don't kn, he began, but suddenly stopped as a thought hit him. His brows drew together. Wait, you're a blank card one. That means you could never level up, right? Yes, she nodded, her voice quiet. Ether's expression turned pale. But, my cum has the ability to increase someone's level. It does? She asked with a weirded out look, her tone somewhere between disbelief and annoyance. Her gaze dropped to his still proud, stubbornly hard cock. She frowned as if staring at it might help her make sense of this absurd reality. What the fuck is wrong with this thing, she wondered. Still hard. And now it's doing something that ridiculous, leveling up, just from sex, seriously, wait, her eyes widened as another thought struck her. Was that the reason my daughter leveled up so quickly? She asked, voice mixed with surprise and growing horror. Ether gave her a playful wink. Anyway, he said, turning his attention back to the floating purple card. From the looks of it, since you weren't supposed to be able to level up at all, maybe my cum forced the card to level up. Or triggered some kind of reaction, and that led to this. He scratched the back of his head, frowning. Arg, fuck. He gritted his teeth, trying to piece together the logic. Still though. Why purple? He looked at her. Have you ever seen or heard of this color before? For a card, Sandra shook her head without hesitation. Never. Not even a rumor, Ether sighed heavily, rubbing his face. Well, whatever. Do you feel anything different? Any power surging inside you? Or maybe weakness, he asked with a slightly worried tone. Sandra clenched and unclenched her fists a couple of times, assessing herself. Nope. I feel normal. Just like usual, she said with a shrug. Ether sighed again, more heavily this time, and dropped himself into the large tub behind them. The warm water rippled as he slumped, holding the card loosely in his fingers, staring at it. He couldn't help but wonder. What the fuck have I done now? Sandra blinked, then smiled softly as she moved closer and sat on his lap. Her wet skin pressed against him as her voice came out gentle, soothing. It's fine, whatever it is, we'll figure it out. Together, okay? She cupped his cheeks and softly pushed his face between her breasts, kissing his forehead tenderly. You don't need to worry about every little thing, Ether, whatever this is, we'll face it. Ether blinked against her skin, inhaling the sweet, milky scent of her soft, warm breasts. A moment later, his lips curled up slightly. Why bother worrying, really? It's not like they wouldn't find the answers eventually, right, even if it turned out to be dangerous. He'd deal with it. Like always, smiling, he kissed her chest, gently mouthing her breasts. Shall we, my empress? He murmured as he lifted her from the tub, water dripping from both their naked bodies. Sandra purred against his neck, her lips brushing close to his ear. I've been waiting, she whispered lustfully before leaning down and kissing his lips with a teasing hunger. The purple card in Ether's hand vanished into glowing motes of light, flowing back into Sandra's chest. As they walked back to their bedroom. Chapter 946, Tamed the Empress. It's been 2 days. How many days? 2 fucking days. They had been inside that damn room, locked away, fucking their brains out like animals in heat. Aquilina clenched her fist, her entire body trembling with a mix of frustration, jealousy, and an uncontrollable fury bubbling inside her. Just what the hell are they doing in there? She gritted her teeth, her voice sharp and cracking. It couldn't possibly be only sex for this long, right? No one could fuck for 2 whole days non-stop. There had to be something else going on in there, right? She stormed toward the grand doors, the towering, ornate entrance to the Empress's room. Her breath was shaky, her fingers twitching. She was holding herself back by the sheer thread of her will, barely resisting the burning urge to storm inside and witness whatever the hell obscene, twisted, messy act was unfolding in there. What do you think they're doing in there? Aquilina asked, her voice heavy with tension, laced with annoyed curiosity as she cast a sharp glance at Celestia trailing close behind. Celestia shrugged with a helpless, slightly awkward smile. I'm not sure, but truthfully, even she was shocked. She never thought Ether had this much stamina, this kind of raw sexual power. Sure, she had seen him make women scream, beg, cry for mercy with his cock, but this? This was a whole different level of madness. Actually, Celestia wasn't with him during those 4 continuous days he spent ravaging Ravn, fucking her senseless. She had no idea just how dangerously relentless and brutally addictive he could be in bed. Celestia added, but one thing is for sure, they were really enjoying themselves in there, she said, her voice tinged with amusement as she glanced at Aquilina, whose cheeks were now burning beet red from a mix of embarrassment and growing frustration. Aquilina bit her lip, gritting her teeth even harder as her nails dug into her palm. Her mind raced with shameful, needy thoughts. Was she lacking something? Was her body not enough? Was she not tight, not wet, not hot enough? 2 straight days of fucking, she would have passed out after the first night, and they were still at it. She couldn't believe it. She refused to believe it. No, no way. That's not possible. I'm done waiting, Aquilina muttered under her breath, shaking her head. She clutched her chest, gathering every ounce of nerve and resolve as she prepared to push open the doors and barge into whatever depravity was taking place behind them. Are you sure? Celestia asked, one final time, her voice soft but concerned. Aquilina nodded with burning determination in her eyes as her trembling fingers gripped the door handle and, She frowned deeply as she pushed. But nothing. It didn't budge. It's not opening, she whispered, eyebrows drawing low as she pushed harder, again. Nothing, Celestia hummed with a thoughtful look, the Empress, she must have locked it from inside. Sealed the heat in. Kept the world out. Aquilina's lips twitched violently, her mind short-circuiting with lewd, angry images. Fucking bitch, ahem, she slapped her own cheek in horror at the thought, that was her mother, damn it. She couldn't think like that, this was wrong, completely, utterly wrong. Aquilina inhaled sharply through her nose, trying to cool the burn under her skin. Fine, we'll wait. I'm sure they'll crawl out eventually. And when they do, I'll talk to them. Face to face, she said with a huff, storming off. Celestia looked between her and the door once more before quietly following behind. Meanwhile, deep inside the room, come on, we really need to stop, Sandra moaned breathlessly, her voice sultry, trembling with pure want as she devoured his lips. Her body burned with aching lust as she sat naked on his lap, her soaked pussy dripping with his thick, creamy nectar. His cum was still leaking out of her flushed folds, sliding down her thighs as her slick skin pressed tightly against his. The room reeked of sex, sweat, and skin. Everything was a disaster, sheets torn, clothes scattered. Furniture scratched and bent. Ether was fondling her massive, sensitive boobs, teasing her nipples as he chuckled low, his voice soaked in heat. Stop. You're the one clenching my cock like you're never letting go, woman, he whispered, grabbing her ass and thrusting upward, his thick shaft plunging into her greedy, soaked pussy again with a wet, hungry sound. Mngh. Sandra moaned, rolling her hips, her arms wrapped around his neck as she kissed and licked him feverishly, her tongue trailing up his throat, her lips sucking his skin like she wanted to leave marks all over her emperor. Ether didn't move for a moment, he just stayed deep inside her tight, quivering pussy. Panting softly as he stared into her eyes. What? Sandra whispered, slightly breathless. Nothing, just, looking at you right now, he murmured, smiling gently. I feel like I've truly conquered my lovely Empress. Sandra giggled with a teasing hum. Conquered? Oh no, my Emperor, I was the one who conquered you, she whispered, her voice thick with lust as she grinded her hips. Her slick walls squeezed his cock again as she slid up and down, slow and agonizing, dragging pleasure out from both of them. Ah. Ah, Ether groaned softly, shaking his head with a smile as he leaned in, capturing her lips again. He moved her hips, watching her bounce, her tits jiggling and sweat dripping down her glowing skin. Sandra gasped when she saw him still staring, not blinking, just watching her burn for him. What? She asked with a deep blush as her ass rolled again, her pussy squelching around his thick length. Ether let out a low laugh, his fingers trailing along her spine. There's one more thing I've been hiding from you, he said. Sandra froze, her hips stilling. Her eyes narrowed, lips parting slowly. Sigh, what now? She asked, sounding more exhausted than angry, though her expression was laced with a hint of curiosity. You see, I have my own heart. I wouldn't just blindly listen to the other force, to seduce my targets. I, too, naturally like someone, right? After all, I too, have a heart, right? Her breath hitched, she blinked slowly, her heart suddenly thudding in her chest. And then it hit her, the meaning behind his words, those unspoken feelings she sensed but never dared to confront. 9000 AP, her lips trembled, her whole body stilled, her wide eyes shimmered in pure, raw shock. Why you mean? Her voice cracked, her lips quivered uncontrollably. Ether gently smiled, his fingers brushing her flushed cheek as he whispered in a low, warm tone, yeah. You're not my target, Sandra. I fell in love with you, my dear Empress. All of you. 10,000 AP, finally, the missing piece, the one emotion Sandra had been suppressing. Burying deep inside, finally burst free and crashed into her heart like a tidal wave. I fell in love with those beautiful eyes of yours, the way they glare, the way they soften when you're vulnerable. 10,000 AP, I fell in love with your arrogant, demanding, and yet heartbreakingly lovely smile, the one you try to hide when you're hap, 10,000 AP, W8. Wait. Wait. Sandra yelped, slamming her hands over his mouth, her body trembling all over. Her thighs shook against his, and her breasts, large and soft, bounced with every panting breath she took. She was completely red, as if her skin itself was blushing. Are you, this, is real, she whispered, breathless. Eyes glassy with overwhelming emotion, her whole body was burning, her pussy soaked, her nipples stiff, her soul trembling. To be honest, she had been happy before. But deep down, there had always been that one part, small, hidden, but aching. That part whispered to her at night, reminding her that maybe this wasn't real. That maybe he only wanted her because he had to, but now it was real, now it was unstoppable, now her body and heart were screaming the same thing, like a dam that held down every emotion and finally cracked. And now, 10,000 AP, so the reason USA, yeah, Ether nodded, his voice deep, thick with emotion. I didn't want the other two to feel hurt. They matter too, Sandra. But I needed you to know, my feelings for you are mine. Real. Natural. Unforced. 10,000 AP, Sandra nodded slowly, her lower lip trembling, her breath hitching. Her large breasts pressed against his chest as she leaned closer, face still dazed. She understood, she really did. If the other two ever found out they were just forced targets, it would wound them. It would shatter them. But this confession, it was hers, only hers, so. I am. She stuttered, voice barely above a whisper, her soaked pussy clenched around his cock again, so hard and tight. Ether groaned immediately. It was like her body had decided to drown him in affection. Her core was hot and sticky, juices dripping down to his thighs. 10,000 AP, 10,000 AP, 10,000 AP, arg, fuck. Ether groaned, closing his eyes, nodding, yes, Sandra. My empress. I fell for you completely. He murmured as his hips bucked slowly. His cock slid inside her again, stretching her soft, wet walls. The tight grip of her pussy made his head dizzy, it was like her body was pulling him in, refusing to let go. W8. I need to. Sandra panted, her voice cracking. She tried to escape, crawling slightly, her curvy ass rubbing against his cock and making him hiss. She was shaking, too happy, too aroused, too close to breaking down entirely. There was something dangerous in this moment. If he fucked her now, if he kissed her again, she'd completely shatter. 10,000 AP, 10,000 AP, where do you think you're going, my sexy empress? Ether grinned, reaching out and gripping her hips tightly. He pulled her round ass back against his cock and leaned forward, lips brushing her ear. You're not running away from this love, not now. Not ever. 10,000 AP, 10,000 AP, 10,000 AP, 10,000 AP, 10,000 AP, With a forceful thrust, he plunged his cock deep inside her again, slamming against her dripping pussy from behind. Sandra's mouth opened in a scream, her voice echoing through the room. Her climax hit instantly, wet, messy, uncontrollable. Her body spasmed, her ass bounced back into him, her juices squirting out with every tremble of her hips. She came just like that, instantly, without warning. 10,000 AP, her pussy got even wetter, tighter, greedier. The sounds of her moaning mixed with wet squelching as Ether continued pounding her from behind, one hand gripping her bouncing tit, the other squeezing her waist as he fucked her deeper. Ether groaned, licking her shoulder as his cock thrust harder. It was going to be another long, messy, lust-drenched day. His strokes deepened, each one filling her soaked pussy completely, hitting her sweet spot over and over again until her moans turned into soft screams of joy and lust. Before, it was 99.9% love and 100% horny, but now it was 100% love and 100% horny. That last 0.1% made everything explode. 10,000 AP, 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 aham aeett terfrf. She couldn't hold anything in anymore, like a broken dam, her love juice spilled out, flooding around his cock, soaking his thighs. Her body shook uncontrollably as her orgasm stretched endlessly, driven by her overflowing heart and aching, trembling pussy. Ding, Marisandra Naidia has reached the threshold and is now removed from the affection list, remaining 5,998,099,950 AP, Chapter 947, Jealousy Princess is cute too. It's been 5 days, how many days? 5 fucking days, that's it. I can't take this anymore, I'm going inside. Aquilina snapped, her eyes burning with restlessness. She hadn't slept properly in days, even without hearing a single sound through the walls. The pressure had built up inside her, jealousy, fear, and suffocating loneliness. The silence screamed louder than any moan or cry, and now, she was reaching her limit. She had calmed herself again and again, gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, waited like a fool, for 5 fucking days. But any more than this, she trembled slightly, her voice a whisper of dread. What if? What if mother sucked him dry? To the brink, and he's barely even breathing now. A twisted, horrifying image flashed in her mind, Aqua. A weak, lifeless voice of a drained man calling her name, skin pale, body limp, all fluids and strength drained from his cock. Her imagination spiraled, wild with terror and concern. She glanced at Celestia, who had gone quiet but slowly nodded. Even she, normally calm and curious, had begun to worry about Ether. I'm going to use my full power and blast this fucking door into hell. Aquilina declared with heated rage, her body trembling as her power sparked and shimmered across her skin like angry lightning. But then, it's open, Celestia said flatly. Gently pushing the massive door, which moved with an unsettling creak, Aquilina blinked, stunned. Then she took a deep breath and coughed, trying to compose her racing heart and hide her red-flushed cheeks, before shoving the door open wider. Thud, the grand door groaned open, as though it hadn't been touched in ages, and the moment the air flowed out, a hot, sticky, humid wave of scent hit their faces. Yuck. Aquilina's face scrunched as she covered her nose, coughing into her sleeve. The musky, heady aroma of non-stop sex clung to every breath, every molecule of air. Celestia's expression darkened with subtle amusement. Even messier than your room. Aquilina's face turned crimson with shame, her lips twitching in frustration. But then her gaze scanned the room, and her eyes widened in pure horror. The tables were dripping with some kind of sticky liquid. The cupboards were shattered like someone had been thrown through them. Vases and rare artifacts lay broken and forgotten on the floor, the carpet ruined, soaked, stained, and littered with smears and trails of fluids. And then, the bed, the fucking Empress's royal bed, was snapped in half. Drenched. Completely drowned in white and transparent juices. Monsters, Aquilina whispered as she gulped her dry throat. Oh, and the bathroom's broken too, Celestia called out casually from inside, peeking into the war zone that was once a lavish bathing chamber. Looks like they couldn't even wait to get out of the tub. Aquilina gulped hard. Her legs felt weak. She knew exactly what had happened here. Day and night, no pause, no restraint, pure carnal war, and the culprits, meanwhile, inside the dining hall, under the afterglow of endless orgasms, Sandra cooed, sitting on Ether's lap. Her body was freshly bathed, glowing with seductive softness, her hair still wet, draped over her new robes. She held a piece of fruit between her fingers and fed him slowly. Ether parted his lips, taking it in with a lazy, hungry expression. His eyes never leaving hers. Ether parted his lips, letting her feed him gently. His gaze locked onto her soft, flushed face. There was no tension between them now, only the kind of warmth that lingered after confessions and climax, after she poured her heart out, after their bodies tangled in endless passion. Sandra had shifted, she had become softer, almost delicate in her way, not the empress, not the dominant ruler of an empire, just a woman, madly in love with him, and gods. Ether loved every second of it. He couldn't hold back. Leaning forward, he captured her lips in a slow, hungry kiss. Stop it, she gasped, pulling back slightly, her cheeks red as she gave him an annoyed pout. "You need to eat, you idiot," but Ether wasn't fooled by her tone. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, she liked it, she wanted more. He smirked and kissed her again, firmer this time, his hand sliding up her waist. Suddenly, thud, both Sandra and Ether flinched as the door slammed open like a thunderclap. Their heads turned slowly, and there she was, Aquilina, her hair whipped behind her like a storm, flowing wildly as if charged by sheer rage, her eyes practically glowing with fire. She looked like she'd just burst straight out of a hurricane. Sandra blinked. "What happened?" she asked, genuinely confused, tilting her head in a soft, motherly pout. Even Ether seemed puzzled, raising an eyebrow. Aquilina's lips twitched with barely concealed fury. "Bastards!" she hissed through gritted teeth, her voice trembling with restrained wrath. 5 fucking days of silence, and now they were just acting like nothing happened. She stormed forward, her steps heavy, each one screaming, "I'm going to murder someone." Ether and Sandra exchanged another baffled look, clearly playing dumb, or worse, genuinely confused, which only made Aquilina's temper spike higher. She stopped right in front of them, arms crossed, standing tall and furious. Sandra was still calmly sitting on Ether's lap, the picture of satisfaction and smugness. "What?" Sandra asked, totally unfazed, as if her daughter hadn't just kicked the door in with the fury of a jealous goddess. That expression, that nonchalant tone. Aquilina's eye twitched violently, and then, snap. Without a word, she reached out, grabbed her mother's hand, and yanked her off Ether's lap like a ripped bandage. Before anyone could blink, Aquilina had already pounced and claimed the warm spot on Ether's lap, planting herself possessively like it was her throne and hers alone. Sandra stumbled slightly, blinking with a startled look. And then let out a slow smirk. "Excuse me," she asked sweetly, voice oozing sarcasm. "What the heck was that?" "Humph," Aquilina puffed, turning her head dramatically, her arms folded like a spoiled lover. Then she leaned in close to Ether, her voice low and dangerous. "You better get ready." She was so much worried him being sucked by her succubus mother, but he seemed to be even care for her worriedness. That look in her eyes was a promise, a sexy, irritated, vengeful promise. This wasn't over, not even close. Ether smiled, bemused, and gently kissed her forehead, which only made her cheeks flush slightly despite her efforts to look furious. Sandra shook her head in amusement and stepped closer, pointing to his lap with seriousness. "That's mine, sweetheart. You're just squatting." Aquilina turned slowly, lips curling into a sharp smile. "Oh. You hugged him for 5 entire days." Then her eyes narrowed and her voice dipped, "Or should I say MOM?" She made sure to enunciate every letter with a biting emphasis that made Sandra's eye twitch and her face heat up slightly. For a moment, the Empress blushed. She tried to play it cool but quickly stepped away and sat on the nearby chair with elegance. Aquilina smirked smugly, "Point for her," but Sandra wasn't done. "Here, she said in a sweet, teasing voice, holding a spoon delicately up to Ether's lips. Before he could even react, chomp, Aquilina leaned forward lightning fast and took the food herself. She chewed dramatically, then gave Sandra a sarcastic thumbs up. "Not bad, tastes like victory." Her eyes glared at her mother like 2 sharp blades wrapped in glitter. Sandra, now fully entertained, leaned down a little more, her cleavage intentionally dropping into view, and purred, "Darling." Ether didn't even get to blink before. "Are you insane?" Aquilina exploded, covering Ether's eyes. "You've been lovey-dovey non-stop for 5 days and now you want more. What are you, a succubus?" Sandra blinked in innocence before bursting out into uncontrollable laughter. "Pfft, ha ha ha." She doubled over, grabbing her sides. This Aquilina was surely new to Sandra. Even Ether chuckled now, his chest shaking beneath Aquilina as she turned red with embarrassment. "You two are the worst," she grumbled, covering her cheeks. "I'm hungry," she suddenly declared, trying to change the topic. Her voice cracked just slightly at the end. Sandra smiled with amusement, then looked over at Celestia. Their eyes met, and Celestia, without saying a word, nodded and brought the foods. Aquilina stayed firmly planted in Ether's lap, not budging an inch. Even if it was improper for a princess to act like that, she didn't care. this was her seat now, her throne, and she wanted everyone to know it. Ether, as always, said nothing. Just leaned in and enjoyed the scent of her hair and the way she radiated heat and energy and love and wrath all at once. So your next target is Zara, right? Sandra asked casually, her voice calm again as she leaned back with a grape in her fingers. Ether nodded as he was fed now by Aquilina, who kept glaring over her spoon. Yeah. I honestly don't know much about her. Do you have any info? Sandra tilted her head, smirked slowly, then said, that woman, is a vicious one, huh? Ether blinked. Chapter 948, Rated Insane Women in These Worlds. Vicious one? Sure, Ether might not fully understand Zara yet, but calling her a vicious one, wasn't that a bit too harsh for a woman who seemed nothing less than absolute wife material? Ether frowned slightly, his eyes turning curious as he glanced at Sandra. Sandra smirked softly, leaning closer with a conspiratorial air. Aquilina scrunched up her face in distaste, dramatically waving her hand as if she were scattering salt to ward off the lust demon's presence. Ignoring her daughter's playful antics, Sandra spoke in a solemn, measured voice. She seems completely normal, doesn't she? Sweet, caring, and gentle. But in reality, she's far from it. All that affectionate motherly behavior you've seen, it's all a carefully practiced act. Ether's frown deepened subtly, his brow knitting in contemplation. Aquilina frowned too, hearing that. Mom, what are you even saying? She's literally amazing. I saw her a few times, talked to her personally. She seemed genuinely caring, nothing fake at all. Heck, she even blessed me warmly for my engagement. Ouch. Aquilina abruptly jumped when she felt Ether's sharp pinch on her hip. She turned quickly to meet his stern, expressionless stare. Her eyes widened slightly with realization. He was jealous, actually jealous. Quickly, Aquilina softened her tone, hugging Ether apologetically. It's just a past thing, you know, that engagement was ages ago, she mumbled softly, attempting a regretful expression but failing completely. Sandra's lips twitched into an amused smile, clearly seeing through her daughter's delighted reaction. Oh, she was enjoying this. She was really enjoying his jealousy. Maybe she said that on purpose. Just to tease him. Just want to make him possessive, after he spent time with her mother, so little worried here about herself. Maybe not, who knows what women think after all. Wasn't that engagement between Aquilina and Kai already nullified? Ether asked coldly, his tone indifferent on the surface, but it carried a sharp thread. Aquilina let out a cheeky, satisfied giggle while burying her face into his chest. She felt his arms tense around her, and her heart skipped a little faster. She kind of loved it. Maybe I should make him jello. Her thought died mid-formation as Ether's hand came down and pinched her as firmly. I will spank you, he whispered, voice low and velvety, but layered with unmistakable danger. All playfulness vanished from her mind as if erased. She shook her head furiously, clinging tighter to him like a scared kitten trying to pretend she hadn't just been teasing the tiger. Ether turned his eyes to Sandra, his tone demanding. What about the legal side? It's not just about how we feel. The engagement contract, was it officially voided? Publicly declared, Sandra sighed, brushing a hand through her hair. Yes, we issued the annulment documents already. But it's Velk who's holding it up. He claimed his child had gone missing and that he was awaiting resolution before finalizing anything. Ether opened his mouth to respond, but Sandra raised a hand and continued firmly, and yes, I gave him a deadline. He has 1 week. If he doesn't reply within that time, I'll personally go public and void the engagement. No more delays, no further talks. Ether nodded slowly, his expression settling into something calmer, more composed. He glanced down at Aquilina, only to find her eyes sparkling like twin stars, wide and eager, practically screaming, let's get married. He coughed quietly, redirecting the conversation before it spiraled. Anyway. What exactly did you mean when you said Zara was acting? He asked, this time his voice serious and lined with concern. Sandra's expression grew distant, eyes narrowing with memory. To be honest, I can't say with total certainty. I only caught glimpses. Fleeting moments where her mask slipped. But she's crafty, more cunning than she lets on. She even managed to trick me, and got her hands on my blood. Your blood? Ether's voice dropped. His brow furrowed in alarm. Yes, Sandra muttered, clearly still irritated. That woman, TSK. She tricked me right inside my own territory. Fooled me so well, I didn't even realize it until it was too late. She used some sly little game, played the helpless act, and got away with a vial of my blood. She looked more than annoyed, she looked humiliated. Like the memory still stung, deep down, Ether was still confused. But why? What could she possibly need your blood for? Sandra shrugged, her face darkening. I don't know. Not exactly. But I was furious afterwards, obviously, and I fought her. You fought her? Ether was clearly surprised. You actually fought Zara? Did you win? Sandra averted her gaze. You didn't? Ether asked again, visibly shocked. Sandra, lost? OMG. Sandra's lips twitched, a flicker of frustration passing over her face. Of course I didn't lose, she snapped. It's not like I was using my full power. She used some kind of hidden technique, something subtle. Threw my balance off. I couldn't stabilize my powers properly, couldn't even fight back the way I wanted. TSK, that bitch sure knows how to hide her techniques. She was tricky one to face. Ether stared, stunned. The Zara he knew, or thought he knew, wasn't anything like this. Could she really be hiding that much? Had she changed? It was possible. After all, time changes people, sometimes for the better, Sandra added, but one thing was for sure, you should have seen her laugh. Who? She rubbed her arms as goosebumps ran up them, the memory of that woman's laugh crawling down her spine. She's a wild one, absolutely insane. Right next to Scarlet, she muttered under her breath. Aquilina's ears perked up at that name, even though she was still busy rubbing her scent all over Ether's chest, neck, and shoulder in slow, possessive strokes. Scarlet? You mean Leah's mother? Mom? She asked, blinking curiously as she turned toward Sandra. Sandra nodded slowly, her tone firm. Yes. There are 3 insane women in these worlds so far. Scarlet is by far the most insane woman I've ever met. And Zara, she's a close second. Trust me on that. Aquilina blinked again, confusion flashing across her face, before a cold chill shot through her and her expression turned horrified. Wait, don't tell me, didn't I? Yes, dear, Sandra interrupted with a knowing sigh. Scarlet was furious. She wanted to meet you that day for some reason. She was pacing like a damn hurricane. She offered a soft, mischievous smile as she watched Aquilina's horror deepen. Aquilina remembered it all too vividly, how she had pinned Leah against the wall, stabbed her, made her cry. Holy shit. Why didn't you tell me that day? She yelped, eyes wide, her voice cracking under sudden panic. Sandra shrugged casually, flipping her hair back. Well, you were busy putting on your first real show, remember? I didn't want to kill the mood, Mom. Aquilina muttered, her voice dropping into a shaken whisper, her entire body tense now. Sandra, of course, had handled the entire mess herself. She'd told Scarlet it was all Kai's fault, that poor Kai had lured Aquilina into the madness. Scarlet, in return, had vented her wrath entirely on the unfortunate boy. Watching her daughter's pale, horrified face now, it was kind of amusing. Ether. I think I'm in. Aquilina began to tremble again. Voice fragile, Ether gently reached out and patted her head, his palm warm and steady. It's okay. I'll be there to protect you, always, she asked, tilting her face up to him, her voice almost childlike in its pleading innocence. Yep. Always, hee. Aquilina giggled softly, then turned her head just enough to shoot her mother a sly glance. This little brat. Sandra's lips twitched at the sight, noticing her mother's annoyed stare. Aquilina smirked inwardly. She felt like she'd just gotten her revenge, or at least a small victory. So, who would be the third craziest then? Ether asked, raising an eyebrow curiously. Sandra grinned, flipping her hair with theatrical flair. Who else? Obviously, it's me. I'm the third most insane one. Quite proudly so, Celestia, Ether, and Aquilina just stared at her in unified silence. That's not exactly it's not a compliment, Mom, Aquilina deadpanned. Sandra's lips twitched again as she shot a narrow-eyed glare at her daughter, Ether. Aquilina squeaked and jumped, hugging him tighter like she was clinging for safety. Sandra narrowed her eyes, watching them. She's getting too damn cozy with him. She thought with a faint frown. Anyway, Sandra sighed, crossing her legs, just be careful around her. That's all I'll say. Don't take her lightly. Ether nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. He trusted Sandra's words, but something told him he needed to get to know Zara personally before making any judgment. He didn't want to jump to conclusions. So far, Zara seemed, well, fine. His gaze drifted to Celestia as he leaned slightly lower, his eyes scanning her body, but more precisely, her uniform, her modest-maid attire. Sandra. About Celestia, he began. I know, Sandra interrupted smoothly, as if reading his mind. She loves you. We all do. And, we couldn't just keep her as my maid forever. It'd be a problem sooner or later, right? She gave him a knowing smile, then shifted her eyes toward Aquilina, who immediately tightened her grip on Ether's arm and scowled. Humph. I know him better. Aquilina thought, pressing her chest even closer against him. Sandra smiled inwardly, satisfied with her little provocation. Then she turned back to Ether, slightly with a haughty and prideful tone. You see, Ether, even if she does love you, she's still my sister. My little sister. She's always loved me more than anyone else, even before you came along. She just loves taking care. My resignation, Your Majesty. A quiet, resigned voice cut in, followed by the gentle slide of a neatly written document across the table. Ft. Ha 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 ha. Aquilina burst into uncontrollable laughter, nearly falling over as she clung to Ether like a lifeline. Chapter 949, Mom, you did this. So you can get pregnant first and show off. Sandra's lips twitched slightly when her eyes fell on the document, the one that had been carefully placed on the table. She slowly turned her head to the right side and looked toward her maid, no, her younger sister, who stood silently by her side. So. Sandra began, her voice soft but laced with disbelief. You've already prepared everything, huh? Celestia didn't say a word. She merely bowed her head in response. Sandra stared at her for a moment, her lips twitching again, almost bitterly. It wasn't that she didn't want to let Maid go, no, it was something deeper. She had been with her for so long, through every moment of pain, loneliness, and recovery. And now, all of a sudden, Celestia was just leaving. It was too abrupt, too surreal. Sandra felt slightly taken aback, like the ground beneath her had shifted without warning. Heck. She thought, sighing inwardly, I didn't even expect this. She hadn't anticipated a resignation letter. Celestia had everything ready, like she had planned this for a while. Like she had already decided to leave, without even discussing it once. Sandra let out a soft hum, her eyes scanning the document again. So this is how sisterly bonds come to an end, huh? She muttered quietly, half to herself, before her gaze returned to Celestia. Are you really sure about this? I mean, I could hire as many maids as I want, that's not the issue. But are you really sure about going? She asked again, her tone now a little more vulnerable, like she was clinging to the last thread of hope, because beneath her composed exterior. Sandra was scared. Scared of losing her, of course. She couldn't just come out and say that. Celestia gave a silent nod, not a single word leaving her lips. Sandra's brows twitched in frustration. Seeing her so calm, so indifferent, it stung. Fine then, she said through gritted teeth, her voice suddenly sharp. She huffed, her expression turning furious as she raised one hand. Celestia, still silent, respectfully handed her a pen. Sandra took it with a tense hand, her fingers hesitating briefly over the paper before she finally signed it, the motion stiff and reluctant. Ether remained quiet, simply watching the entire exchange. Aquilina, who was sitting comfortably on his lap, also watched in silence. Her eyes, wide and soft, flicked between her mother and Celestia with a mixture of curiosity and quiet sadness. "Here." Sandra muttered, sliding the signed document toward Celestia with an annoyed expression. Celestia took the document and pen, her fingers pausing over the smooth surface of the pen. She stared at it for a moment, then asked softly, "So, now I'm free? Free to do whatever I want, TSK." Sandra clicked her tongue. "Isn't that why I signed it in the first place? Why even bother asking?" But before she could finish the sentence, Celestia raised her hand and burned the paper in a flash of flame. Everyone in the room froze, stunned. "What the hell?" Sandra blinked, confused and shocked, but before she could say more, Celestia stepped forward and wrapped her arms around her tightly. "It's okay now, sister," she whispered, her voice soft and humming, almost like a lullaby. "I'm no longer needed in your life anymore." Sandra stood frozen, her mind struggling to catch up. What are you?" Her words trailed off as she felt Celestia tremble slightly against her. "My big sister." Celestia continued in a quiet, choked whisper, "has finally found her family. You're no longer burdened by guilt, no longer drowning in loneliness, or sadness. You're standing on your own now. With the man you love by your side. You're strong, proud, and happy." Her voice cracked as she said those words, each one carrying the weight of years. Sandra's eyes trembled, her vision slowly blurring as tears welled up. I see." She breathed, her voice barely audible as her arms slowly lifted and returned the hug, gripping her sister tightly. "All this time, I thought I was the one taking care of you." Sandra murmured, a bitter chuckle escaping her lips. "But I was wrong. Idiot. I am." Celestia chuckled softly, tightening the embrace. "So, your maid will now leave her post. Her duty has finally ended. Let her go, Sandra. Let her go, Sandra's lips trembled as she nodded, her face contorting with emotion. Aquilina and Ether shared a glance, their expressions softening as they watched the deeply emotional moment unfold. Despite all their bickering, despite the distance, despite the way they never quite said it aloud, these two sisters had always supported each other. In silence. In shadows. Through heartbreak and chaos. And it was Celestia who had stood firm, guiding her shattered sister from the darkness. And now, seeing that broken woman finally healed, smiling, crying, living, Celestia knew her duty was complete. Her duty, yes. Even if Celestia never said it out loud, she had always carried the guilt. That day, if she had just been a little more careful, they wouldn't have lost Mother. Sandra wouldn't have shattered into pieces. That's why Celestia had taken it upon herself, like a silent vow, to take care of Sandra. To fix what was broken. Because deep down, she believed it was her fault, so. Sandra murmured, her voice gentler now, "Should we announce to the world that their lost princess is still alive?" Celestia shook her head. "No," she said simply. "I don't need it anymore. Honestly. I never cared for the title. Or the throne. Or ruling." She gave a small, wistful smile, because truthfully, Celestia never cared for any of that. After all, wasn't she a heartless creature? Even now, the emotion she was showing, it wasn't truly hers, was it? No. Not exactly fake. But it was like she was mimicking what someone should feel. Expressing what others would expect in this moment. If she didn't force herself, she'd probably be standing there with the same stoic expression she always wore. Sandra tilted her head slightly, concern rising again. Then, what now? She was starting to worry again. Was Celestia going to leave them? Was she planning to disappear? But before she could spiral too far, Celestia turned her gaze to Ether, who was still watching her. She smiled softly, then walked toward him. "There's only one person I need to take care of now, for the rest of my life." "Oh. Oh," Sandra blinked, realization dawning as her expression shifted to one of amusement, and maybe, just a touch of jealousy, watching her sister walk toward the man she loved, a man, who stirred my lifeless heart. A man who made me realize what I truly desired. A man who constantly makes me worry about him, even when I try not to. A man who sometimes drives me insane with how reckless he is. A man who loves me so much that it actually hurts. Celestia's voice trembled slightly as she stood before Ether, eyes locked on his. He throws himself into danger without hesitation and leaves me panicking every time. So, I need to take care of him. No, I should take care of him. Because he needs me. Aquilina, who was still sitting on Ether's lap, instinctively tightened her hold around him, clinging to him as if her life depended on it. Her brows twitched, her lips forming a straight line. She knew it. She knew this was coming. Damn it. She fucking knew this moment would come. There was no way, absolutely no way, she was going to let this woman just walk in and take him away, and fuck. After another 5 days. Her poor Ether had already been drained and sucked dry by her mother's wild cravings, and now. Celestia too, no way. She wasn't going to let him suffer again. Not just for his sake, but for her own too. Most importantly, she needed to mark her scent all over his body again. She had to. There was no way she was losing this battle, however. Oh. Celine. Celestia suddenly muttered in a startled tone, her head snapping toward the entrance. Another bitch, what? Aquilina and Sandra both jerked their heads toward the door in confusion, only to find no one there. Their expressions twitched, but when they turned back, both Ether and Celestia were gone, and worse. Aquilina, who had been hugging him tightly, was now sitting on an empty chair as if she'd never touched him in the first place. She hadn't even noticed when it happened. Jarrrr. Aquilina growled violently, her fists clenching. I cannot believe that woman just snatched him away right in front of me. I swear, I'm going to find them. She was ready to tear apart the entire palace if she had to, but, they're not here, darling. Sandra spoke calmly, her voice holding a trace of amusement. She had already scanned the entire palace with her senses. No one's inside except us, huh? What do you mean they're not here? Then where the hell did they go? Aquilina demanded. Her brows furrowing hard, Sandra shook her head slowly. She must have taken him to her home, her home. But this is her home, it is, yes. Sandra said with a small smirk. But everyone keeps a few secrets, right? There was a glint in her eye as she spoke, but her tone turned serious right after. Anyway, did you take contraceptive medicine? Aquilina stiffened by the sudden question, her gaze flicking to the side. Oh, of course I did, obviously. It was painfully clear she hadn't. Sandra sighed, long and deep. Aqua, it's your choice, I won't tell you what to do. But I'm saying this as your mother. Now is not the right time. We can't afford to tie him down like this. Something's coming. I don't know what it is, but I feel it. Something cold. Dark. Terrifying, and if that time comes, we can't have him slowed down by anything, not even a child. Understand? Aquilina's lips parted as her expression turned thoughtful. Her mother's rare seriousness sent a shiver down her spine, but then, wait a second. Are you sure you're not just making up some convenient excuse? So you can get pregnant first and show off. Isn't that exactly what you've been doing these past 5 days? She asked with a sharp grin, like she'd just uncovered the ultimate truth. Sandra's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. Why you brat? Meanwhile, somewhere in the middle of the ocean, deep beneath the waves, plop, Ether floated inside the vast, cold water. His eyes were wide open, pupils dilated as if old trauma had come flooding back in an instant, just a moment ago. He was sitting peacefully at the dining table, when suddenly, his shadow had loomed over him, swallowed him whole. And now he was here. His shocked face twitched as bubbles floated out of his mouth, his body suspended in the abyssal silence, and then, he felt it. A soft hand landing gently on his bare back. Before he could process it, warm lips met his own. A soft breath passed from her to him. Air, sweet and gentle, rushed into his lungs as she shared it with him. His eyes widened even more as he stared at the figure now floating before him. A woman, no, a creature, half fish. Half woman, what the hell just happened? Chapter 950, a siren. Lips slowly parted as Ether finally drew breath, his chest rising in a trembling gasp, as if the ocean itself had just allowed him life again. His lashes fluttered, wet and heavy. And then, his eyes slowly opened, and he saw. She wasn't human, no, not by anything the world above would dare call real, but God's. She was beautiful, terrifyingly so, like a secret the sea had never meant to share. A forbidden wonder lurking in the deep, too exquisite and too wild to belong to any world he knew, Ether's breath caught. Floating just beyond reach, framed in the sapphire haze of the deep, was a woman, no, a siren. Her gaze met his, and the world fell silent, her eyes haunting. A shade of deep purple, not merely a color but a sensation, like velvet soaked in midnight. Her hair drifted around her like silken seaweed, chestnut strands glowing faintly bronze beneath the sunless light. Each lock coiled and floated in slow, hypnotic waves, dancing with the current as though it obeyed her will alone. Then he saw the gills. At first, they seemed like shadows tucked into the soft lines of her neck. But as she gently tilted her head, the illusion broke. Delicate slits slowly parted, pulsing in a quiet rhythm, 3 on each side, perfectly spaced behind her jaw, rimmed with faint glowing veins, like moonlight trapped beneath the skin. As they opened, the tender flesh within was revealed, a soft blush of crimson and lilac, wet and layered, flexing with each exhale. Her body flowed like a sculpture melted into flesh. Skin pale as crushed pearl, subtly iridescent, kissed with hues of seafoam green and violet, her curves were dangerously alluring, soft in all the right places, full, ripe, perfect. Breasts full and buoyant, their generous weight crowned with the faintest shimmer, like stardust scattered on her skin. Her waist tapered in with hypnotic grace, sinuous and teasing, naturally guiding the eye downward even if he tried not to look, and then, the tail, where her luscious hips ended, the ocean began again. Scales as dark as obsidian and rich as indigo rippled over her skin, shifting like liquid armor. Each one shimmered like a precious gem, catching the light with each subtle movement. They tapered down her long, muscular form, every contour built with elegance and power. The fin behind her undulated with slow, sultry grace. Ether blankly stared at her. He even forgot to breathe. Ether, / Suddenly, a voice entered his mind, soft, shy, and all too familiar. Ether flinched slightly, startled from his trance, as his wide eyes focused and saw the siren's cheeks bloom with a deep, bashful red. She was blushing. See Celestia, / he stammered, as if he couldn't trust his own senses. As if the beauty before him might vanish the moment he blinked. Indeed. It's me. She replied through their telepathic connection. Her voice, though inside his mind, carried that same breathy softness he adored. She swam slowly around him, her body coiling with sensual elegance, showing her every angle like a living masterpiece rotating in sacred water. She turned, flipped, curved gracefully, letting him see her from every direction, her glowing tail, the gentle sway of her hips, the ethereal shimmer along her back. What do you think? She asked gently. Her voice trembled slightly with hesitation. I wasn't sure if you'd like this form. I worried, maybe you'd find it too strange. / Ether blinked, completely entranced. He couldn't take his eyes off her, every inch of her was captivating, enchanting. His eyes devoured her, shamelessly drawn to every curve, every glow, every shimmering contour of her divine, alien form. She was the first siren he'd ever seen, and more than that, she was his Celestia, his beloved. She was dangerous, she was divine, she was fucking hot. Are you serious? Are you seriously asking me that? Ether finally burst out into her mind, his thoughts raw, breathless. Oh my fucking goodness. Look at you. Just look at you. You look, fucking incredible. Celestia, you're beyond awesome. You're, unfucking real. / are really, / she whispered shyly, her fingers curling near her chest as she slowed her swimming, hovering just inches closer. Her body moved like a living dream, gliding through the water with gentle ripples like she was born from it, shit. You're like, everything. You're hot as hell and beautiful and just, fucking perfect, he muttered mentally, stunned into awe and need. Celestia flinched, then blushed harder, deep red washing over her pale, shimmering cheeks as she inwardly sighed with relief. Her heart swelled knowing he didn't just accept her form, he was obsessed with it. Slowly, she swam even closer, circling him again with slow, teasing motions. Her body brushing the water around him like silk. Ether's eyes were glued to her body, his heart pounding against his ribs like it wanted out. He was burning with curiosity, desire, and fascination. He squinted slightly, leaning in as his eyes roamed lower, thoughts spinning. Where is her puss, hey, / a sudden, deadpan voice struck him flatly through their link. Ether froze, blinking. He coughed awkwardly as if caught in the act, his cheeks flaring hot, then slowly floated toward her and reached out, his hands catching her by the hips, his palms sank gently into her scaled sides. The texture was firm but smooth, a cool sleekness that shimmered under his fingers. He moved slowly, carefully, reverently. Celestia shivered slightly. She hummed softly, a gentle moan escaping her lips as his touch spread warmth through her. Her eyes fluttered half-closed as his hands caressed along the delicate slope of her hips, tracing the curve where flesh met shimmering scale. As much as Ether wanted to explore her every curve and secret crevice, his eyes shamelessly drinking in her sensual form, right now, his lungs had a far more pressing need, air. Celestia leaned in, her luscious lips brushing against his with a delicate tenderness. Then, she kissed him, mouth to mouth, pouring air into him like a loving offering. Ether raised his eyebrows slightly. Surprised by the act, especially as his gaze drifted and caught the elegant flutter of her gills, bubbling softly as they pulsed along her slender neck, he could see her breathing for him. Okay now, she asked sweetly, her voice soft inside his mind, a melodic murmur that still echoed with shy heat. Ether nodded quickly. Why? Why did you bring me here? He asked curiously, though his attention betrayed him. His eyes stared at her tail only. I wanted to show you something. A secret. She replied in a quiet, vulnerable tone. I've been hiding something too. Ether, / Before he could ask more, she suddenly caught hold of his hand, her fingers locking tightly with his, and then. SSSSSLLLLGGGGGGGGGGGGGG, with a powerful flick of her tail, she launched them both into the ocean's depths. The water roared around him, pressure rising, bubbles chasing them as her sinuous form cut through the sea like a living arrow. Ether blinked in surprise, caught off guard by her sheer speed and fluid grace. Her strength was incredible. He watched the world around him shift and change, bioluminescent creatures pulsing like stars, strange rock formations twisted by pressure, glowing algae drifting like floating lights. Weird and beautiful aquatic organisms moved with alien elegance, surrounding them in an undersea dream. He could have used his barrier, just like the one he used to survive in space. That would have made everything easier. But no. He didn't want easy, he wanted this, he wanted to feel the water. To feel her touch, her pulse, the realness of it all. The push of the current, the pressure on his skin. Her warmth near him. Her hand holding his. And of course, if he ever needed more air, he could always steal another kiss from her, mouth to mouth. What else did he need? Eventually, they reached a strange cave-like structure nestled at the bottom of the ocean floor. It resembled a normal cave from land, but somehow it had formed right here, underwater. Ether's face turned curious, eyes narrowing as he stared at it. Celestia slowly swam to its entrance, then turned to him with a soft smile. Shall we? She asked, offering her hand again. Ether nodded silently and reached forward, and then, thud, splash, Ether stumbled slightly, surprised as he landed on solid ground, inside the cave, on his feet. He gasped as he realized something stunning. He could breathe, air, there was actual air inside. He turned around sharply, eyes wide. The entrance behind him still shimmered with seawater, but it didn't pour in. The water stayed outside, like an invisible curtain. There was no visible barrier, no magic field he could detect. Just water, staying outside. Ether blinked again and slowly moved toward it. He reached out, his hand touched the water, it felt real. Liquid. Cold. Wet. There was just no flow, as if the water had agreed to not enter this space. It's surprising, isn't it? Her voice called out like a melody. Ether turned, stunned once more, and found Celestia standing there in her usual form, maid uniform. Glasses perched perfectly. That quiet, graceful demeanor is back in full presence. She looked like the same Celestia. How did you do that? He asked curiously, still breathless. Celestia didn't answer immediately. She simply winked playfully and then raised her hand. With a smooth gesture, the water soaking his body suddenly shifted, rippling outward as if summoned. In seconds, he was dry. Clean. Warm. Welcome to my humble little abode. My darling, she said sweetly, her cheeks flushed with a soft blush as she bowed politely before him. Ether blinked, then gave a small smile. Thank you, he murmured, bowing slightly in return. Together, they stepped deeper into the cave. The walls were rough and dry, untouched by the sea around them. Ether couldn't hide his fascination. The way this place worked, it defied everything he knew. There was no magic field, no aura. Just dry stone where there should be nothing but water. Soon, they reached a small wooden door nestled into the cave wall. Weathered but sturdy. Celestia gently opened it and stepped aside. A room? Ether muttered, confused for a second. But as he stepped through, his eyes widened with stunned awe. Wow. Ether whispered, his voice soft with wonder. His steps moved forward without thinking, drawn like a moth to flame. He was completely mesmerized by the scenery before him. Watching him, Celestia smiled softly from behind. That gentle, proud smile of someone who had just revealed a piece of their soul, and been accepted completely. She followed him quietly, her heart fluttering, her eyes shining. She had shown him her world, and he had stepped into it like he belonged.